A legendary soldier, driven by the desire for vengeance for his brother, crossed borders and found himself imprisoned. Upon his return to the city 5 years later, he discovered his elder brother had become a son-in-law, subjected to relentless humiliation. Meanwhile, he himself, branded by his past incarceration, faced scorn from all. Little did he know that his biological parents were prominent figures in the prestigious circles of the capital. Chapter 1. The Soldier's Return. In the prison of the capital, countless level felons knelt before the gate. "Release my brother." A glance revealed figures with backs as imposing as wolves and tigers, instilling a sense of awe that was hard to fathom. What kind of person could command such respect from these rulers of the night? Yet to the young man clad in simple garments, this scene was but a fleeting illusion. "Rise. While I'm absent, conduct yourselves well. Remember, upon your release, serve the nation and refrain from wrongdoing." "Yes, we will heed your words, brother." Moments later, the young man was escorted to the entrance by prison staff. On the roadside, 5 military jeeps awaited him. A middle-aged man, bearing the rank of second lieutenant, approached with a solemn demeanor and rendered a crisp military salute. The young man immediately stood at attention, his body rigid. "Congratulations on your release. After 5 long years, the Wolf Fong has finally welcomed back its king. So, ready to return to your squad and lead those young rascals again?" the middle-aged man inquired. The young man replied gravely, "No, it would be better for Wolf Fong to avoid any tarnish from my past." "Tarnish?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened. "You yist. Wolf Fong takes pride in you, and I am proud of you too. So what if you've been imprisoned? You avenge your brother, not engaged in petty crimes." "Boss," the young man interrupted. "Thank you, boss. Wolf Fong is my home. Even if I leave, it will remain in my heart. I am profoundly grateful for your care during my time in prison, but I have made my decision. Please allow me to live my own life," he stated with heartfelt sincerity. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "But what about the 2 sages? One is a master of martial arts, and the other a national treasure in medicine. They are currently in seclusion. If they find out you have retired, how will I explain?" "I will handle the explanation myself," the young man replied, wishing to avoid further complications. "Very well, if you insist. By the way, you plan to head to Jiang City, right? I have a few old friends there. Please pay them a visit on my behalf. Here are a few letters for you to take." With that, the middle-aged man produced several prepared envelopes and stuffed them into the young man's bag. A tremor ran through the young man. He understood these letters were not merely for greetings. His superior was leveraging his connections to introduce him to influential figures in Jiang City, offering him options for his next steps. "Thank you, boss. Off you go. No need for thanks. If it weren't for your sacrifices at court to eliminate those scoundrels, Wolf Fang's reputation would have been lost long ago. I owe you my gratitude." The middle-aged man sighed, turning to board the vehicle. Time passes swiftly, each on their own path. The young man stood in contemplation for a long moment before making his way to the train station, preparing to return to his hometown of Jiang City. 3 hours later, on a bustling street in the heart of Jiang City, a white BMW sped along, the enthusiastic voice of a man in his 30s resonating within. "Brother, you are finally out. Don't carry any burdens when you arrive at my home. Treat it as your own. Although you were adopted from an orphanage, I have watched you grow up as my own brother, so there's no need for formality." Driving was his elder brother, Yushan. Orphaned at a young age, Yu Feng was taken in by the Yu family, who treated him as one of their own. Alas, just a year before enlisting, his adoptive parents had passed away, leaving only his elder brother. "Thank you, brother. What's with the thanks? We are brothers. Once we get home, you'll meet your niece, a delightful little sprite," Yushan said, his face beaming with affection. "Niece? I didn't realize. Brother, you're married and have children. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I came unprepared without a gift." "No need for gifts, we'll be home soon. It's all good." As they spoke, they entered a luxurious community. Shortly thereafter, the car halted in front of an elegantly grand villa. "Come on in. I had everything ready before I left." Yushan eagerly exited the vehicle, helping Yufeng with his luggage as they headed to the door. He retrieved a key and unlocked it. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing a woman with elegant eyebrows and piercing eyes seated at the dining table, arms crossed and clad in a professional suit. Yushan's expression faltered, taken aback to see his wife at home. "Yue Ying, what are you doing here? This must be my sister-in-law." Yufeng quickly recognized the woman and bowed respectfully. "Sister-in-law, I am Yufeng. I am well aware of who you area scoundrel who has served time in prison. I have long been aware of your family's sordid affairs." Gao Yushuang retorted coldly. "Yushuang, what do you mean? This is my brother's first visit home. Your words are quite unkind. Yushan admonished, his eyes widening. Bang! Unexpectedly, Gao Yushuang erupted, slamming her hand on the table, startling the little girl in a princess dress sitting on the sofa. I'm unkind. Yushan, perhaps you have forgotten your place. Don't forget you're merely a son-in-law in the Gao family. Your ability to drive a luxury car, live in a villa, and hold a managerial position in a big company is all thanks to my family. This house isn't even in your name. Do you have the right to bring people home without my consent? Were you planning to let your scoundrel brother stay here if I hadn't returned for lunch? Is that so? Yufeng felt a jolt of surprise. A son-in-law? Yushan's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated before his brother, as Gao Yushuang openly called him a scoundrel. Gao Yushuang, you are going too far. He is my brother. You may disregard me, but you must show him respect. Yushan's arms trembled with anger. Get out. He's just a brother you picked up. You think I don't know? This family does not welcome convicts. He either leaves, or you both can go. Gao Yushuang showed no mercy, pointing to the door. This infuriated Yufeng. So what if he was a son-in-law? Did that mean he had no right to host his brother for a night in his own home? Gao Yushuang eyed. But just as Yushan was about to assert himself, a sudden wave of blood filled the air. The 5-year-old Gao Yuru coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Mom, Mom. Gao Yushuang turned in alarm, her expression shifting dramatically. Yuru. Gao Yuru's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed on the sofa. This isn't good. Yufeng frowned and rushed inside. Chapter 2. A display of skill in just a few steps. Yufeng arrived at the sofa before Gao Yushuang, ahead of her. He gently lifted the eyelids of the little girl, revealing bloodshot eyes. A sign of poison. What are you doing? Get away, scum. Gao Yushuang, unaware that Yufeng was trying to treat his daughter, was enraged by his actions and slapped him hard on the back of his head. Smack. Instantly. Yufeng was pushed to the ground. Brother. Yushan rushed over, his face filled with anger. Gao Yushuang, you have gone too far. On what grounds do you strike him? What's wrong with hitting him? Didn't you see your scoundrel of a brother pawing at Rua? She is unconscious. And instead of calling an ambulance, you're scolding me? Yushan, have you lost your mind? Gao Yushuang retorted, her demeanor increasingly aggressive as she pointed her hands on her hips, berating Yushan as if it were a common occurrence. Yushan clenched his fists, on the verge of exploding, but Yufeng waved his hand, rubbing the back of his head with a smile as he said, It's fine, brother. He then turned to Gao Yushuang and explained, Sister-in-law, I am treating my niece. Rua is exhibiting signs of poisoning and requires immediate attention. I can perform acupuncture to expel the toxin. Could you please find a quiet place for me? You? Gao Yushuang looked down at Yufeng, her disdain apparent as she scrutinized his tattered clothing. You think you can perform acupuncture? Look at yourself, just released from prison, and now you claim to be a doctor? Don't let him ruin my daughter. Yushan, why are you just standing there? Call an ambulance. No, it will be too late by the time the ambulance arrives. Rua might not make it, Yufeng urged anxiously, retrieving silver needles from his backpack. As the sole disciple of the esteemed master of medicine in Huagua, Yufeng could diagnose conditions merely by observing someone's complexion. Time was of the essence. Are you a harbinger of misfortune? One more word, and I will tear your mouth apart. Get out, Gao Yushuang shouted, but at that moment, Yushan pointed in horror at the little girl's face. Look, Yushuang. Rua's face. As Gao Yushuang turned to see, she was met with the sight of Rua's face, which had taken on a peculiar pallor. As if she were suffocating, an alarming sight that spread from her neck to her forehead. This is bad. Yufeng could not afford to hesitate. This was his niece. And regardless of how his sister-in-law treated him, the child was innocent. As a healer, it was his duty to save lives. He quickly knelt before the sofa, laying Rua flat, and unbuttoned her shirt. Rua, you scum, what are you doing? Get away. Gao Yushuang reached out to strike again, but Yufeng turned sharply, shouting, Be quiet. If you don't want Rua to suffocate, shut your mouth. His voice was thunderous, filled with authority. Instantly, Gao Yushuang froze, as if confronted by a fierce wolf. Yushuang, let my brother try. If he insists, he must have a method. With Rua in this state, calling an ambulance won't help. Yushan urged, knowing Yufeng would not take action without confidence. You, faced with two imposing men. Gao Yushuang was rendered speechless, her fury boiling over. Yushan, you are truly something else. I warn you, if anything happens to Rua, I will ensure you and your brother rot in prison for life. No need for that. If anything happens to my niece, I will pay W upon speaking. Yushan swiftly led him into the building, arriving at the Human Resources Department on the 4th floor. As they entered, a refreshing blast of air from the air conditioning greeted them, a welcome relief in the sweltering summer heat that invigorated the spirit. Oh, Isn't that the useless husband of General Gao? What brings him here? I wonder. Look, he even brought along a poor lad. Could he be a rural bumpkin? Quite possibly. Judging by his naive demeanor, alas, what an eyesore. Surrounding them, a cacophony of unflattering remarks erupted. Yushan was too preoccupied with facilitating his brother's onboarding paperwork to notice, but Yufeng was all ears. A son-in-law. Useless? He clenched his fists, sighing inwardly. Though the Yu family hailed from humble beginnings, their parents had imparted a crucial lesson. One must uphold dignity. Brother, how could you have become a son-in-law? Never mind. Yufeng refrained from speaking out. Perhaps his brother truly loved his sister-in-law? They had even welcomed a daughter together, and it would be inappropriate for him to voice his opinions. Ah, come in. A woman clad in a black dress coldly emerged from the office. Yufeng nodded and stepped inside. Come, little brother, let me introduce you. This is one of the top 10 beauties in our group, the general manager of human resources, Liu. No need for introductions. I have no interest in meeting your brother, just a cleaner, I presume? Here is a contract. Fill it out and head to the staff dormitory for your key. You start work next Monday. Lu Xinghan's expression was frigid, her tone dripping with disdain. The atmosphere grew awkward. Yushan scratched the back of his head. Attempting to salvage the situation, Director Liu, please show me some courtesy. This is my brother. You? Do you think you have any standing? If it weren't for the chairman appointing you as a son-in-law, do you think you could manage the logistics department and bring your relatives along? It's generous of me to offer you a contract. Whether you fill it out is your choice. With that, Lu Xinghan tossed a pen in front of Yufeng. This was incredibly disrespectful. Yushan's face turned ashen. He felt the weight of being a son-in-law acutely and unspoken sorrow. Observing his brother's predicament, Yufeng felt disheartened. Saying, "It's all right, brother. Director Liu holds a prestigious position. As an ordinary person, I'm not offended by not being acquainted. I'll fill out the contract. And then we can live together as brothers. Good to know. A country bumpkin ought to understand his place. Not everyone can associate with the likes of them." Lu Xinghan remarked coldly. Yufeng dismissed her contempt. Were it not for his brother's reputation, he would have flung that contract back at her. He silently resolved to help his brother establish his authority within the company. The constant mockery of being a son-in-law was intolerable. He picked up the black pen, completed the contract, and promptly exited. Yushan followed closely behind, stepping into the corridor. Little brother, Director Liu can be rather blunt. Don't take it to heart. I understand, brother. Thank you. But I'm not bothered. As a disciple of a great martial artist and a revered healer, Yufeng would not stoop to argue with ordinary individuals. All right, you start work next Monday. We have a few days before that. Let me treat you to dinner tonight, and I'll take you out for some fun in the meantime. No need, brother. I must visit some old friends. If anything comes up, I'll reach out. Yufeng declined. Oh, I see. Then I won't disturb your rest. The staff dormitory is just around the corner. Have a good sleep. And call me if you get hungry, all right? Yushan's smile appeared somewhat forced. Sure. After giving his instructions, Yushan turned to leave, his back inexplicably tinged with melancholy. As an older brother, he had hoped to expose Yufeng to the world and introduce him to influential figures, but instead, his identity as a son-in-law had subjected his brother to disdain. He felt helpless and guilty, yet there was little he could do. Perhaps this was the struggle of an adult in their 30s who had yet to find success. Yufeng did not dwell on these thoughts. Recalling the letters of introduction from his brother, he decided to visit a retired elder that afternoon and request his assistance in locating his brother Wang San's wife. With that in mind, he departed. Just as he left, the Human Resources Department welcomed another well-dressed, strikingly handsome young man. Longchen strode past Yufeng, glancing at him with curiosity. When did the HR department hire such a loser? He frowned and entered Gao Yushuang's office. Long Xiao, you're here to see General Gao, right? I'll help you schedule an appointment. No need. I just visited Yushuang, but she is not here. So I came to arrange a meeting for tomorrow afternoon to visit an esteemed elder. Lu Xinghan nodded. Understood, Long Xiao. I'll set that up for you. All done. Thank you. By the way, who was that fellow who just left? Longchen inquired. Oh, that? Just a rural bumpkin, the useless son-in-law of our General Gao, Yufeng. He is coming in through the back door to work as a cleaner. He knows nothing. Did he offend you? Lu Xinghan asked cautiously. Lung Chun hailed from a second-tier family in Jiangcheng, a wealthy heir in the jade business with a prestigious status. Rumors circulated that he was one of Gao Yushuang's suitors. No, so he is just a cleaner? I understand now. I'll take my leave. Goodbye. All right, Lung Xiao. Take care. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after hastily finishing a bite to eat, Yufeng arrived at the entrance of an upscale villa district in the city center, directly managed by military personnel. Just as he arrived, Lung Chun drove up in a green Lamborghini, parking right in front. He rolled down the window and, upon spotting Yufeng, his expression shifted dramatically. Isn't this the brother of that useless son-in-law from Yushuang? What is he doing here? Chapter 4. The valor of soldiers. The villa district spanned approximately 30,000 square meters, appearing vast at first glance, yet each villa occupied over 1,000 square meters, not including the private gardens and garages. In Jiangcheng, this neighborhood held a unique significance for the elite. Only two categories of individuals could reside here. First, the financial tycoons with fortunes reaching billions, wielding considerable influence over the local economy. Second, the old guard who controlled vast resources, capable of shaking Jiangcheng with a mere stomp of their feet. Beyond these two categories, there existed a rare group, retired heroes from the mercenary world, seeking a peaceful retirement. Some young scions, despite their privileged backgrounds, lacked the standing to reside here, which explained why the guards at the villa entrance stood at attention, exuding an air of authority, as if rigorously trained. Lung Chun found it surprising that Yu Feng, a mere country bumpkin, dared to enter such a territory, seemingly oblivious to the risk of being apprehended as a potential threat. He parked his car, striding towards Yu Feng with an air of arrogance and disdain. For months, he had devoted considerable effort and time to winning over Gao Yushuang, but her husband had been an insufferable hindrance, constantly shadowing her at work, leaving him with no opportunities. Now that this useless son-in-law had brought along this guy, perhaps this was his chance to finally win over Gao Yushuang. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lung Chen approached Yu Feng, lifting his chin. You're that useless son-in-law's brother, Yu Feng, right? Yu Feng was about to clarify his identity when he heard the voice behind him. Turning around, his eyes narrowed. Useless? He squinted. I advise you to clean up your language. If I hear you insult my brother again, you will bear the consequences. Yu Feng cared little for this fellow's background. The Yu family had shown him kindness, and his brother had treated him like a true sibling since childhood. He would not allow anyone to disrespect Yushan. Young but audacious. Just a country bumpkin, right? Lung Chen scoffed, dismissive of the notion that Yu Feng would dare to confront him. This place is not one where you can act impulsively. If you provoke Yu Feng, with his stubborn rural temperament, he is sure to return home and have a fierce argument with the Gao family. After all, those people are highly concerned about their image, and anyone would be unable to endure the humiliation of being called a son-in-law. At that point, Gao Yushuang might, in a fit of anger, divorce that useless Yushan, thus providing me with a chance. Compared to those naive girls fresh out of college, I find myself far more attracted to mature married women, especially exceptional ones like Gao Yushuang. Noticing that his words had taken effect, Lung Chun continued his taunts. I'm not trying to insult you, but your older brother has already become a son-in-law. How can you still have the audacity to rely on his connections to enter the Gao family group? Truly, you are brothers. Like him, you are just another leech. I happen to know a few wealthy women. If you're interested, I can introduce you to them. So you won't have to suffer the humiliation of being introduced as a son-in-law by the Gao family, and your children would end up bearing their surname. What a disgrace to your ancestors. He laughed boisterously. Little did he expect that, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Yu Feng struck out, leaving a crimson handprint on Long Chen's face. As the only wolf king in the wolf fang, he had never experienced such humiliation. A soldier may be killed, but he should never be insulted. You dare to hit me? Lang Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Clutching his face and pointing at Yu Feng's head, Yu Feng remained calm and composed, saying, if you don't shut that foul mouth of yours, I won't hesitate to toss you into the river. You. Lung Chen's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that this country bumpkin would actually dare to lay hands on him. How utterly foolish. A sneer crept across his mind, and he immediately turned to the small soldiers at the entrance of the villa, shouting, why are you standing there? This guy has violated the security regulations of the villa by fighting at the entrance. He is a dangerous individual. Apprehend him immediately. This villa area was unique because its security rules were significantly different from elsewhere. Anyone who engaged in a brawl within the vicinity of the villa would be classified as a dangerous individual and detained without cause. Yu Feng's act of aggression had undoubtedly placed him at a disadvantage. The armed guards stationed at the entrance immediately adopted serious expressions, their eyes fixed on Yu Feng, astonished by his presence. What a formidable aura. These men were exceptional mercenaries with extraordinary combat abilities. They could tell at a glance that Yu Feng was not to be trifled with. The calluses on his right thumb were a clear indication of someone who had spent years wielding a weapon. He was dangerous. In unison, all the guards drew their weapons, aiming them at Yu Feng's head. Long Chen, seeing this, was slightly taken aback, but quickly stoked the flames, exclaiming, bind him up and take him to the station. This guy is definitely a dangerous individual. I suggest you detain his family as well. Meanwhile, Yu Feng maintained his nonchalant demeanor, slowly reaching into his jacket. Don't move, came a loud warning. Yu Feng did not cease his actions. His gaze remained locked on their weapons, and then, under their watchful eyes, he produced a letter of introduction from his pocket. Several guards exhaled in relief. For some reason, even such a simple action evoked fear within them. I am here to visit old Lu. This is a letter of introduction. Yufeng extended the letter to the guard standing 5 meters away. The guard, still tense, took the letter with a firm grip, glanced at it, and then stared intently at Yufeng for a long moment. In his ear, Lang Chen's derision echoed, "Country bumpkin. What are you pretending for? Old Lu is a significant figure in this villa area, controlling vast mineral resources. Do you think you can just meet him? Don't believe him. He is only here to stall for time." The corners of Yufeng's mouth curled slightly as he turned his head. His icy gaze pierced Lung Chun like a silver needle. Lung Chun felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. The guard nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will call old Lu's secretary." "Thank you," Yufeng replied. The guard hurriedly jogged into the security room, dialing a number. "Country bumpkin. Just wait. You'll soon be exposed for your deception. Your time here is up." Longshan still refused to regard Yufeng as a threat. However, just as he finished speaking, the guard rushed out of the security room. His expression transformed from tension to utmost respect, stating, "I apologize, sir. You may enter. Building 502 is old Lu's residence. Secretary Wang is waiting for you at the door." Lang Chen's mouth dropped open in shock, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? This guy actually. Before he could process the situation, he heard Yufeng say, "Thank you, but before I go in, I need to do something." With that, Yufeng turned and walked towards Lang Chen. What are you going to do?" Lang Chen's face paled in fear. As he attempted to step back, Yufeng swiftly approached, seizing him by the neck as if lifting a chick, raising him off the ground. 5 years ago, it is rumored that Lu Moshing expressed profound dissatisfaction with a certain operation, confronting the leader directly and striking the table in anger, to the point of spitting blood and being hospitalized. This incident heralded the news of Lu's retreat from the public eye, which undoubtedly became a source of delight for mercenaries abroad and all assassins alike. Once a distinguished hero of his generation, he had inevitably reached the twilight of his days. However, no one anticipated that this formidable figure, known for his fiery temperament and audacity to challenge authority, had spent these past years in Jiangqing nurturing his health. Yufeng was astonished. The esteemed figure he was to meet turned out to be none other than Lu Moshing. "Ah. It seems that despite 5 years of inactivity, I am still remembered." Lu Moshing chuckled heartily and patted Yufeng on the shoulder. "Excellent, excellent. A young man with such a solid shoulder must be a top-notch sniper. Now, let me see which rascal introduced you to me." "Yes, Lu Moshing." Yufeng presented the introduction letter with both hands, hesitant to breathe. Lu Moshing took the letter, opened it, and upon seeing the signature, his expression tightened, his brows knitting into a line. After reading the entire letter, Lu Moshing raised his head, his demeanor serious. His gaze towards Yufeng now imbued with a sense of pride. The sharp blade of the nation, the one and only Wolf King. With that, Lu Moshing, nearing 90, raised his hand for the first time since his retirement 5 years ago, offering Yufeng a standard military salute. "Lu Moshing, you." Yufeng was taken aback. The legendary Lu Moshing was saluting him. This was against protocol. "Do not mind it. I, Lu Moshing, am merely a retired elder now. This is my respect for the Wolf King. You deserve my salute. Wolf Fong is the nation's blade. 5 years ago. If it weren't for your solitary cross-border execution of the final assassination mission, the reputation of Wolf Fong would have been tarnished, an affront to countless predecessors. Yufeng, you have done well." After saying this, Lu Moshing gave Yufeng a thumbs up. Once upon a time, countless talented youths had exerted immense effort just to receive praise from this old hero. Yet now, this venerable figure voluntarily bestowed his commendation upon Yufeng, who had already retired. This was an acknowledgement from the elder to the younger, a passing of the torch from one generation to the next. At that moment, the fervor within Yufeng surged anew, and he returned the salute. "Thank you for your praise, Lu Moshing." "Very well, come, sit down, do not stand there." Lu Moshing urged Yufeng to the sofa and poured tea for him. "Lu Moshing, I can do it myself. No need, it's merely tea. I, an old man, can still manage. You are the hero." Lu Moshing, being an elder, possessed a characteristic stubbornness. "All right then." Yufeng sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Xiaochen mentioned your family situation in the letter. After your retirement, you should settle well in Jiangqing. Tomorrow, I'll have Secretary Wang transfer 50 million to you and appoint you as the chairman of a security group composed of top-tier foreign mercenaries. Take my letter and assume your position. Do not worry about anything." Lu Moshing stated cheerfully, marking the first time he used personal connections to pave the way for a young man. Yufeng immediately stood up from the sofa. "Lu Moshing, I did not come here to seek a promising future. You misunderstand." "Huh?" Lu Moshing was puzzled. If you do not heed my arrangements, what do you intend to do? Do not forget, your file from these years in Wolf Fong will be sealed as top secret. Aside from the security group, you have nowhere else to go. To be candid, this morning I submitted an application for a janitorial position at the Gao Jewelry Group. My elder brother and sister-in-law found me a good position. I can be self-sufficient. Yufeng explained, expressing his desire not to tarnish Lu Maxing's illustrious reputation due to his own actions. Furthermore, he simply wished to lead a quiet life as an ordinary person. A janitor? Lu Maxing slammed the table, exclaiming, "What is this? The king of Wolf Fong stooping to be a janitor? Lu Maxing, this is my own wish." You. Lu Maxing stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He stared at Yufeng for a long while, confirming that the young man was not joking. With a long sigh, he said, "All right. Since you have decided on your path, I shall not impose my views. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, as long as they do not violate the law, feel free to seek me out. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lu Maxing." Yufeng could comply with this request. He then continued, "However, Lu Maxing, I genuinely have a matter to ask of you during this visit. I would like your assistance in investigating the whereabouts of my late comrade Wang San's wife and child." Chapter 6, A Grudge Held by the Small-Minded Wang San? This name had previously appeared alongside a mission report on Lu Maxing's desk. He recognized the individual. A sniper observer in the Wolf Fong Special Forces, who had teamed up with Yufeng to form the most formidable sniper duo in history. A combination that had become a hallmark of Wolf Fong's formidable reputation. When Wolf Fong was besieged by multiple foreign mercenary groups during a mission, Wang San sacrificed himself on the battlefield to shield Yufeng from bullets. Following this, in pursuit of vengeance for Wang San, Yufeng had completed the mission, leading to subsequent events. Lu Maxing had opted to protect the matter, ensuring those mercenary groups bore the consequences, while others felt Yufeng should take responsibility. For they were mercenaries, not obligated to wage war for an insignificant individual. This incident had caused Lu Maxing to slam the table in anger, resulting in his retreat from public life. Due to the unique nature of Wolf Fong, even though Wang San had fallen in battle, his death was classified, and his file was sealed, accessible only to a select few. When Yufeng made this request, Lu Maxing had already begun to surmise his intentions. "You wish to inform Wang San's wife and child of his death, do you not?" Lu Maxing queried. Yufeng nodded firmly. "Yes. But are you aware that this contravenes regulations? If this information were to leak, do you comprehend the implications?" Lu Maxing asked earnestly. "I understand. But heroes must not be forgotten. Even if I must face a tribunal once more, I am willing to do so. My brother's wife and child have the right to know that their husband and father was a hero," Yufeng asserted resolutely. This struck a chord within Lu Maxing. He saw loyalty and courage, unafraid of societal norms. If one had brothers like this in life, there would be no regrets in death. "Very well." Lu Maxing responded without hesitation, turning to Secretary Wang. "Go, in my name, mobilize the intelligence organization abroad, retrieve Wang San's file, and investigate the residential address and background of Wang San's wife and child. Make copies and send them to Yufeng's phone." "Yufeng, this is your final mission." "Yes. I will ensure the task is completed." Yufeng stood at attention, saluting for the third time. This salute was given willingly. As a member of Wolf Fong, he understood that Lu Maxing's leadership of foreign mercenary groups was not solely to safeguard the borders, it was also to execute a special mission. As the leader had said, Lu Maxing was the true hero hidden in the shadows, protecting the nation's borders for decades. Afterward, Lu Maxing engaged Yufeng in an extensive conversation, recounting many old stories. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had passed, and dusk began to fall, the streetlights illuminating the pathways. "Yufeng, please stay for dinner tonight," Lu Maxing invited. "Thank you, Lu Maxing, but I must decline. My elder brother may come to take me home for dinner." Yufeng politely refused. It was not that he did not wish to dine with the legendary hero, rather, he was eager to find Wang San's wife and child. Just an hour after Lu's command was given, news from Kyoto arrived. "Oh, I see. Very well then." Lu Maxing stood up to escort Yufeng from the villa. As night fell, the stars twinkled like pairs of pearl-like eyes hanging high in the sky, watching the world's people as they ventured into the night. As the second-largest economic center in the country, Jiang City has always been a captivating metropolis for the youth. Especially when night falls and the towering buildings along the river are illuminated by vibrant, colorful lights, it creates an unforgettable and enchanting skyline. Within this city, numerous entertainment venues attract a throng of privileged offspring who thrive in their respective realms, reveling in the glory of their families. These young elites indulge in pleasure and vent their emotions in the clubs every night. Tonight, Lung Chun is filled with rage. He has reserved an extravagant private room at the Lihua Entertainment Club, inviting Lu Xinghan, the HR manager of the Gao Jewelry Group. The thought of his current disheveled state resembling a drenched rat after being fished out of the river, only serves to heighten his fury. How dare a country bumpkin lay hands on him? Does he truly think himself something special? Having been shielded by his family since childhood, Lung Chun has never endured such humiliation. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. As luck would have it, Lu Xinghan is off work, and he plans to extract information about Yufeng from her in order to deal with him appropriately. As he contemplates this, the door to the private room is gently pushed open by a server. "Good evening, madam," the server politely announces as she steps aside. "Thank you," Lu Xinghan responds. Having just finished her shift and not yet changed out of her attire, her black business suit perfectly accentuates her S-shaped figure, resembling a floating lily on the water, evoking a desire to embrace her. Were it not for Gao Yushuang's extraordinary beauty, Lu Xinghan might have been one of Lang Chen's prime targets. "Xinghan, you've arrived." Long Chen greets her with a gentle smile, rising gentlemanly to pull out a chair for her. "Thank you, Long Xiao. You seem rather eager to invite me for dinner. Is there something on your mind?" Lu Xinghan inquires with a subtle smile, her eyes hinting at deeper meanings. "Please, have a seat," he gestures, and she obliges. Knowing that this is not the first time he has treated her to a meal, likely to inquire about the whereabouts of the president, Gao Yushuang, for the sake of his pursuit. To be honest, Lu Xinghan envies Gao Yushuang. She, too, craves a partner with a substantial background and family lineage. Unfortunately, Lang Chen's heart already belongs to someone else. Once seated, Lang Chen pours her a glass of red wine. "Xinghan, the reason I invited you here is indeed serious. It pertains to Yufeng, the younger brother of the son-in-law who just joined your group today. I wish to deal with him." "Yufeng." Lu Xinghan furrows her brow. "Did that brat provoke you?" "Details are unnecessary. I simply need his information and address. Can you assist me with this?" Lung Chen replies sharply. Lu Xinghan hesitates, taken aback by Yufeng's audacity in provoking someone like Lung Chen. Does he not know that Lung's family Jade and Stone Group is about to enter a significant partnership with the Gao family? What a fool. "Lung Xiao, what exactly did this guy do? If you tell me, I'll report it to the president and ensure that this country bumpkin is sent back to the countryside." Lu Xinghan states with indignation, having felt disdain for Yufeng since their first encounter, someone who entered through back doors, akin to Yushan, both living off others. "No need. I can handle my own affairs. You need not worry. I assure you, this matter will remain confidential. Here is a necklace worth 300,000. I hope you will like it." As he speaks, Lung Chun produces a beautifully packaged gift box, placing it before Lu Xinghan. 300,000, she gasps, her eyes lighting up. Coming from an ordinary family, she has never worn anything so extravagant, and her earnings at the Gao Group have never equaled that sum. "So, Xinghan, consider it a favor. I will remember your kindness." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinghan slips the necklace into her pocket. "Rest assured, Lung Xiao, I'll help you with this. I, too, find that freeloading younger brother displeasing. He resides in our Group's staff dormitory. You can deal with him whenever you wish." "Excellent." With Yufeng's address in hand, Long Chen's expression turns frigid. "You dared to throw me into the river?" "You are finished." After their meal, Lung Chen arranges for Lu Xinghan to be driven home while he returns to the private room at the club. As a scion of the Lung family, he is not foolish enough to overlook the peculiarities surrounding Yufeng, who gained entry into the villa area with a letter of introduction and met the renowned Lu Lao. There must be something amiss. Now, he must uncover Yufeng's true identity. Since he has already obtained Yufeng's address, there is no difference in acting sooner or later. Does he truly think he can escape? With these thoughts, Lang Chen retrieves his phone and dials a number. After a few rings, a deep voice answers. "Is that you? Xiao Lang? Why didn't you come this afternoon?" The caller is Wang Guiping, a retired gentleman in his 60s, who once wielded significant influence in Jiang City's economic resources and resides in the same exclusive villa area. "Apologies, Wang Grandpa. I was delayed by some matters." "I'm truly sorry," Lang Chen responds with regret. "Oh, I see you had something to attend to." "No problem. Wang Grandpa is always free. Whenever you have time. Just bring over that antique your grandfather gave you." "Certainly, Wang Grandpa. I will find time to bring it over. By the way, do you know Lu Lao?" "Lu Lao?" Wang Guiping's brows furrow slightly as the name Lu Haixing springs to mind, a distinguished elder of great repute, residing in the villa area as well. "Are you referring to Lu Haixing?" "Yes," Lung Chen nods, unaware of Lu Lao's high standing. "I know him. We had tea together a few days ago. Is there something you need?" "That is wonderful. If you know him, this will be easier." "Wang Grandpa, it's not a big deal. It's just that a fellow named Yufeng entered the villa area today looking for Lu Lao. I'd like to know more about his background. Could you help me investigate?" "Yufeng?" Wang Guiping looks puzzled, admitting he hasn't heard of anyone by that name among the notable youth in Jiang City. "Yes." Lung Chen pauses, then continues. "Wang Grandpa, My father has recently acquired many antiques and often mentions you, saying he wants to choose a few as your birthday gift. Oh, how thoughtful of old Lang. Please convey my gratitude to him. As for your request, I will inquire about it and provide you with an answer tomorrow. Upon hearing the mention of antiques, Wang Guoping's eyes light up, and he readily agrees. Lung Chun smiles subtly, believing that there is no problem that money cannot solve. Thank you, Wang Grandpa. I await your news. After hanging up, a hint of coldness flickers in Lang Chen's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the Lu Lao he speaks of is not the same as the one Yufeng has met. Given Wang Guoping's status, he lacks the qualifications to casually share tea with the esteemed Lu Lao in this vast villa area. Before long, Lung Chun will regret the decisions made today, paying a heavy price for his actions. The staff dormitory of the Gao Jewelry Group, newly renovated in recent years, boasts lavish accommodations without gender segregation. Each person has their own room. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yufeng first heads to the office on the first floor to submit his employment information and collect his key before making his way to room 501, which belongs to him. After 3 minutes of freshening up and 2 minutes for a meal, he finds it is only 8 in the evening. Lying on the empty bed, he reminisces about his time in the military, pondering how his brothers from the Wolf Tooth unit have fared during his 5 years in prison. As he pondered, the scene from earlier that day at his elder brother's residence involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The exotic poison, the poison that his niece, Gao Yurua, had been administered was not merely food poisoning. It was a unique chronic toxin source from Zhongzhou, colorless and odorless. It could be mixed with food or drink and implanted within the human body. Once ingested in sufficient quantities, it would lead to a fatal poisoning. Had he not arrived in time that morning, who knows what might have happened? Who could possibly wish harm upon his brother's child? Yufeng's gaze fixed on the ceiling, his eyes icy as he reflected on the protective instincts ingrained in him as a soldier. His agreement to remain at the Gao family's jewelry group that morning stemmed in part from this protective nature. He was determined to unearth the identity of the perpetrator who had poisoned his niece and to confront them about their audacity. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room. He swiftly rolled out of bed, flung open the door, and upon stepping into the corridor, he noticed a pool of water seeping from under the neighboring room's door. What on earth was happening? Bewildered, Yufeng raised his hand to knock, but before he could, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a slender figure draped in diaphanous fabric. It was a young girl. Uncle, the water pipe in my room is burst. Can you help me? Yang Liru hid behind Yufeng, her hair cascading over her shoulders, panic etched on her delicate features. The combination of her ethereal beauty and the long-sleeved white shirt she wore, illuminated by the moonlight, rendered her enchanting. All right, just a moment. Yufeng cast a quick glance and dashed into the room, locating the water pipe. He first turned off the water valve, then wrapped the burst section of the pipe with bandages repeatedly until it was nearly fixed. This task was trivial for him. It's done. I'll have the logistics team replace the pipe tomorrow. For now, this will suffice. As he emerged, he realized he had gotten wet in the process. His attire was thinner, and the corridor's bright light subtly highlighted the defined contours of his abdomen. Yang Liru's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Uncle, thank you. Not at all. Just a minor task, Yufeng waved dismissively. Minor task? Uncle, you're truly impressive. I would to even know how to turn off the water valve. If it weren't for you, I would have faced the wrath of the logistics team tomorrow. Yang Liru didn't consider it a trivial matter. Having grown up in a privileged family, this was her first encounter with such everyday nuisances. However, her comment left Yufeng momentarily speechless. Not knowing how to turn off a water valve? He chuckled softly and said nothing more. Uncle, you seem unfamiliar to me. Did you just arrive today? Yang Liru inquired. Yes, I'm a new janitor, Yufeng replied succinctly. A janitor? Yang Liru's eyes widened in disbelief. Could a janitor possess such a physique? She shook her head to dispel the thought and smiled. Uncle, please don't misunderstand. I don't look down on you. I just find it a bit surprising. However, to thank you for your help, I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late. You should rest, Yufeng replied, unsure of what else to say as he retreated to his room. Watching his silhouette, Yang Liru couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought? This uncle is quite shy. Chapter 8. Is this fate? Early the next morning, Yufeng awoke from his slumber. It was his routine to rise promptly at 7 o'clock, perform a set of military exercises downstairs to invigorate his body and maintain his vitality, ever prepared for battle. Today was no exception. After freshening up, he donned a simple yet sharp outfit and began his workout in the employee dormitory. It was the weekend. So few residents were stirring. After all, who would willingly rise early on a day of rest? However, Yufeng was unaware that while he was engrossed in his exercises, Yang Liru had also awakened. Just as she arrived downstairs to fulfill her promise from the previous night and buy him breakfast, she caught sight of Yufeng practicing. Each punch he threw emanated power, the force palpable even from several meters away. Incredible! Yang Liru felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing. What was happening to her? Am I? A peculiar feeling blossomed within her. Oh no. She stamped her foot, feeling a bit flustered, and hurriedly exited towards the food street to buy breakfast. At 24, this was her first experience of such feelings for a man, an inexplicable and subtle affection. As she pondered this, she realized she was becoming quite the little woman. No. How can I be like this? She shook her head. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Answering the call while clutching her breakfast, she said, "Hello? Liru, where are you?" The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. Young Liru froze, her heart racing. "Dad, you still remember that I'm your father? It's been 2 years since you ran away from home. And you haven't even called once. Do you know how worried your grandfather is? Tell me where you are. I'll send someone to bring you back." Yang Liru's expression shifted. 2 years ago, upon graduating from Kyoto University, she had returned home only to be compelled by her grandfather to marry into the prominent Han family of Ningqing. Defiantly, she had resolved that if she could not marry the person she loved, she would rather die. Thus, she had painstakingly escaped her family, secretly coming to Jiangxing and joining the Gao family's jewelry group to live independently. She hadn't expected her father would eventually trace her. "I don't want to go back." Yang Liru pouted defiantly. "Dad, I refuse to marry that spoiled brat. You know my temperament. I don't love him. And forcing me to marry him is equivalent to sending me to my grave." Her father's voice turned stern. "This isn't about marriage. It's about your safety. Tell me where you are. I want to say. If I tell you, my safety won't be guaranteed." Yang Liru stubbornly hung up the phone, promptly blocking her father's number without listening to another word. "In any case, I refuse to return." She dismissed the notion of danger. After all, it was broad daylight. Who would dare harm her? Hastening her steps, she clutched her breakfast and rushed back to the dormitory, recalling how Yufeng had unhesitatingly rushed into her room to assist her last night. He was undeniably cool, and his commitment to morning workouts reflected a character that surpassed 90% of the so-called young people of this generation. After completing an entire set of military exercises, Yufeng distinctly felt his latent energy beginning to shift. It seemed he needed a battle to break through his current limitations. "Uncle, are you done?" Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Yang Liru. What are you doing here?" With a cheerful smile, Yang Liru presented the breakfast she had purchased. "Here, this is for you, to thank you for your help yesterday. You're not allowed to refuse. Since we're both employees of the same group, refusing would be disrespectful." Her words left Yufeng with no avenue for refusal. This young lady. He glanced down at himself again, then replied, "I'm just a janitor, also part of the logistics team. It's my duty. If someone from the group sees you buying breakfast for a janitor, they might gossip about you." "So?" Before he could finish, Yang Liru interjected sharply. "What do you mean so? What is wrong with a janitor? If anyone looks down on you, that's their problem. Yang Liru, never judge people by their status. Uncle, you are a good person, you must accept this. Eat up, or it will be a waste of food." With that, she shoved a bag of dumplings, along with a pancake, deep-fried dough sticks, and soy milk into Yufeng's arms, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had assumed that every woman in this group would be like Lu Xinghan, a shallow individual who looked down on others. However, it now seems that the girl living next door is quite remarkable. "Thank you, I will finish it." Yufeng accepted the food, and in the next moment, he stuffed a small steamed bun into his mouth, eating it in a hurried manner. "Oh, uncle, eating too quickly is not good for your stomach." Yang Liru reminded him with concern. "I'm used to it. I'm a bit hungry anyway. There's a small table outside for some shade. Let's eat there." "All right." Yang Liru nodded, thinking it reasonable. After all, it wouldn't do to eat while standing, and returning to someone's dormitory would not be appropriate. It was quite suitable to eat at the roadside table outside. As they spoke, they walked out. Yufeng continued to eat as he walked, and by the time they reached outside the group, nearly the entire bag of small buns was gone. He picked up a cup of soy milk to take a sip, but as he raised his head, an intense beam of light suddenly pierced his eyes. That was the glaring reflection from a sniper rifle scope illuminated by the sun. Instantly, Yufeng felt the hairs on his body stand on end. As a sniper, his instincts immediately directed his gaze towards the towering buildings ahead. "There is a sniper." Yufeng squinted, murmuring to himself. "Who is it?" He stopped by a trash bin, pretending to finish his soy milk, tossing the bottle in, while actually using this moment to observe his surroundings. It wasn't long before he sensed something was amiss. Several black vans were parked on the road near the group, all facing the entrance, away from the surveillance cameras. Meanwhile, among the crowds on the nearby streets, several pairs of watchful eyes occasionally turned towards him. "Are they looking for me?" Yufeng wondered, perplexed. However, it was strange. If they were indeed after him, the sniper would have taken him out at first sight. Moreover, this sniper was terribly amateurish, choosing such a conspicuous position in the morning, a recipe for disaster. Could it be? Yufeng turned his head, his gaze serious as he looked at young Liru. Indeed, those tasked with surveillance were fixated on her. This girl is extraordinary. She is the target. It seems fate has intertwined our paths, and I must lend her a hand. What's wrong, uncle? Is it not good? Yang Liru asked, her expression earnest, completely oblivious to any danger. Chapter 9. 2 sets of personnel. No, it's quite delicious. Yufeng replied calmly, having sensed the peril around him. He was now certain that these individuals were after young Liru. Though their skills were lacking, they had clearly undergone some training. If she were to be left alone today, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Well then, uncle, if you enjoy it, I'll buy it for you every day. How about that? You just need to help me fix the pipes. Haha. Young Liru, with her innocent nature, thought Yufeng was speaking from the heart. Yufeng did not respond directly, but instead shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you have time today?" Me? Are you inviting me out so soon? Should I accept? No, I must be a bit reserved. After all, I am a girl. Young Liru thought Yufeng was inviting her to go shopping, dining, or to the movies, and a multitude of guesses flooded her mind. Don't misunderstand. I want to go to a place, but I'm unfamiliar with the route. Could you guide me? Yufeng clarified. The previous day, he had acquired the home address of Wang San's wife and child from Lu Shuai, and they resided in Jiang City, managing a publicly listed group with an independent building. Last night, before sleeping, Yufeng had looked up the building's location, which was well connected, near several official establishments. Claiming he did not know how to get there was merely an excuse to keep young Liru by his side. If those lurking in the shadows dared to act, he would not hesitate to intervene. Yang Liru, not overthinking it, readily agreed. Sure. I have nothing else to do today anyway. Let us go out and have some fun. By the way, where are you going? To the Huame group. What? You mean that renowned pharmaceutical group? Boss, the target has an ordinary person by their side. We cannot act. What should we do? The surveillance personnel in the nearby streets quickly relayed the message over the radio as they observed young Liru leaving with Yufeng. The man referred to as boss, a bald individual, sat in a high-end club in Ning City, his cold gaze fixed on the footage sent back by the sniper, his expression as dark as ice. An ordinary person? Probably that girl's boyfriend. The bald man smirked sinisterly. Old fool, you've encroached upon my territory, severed my resources, and ruined my financial avenues. Do you genuinely believe I wouldn't dare to act against you? Just wait. Today, you will learn what it means to court disaster. I will capture your daughter and treat her like a dog. Let us see how you respond to that. Holding a glass of red wine, the bald man growled. No matter where he goes, find an opportunity to capture young Liru when she is alone. Remember, act swiftly, and don't dawdle. Yes, boss. This bald man ranked among the top 3 ruthless figures in the dark underbelly of Ning City, controlling 30% of the illicit business. His power and methods were enough to instill fear in anyone. However, just a week prior, as he prepared to seize a significant silk business, an unexpected competitor emerged, none other than the renowned second-rate family, the Yangs. The head of the Yang family made a decisive move, monopolizing the silk trade with a bold investment, securing a $500 million deal abroad, leaving him with nothing. Logically, the bald man and the Yang family had no reason to cross paths, and this entanglement had created animosity. Initially, the bald man had no intention of escalating matters. He sought to negotiate with the Yang family to collaborate on the lucrative deal, but to his dismay, the Yang family dismissed him outright, even splashing dirty water at his doorstep. This affront enraged him, prompting his focus to shift towards the Yang family's long-sought-after daughter. Though the night was dark, finding someone in these underworld matters was best handled by those accustomed to the shadows. The bald man had found Yang Liru. He intended to use her to avenge the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Yang family. Meanwhile, Lang Chen had just awakened from slumber, embracing the blonde woman beside him. The fragrant aroma wafting from her hair was the desire of countless homebound men, yet for Lang Chen, she was merely a tool to satisfy his daily needs. What he truly desired was Gao Yushuang. Before that, he needed to deal with Gao Yushuang as brother-in-law. That country bumpkin would meet his demise once Lang Chen uncovered his identity. Glancing at the clock, which pointed to 9 o'clock, he presumed Wang Laogong had awoken by now. He rose, donned a silk robe, poured himself a glass of red wine, and settled onto a leather sofa, crossing his legs as he dialed Wang Guiping. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Wang Guiping just finished breakfast and took a sip of water before answering the phone. Wang Laogong, it's me. How did it go with that phone you asked about? Xiaolin? Wang Guiping replied unhurriedly. Did you perhaps get the name wrong? No one named Yufeng came to see old Lu yesterday. You must have made a mistake. Upon hearing this, Lang Chen sat up straight in astonishment. It was impossible. He could not have erred. He had seen Yufeng enter the villa area with his own eyes and heard the guards mention Old Lu at the entrance. No way, Wang Laogong. I am certain I did not make a mistake, Langshan insisted with unwavering conviction. Wang Guiping remained resolute, stating, You are mistaken. I specifically sought out that old fellow Lu Haixing for tea and chess last night to inquire about this matter. Guess what he said? He claimed that no one visited him the day before yesterday. That old man comes from a martial arts background and is of upright character. He wouldn't lie. Either you got the name wrong or someone is playing you for a fool. Xiaoling, be cautious. With that, Wang Guiping hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on his phone, Lung Chen's expression grew grave. Played for a fool? No. Lu Xinghan took my 30,000 yuan necklace. She wouldn't dare give me a false name. She lacks the courage. Since the elder Wang has stated that there is none, it is undoubtedly true. This assertion corroborates the original notion in Lung Chen's heart. How could a country bumpkin have the qualifications to pay a visit to the esteemed Lu? He must have forged a fictitious letter of introduction, impersonated the identity of the introducer, and deceived his way into the villa area to capture some scenic photographs that were unavailable outside to flaunt his ill-gotten gains. Damn it, I was fooled by this brat. Lung Chun cursed under his breath, his fingers clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound reminiscent of a match striking. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. 3 seconds later, the call was swiftly connected. Hello, Lang Xiao, what can I do for you? Brother Hu, I need you to take care of someone. The kid I had you keep an eye on yesterday. 20,000, bring him to my villa. I want to deal with him personally. Understood, Long Xiao. See you this afternoon. Chapter 10. Linya Huame Group is one of the most renowned listed corporations in Jiangqing's pharmaceutical industry, ranking among the top 3, boasting abundant resources and an impeccable reputation. The president of the group, Linya, is a striking beauty known throughout high society, yet it is a pity that she has a son, and the identity of her husband remains a mystery to this day. Recently, numerous successful individuals from various fields have sought to court Linya, but the outcome has invariably been the same. They have been expelled from the group. From their words, others have come to understand Linya's stance. Until her husband returns, she will steadfastly guard Huame Group. If he is absent for a year, she will remain resolute for a year. When Yufeng provided the address to Yang Liru, her initial reaction was one of sheer astonishment. She had not anticipated that Yufeng intended to visit Huame Group. What could he possibly want? The group is renowned far and wide, and she wondered how he would even go about it. Yang Liru was intrigued by Yufeng's purpose and refrained from asking further. Half an hour later, they arrived at Huame Group, and the imposing edifice, towering over 100 stories, exuded an awe-inspiring presence, overshadowing even Gao's jewelry group. Yufeng, what brings you here? At the entrance, Yang Liru could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Yufeng gazed up at the building, contemplating that. Given his sister-in-law's work ethic, she was probably still toiling away at the group. He answered nonchalantly, I'm here to see the president of Huame Group. What? Yang Liru gasped. The president of Huame Group? Are you joking? That's a publicly listed company, and the industry's leading woman. Countless business magnates find it difficult to meet Linya. How could a mere janitor possibly? It was not that Yang Liru looked down upon Yufeng's profession, but rather it was hard for her to fathom. If Yufeng were acquainted with Linya, even as a casual friend, securing a managerial position with a salary over 10,000 a month at Huame Group would be a breeze. Why would he subject himself to the arduous and unclean work of a janitor? What's wrong? Yufeng asked. Yang Liru suspected he was jesting and replied with a laugh. Yufeng, are you serious? Do you have an appointment? An appointment? Yufeng shook his head. What is that? I'll just give her a call, and she will come down to meet me. Yang Liru was increasingly speechless. She understood well the nature of the strong-willed women in high society who hailed from affluent backgrounds. Unless dignitaries from the capital were visiting, she would likely refuse all others. Yang Liru did not believe Yufeng's words and was convinced he was making light of the situation. To prevent him from embarrassing himself, she suggested, Why don't we just leave? Yufeng, please stop joking. If the security guards come out and throw you out, it will be over. Yufeng, puzzled, asked, You don't believe me? Just as he was about to speak, a red BMW slowly pulled up on the main road in front of the group. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit with a portly stature, descended from the vehicle, exuding an air of arrogance as he held his briefcase. Upon noticing a man and woman standing at the entrance, he frowned. The woman was quite attractive and had an appealing figure, but this man was a complete mess. Dressed in what seemed like bargain bin clothes, a pathetic sight indeed. He must be yet another suitor trying to pursue the president. With that sort of appearance, how could he even dream of wooing the likes of her? I, Huang Han, am the ideal candidate for the president's affections. He strode briskly to the entrance, lowering his gaze to Yufeng. Kid, what are you doing here? Yufeng glanced back at him and turned away. Let us go inside. The air was thick with disdainful disregard. Huang Han's expression soured. As the director of Huame Group's Human Resources Department, he had been overlooked. Stop right there. I'm asking you what you're doing here. Huang Han blocked Yufeng's way. Yufeng raised his chin defiantly. Do we need to report to you? Of course you do. If you are an employee of the group, as the HR director, I have the authority to manage you. If you are not, then you are merely an outsider, and outsiders are not permitted to step foot into the group. That is the rule. Huang Han puffed out his chest, his tone dripping with condescension, as if he had Yufeng completely under his thumb. Yufeng replied coolly, I'm looking for the president of the group, which does not concern you. Furthermore, I am not affiliated with your group, hence you have no authority over me. You're looking for the president? Huang Han was taken aback, realizing Yufeng was just another lowly suitor with grand ambitions. Yang Liru grew anxious and tugged at Yufeng's arm. Let us go. We should leave. Yufeng gently shook her hand off. He had important matters to discuss with Linya concerning his brother and did not wish to waste any more time. Moreover, he sensed the eyes around him, unsure when they might intervene, and he needed to act swiftly. Huang Han took a step back, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Kid, I know exactly what you are after. You just want to sneak into the group to find President Lin and confess your feelings to win her over, right? Yufeng thought, is this guy out of his mind? Step aside. I want to let you. What's the matter? Do you want to fight? Huang Han narrowed his eyes, pulling out his phone to call security. Hello? Director Huang? Send 10 men to the entrance immediately. There's a loser trying to force his way into the group. Understood. After hanging up, Huang Han maintained his air of indifference. Meanwhile, Yang Liru was growing increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth in distress. She should have anticipated that Yufeng would encounter trouble. How could a janitor possibly know Linya? What should they do? The more flustered she became, the more helpless she felt. On the other hand, Yufeng remained calm throughout, pulling out his phone to dial Linya's private number, which Lu Shuai had sent him the previous day. Beep. Hello? A mature, alluring voice answered on the other end. This is Wang San's brother. I'm downstairs at your group, and someone is preventing us from entering. Yufeng delivered a brief message. But those few words stirred the calm waters of Linya's heart after so many years. Wang San. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm on my way. Linya uttered softly before exiting her office. After hanging up, Yufeng felt reassured. However, Huang Han remained dismissive. Wang San's brother? Come on. Let me see what sort of connections you have in the group. I'll fire anyone I catch associated with you. I want to rest until I've expelled every single one of your kind. Who is Wang San? Huang Han was oblivious. The name was utterly laughable. Minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the group, and 10 uniformed security personnel swiftly arrived. Director Huang, who was trying to force their way into the group. The head of security demanded fiercely. Huang Han pointed at Yufeng. That's the one. Hurry and throw him out. Wang San's brother? Where is he? You claim to have someone, don't you? Quickly call him here. I will expel him in no time. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling voice echoed within the group. Huang Han, have you grown too bold? Linya had arrived. Upon hearing that voice, Huang Han's corpulent frame visibly trembled. The confident demeanor he had, determined to drive Yufeng out, instantly faltered, leaving him frozen in place. The president. It is the president. As Linya strode down the staircase, clad in a sleek black business suit, the head of security hastily stepped aside. Yang Liru's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the person Yufeng had just called was indeed Linya? Did he truly know the president of Huame Group? This could not be a mere dream. Since when did you, the director of the Human Resources Department, possess the authority to dismiss the president? I was unaware of this. Linya confronted Huang Han directly. In a state of panic, Huang Han slapped himself across the face. I apologize, President. I did not realize the person he referred to was you. I thought he was just an outsider trying to cause trouble. Is that your justification? Linya narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on Yufeng. 5 years. She had waited 5 long years for news of her husband. And here was Huang Han nearly driving Yufeng away. How could she not be furious? I acknowledge my mistake, President. I guarantee it will not happen again. Huang Han's back was drenched in cold sweat, his face paling under Linya's intimidating presence. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary, underdressed individual truly knew the president. What was their connection that warranted her personal presence to greet him? Similar thoughts lingered in Yang Liru's mind at that moment. Her curiosity about the valiant man from last night intensified. If there is a next time, resign of your own accord. Remember, he is our esteemed guest at Huame Group. After a pause, Linya turned her attention to the head of security, continuing, as for the 10 of you, consider this a warning. Do not forget the rules of the group. The security department is an independent entity, and no one has the authority to mobilize you. Should there be a next time, all of you will be dismissed. Yes, The 10 security personnel responded loudly before hastily retreating to their posts. Once she had dealt with them, Linya looked at Yufeng. Shall we head to the office? Or, let's go to the office. Some matters are better discussed in private. Yufeng's implication was somewhat ambiguous, causing Linya to feel a sudden jolt of anxiety. Oh right, your name is Huang Han, correct? Could you please attend to my friend here? I will return shortly. With that, Yufeng addressed Huang Han. Where are you going? Yang Liru inquired. I will be back soon. Please wait for me here. With those words, Yufeng entered the building, following Linya towards the office. Yang Liru remained behind, staring blankly at Yufeng's retreating figure, her gaze lingering for quite some time. This man had unwittingly acquired an aura of mystery. Brave, kind-hearted, with excellent habits, and acquainted with the illustrious chairman of Huame Group. Why would someone like him choose to be a janitor? Yang Liru resolved to discreetly investigate this matter in the Human Resources Department the next day. Little did she know, with Yufeng's departure, the lurking dangers in the shadows drew ever closer to her. Upon entering Linya's office, the decor exuded a refreshing simplicity, devoid of the antiquated yellow wooden benches and conventional furniture. Each wall was adorned with exquisite ink-wash landscape paintings, and in the center of the room stood a desk, cluttered with documents requiring the group's attention. As soon as she entered, Linya closed the door behind her. You are Yufeng, Wang San's comrade, aren't you? Before Yufeng could respond, Linya posed the question, catching him off guard. I suspected as much. Wang San mentioned you to me. He said if ever a stranger claiming to be his brother sought me out, it would surely be you. To him, you were his closest ally, a comrade he would entrust with his life. As she spoke, Linya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yufeng bowed his head, fists clenched. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I failed to protect Wang San. That statement signified death, even after 5 years of mental preparation. When Linya finally heard the news, her heart was still rocked by tumultuous waves of emotion, a dizzying sensation overwhelming her. She shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks like fallen petals. This sorrow lingered for about 10 minutes, enveloping the empty room in a heavy atmosphere. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she asked, how did he pass away? As soon as she spoke, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly apologized. I forgot the protocol. This is confidential information, and I should not have asked. If it puts you in a difficult position, I will not hold it against you. Yufeng resolutely replied, sister-in-law. Wang San fell bravely on the battlefield. During a mission, our sniper team was surrounded by enemies. To protect me, Wang San drew the enemy's fire, selflessly sacrificing his life for mine. His life saved mine. In pursuit of vengeance, I also breached regulations, crossing borders to eliminate the enemies. I was later tried in court and have spent the last 5 years in prison. I could not inform you sooner, sister-in-law. I am truly sorry. With the truth finally laid bare, a weight lifted from Yufeng's heart. This matter had been his burden for 5 long years. Now, revealing the truth to Linya, he trusted that Wang San would find peace in the afterlife. Sanji. With a soft whisper, Linya's sobs echoed through the office like a rushing spring. She crouched down, covering her face as she wept bitterly, releasing all the yearning she had harbored over the past 5 years. Witnessing this, Yufeng lowered his head, silently exiting the office. His silhouette appeared profoundly solitary. He paused at the door for a few seconds, murmuring, sister-in-law, take care. Having delivered the news, Yufeng's mission was complete. He placed the card containing the compensation funds on the desk before stepping outside, moving to an unoccupied corner, gazing through the transparent glass of the building at the neighboring high-rise. To the southwest, a sniper lay in wait. 1, 2, 9, 10, 5 vehicles in total. Quite a crowd. Such a significant presence suggested Yang Liru's identity was not ordinary. Assessing the surroundings, Yufeng concluded that this situation posed no pressure or inclination to retreat. Rather, it ignited within him a fierce determination. 5 years had passed. Did anyone still remember the once feared Wolf King, renowned across the land? Chapter 12. He is trained fixating on the surroundings. Yufeng devised a preliminary battle plan. There were 11 adversaries in total, with the sniper being the most perilous. He needed to exit through the back door, circling to the opposite building to eliminate the sniper first. Regardless of their motives for targeting Yang Liru, since he had crossed paths with them, he could not remain idle. Emerging from a military background, he prioritized national duty and the maintenance of public order. After lingering in place for a moment, he began to act, but just as he prepared to descend the stairs, 5 vans stormed onto the road outside Huame Group, encircling the entrance. What? Yufeng's expression shifted. Were they truly making a move now? Did these people not consider the implications of acting so brazenly? No. It seemed they were not from the same faction. Yufeng detected a dissonance. The vehicles and those lurking in the shadows appeared distinct. If they were not allied, then who were they targeting? No time to ponder. He had to descend immediately. Turning on his heel, Yufeng entered the elevator, altering his initial battle strategy. On the first floor, once the van surrounded the entrance, they immediately captured the attention of the security team. Shortly thereafter, the doors swung open, and a dozen burly men, bare-chested and imposing, poured out like a tidal wave, each exuding an aura of menace. Above, the sniper, who had been vigilantly monitoring the situation at the Huame group, suddenly changed his expression and barked into the intercom. Who the hell are these people? Did they not realize they might have alerted the snake by disturbing the grass? Are they out of their minds? I don't know. They don't seem to be one of ours. Came the reply from the intercom. Not one of ours. The sniper was taken aback. Was there another group aiming to capture Yang Liru? No, he thought. There had been no recent conflicts involving the Yang family in Ning City. Apart from them, no one else possessed the capability to track down Yang Liru's whereabouts. Conflicted, the sniper hastily sought guidance from his superior. Boss, this is bad. A group has preemptively blocked the entrance of Huame Group. What should we do? What? The bald man in the surveillance room's expression darkened. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It must be that old dog from the Yang family sending people to protect his daughter. Quick, take action immediately. We must capture Yang Liru before they do. Even if it exposes us, we must act fast. Without a second thought, the bald man issued the command. After all, capturing Yang Liru was his trump card in negotiations with the Yang family. Yes, as the order echoed, 10 suit-clad thugs hiding in the black van ceased their concealment, flinging open the doors and advancing towards the Huame group. Meanwhile, Brother Hu, leading a group of bar bouncers from Jiangcheng, stepped out of their vehicle, scanning the interior for Yufeng's location. Following instructions from Cold Xiao, Tiger hurriedly led his crew to the Gao Jewelry Group, only to learn that Yufeng had taken a girl and headed to the Huame Group. After some back and forth, he finally pinpointed their location. One person, 200,000. For these small-time thugs engaged in illicit dealings, that was a considerable sum. Kidnapping someone was child's play. But where had Yufeng gone? Standing at the forefront, Tiger, sporting stubble and a fierce expression, looked around but couldn't spot Yufeng. However, the girl who had exited with Yufeng was seated on a sofa in the lobby, accompanied by a hefty man. What should we do, Brother Tiger? One of his underlings inquired. Let us go in and grab that girl. Tiger contemplated for a moment before responding. Huh? But this is the Huame group. Won't we attract attention if we make a move? What are you afraid of? Tiger dismissed the concern, pushing the door open. But just as he cracked the door, a loud crash resounded from behind. Who? He spun around, eyes widening. Behind them stood 10 sunglasses-clad thugs wielding iron rods, their expressions grim as they fixated on Tiger and his crew. How dare you touch my people? Are you tired of living? Tiger's brows knitted together. Fury surging through him, his body tensed. The lead thug remained impassive, commanding, attack. Attack? Tiger defiantly shouted back, brothers, charge. In an instant, before even entering the Huame group, a brawl erupted between the two factions. The two groups clashed, fists and rods flying, and within moments, several individuals were left bloodied and battered. The man seated on the lobby sofa, Huang Han, startled, leapt to his feet. Security! Security! There's a fight at the entrance. He yelled without restraint. Panic surged within Yang Liru as she recalled the phone call from her father earlier that morning. Could it be? Before she could process her thoughts, the elevator dinged, and Yufeng stepped out briskly. Upon witnessing the chaos at the entrance, his confusion deepened, just as he had anticipated. These two groups were not from the same side. There were too many people. If a fight broke out, he might not be able to protect Yang Liru. They needed to get out. Uncle. Yang Liru spotted Yufeng and was about to ask, but he grasped her hand and led her towards the back door. Don't speak. Just follow me and leave immediately. Huh. Yang Liru hesitated, her face flushing again at the touch. What on earth was happening? At that moment, both factions embroiled in combat noticed them. Not good, boss. Yufeng is trying to escape. Boss. Yang Liru is about to run. Voices from the crowd rang out almost simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the fighters instantly turned their attention inward. The target is paramount. Rush in, don't let them escape. In an instant, over 20 individuals redirected their assault, charging into the Huame group. Huang Han panicked, seeking a place to hide. Run quickly. Some of them are coming for you. Yufeng cautioned. Huh, uncle, are you sure they are coming for me? As he spoke, the distance between the 20 or so attackers and them shrank. It's no use, we can't escape. Yufeng released her hand, pointing toward the main entrance. You go first, take a left at the door. There's a path leading to a park 30 meters away, seek help there. What about you? Yufeng did not answer, positioning himself like an immovable mountain behind Yang Liru, then charged towards the attackers. What the heck? Is this guy insane? Huang Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This guy was not only staying put, but was also confronting them head-on. Was he dreaming or simply delusional? No. In the next moment, Huang Han realized how short-sighted he had been. As Yufeng barreled into the fray, he faced the first suited thug without retreating an inch. In a graceful flip, he dispatched the first attacker with an impeccable kick. He has training? The first kick, Yufeng controlled his strength, ensuring he didn't T-snap the man's neck, but merely knocked him unconscious. Turning swiftly, he moved with such speed that he appeared as a series of afterimages darting through the crowd. Bang! Tiger pulled out an iron rod from his waist and swung it towards Yufeng's head, only for Yufeng's fist to collide with his arm, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through Tiger's body. In the next instant, Tiger was sent flying, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. This fluid and spectacular fight scene was something even the most renowned martial arts teams in the country could not replicate. The prowess was astounding. Huang Han was profoundly shaken by Yufeng's abilities. Had he allowed the security team to engage Yufeng earlier, he would have faced a similar fate as the thugs. The thought sent chills down his spine, and he sighed in relief. Thankfully, Linya had arrived just in time, or his frail frame would have been laid up in the hospital for a month. Amidst Huang Han's astonishment, Yang Liru, standing at the back door, was equally taken aback by Yufeng's skill. Coming from a prestigious family, she had grown up under the protection of bodyguards. Having once witnessed her father's bodyguard effortlessly cleave through a tree, she had thought that was the pinnacle of human combat. But in comparison to Yufeng, it was on an entirely different level. Over 20 opponents, each armed with sharp weapons, couldn't even approach him. They fell before they could even strike. Who on earth is he? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and run. Seizing the moment when one thug fell, Yufeng shouted back. Right, uncle. Hold on. I'll call for help immediately. Yang Liru, flustered, flung open the back door and hastened her pace. She sprinted quickly, her mind racing, subtly realizing that perhaps uncle had brought her to the Huame group, not just for her sake, but also to protect her, having foreseen that danger loomed. If that were the case, she owed him a debt of gratitude. No, she couldn't just abandon uncle. Yang Liru clenched her fists, and soon the silhouette of the bureau came into view. She smiled, but just as she was about to step through the entrance, a black Ferrari roared in like a cheetah and halted before the gate. The masked man in the driver's seat swiftly exited, vaulted over the car, and before Yang Liru could cross the threshold, he covered her mouth and restrained her limbs. You. Yang Liru realized she couldn't utter a sound. Panic overtook her. The masked man glanced around the magnificent building, ensuring no one had noticed him, then hoisted Yang Liru effortlessly and shoved her into the car. The door slammed shut, isolating them from the world. Who are you? Let me go? My father is the head of the Yang family in Ningxing. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you. The masked man returned to the vehicle, locked the doors, and lowered his mask. A handsome face immediately registered in Yang Liru's mind, silencing her completely. Brother? You still remember I'm your sister? Yang Jian, her elder brother and the Yang family's third young master, who bore the weight of hope, revealed himself. Relieved, Yang Liru quickly urged, You must let me go. Uncle is surrounded at Huame Group. I need to save him immediately. Uncle? Yang Jian was taken aback. Hurry, stop talking. Yang Jian shook his head. No, I can't let you go alone. That group has complex backgrounds. Many are retired mercenaries from abroad. If they get provoked, even the bureau won't be able to help. I can't put you in danger. Have you lost your conscience, Yang Jian? If it weren't for uncle, I would have been captured this morning. Are you asking me to betray him for my own survival? Yang Liru's innate goodness prevented her from contemplating such treachery. She banged on the window desperately, but her delicate fists only caused her pain. Hearing her words, Yang Jian felt helpless, but just then, a dozen uniformed personnel burst from the bureau, sprinting towards Huame Group at full speed. Both Yang Liru and Yang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. What's going on? Has someone informed the bureau? Let's go? It seems someone is coming to help your uncle. Don't worry, I won't send you back to that hell in Ningxing. Once this matter escalates, those in Ningxing won't dare to touch you, and then I'll send you back. What do you say? Yang Jian inquired. As long as uncle is safe, was Yang Liru's only response. Throughout her life, countless had protected her, yet only Yufeng felt as reliable as a mountain. His atypical schedule, agile skills, and calm composure captivated her. She dreaded the thought of Yufeng getting into trouble because of her. Meanwhile, the scuffle in Huame Group had escalated to a stalemate. The security personnel stood by, unsure of whom to assist. Suddenly, a group of individuals in blue uniforms arrived, swiftly cordoning off the area. Boss, we're in trouble. The cops are here. What should we do, Tiger? The once aggressive crowd of over 20 instantly shrank back in fear, resembling mice before a cat, halting their actions. On the other end of the radio, a bald man spoke nervously. Don't let Jiang City know what we're planning. He cut off the transmission to avoid exposure. Tiger's expression turned grim. Damn, it seems we've got ourselves in a bind. Didn't Cold Xiao say this guy was just a poor country boy? How is he so skilled? Shut up, everyone down on the ground, and come with us for questioning. A male officer brandished handcuffs, moving through the crowd to restrain every brawler. Finally stopping before Yufeng, he scrutinized Yufeng and asked, "Did you do this to them?" Yufeng glanced towards the back door and then the entrance, noting Yang Liru's absence. "Are you asking me?" Yufeng turned back. "Yes, I did." "All right, with such a bold claim, let's see you accompany us." Without further ado, the young officer cuffed Yufeng's hands and led him outside. Chapter 14. The fierce and brainless beauty. Upon returning to the bureau, over 20 individuals from various factions were ushered into separate interrogation rooms, while Yufeng was taken to a solitary chamber, seated on a distinctive iron chair. He recalled the interrogation training from his time in the Wolfang unit. As captives, any Wolfang member held two beliefs. First, to survive standing, seizing the opportunity to break free from the enemy's encirclement. Second, if death were inevitable, to face it like a man without kneeling. Such a familiar sentiment. Yet this was not Wolfang. Knock, knock. A cold rapping sounded from outside. A woman clad in a sleek black uniform, donning a cap and exuding an air of competence, entered with a stack of documents. "Lin, Sister Lin?" The intern recording the conversation turned pale, rising from his seat. She was notorious in the bureau as a fierce woman, recently appointed as deputy team leader, having dismantled 5 money laundering organizations shortly after her arrival. No one dared to provoke her. "Sit down, this is not your concern." "Yes, Sister Lin." The intern exhaled, relieved he made a mistake. Lin Yun took her seat, her piercing gaze fixed on Yufeng. "Name, isn't it written on the document before you?" Yufeng pointed to a paper displaying his basic information. "I asked you to respond. Are you deaf?" Lin Yun snapped. Yufeng shot her a glance, a wry smile forming. "Is this how you conduct investigations? Over 20 people nearly took my life at Huamei Group today, and my colleague remains missing. Instead of searching for them, you come to interrogate me?" Yufeng struggled to contain his frustration. Since arriving here, he hadn't seen a trace of Yang Liru. Intensifying his anxiety, Lin Yun tightened her grip on the black pen, snapping it in half. Her eyes turned cold. "If it weren't to find someone, would I be speaking with you? You think I don't know what you're up to? You single-handedly took on 20 men without a scratch. Such skills remind me only of killers trained in secret by foreign mercenaries. Deny it if you can." Lin Yun was aware of a missing person. Through the surveillance at Huamei Group, she had gleaned details. However, when she sought to inquire with the group's president, Linya, about Yufeng, she received a curt warning. "I advise you not to seek him out." Coming from a lineage of military personnel for 3 generations, Lin Yun was resolute and curious. The more she was told not to investigate Yufeng, the more determined she became. Why would the esteemed Huamei Group personally greet a mere janitor? Furthermore, Yufeng's personal profile was alarmingly sparse. Even a primary school studentess resume was richer, fueling her intrigue. Upon delving into Yang Liru's background, she was taken aback. A seemingly inconspicuous clerk at the Gao family jewelry group was actually the runaway daughter of the second-tier Yang family in Ningqing. Additionally, Yang Liru had known Yufeng for merely a few hours. Imaginative Lin Yunan immediately identified the suspect as Yufeng. Yufeng, somewhat speechless, muttered, "Big chest, no brains." "What did you say?" Lin Yunan slammed her hand on the table. Yufeng, with an indifferent expression, replied, "You should focus on finding the person responsible instead of banging on the table with me. Furthermore, you cannot indiscriminately label someone a suspect without solid evidence. To be frank, I am beginning to doubt your investigative abilities. Which foolish pig had the audacity to place you in this position?" Upon hearing this, the intern was displeased. "Hey, you janitor. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Our sister Lin is a graduate of Kyoto Aviation University, so what makes you so arrogant? Do you even know where you are? Enough. Speaking to someone with their eyes closed is an insult to our intelligence. Remember, Xiao Lu, the seemingly innocent are often the most suspicious." Lin Yunan replied sarcastically, firmly believing that this was a premeditated kidnapping. Yufeng was merely playing the role of the hero, while the thugs were merely pawns to lure Yang Liru into the final trap. She could not believe that a man would fight against 20 others for a woman he had only met for a few hours. Either he was mentally unstable or had ulterior motives. As for love, she dismissed the notion of love at first sight. Yufeng curled his lip in disdain, boldly stating, "If you suspect me, feel free to investigate. Regardless, once the 24 hours are up, you must release me. According to the footage, I was forced to defend myself, and legally, you have no right to detain me." Yufeng had already resolved that Yang Liru was likely abducted, and relying on this beauty, who lacked intelligence, would not yield results. He would have to wait until he was released. Huh? Who says it's only 24 hours? Without my consent, no one has the authority to release you. I am curious to see where you find the courage to say such things. Is that so? Yufeng crossed his legs. Then let us wait and see. Very well, I am in a good mood today, so I shall keep you company. I am eager to see how long you can maintain this act. Lin Yunan responded confidently. Just as she was about to sit down and resume the interrogation, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Frowning, she opened it to find an older officer, smiling broadly. Captain Lin, Mr. Zhang sent me to convey a command. Mr. Zhang? Lin Yunan's expression changed. The only person referred to as Mr. Zhang was Uncle Zhang, who had introduced her to this job. What command? She held him in high regard. The officer replied. Mr. Zhang said to release Yufeng immediately. What? Why? I haven't even started questioning him. Lin Yunan retorted. The older officer stepped into the room, took out a key, and, with resignation, approached Yufeng, unlocking the handcuffs. This is not my concern. Mr. Zhang's orders are clear. Release Yufeng at once. Captain Lin, do not look at me. I am merely a messenger. With that, the cuffs were removed. Mr. Yu, I apologize for the time wasted. You are free to go. Thank you. Yufeng rubbed his wrist, tucked his hands into his waistband, and was about to step out when he suddenly paused, turning to Lin Yunan with a smirk. Beauty, you should read more. If you misuse the phrase let's wait and see, it might just backfire. Chapter 15, The Birthday Banquet. Lin Yunan was furious, her eyes ablaze with anger. She had never expected that a direct order from Mr. Zhang would lead to this insufferable man's release. This shameless scoundrel, who called her big chest, no brains, dared to tell her to read more. It was utterly outrageous. Despite her resentment, Lin Yunan could not explode. This was not the place for such behavior, and she had to follow orders. Thus, she watched Yufeng swagger out the door. After he left, Lin Yunan, in a foul mood, took out her phone and made a call. On the other end, Zhang Lihai, the third in command of the bureau, stood by the window with a teacup, observing Yufeng hail a taxi and depart. When he received Lin Yunan's call, his frown disappeared. What is it, Yunan? Lin Yunan demanded. Uncle Zhang, why did you let him go? Do you know what this scoundrel just said about me? He is a major suspect. Do you not realize this? Zhang Lihai took a sip of tea and replied. Yunan, there are matters we cannot interfere with, and some individuals may not be as they seem. I will say no more. Being from Kyoto, you understand certain rules. Lin Yunan's expression shifted at this revelation. She quickly inquired, Uncle Zhang, are you suggesting that this man has an extraordinary background? No, she thought. Even so, what does that matter? The law applies to everyone. Regardless of who he is, I must investigate thoroughly. Zhang Lihai sighed deeply. Yunan, you seem to be overworked lately. Why don't you take the day off and rest? You can return to work tomorrow. That's unacceptable, Uncle Zhang. You must tell me. Lin Yunan attempted to press further, but before she could finish, he hung up. For the sake of an unidentified individual, Zhang Lihai had actually hung up on her. This attitude only intensified Lin Yunan's curiosity about Yufeng. According to her investigation, Yufeng was merely the brother of a recent son-in-law of the Gao family, who had begun work just yesterday as a janitor. If his background were indeed extraordinary, why would he be a janitor? How could he possibly be involved with the daughter of the Ning Cityyang family? Everything was shrouded in mystery. Captain Lin, this Yufeng is too arrogant. Should I send someone to keep an eye on him? The intern, noticing Lin Yunan's anger, suggested. Be quiet. Do not disturb me. Lin Yunan, fuming, could no longer contain her frustration. Who exactly was Yufeng? She quickly dialed another number. Hello? Please help me look up a person's record. His name is Yufeng, born in 1998, from Jiangchen. I have already sent you his photo. Understood, Mississippi. The voice on the other end responded, followed by the sound of typing. However, the typing abruptly stopped. What is going on? Lin Yunan sensed something amiss and quickly asked. Miss, the person you are inquiring about has a 5-year gap in records, and 4 of those years are classified as highly confidential. Even his childhood records have been marked as top secret. We do not have the authority to access them. What? A wave of shock hit Lin Yunan like a meteor, leaving her stunned. Not authorized to access? Who on earth is he? Driver, please stop here. All right, young man, take care. Thanks. After paying the fare, Yufeng returned to the employee dormitory. He had checked around the Huamei group, but found no traces of a struggle, indicating that Yang Liru had not been harmed in any way. She had simply vanished without a trace. This puzzled him. It seemed he would need to ask his brother for a day off and not go to the group tomorrow. As he contemplated this, time slipped away, and by noon, he had just laid down when a call came through on his phone. It was Lu Masheng. Seeing the name on the screen, Yufeng quickly sat up straight. Brother Lu, Yes, back already? Lu Masheng, who was watering plants in the villa's yard, asked with a warm smile, using an old-fashioned mobile phone. Lu Shuai, was it you who called them? Yu Feng inquired as soon as he opened his mouth. Lu Masheng replied indifferently. This morning, Xiao Wang reported to me that 2 factions had clashed with you. I just sent Xiao Wang to investigate. One group hails from Ningxing and likely isn't targeting you, while the other is a gang from Jiacheng, rather inconsequential. This incident presents a perfect opportunity to deal with this gang. The individual behind them is someone named Leng Chun, whom you might recognize. Leng Chun. Yu Feng was unfamiliar with him. Since arriving in Jiacheng, he had only encountered a few individuals. Could it be that boy he had thrown into the river? I don't know him, Yu Feng replied. Don't know him? All right. Since you are unfamiliar, I won't intervene. However, I must inform you that the group from Ningxing will be released tomorrow. They will most likely return to Ningxing. And there will be a coordinated effort to eliminate those gangs. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to call me. Thank you, Lu Shuai. A flicker of emotion stirred within Yu Feng. He was merely a trivial figure, yet this venerable hero was willing to extend such kindness to him. No need for thanks. You are the only Wolf King. Do not forget the oath you took upon joining the Wolf Fong. Should there be a summons. Yu Feng straightened his back and proclaimed loudly. Should there be a summons, I shall return. Should I return, I shall fight. Should I fight, I shall win. Excellent. This conversation concluded with Lu Masheng's voice resonating with the admiration of a mentor for his protege. From Lu Shuai's words, Yu Feng also discerned that Yang Liru's identity was quite extraordinary, with origins in Ningxing, though he remained unaware of the specifics. The other side consisted of inconsequential ruffians. They were coming for him, and the one who hired them was likely a person of limited means and narrow vision. Since they have come, let it be. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall retaliate. Yu Feng neither sought trouble nor feared it, and he was certainly not intimidated by it. Time passed swiftly, and before long, evening descended. The sun sank beneath the horizon, its afterglow transforming into a golden thread that vanished into the western sky. Yushan arrived in his luxury car, parking at the entrance of the Group S headquarters. He alighted and hurried toward the staff dormitory, seeking Yu Feng's room. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Feng opened the door. Brother? Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Come. Today is Ruorua's birthday. I'll take you home for dinner. It's a perfect chance for you to meet my parents-in-law. If you speak well, you might even secure a more leisurely position at work tomorrow. Excellent. Chapter 16, Beast. Stop right there. Yu Feng did not express his eagerness for a better position merely for personal gain, but rather for his niece. After undergoing several treatments, she should not have lingering issues, yet given that she was a child with a frail constitution, Yu Feng resolved to return and investigate further. After boarding Yushan's luxury vehicle, they arrived at the grand villa nestled halfway up the mountain, belonging to Gao Yushuang's parents, half an hour later. A line of expensive luxury cars lined the entrance, each worth at least 3 million, indicating that the guests invited to celebrate Gao Yurua's 7th birthday were prominent figures from various sectors. Yu Feng glanced around as he followed Yushan into the villa. Knock. Knock, knock. Yushan raised his hand and knocked on the door. An elderly butler approached and opened the door. Upon seeing Yushan, his brow furrowed, and he coldly remarked, "Why are you only arriving now? The house is in chaos, and you are out gallivanting? Is this the old butler?" Yu Feng squinted. Regardless of Yushan's current circumstances, he was still the son-in-law of the Gao family, and a mere butler, irrespective of his status, was beneath him. Why did he dare to speak in such a tone? To his surprise, Yushan quickly plastered on a smile. "Apologies, Butler Wang. I went to fetch my brother. He just arrived in Jiangqing, and I brought him along to celebrate Ruorua's birthday and broaden his horizons." "Your brother?" Butler Wang cast a dismissive glance at Yu Feng. "Is this the scoundrel the young lady mentioned? The one just released from prison?" Butler Wang. "My brother is not a scoundrel. He is quite a good person," Yushan retorted, his face turning ashen. "Humph, whether he is a scoundrel is evident. Anyone who has been imprisoned is hardly of good character. You should take care of your own affairs. If your brother causes trouble with any distinguished guests here, don't expect anyone to assist you. You might find yourself packing up and leaving." With that, the cantankerous old butler turned and strode back into the villa. Yushan's face flushed with embarrassment. Being reprimanded by a servant in front of his brother was an affront to his dignity. However, he maintained a forced smile and turned to Yu Feng. "Little brother, please don't take it to heart. The Gao family members are generally kind, albeit sharp-tongued. Bear with it." Yu Feng nodded. "It's all right, brother. I rarely visit, and I'm here merely to celebrate my niece's birthday." "Good. As long as you're not bothered. Come, let me take you inside." With that, Yushan led Yu Feng further into the villa. The abode spanned 4 stories. with the rooftop terrace serving as the primary venue for the birthday celebration. Brother, your sister-in-law is attending to guests on the terrace. I'll go check on her. If you'd like, you can rest in the lounge on the third floor until the party begins. I'll call for you. After guiding Yufeng to the third floor, Yushan suddenly realized he had yet to attend to several important guests, and with the terrace currently bustling with influential figures, he thought it best to remain until he could accompany his brother. Yufeng smiled. No worries, brother. I'll explore a bit. This scenic villa is a first for me, so you need not concern yourself. Very well. Oh, by the way, where's Ruo? She should be playing on the second floor, I believe, Yushan replied after a moment's thought. All right, I understand. I'll go find Ruo and see if her condition has improved. With that, Yufeng proceeded down the staircase. Yushan quickly made his way to the terrace, where he found Gao Yushuang engaged in conversation with guests. Yushuang, I've arrived. Gao Yushuang glanced at him coldly. Where have you been? Why are you so late? Are you unaware that many guests are present tonight? I went to fetch my little brother, Yushan replied. Yufeng, where is he? Gao Yushuang looked over his shoulder, but did not spot Yufeng. He went to check on Ruo. He said he wanted to ensure her health was all right and that the toxins had been cleared. Yushan explained. Oh, good. Gao Yushuang had not anticipated that Yufeng would be concerned about Ruo, leading her to rethink her previous impressions of him. He was indeed a promising individual with exceptional medical skills, requiring only a platform to flourish. When it comes time to cut the cake, please reserve a slice for your brother. I have specially invited a renowned cake master from overseas. Many wealthy individuals in the country wish to taste it but have no means to procure it. After some thought, Gao Yushuang decided to give her slice to Yufeng as a token of appreciation for saving Ruo's life. After all, she had ordered the cake a week prior, and since Yufeng hadn't been present, he hadn't been included in the count. Thank you, my dear wife. Upon reaching the second floor, Yufeng felt as though he had entered a labyrinth. This villa covered over 270 square meters, with approximately 20 rooms on each floor. Where's Ruo? Yufeng pondered, intending to examine her pulse and inquire if anyone had given her anything recently, to uncover the true culprit behind the attempts on her life. Just as he was wandering aimlessly, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air. It was Ruo. Not good. In a spacious children's room filled with dolls and figurines, this was Gao Yurua's chamber. In preparation for her 7th birthday, her wardrobe overflowed with exquisite princess dresses, and today she had the privilege of selecting her own outfit. The thought of her uncle attending her birthday made Gao Yurua's spirits soar. Her father had mentioned that it was her uncle who had awakened her the day before. Uncle, so formidable, must possess an abundance of stories. Faced with the princess dress and the wardrobe, Gao Yurua found herself in a dilemma. Having just emerged from the bathroom, she was draped only in a white bathrobe. As she selected a new princess dress and began to take it down, the door swung open unexpectedly. She turned to see a plump middle-aged man in a suit, his complexion slightly flushed. Instinctively, she took a step back, pouting as she said, Uncle, this is a girl's room. Mommy says men shouldn't enter without knocking first. Oh, the rotund man, having indulged in several glasses of red wine, found his consciousness wavering between dreams and reality. Upon seeing the young girl wrapped in a bathrobe, a peculiar itch arose within him. This must be Ruo. Your mother is correct. Men should not enter a girl's room indiscriminately. However, I knocked. So come here and let Uncle have a look at your fair skin. Under the influence of alcohol, he set down his glass and reached out towards her. Panic-stricken, young Ruo had never encountered such a situation. She continued to retreat, but no matter how fast she moved, she could not outpace the man's advance. With a single step, he was upon her, seizing her small hand and lifting her effortlessly. No, Uncle, please put me down. Ruo protested with all her might. Yet her struggles were in vain. Encouraged by her cries, the man felt an exhilarating thrill, and with a drunken laugh, he tore open her bat as Yufeng began to speak. Intending to explain himself, he was abruptly interrupted by the imposing figure of Gao Yushuang striding towards him. With a sharp slap, he received a stinging blow to the face. The action was swift and unambiguous, instantly suffocating the atmosphere in the room. Mother, old Wang, take Ruo outside first. Yes. Butler Wang rushed over to carry Ruo away, keen to shield her from the violent scene. Stunned by the slap, Yufeng felt a jolt within. He soon heard a voice piercing through the tension. Scoundrel, are you not going to release Chairman Su? Do you wish to continue languishing in prison? Chapter 18. I shall not serve any more scoundrel. Yufeng let go of Su Chong. This had become the most frequently uttered insult since his arrival in Jiang City. He stood there, dazed, staring at Gao Yushuang. Sister-in-law, is it reasonable to strike me without understanding the situation? He sought clarity. Gao Yushuang scoffed. Whether it's reasonable or not is evident. Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of the Gao family. By striking him, you have slapped the face of our family. Is it wrong for me to retaliate? Having finished her words, Gao Yushuang hurried to assist Su Chong, helping him to his feet. Mr. Su, are you all right? Su Chong's expression was dark. Chairman Gao, I am extremely displeased with tonight's events. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall reconsider our partnership. Indeed, Mr. Su, I did not anticipate this situation. It was my oversight, and I sincerely apologize. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Gao Yushuang bowed and groveled, intent on mending the relationship. She had invested considerable effort to establish her acquaintance with Su Chong, and she would regret it profoundly if she offended him over a mere ex-convict. Yufeng immediately apologized to Chairman Su, she commanded. Yushan quickly added, little brother, admit your mistake. Don't provoke your sister-in-law's ire. I am not at fault. Yufeng stood tall, a cold glint in his eyes that seemed to freeze the air. Not at fault? Do you think we are blind? Yushan admonished. If you do not wish to return to prison, it would be wise to heed my advice and quickly admit your mistake. There is still time. Seeing Yufeng's stubbornness, she felt an impulse to eject him from the premises. How could he refuse to acknowledge his wrongdoing? Did he believe he was in the right for striking someone? Why was I imprisoned? Yufeng replied calmly. Sister-in-law, you ought to inquire about this man's actions. One cannot judge solely based on appearances. You should understand this principle. What do you mean? Su Chong, emboldened by numbers, shouted derisively. Do you think you are someone of consequence? I merely spoke a few words to your brother. Is it necessary for you to resort to violence? Your brother, Yushan, is notorious in Jiang City as a freeloader. Everyone knows that your position as a cleaner was obtained through your brother's begging. Someone like you, who should be kneeling in training, dares to strike me? Believe me, with a single word, I can ensure you starve in Jiang City. Upon hearing Yufeng's intent to raise that matter, Su Chong grew anxious and decided to play the villain first. This assertion was met with nods of agreement from the crowd, who believed it to be the truth. So that is how it is. The conflict arose because of his brother. He truly cares about his brother's reputation. After all, he has been a live-in son-in-law for so many years, hardly daring to utter a word. Indeed, how could a loser like him even think to strike? Lacking the ability to turn tables, his temper exceeds that of those who can. Honestly, what Chairman Su said is not without merit. It is merely the truth. What is wrong with stating facts? If you cannot handle it, you should leave. You are not part of this circle. Why force your way in only to invite scorn? Those speaking were closely associated with Su Chong. In this world, money reigns supreme. Those with wealth wield power, and those with ability will seldom risk their standing for a person of little significance. The words pierced through Yushan, who stood at the forefront, rendering him speechless. For these were undeniable truths. He was a mere small fry from the countryside, lacking power and connections. Being able to cling to Gao Yushuang, a towering figure, was already a stroke of luck in his life. For 5 years, he had lived in servitude, responding to the Gao family's whims while refraining from arguing with others. Fearful that a single displeasure from Gao Yushuang would result in his expulsion from the Gao household. Having achieved this fortune, he was reluctant to let it go. Yet now, his brother had clashed with the renowned Su Chong. If he did not apologize, trouble would surely ensue. After much contemplation, Yushan realized that if he remained silent any longer, Yufeng would not escape unscathed. He stepped out from the crowd, lowering his head as he approached Yufeng. Little brother, heed my words. Bow your head and say you're sorry, and this matter will pass. Elder brother. Yufeng looked at him in surprise. After being humiliated like this, you won't even resist as they trample your dignity? Just then, an irritating voice cut through the air. You are quite perceptive. Yushan, the infamous freeloader, has a knack for submission. No one can take the first place in that regard. Su Chong jeered. Boy, with so many witnesses present, I will grant Gao Yushuang a favor today. If you kneel and apologize, this matter shall be forgotten. Think wisely. Gao Yushuang also urged. Did you hear that, Yufeng? Chairman Su is giving you a chance. Are you unable to set aside even a shred of dignity? Acknowledge your mistakes. Do not claim you were never given an opportunity. As they spoke, Yufeng merely scoffed, maintaining a disdainful expression. How laughable. Truly laughable. So this is the nature of the world outside. Black can become white, and white can easily be tainted black. What are you laughing at? Yufeng, hurry up and kneel to admit your fault. Gao Yushuang pressed. Admit my fault? Yufeng clenched his fists. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? You insolent fool. Gao Yushuang was furious, incredulous at Yufeng's obstinacy in such dire circumstances. Just as she prepared to admonish him further, Yufeng interjected coldly, Sister-in-law, you did not inquire about what transpired before demanding my apology. I was mistaken in trusting you and the Gao family. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Yufeng continued. You fear that I will implicate the Gao family, do you not? Tomorrow, I will submit my resignation as a cleaner at Gao Corporation. I shall move out later today. Elder brother, you know my character well. I do not wish to interfere in your relationship with your sister-in-law, nor do I wish to cause you trouble. After uttering those words, Yufeng turned his gaze towards Su Chong, taking a step forward. Su Chong swallowed hard, instinctively retreating a step. What do you intend to do? Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to speak with you. I remain Yufeng, and today's events bear no relation to the Gao family. If you seek trouble or wish to settle scores, direct your ire at me. I shall await your retaliation. As for the rest of you, I, Yufeng, warn you, though my brother may hail from humble beginnings, life is inherently equal. Should I hear any of you insult him, do not expect me to be polite. With that, Yufeng resolutely turned and strode out of the room. Apologize? No, I, Yufeng, shall not serve. Chapter 19. The truth is quite like this. Yufeng's silhouette vanished from the Gao family villa, leaving all present gasping in disbelief. No one had anticipated his resolute attitude, nor the audacity of his words directed at Su Chong. Without the Gao family as protection, what could a mere country boy possibly do in defiance? Gao Yushuang immediately realized her mistake and quickly turned to Su Chong, apologizing. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. Your magnanimity is truly commendable. Please grant me a few days, and I promise to bring him to visit you and offer my apologies. Su Chong was still reeling from Yufeng's words. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best not to escalate the situation. Though he had sobered up, he still remembered the earlier incident vividly. If it became public knowledge, it would tarnish his reputation. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. What is my status that I should squabble with an insignificant ant? Let us consider it as if I stepped in a pile of refuse. There is no need for any visit of apology. Upon hearing this, Gao Yushuang's face lit up with joy. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Su. My husband's brother is rather uncouth. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Yushan, why are you standing there in silence? Come and express your gratitude. She turned with a stern expression, glaring at Yushan, her tone authoritative. Yushan, still pondering Yufeng's remarks, questioned himself about when he had become someone too humiliated to fight back. Indeed, even the wealthiest and most powerful individuals should be treated as equals. Why should he allow them to dictate his life? Yet, thinking of Yufeng's safety, he forced a smile onto his otherwise expressionless face. He raised his head, the smile awkward and stiff. Thank you, Mr. Su. My brother is inconsiderate. I will certainly educate him when I return. I truly appreciate your understanding. It's nothing, Su Chong replied. As I said, there is no point in squabbling with an ant, and you are an ant as well. Were it not for Chairman Gao's favor, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Well, I must take my leave now. Chairman Gao, I have a few matters to attend to, Su Chong said, feeling a desire to escape. Of course, Mr. Su. Please take care, Gao Yushuang responded. With that, Su Chong adjusted his suit and swiftly left the villa. The commotion had delayed the birthday banquet, and after a few performances on the terrace and some small talk, the guests gradually departed. Overall, the evening had been quite a failure. Once the guests were gone, Gao Yushuang's expression turned cold. Filled with anger, she returned to her room and glared at Yushan, who was lost in thought in the study, slamming the door behind her. What's the matter? Yushan looked up. What's the matter? You dare ask me that? Your brother caused this disaster, nearly jeopardizing our business partnership with Su Chong. Do you have any idea how long I prepared for tonight's event? Moreover, if Ruo Ruo saw your scoundrel brother using violence, she is probably terrified and has even left her room since. You should be comforting Ruo Ruo instead of sitting here in a daze. Do you think you're the one who has been wronged? Has Mr. Su's words crushed your pride? Gao Yushuang's piercing questions showed no regard for Yushan's feelings. Each word struck him like a needle, leaving him wounded. Since joining the Gao family, Yushan had gradually transformed from a fearless youth into a man who constantly checked others' expressions. For Gao Yushuang's happiness, he sacrificed his dignity. To avoid burdening the Gao family, he remained silent even when insulted by their business partners. To protect this family, he had turned himself into a spineless individual. Only when Yufeng arrived did he feel a semblance of self-worth, experiencing the respect he had longed for. He wished for his brother to take pride in having an elder brother like him, only to realize that the dignity he could not uphold was brutally taken by Yufeng. Brother, why are you still standing there? The terrace is a mess. Are you waiting for me to clean it up? Gao Yushuang scolded. Enough, Gao Yushuang. I, Yushan, am not your servant. You. Gao Yushuang was taken aback. Was Yushan actually showing some backbone? You worthless son-in-law, what gives you the right to be assertive? Just as she prepared to scold him further, there came a series of knocks on the door. Mommy, it was Ruo Ruo. Gao Yushuang hurried to the door and opened it. Dressed in a pink short-sleeved nightgown, Ruo Ruo pouted and opened her arms, looking sad. Don't worry, my dear, Mommy is here. It's all right. Believing her daughter was scared, She swiftly picked Ruo up and carried her into the study, shutting the door. Why aren't you asleep yet, my dear? Are you frightened? Would you like mommy to stay with you? Gao Yushuang spoke gently, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her earlier fierceness. Ruo shook her head and looked around, asking mournfully, "Where's uncle? Didn't he say he would come to celebrate my birthday? Why isn't he here? I've been looking for him for a long time." "Uncle?" Yushan sneered. "Your uncle has been driven away." "Yushan, what do you mean by that? Who gave you the right to say such things in front of the child? What? Am I not allowed to speak?" Yushan retorted defiantly. Ruo quickly intervened. "Daddy. Mommy, please don't argue. It must be my fault. I must not have been good, which is why uncle was driven away. Mommy, please don't make uncle leave. He only fought to save me." "What? The innocence of a child." At those words, both Gao Yushuang and Yushan's expressions changed drastically. "Safe." They exchanged glances. Realizing that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared, Yushan immediately inquired, "Ruo, tell daddy, what exactly happened tonight?" This time, Gao Yushuang did not stop her. Ruo thought for a moment and replied, "After my bath, I was picking out clothes when a chubby uncle barged in without knocking. I asked him to leave, but he wouldn't go and even tried to hug me and pulled off my bathrobe. I was scared and cried out. Then uncle came and beat that chubby uncle, and then you both arrived." In that moment, the truth of the situation unveiled itself. Yushan felt as if every ounce of strength had left his body as he sank to the floor, astonished. Gao Yushuang's face paled. A wave of guilt washed over her heart. Su Chang had deceived her. It turned out that Yufeng had fought to protect Ruo. She had scolded him without asking a single question and even slapped him, forcing him to apologize. Yufeng, how heartbroken he must be. Chapter 20. The night of unrest, Yushan remained frozen in place for a while, tears brimming in his eyes. "Brother." He wiped his tears away with his sleeve and resolutely stood up. "Where are you going?" Gao Yushuang asked anxiously. "I'm going to find him. You need to apologize to him." Yushan said earnestly. "Apologize? Why should I apologize?" Gao Yushuang, born into wealth, felt an innate sense of superiority. Even if she was wrong, she refused to acknowledge it. "Shouldn't you be the one to apologize?" Yushan countered incredulously. "Yushan, don't forget you are a son-in-law of the Gao family. Who allows you to speak to me like that? It's clearly your brother's fault for not explaining himself before leaving, and now you're blaming me? Did you ever give him a chance to explain?" With that question, Gao Yushuang fell silent, unsure of what to say. Had she? From the very beginning, her only intention with Yufeng's words was clear: apologize. It was imperative. He was a distinguished guest of the Gao family, and you, a freshly released scoundrel, had no other option but to apologize. Suddenly, she realized that in that moment, she had been sharp-tongued and unreasonable. But so what? She was the eldest daughter of the Gao family. Being wrong was irrelevant. "You are not allowed to go," Gao Yushuang commanded Yushan. Yet, Yushan turned a deaf ear, flinging open the study door. "Come back. If you go, it will be a slap in my face. You wish to utterly disgrace the Gao family, do you not? Return to me, Gao Yushuang." Yushan stepped out of the door, halting at the corridor's edge, and spoke in a somber tone. "In our 8 years of marriage, from the very moment I crossed the threshold of the Gao family, I have never wronged you. Therefore, I beseech you to regard me as a person, if you would. I only wish to extend my apologies to my younger brother." With that, Yushan resolutely departed. "You, very well, Yushan. If you have the audacity, do not return, never return." Her voice echoed incessantly in the study, yet Yushan no longer heeded her words as he once did. He left. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down Gao Yushuang's cheeks. After leaving the Gao family, Yushan hastily drove towards the employee dormitory of the group. He pressed the accelerator down, not pausing for an instant, and after half an hour, he arrived at the employee dormitory, only to find it empty. The furnishings were meticulously arranged, as if no one had ever resided there. Yufeng has gone. In a panic, he took out his phone and dialed Yufeng's number. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The call was disconnected within the first second. His expression shifted, and he dialed again, only to be met with the voice prompt. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Unavailable, not even answering the phone. Gradually, he sank to the ground outside the employee dormitory, tears flowing uncontrollably, weeping like a child. "Brother, you must be so disappointed in me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's your brother who is useless. It's me who has let you down. I'm sorry." He cried, his eyes swollen, incessantly muttering apologies. Suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion, he fainted. In a cold, solitary villa in Jiangcheng, the sounds of exquisite, refreshing classical music filled the air. Lung Chun reclined on the sofa, embracing a golden-haired woman, a cigar dangling from his lips, exuding an air of utter satisfaction. In truth, he awaited a gift. The tiger was notorious in Jiangcheng, a local ruffian, During his school years, he discreetly dealt with some miscreants on Lung Chen's behalf. And he expected no less this time. Lung Chen held profound trust in the tiger's abilities. The thought of that scoundrel who had tossed him into the river ignited a blaze of fury within him. After tonight, you are finished, kid. Oh, Lung Xiao. You haven't paid me any attention in days. It's late. Shall we not rest? The golden-haired woman eagerly removed the cigar from Lung Chen's mouth. Don't rush. Darling, the main business is not yet concluded. Be patient. Once I've dealt with this person, I'll shower you with affection. Just wait. PLL arrived shortly. Calculating the time, Lung Chen felt the moment was nigh. Just as he prepared to call the tiger for an update, his phone rang with an incoming call. He glanced at the screen, seeing his father's name, and his demeanor instantly turned grave. As the head of the Lung family, he was perpetually occupied. A call from him only indicated a serious matter had arisen. He straightened up, pushing the golden-haired woman aside, and answered the call. Dad, where are you? His father's icy voice pierced through. I'm at home, Lung Chen replied. I ask you, does this morning's brawl at Huame Group have anything to do with you? There was someone named Tiger. Do you know him? I do not know him. Lung Chen immediately responded. Really? Really? A sheen of sweat broke out on his back. If his father discovered his connection to the tiger, he'd surely face dire consequences. You're lying. Your Uncle Lu called me today, saying you secretly sent the tiger to deal with someone named Yufeng. You deny it? Do you understand the trouble you've stirred? A deafening roar erupted from the other end. Lung Chen immediately cowered. Dad, I was wrong. I acted impulsively. I just wanted to teach that Yufeng a lesson. I didn't anticipate. Did the tiger go too far? You fool. Incompetent and reckless. You spend your days either fighting or drinking. What good can come of it? I tell you, your Uncle Lu has already erased the incriminating evidence against you. The tiger and his gang will be dealt with tomorrow. From now on, if anyone asks if you know the tiger, you say no. Understood? Understood, Dad. Lung Chen swallowed hard, hesitating before asking. Dad, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Is the tiger finished? This is merely a minor issue. The key is that among those who went to Huame Group to fight, aside from the tiger, there were also a group from Ningxing, trained mercenaries. Part of a notorious criminal gang that has plagued Ningxing for 5 years. Thankfully, your Uncle Lu was vigilant. Otherwise, you would have been implicated. And our family would have suffered as well. Moreover, tonight I've received news that those from Ningxing will face severe repercussions, possibly even total annihilation. Stay home and do not go anywhere. Do you understand? Yes, Dad, I understand. After the call ended, Lung Chen's back was completely soaked in sweat. He had anticipated the involvement of mercenaries. It seemed the tiger and his gang had merely stumbled into trouble. His eyes hardened, and in a fit of rage, he smashed the glass on the table. Damn it, you. This time you're lucky. Once this turmoil settles, I will find my chance to settle the score with you. Chapter 21. Wangning. The night was pitch dark, clouds converging to completely obscure the sky, forcing the brilliant stars into hiding as torrential rain fell upon the vast earth below. Each night, the world's sordid elements would slowly emerge, devoid of light. They became hunters in search of prey. Yet, none anticipated that those lurking in darkness would themselves become the hunted. Wang Ning of Ningxing, a name that resonated throughout the northern night world of the Yangtze River. Wherever one roamed, the mere utterance of Wang Ning conjured an immediate impression of cunning and ruthlessness. The commercial group led by Wang Ning was notorious for its malevolent deeds, indulging in arson, robbery, and lawlessness, oppressing the common folk while engaging in numerous severe kidnapping cases abroad, rendering their nature exceedingly vile. Thus, the local authorities of Ningxing had dedicated 5 years to infiltrating Wang Ning's organization with crucial informants, and today, these agents played an instrumental role. Seizing upon the brawl at Huame Group, Ningxing decided to use this incident as a pretext for a widespread crackdown on Wang Ning's group. Consequently, after 8 o'clock, the night in Ningxing was illuminated by a cleansing light. A battalion of uniformed youths surged into Wang Ning's residences at the command, seizing control of every hideout. Simultaneously, Wang Ning's businesses, bars, nightclubs, and lounges were subjected to stringent oversight. To put it bluntly, this was a net so tightly woven that not even a fly could slip through. Amid the raucous streets, crowds gathered outside the cordoned-off area to witness the spectacle. What transpired? You don't know? That bar, the one owned by the so-called king of the Ningxing night, Wang Ning, has been apprehended. What? Wang Ning? Isn't he the infamous executioner? Just days ago, I heard he was battling the Yang family over a shipment of silk, and they ended up hanging him out to dry. Now, he is the one who has been caught? Do we even need to ask? Wang Ning, despite his arrogance, is merely bullying ordinary individuals like us. Once he encounters a formidable opponent, his true colors will undoubtedly be revealed. The Yang family, albeit a second-tier clan, possesses considerable influence, with at least one member holding a position abroad. How can a clandestine character like Wang Ning dare to confront the Yangs head-on? Oh, it seems Wang Ning has stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, uniformed personnel began to exit the bar, each escorting a bar staff member firmly handcuffed. All were affiliated with Wang Ning's organization. A disheartened young officer approached his captain and saluted, stating, "Report. There is no news of that bald scoundrel Wang Ning." "What? Not here either?" Longsan furrowed his brow. "We have seized control of all the bars and clubs under his command in Ning City, and there has been no news from elsewhere. Could it be that this fellow has escaped? Impossible. Where could he possibly run? We have scoured every corner. He must be lurking in some hidden nook." Muttering to himself, Longsan suddenly realized something. Quickly, dispatch another team to search the bar and club, focusing on finding any secret passage. He must have slipped away through it before our arrival. Understood. With the order issued, Ning City plunged into a state of heightened tension. For apprehending such a formidable adversary required significant effort and commotion. Among those most delighted by the developments were the Yang family, who had received the promising news that Yang Leroux was not in Wang Ning's grasp. Should Wang Ning advance to the final stage, the Yangs need not fear for their kin's safety, just as they believed Wang Ning had nowhere left to flee. A park in the outskirts witnessed a manhole cover being forcefully removed from below. A grimy, foul-smelling bald man emerged from the depths, accompanied by several others. The rain began to pour relentlessly, as if mocking their folly. Damn it, how insidious. I thought they would wait until I had amassed more money before taking action. But I never anticipated, never expected. Wang Ning bellowed into the empty wilderness, venting his frustrations. "Boss. It's indeed peculiar that Ning City has taken such decisive action. Weren't we simply sending people to Jiang City to capture someone? They needn't go to such lengths. The Yang family isn't that powerful. I suspect foul play," one of his subordinates remarked. "I don't care. All my men have been captured, and my billion-yuan enterprise has vanished just like that. I refuse to accept this. I won't relent. I shall have the Yang family pay dearly, and that wretch who thwarted my attempt to capture Yang Leroux. His life is forfeit as well." Wang Ning paused, his expression darkening as he continued. "Has there been any investigation into Jiang City? What do we know about that fellow accompanying Yang Leroux? His skills are formidable. Is he perhaps an operative from abroad? Furthermore, who sent that other group?" One subordinate produced a document from his phone. We found out that the group is composed of local ruffians from Jiang City. They were commanded by a wealthy heir, the young master of the Lung family. He is no small fry. They targeted someone named Yufeng, and that Yufeng happens to be the one obstructing our capture of Yang Leroux. He is just a country bumpkin, the brother of the son-in-law from the Gao family in Jiang City, merely a janitor for the group." "A janitor?" Wang Ning's face tightened. "How can a mere janitor single-handedly reduce over 20 men to uselessness? What is this farce?" "Boss, he hails from the countryside. He has likely been laboring since childhood and possesses strength beyond the average person." Damn it. Wang Ning felt a deep sense of humiliation. As a king of the night, he found himself utterly powerless to capture a woman, and his men were unable to subdue even a janitor. With his organization dismantled, he teetered on the brink of losing his sanity. "What shall we do now, boss?" one of his men inquired. Wang Ning contemplated, gazing at the oppressive sky, his eyes cold as ice. "The Yang family is too arrogant. I cannot let them off the hook. The eldest daughter of the Yang family is likely still in Jiang City, perhaps alongside that wretch Yufeng. We must head to Jiang City and seek out the Lung family. Their people have hindered my men's capture efforts. They must pay a price. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We shall exploit this to our advantage. Moreover, we'll capture that Yufeng and his companions. He has provoked me, and I shall make him realize that merely existing in this world is his folly." With that, he rose and departed. Unbeknownst to him, this path would not lead to salvation, but rather to an abyss of despair. He could not foresee that the directive to execute the capture plan in Ning City stemmed significantly from a single utterance by an elder in a peculiar villa in Jiang City. Soon, he would come to comprehend just how foolish his decision had been, unaware of the terrifying figures he was about to confront. Chapter 22. Parent-child relationship. As the chaos of the night gradually faded away, the dawn's light once again illuminated the horizon. Yufeng awoke in his hotel room, his belongings consisting of only a few simple garments. After leaving the Gao family jewelry group's employee dormitory the previous night, he had spent the night here. Standing by the bedside for a while, a look of confusion crossed his face. What lies ahead? Where should he go from here? He felt lost. Having withdrawn from the ranks and returned to Jiang City, a turning point in his life, yet he remained uncertain of his next steps. Forget it. I should first find a way to earn some money. Even heroes may find themselves bowing to the demands of survival. With this thought, Yufeng tidied his belongings and made his way to a nearby hospital. "Hello, I am here to sell blood," he informed the blood donation department. The receptionist, a newly minted nurse, replied, "Please fill out this form and wait a moment. Someone will take you for a health check, and if you pass, you can donate blood." All right. After completing the paperwork, Yufeng waited outside for quite some time, until a nurse arrived 5 minutes later to escort him for the health check. Following over an hour of examinations, Yufeng's blood type and related health report were revealed, qualifying him for donation. The nurse in charge then picked up Yufeng's registration form. "Wait, Lu Jia, this person's blood type." The nurse was suddenly stunned upon seeing the blood type. "What's wrong?" The doctor responsible for blood donation emerged from the room, and upon glancing at the health report, he too was taken aback. "Rh-negative blood," he gasped, as this is an exceedingly rare blood type, with very few in the domestic blood banks. Is my blood not suitable for donation?" Yufeng furrowed his brow, aware of the uniqueness of his blood type, realizing it might not be of much use even if donated. However, the doctor's reaction swiftly negated his assumption. No, your blood is extremely rare, and our hospital is in dire need of it. I will request a very satisfactory price from the hospital director. But there is a small favor I must ask of you. Would you be willing to comply?" "What?" "As long as I can donate blood, that's fine. Right now, Yufeng is in dire need of money. If he can get paid, he could buy some traditional medicine to sell." He had just heard that the government had opened up street vendor qualifications, a new regulation that would greatly assist him in his current situation. Could you possibly donate a bit more? Our blood bank is running low." "Is that possible?" "Of course, no problem." Yufeng readily agreed, being robust and strong. And as a practitioner of dark energy, donating a bit more blood was hardly a significant issue. "Thank you so much." The doctor eagerly led Yufeng into the donation room. 10 minutes later, 2 full bags of blood were quickly sent to the refrigeration unit for storage. Yufeng received a cash sum of 3,000 yuan, which should suffice to carry him through the month. "Thank you, Mr. Yu. Please ensure you rest well upon your return. You may experience some dizziness, but it poses no significant threat to your health, so there is no need for concern." "All right. Thank you." After tucking the cash into his pocket, Yufeng promptly departed from the hospital. At the very moment of his exit, the hospital received a call from Kyoto. "Hello? Has your blood bank just received 2 bags of Rh-negative blood? This is the District 4 hospital in Kyoto. I am the director, and I have dispatched 2 helicopters to Jiang City to collect the blood bags. Relevant orders will be issued to your highest authority shortly." "What?" The doctor, who had just emerged from the blood bank, immediately frowned at the call. After all, it was a rare occurrence to find an Rh-negative donor. And now the blood was to be sent away again. Yet, upon realizing the caller was from the Kyoto District 4 hospital, she quickly restrained her initial reaction and replied, "Understood. I will arrange for the blood bags to be placed in iceboxes immediately." "Yes, act swiftly." With that, the call concluded. The fact that the director of the Kyoto District 4 hospital personally called indicated that the patient residing in Kyoto must be of considerable importance. The doctor mused, hastily returning to the blood bank to comply with the orders. Approximately an hour later, 2 helicopters landed on the hospital rooftop, and 5 fully armed soldiers descended in an orderly fashion, taking the pre-prepared iceboxes and leaving without uttering a word. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, in a prestigious hospital in Kyoto, renowned for housing the nation's leading experts across various fields, a critical surgery was underway. The patient was none other than the heir of the esteemed Ji family, the very son whom the elderly patriarch held in the highest regard. The patriarch had intended to pass on the family leadership to his son, Ji Nan, after 3 years. However, an unforeseen car accident had abruptly placed Ji Nan in the operating room, where he remained. A silver-haired elder, clad in a white coat, approached the patriarch. "Patriarch, you must prepare yourself, Mr. Nanmei. No matter the cost, we must save him," the patriarch interjected coldly. "Yes, patriarch, the military hospital will exert every effort. However, the Ji family's bloodline is exceedingly rare. Mr. Nan is currently experiencing significant blood loss, and without sufficient blood replenishment. Even the most skilled doctor would be at a loss. Utilize my blood as well as that of my 2nd and 3rd sons. We are all members of the Ji family." The patriarch rolled up his sleeve, revealing a frail, bony arm. "That is not feasible. I have already had the blood tested. Although your blood type matches Mr. Nan's, it is incompatible for transfusion. At this point, we must place our hopes on those 2 bags of blood from Jiang City." The director's words were impartial yet conveyed the gravest of implications. "Is that so?" The patriarch's face clouded with worry. Suddenly, he felt as though this might be divine retribution. To lose one must pay for another. If only that child were still alive. He reminisced about the past, about a grandson of the Ji family who should have been born with a golden key, yet unfortunately, He had taken his last breath at birth and was sent away by his orders. Director, the blood has arrived. An hour later. The soldiers from the helicopter delivered the blood. Quickly, send it for matching. Yes. With cooperation from various departments. It was confirmed that the 2 bags of blood from Jiang City matched Mr. Nan's blood type, and the results were in. The director received the test report. His expression suddenly shifting. What is the situation? Can it be used? The patriarch inquired anxiously. Patriarch, it is not only usable but what? The patriarch, already fraught with anxiety, snatched the report from the director's hands and widened his eyes in disbelief. He fixated on the final result, which stated, blood match percentage, 99. 999, relationship, parent-child. The patriarch was stupefied. The implication of those 4 words, parent-child relationship, suggested that the original owner of the 2 bags of blood was likely Ji Nan's child. This meant that the child who had tragically passed away in the operating room and was sent away was, in fact, alive. The patriarch inhaled sharply. The revelation shocking him as profoundly as the moment when his Ji family business empire ascended into the world's top 10. What elation! What joy! What exhilarating excitement! The child was alive. He had survived. Splendid news. The grandson of the Ji family had not perished. Patriarch, please remain calm. I shall immediately arrange for a rematch. Ensuring the accuracy of the test report, the director, equally astonished, assured him. Yet, as a prominent figure in the medical field, he maintained a serious and responsible demeanor regarding any outcome. He also understood the profound implications if this test report proved accurate. The Ji family was at the zenith of its power, a top-tier family in Kyoto and across the nation. The patriarch had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest, Ji Nan, served as the chairman of the Ji family business empire. The second was the chairman of a premier foreign mercenary protection group, and the third, a single man in the entertainment industry wielding 80% of the sector's resources, was a well-known figure. The 2 daughters were equally impressive, with the eldest being a highly esteemed academic in the medical field and the second having been taken under the wing of a retired economic magnate, now holding a significant position in the Ministry of Economy with an immeasurable future ahead. Each member of the Ji family's second generation was a substantial figure in society. However, the third generation had yet to yield a male heir. In the past 20 years, the second and third sons had each fathered a daughter, and even the 2 daughters had been unable to produce a male child. If Ji Nan's child had fortuitously survived and was now found, he would be the sole heir of the Ji family's 3rd generation. A culmination of vast resources, he would be the most authoritative young noble in this generation. 10 minutes later, the report for the retest was delivered. The director received it, still in shock. Patriarch. The patriarch waved his hand, no longer wishing to look, and stated resolutely, quickly, take the blood bags to the operating room. We must save Ji Nan. Additionally, relay my orders to mobilize all resources of the Ji family to locate the original owner of these 2 bags of blood. Once found, report back immediately. Understood. A middle-aged man dressed in military green promptly stood and exited the hospital. The patriarch turned to gaze at the red indicator light above the operating room, tears glistening in his eyes. Son, you must hold on. Xiao Feng is alive. He did not succumb. He has survived. I have sent people to find him. Our Ji family finally has an heir. You cannot die. Rest assured, patriarch. All the hospital's experts are in the operating room with these 2 bags of young master's blood. I assure you Mr. Nan will awaken safely. At 9 in the morning, in front of the employee dormitory of the Gao Jewelry Group, the glaring sunlight pierced Yushan's eyes like a sharp dagger. As he groggily opened his eyes, tears began to fall upon realizing the events of the previous night. He quickly rose to check the dormitory, only to discover that Yufeng had not returned, leaving him feeling despondent once more. Little brother. Yushan furrowed his brow and left the employee dormitory to visit the office of Lu Xinghan, head of the Human Resources Department. By this time, the group had already commenced its workday. Seated at his desk, Lu Xinghan was preening in front of the mirror. No wonder the gift from Cold Xiao is extraordinary. Its beauty is simply breathtaking. She felt elated, pondering how wonderful it would be if Cold Xiao had chosen her. Alas, it was a pity. Cold Xiao was pursuing President Gao. Just then, the door swung open. Lu Xinghan's eyes narrowed instinctively as she shielded the new necklace around her neck. And upon seeing Yushan, she instantly felt displeased. What brings you here? She snapped. I don't welcome your presence in the morning. Yushan inquired about his brother's whereabouts. How should I know where Yufeng is? By the way, ISNT today is first day at work? Don't forget to remind him that arriving even a minute late incurs a salary deduction until it's completely deducted, Lu Xinghan retorted sharply. Has he not been to the HR department? Yushan continued to probe. Must you persist? You come in here asking about him. He is your brother, not mine. What do you expect me to say? Is he coming here to submit his resignation? Lu Xinghan said dismissively, rising to leave. However, as she slapped the table, her hand landed on a white envelope that had been hidden beneath a cup. She did not notice it at first, but curiosity drew her to pick it up. Was it really a resignation letter? Her eyes widened in shock. What? Bring it to me, Yushan exclaimed, approaching to snatch the envelope away. The timestamp was from 10 o'clock last night, indicating that the letter had been there since then. Yushan's guilt for Yufeng deepened as he read through the letter. Why are you crying? You're a grown man, behaving like a child. This ISNTHR. It's not a place for you to wallow in self-pity. Get out. Lu Xinghan saw Yushan's reddened eyes and felt an inexplicable anxiety rise within her. Why had Yufeng suddenly resigned? Did Cold Xiao truly take action against him? That was alarmingly swift. Before she could unravel the situation, a woman in a casual dress approached briskly from outside the office. Sister Lu. Lu Xinghan glanced over, smiling slightly. Ah, Li Ru, you're here for work. Quickly, get this useless person out of here. Him? Yang Li Ru looked at Yushan, unrecognizing. Oh right. Yu Haven T met this useless person. He is our president's son-in-law, brought his brother from the countryside a few days ago, named Yufeng. Well, his brother submitted his resignation last night and has vanished, and he is here crying. Get him out. He is a nuisance. What? Yang Li Ru's face paled. Yufeng resigned? No way. Could it be because of me? Last night, a sensational event occurred in Ning City. Yang Jian confirmed the danger was averted and released her. She hurried to work, intending to express her gratitude to Yufeng for what had transpired, only to discover he had resigned. It must be because of her. He likely felt guilty for her abduction and was searching for her. Bang. Lost in her thoughts, Yang Li Ru dropped the files she was holding. What's wrong? Yang Li Ru? Why are you acting strange? Sister Lu, I just remembered I have something important to attend to. I must leave. I'll send my resignation letter to you tonight via email. Don't bother processing this month's salary. I'm resigning. Sister Lu, goodbye? What? Lu Xinghan was bewildered. Another resignation? What on earth was happening? Chapter 24. Setting up a stall. Yang Li Ru hurriedly left the company, first heading to the employee dormitory. Without even packing her belongings, she relentlessly knocked on Yufeng's door. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of knocks, there was no response. It was true. Yang Li Ru confirmed that Yufeng had indeed resigned. Why would this man resign? She hadn't even had the chance to thank him properly. No, she had to find him. What if he had gone to Ning City to look for her? That would be a waste of time and effort. This man was too stubborn. Suddenly, Yang Li Ru recalled that Lu Xinghan mentioned this man's brother was President Gao's husband. Although he was a son-in-law, he still had a certain status. Why was he working as a janitor? Yang Li Ru couldn't comprehend it, nor did she want to dwell on it. What mattered now was finding Yufeng. She took out her phone. Brother, hey, what is up? I was just about to leave Jiang City for another city to meet some girls. Do you need something? After dropping Yang Li Ru off at the company, Yang Jian couldn't wait to leave. Don't go, stay. Give me your Lamborghini. I need to find someone. Who? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. Don't ask. Just give me the car. All right. Consider it a favor from my past life. I'll return the favor by saving you a life and throwing in a supercar. Alas, misfortunes at home. After hanging up, Yang Jian had no choice but to turn back. Meanwhile, as various factions sought information on Yufeng, he found a decent apartment. With a deposit of 2,000, he paid 1 month's rent up front, leaving him with 1,000. After purchasing some toiletries and a mat, he had only 400 left. In the afternoon, sitting in the tidy apartment, Yufeng took out his phone, which had been powered off for a while, and charged it. Ignoring the incoming messages, he sat on the floor to meditate, a daily routine essential for his practice. This also aided his contemplation. With only 400 left, he could only purchase some low-end Chinese medicine. His master had once said that if a physician ever fell into destitution, they could sell medicine to those in need, but it should never be a means of livelihood unless absolutely necessary. Healing the sick and helping the needy was the essence of a physician, not a pursuit of profit. These words came from the lips of the nation's foremost healer, his master, who was currently in seclusion with the martial saint who taught him martial arts. At this moment, Yufeng was indeed destitute. Yet he did not consider it a breach of his principles. He quickly rummaged through his mind for a miraculous remedy. Lotus root powder, a miraculous medicine capable of swiftly curing various paralysis conditions. With 400, he could just afford the raw materials. This elixir originated from his master's secret manual and was rarely given to others. He decided to make only 2 bottles. With determination, Yufeng left the apartment for a nearby herbal medicine shop, gathered the necessary materials, and purchased 2 small bottles and a clay pot before returning home. He closed the door, drew the curtains, turned on the lights, and started the fire. Following the appropriate sequence and steps, Yufeng placed the herbs into the pot. With a gentle flame and a good balance of medicine, he simmered for 6 hours to extract the essence. Sitting nearby, Yufeng watched the clock as the hour hand moved from 1 in the afternoon to 7 in the evening, finally reaching the last step. He took a sharp knife and gently pricked his fingertip. Drip, a drop of blood, infused with his pure yang energy, vanished into the concoction. This was the medicinal catalyst. Though referred to as a decoction, after simmering, only enough essence for 2 bottles remained in the pot. This was the lotus root powder. Time to set up a stall. As Yufeng concealed the medicine in his clothing and stepped outside, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call. Hello? Sister-in-law. This sister-in-law was not the same as before. She was Wang Xin's wife, Linya. Xiaofeng, there's a gathering at the seaside villa tonight. You should come. I've also invited some other young people with connections. I didn't treat you well yesterday, so let tonight be my way of welcoming you. What do you say? The renowned female president of Huame Group personally extended the invitation. Anyone hearing such words would be astonished. Yufeng pondered for a moment. All right, sister-in-law. Great. It's 7 now. I'll send someone to pick you up in half an hour. Where are you? Yufeng checked the map on his phone and found the nearest street for stalls, responding, at the north gate of Longhua Road. I'm setting up a stall there. Setting up a stall? Linya frowned. What is this supposed to be? Tomorrow, I will arrange a director position for you at the company. Just come to work directly. How can you sell goods on the street? Thank you for your kind intentions, sister-in-law, but I still wish to set up a stall. I have learned and lost much during my years in the military, and I want to experience life. Yufeng rejected Linya's goodwill. Well, fine. I respect your opinion. See you in the evening. See you in the evening. After hanging up the phone, Yufeng sighed at the door. He aspired to create a superior life through his own capabilities and then offer it all to his elder brother, Yushan. The reason why a son-in-law like him lacked a voice within the Gao family and lived a life worse than a dog was simple. He had no capital. Once his elder brother possessed wealth and resources, the Gao family's attitude towards him would no longer be as it once was. This was the firm reason behind his decision to resign. The Yu family had raised him, and now he wished to repay that kindness. Once a lonely child, he was nurtured well. He hoped to return with wealth once he achieved success. More than 20 minutes later, he arrived at the north gate of Longhua Road. This place is a well-known scenic spot in Jiacheng, filled with not only ancient architecture that reflects the city's character, but also various street stalls lining both sides of the road. Some sold stockings, others sold snacks, some grilled food on the street, and some stood at corners offering free fortune-telling. Yufeng casually picked up a piece of white cloth and wrote 8 bold characters, famed doctor, divine medicine, specializing in paralysis. He then squatted down, placing 2 bottles of medicinal powder in front of the cloth. The evening was already a bustling time, with people coming and going, all eager to find bargains. However, selling a paralysis medicine was indeed a novelty. Hey, look, famed doctor, divine medicine, specializing in paralysis. Is this person insane? There are so many con artists. The crowd passing by was shocked by Yufeng's bold claim. They had seen arrogant street vendors before, but this was on another level, especially since he was selling medicine without even shouting his wares. Surrounding vendors cast scornful glances at Yufeng. Hey, what junk are you selling? Don't occupy this space, shouted one. Is it really necessary to sell those 2 worthless bottles? No one is buying. Just then, a wealthy man driving an Audi, adorned with gold rings and necklaces, parked next to Yufeng and opened his window, looking down condescendingly. So, you're selling goods while driving an Audi? Yufeng raised his head slightly and saw the portly middle-aged man inside the car. Those who are destined will buy. Those who are not, it's their loss. Loss. Lu Chang chuckled, getting out of the car and squatting in front of Yufeng's stall. You think these 2 bottles of medicine are a loss? Kid, you should be humble your first time out here. Otherwise, don't blame society for being cruel. You're embarrassing yourself with those 2 bottles of medicine. Just take them away. It's shameful. Lu Chang was also a street vendor. These days, selling fruit on the street often yielded more profit than running a fruit store. He had not expected to arrive late today and find his preferred spot taken by someone selling fake medicine. Yufeng calmly replied, I'm selling my medicine. That's my business, and it's none of your concern. None of my concern? Lu Chang rolled up his sleeves. What do you mean it's none of my concern? If someone on this street buys your medicine and has an issue, won't we street vendors be implicated? Exactly. There's no such thing as a medicine that cures paralysis. Don't make us laugh. Just leave already, to avoid causing trouble for us. Yes, just go. As Lu Chang led the charge, other vendors joined in, their voices sharp and critical. The crowd was drawn to the commotion, witnessing a typical territorial dispute. However, it was understandable. Allowing someone selling fake medicine to operate here could indeed disrupt others' businesses. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of income is akin to murder. Who could tolerate that? At this moment, Through the throng of people on the street, a striking pair, a man and a woman, gradually approached. The man was disabled, sitting in a wheelchair, his face clouded with sorrow, devoid of any joy of living. Pushing his wheelchair was a woman named Zhang Yu, a servant according to family terms. "Young master, it's so noisy here. Why did we come to this place? Don't you prefer quiet?" Zhang Yu asked, her mood affected by the bustling crowd. Dong Sheng, with a pale complexion, slightly raised his brow and replied, "After being cooped up at home for so many years, it's a rare opportunity to come out and experience the world. Besides, there are many folk remedies out there. Perhaps I might find a miraculous medicine that can heal my legs." "What?" Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't he help but laugh. "Young master, you're too amusing. Can there really be a miraculous medicine in such a place? Over the years, countless experts have failed to heal your legs. Do you think a stroll can fix that? Impossible." The girl was straightforward, her words piercing through Dongsheng's pain. As the heir of one of Jiangqing's four prominent families, he should have been the center of attention, but due to an accident years ago that left him unable to stand, he had lost that privilege. Time had passed swiftly, and he had changed significantly. The youthful smile was replaced by an awkward expression filled with sorrow. Realizing her slip, Zhang Yu quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean it that way. It's all right, perhaps you're right. It's time for me to accept the reality of my disability. Why should I cling to these broken legs?" Dongsheng struggled to accept it, but had to concede to reality. If there were a chance, a genuine chance, he would stop at nothing to stand again. Just then, a shout echoed from 10 meters away. "Hey, you selling fake medicine. Did you hear that? Hurry up and take your paralysis medicine and get lost. Quickly go, don't implicate us." Paralysis medicine? Dongsheng's heart jolted. Could it be true that someone was selling a cure for paralysis? "Let us go check it out," he immediately instructed, pointing toward the commotion. Zhang Yu frowned. "Young master, are you feeling all right? Those people are saying it's fake medicine. Should we really go over?" Dongsheng raised his chin. "Xiao Yu, remember, the more ignorant people are, the more they like to impose their views on others. Until we reach our own conclusions, we should never blindly trust anyone's words. Remember, don't let foolishness cloud your judgment." "Yes, young master, I understand." Zhang Yu knew that although her master was physically disabled, his intellect was exceptionally rare. At just over 20 years old, he was already a postdoctoral professor at a prestigious university abroad, enjoying the highest accolades. Faced with the crowd's condemnation, Yufeng remained remarkably composed. He spoke slowly. "Have you tried it? How can you be so certain it's fake? And who can say my medicine won't sell?" "Huh." Lu Chong pointed at Yufeng's head. "Do you think the crowd is foolish? If your medicine was in demand, why would you be here selling it?" "I'm in need of money," Yufeng replied. "Ha ha ha, you've finally spoken your mind. You're here selling fake medicine because you need money, hoping to scam a fortune and then run away, right? Kid, we see right through your little scheme. You should just leave. Do not disturb me while I conduct my business. Let me impart this wisdom. In this place, one can only earn money by selling quality goods. Do you see my Audi? It was purchased from a street vendor. As for you, selling counterfeit medicine without a shred of conscience, you deserve to remain perpetually impoverished, a veritable pauper for life." Just as Lu Chong finished speaking, a blue Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly turned the corner and halted a mere meter away on the road. The arrival of this luxury vehicle instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. "Wow, a Rolls-Royce. Goodness, is this the only Phantom in Jiang City? Of course, the blue one can only be custom-made." Lu Chong's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. However, in the next moment, an elderly man in a suit exited the driver's seat and approached him with urgency. Lu Chong's heart raced. Could he be here for me? Oh my. Could I possibly be the abandoned heir of a wealthy family, summoned to reclaim my rightful place and inherit a fortune worth billions, just as in a novel? He was about to extend his hand to display his gentlemanly demeanor, but to his surprise, the elder sidestepped and addressed Yufeng instead. A chill ran down Lu Chong's spine. The elder respectfully said, "Mr. Yu, I am your driver, here to take you to the party. Please, get in the car." The crowd gasped collectively. A driver? Arriving in a Rolls-Royce? This young man, who sold counterfeit medicine, possesses such an extravagant vehicle and driver? My heavens. Everyone's perception of reality shattered in an instant. Lu Chong felt a burning shame wash over him, as if he had just been slapped. The echo of his earlier taunt lingered in his ears. "In this place, you can only earn money by selling quality goods. Do you see my Audi? It was purchased from a street vendor. How embarrassing. Here was someone who didn't even need to sell on the street, but had a Rolls-Royce to chauffeur him around." Chapter 26. This is the miracle medicine. If someone were to capture the expressions of the crowd and turn them into memes, they would undoubtedly go viral. Astonished. Unbelievable. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? Brother, you have a driver and a Rolls-Royce to pick you up, and you still need money? What a joke. Regardless of others' reactions, Lu Chong dared not utter a word, feeling as if he were walking on air, teetering on the edge of a fall, yearning to find a hole to crawl into. My old Audi pales in comparison to a Rolls-Royce. Yufeng glanced at the elder and nodded. It seems this evening's street vending venture yielded no results. Please return to the car and wait for me while I gather my things. Certainly, Mr. Yu. The seaside villa party has yet to commence, so take your time. No need to rush. With that, the elder returned to the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and awaited Yufeng's entry. The mention of the seaside villa sent another wave of shock through Lu Chong. As Yufeng stood up, folding the white cloth neatly, preparing to take his leave with the lotus powder, a voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Young man, please hold on. Dongsheng gestured for him to stop. Yufeng turned toward the voice and halted. Is there something you need? He inquired. Dongsheng smiled slightly. Indeed, I would like to purchase a bottle of your medicine. Lu Chong was astonished. Someone genuinely wishes to buy medicine? Brother, even if he is wealthy, must you play the fool? A miracle cure for paralysis being sold on the street. Lu Chong mused silently, but dared not voice his thoughts, for a Rolls-Royce stood nearby, and he lacked the courage to provoke the wealthy. He guessed that Yufeng was merely indulging in a whimsical experience by bringing a few bottles of medicine. Alas, a fool has indeed taken the bait. Yufeng, caught off guard by the unexpected customer, produced a bottle and glanced at Dongsheng. Your legs. Broken 3 years ago? Dongsheng's expression changed dramatically. How do you know? Lu Chong gasped. How could you tell? It's as if you're an actor. The crowd wore expressions of intrigue. Yufeng replied calmly, when both legs are paralyzed, one's appearance will inevitably change. This is an esoteric truth in traditional Chinese medicine. It is not surprising that I can discern it. The medicine I have prepared will take no more than 3 hours to brew. You may take it directly, but initially, you will only be able to move your toes. After 24 hours, you will be able to stand and walk. Zhang Yu crossed her arms defiantly. 24 hours? That won't do. If you drink the medicine and encounter any issues, how will we find you? You may choose not to purchase it, Yufeng replied, unyielding in his stance. Step back. Dongsheng shouted angrily. Young master, this fraud. As Zhang Yu attempted to retort, she fell silent upon seeing Dongsheng's stern demeanor. Dongsheng turned back apologetically. I apologize, young man. My servant lacks tact. I would like to buy this medicine. May I ask how much for a bottle? Upon discerning the year of Dongsheng's paralysis, Yufeng concluded that this man was no ordinary individual. Having spent 3 years in a wheelchair, he had yearned to stand again. Seizing this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. After a moment's contemplation, Yufeng raised 5 fingers. 50,000. 50,000. Dongsheng was perplexed. A miraculous medicine for just 50,000? Unbeknownst to him, the production cost of the medicine was less than 400. Too expensive? How about 30,000? Yufeng quickly countered. Dongsheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled softly and produced a card, handing it to Yufeng. There is 100,000 in this card. 30,000 is for the medicine. And if I manage to stand again, the remaining 70,000 will serve as my token of gratitude. There is no password. Very well. Yufeng accepted the card, handed Dongsheng a bottle of medicine, and promptly entered the Rolls-Royce without looking back, departing swiftly. The entire transaction left Lu Chong in a state of disbelief. 30,000 for a bottle of medicine, and 70,000 as a token of gratitude? My heavens! He inhaled sharply, astonished by the staggering profit. His gaze shifted to the bottle in Dongsheng's hand, eager to discern whether the medicine was genuine. He even began to suspect that the man whisked away in the Rolls-Royce might genuinely be a disciple of a miraculous healer. Young master, are you really going to drink it? Zhang Yu asked, her voice trembling. Drink. Dongsheng eagerly unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back, pouring the entire contents of the bottle down his throat. Look, this guy actually drank it. He is brave enough to consume counterfeit medicine. Who claims it's fake? What if it's real? Did you not see that young man arriving in a Rolls-Royce? Does someone who rides in a Rolls-Royce truly need to sell counterfeit medicine? Lu Chong finally posed a question to someone in the crowd. Yet, as they debated, Dongsheng, seated in his wheelchair, suddenly jolted, his pupils widening in astonishment. Young master. You. Zhang Yu held her breath. They noticed the tips of Dongsheng's black cloth shoes twitching ever so slightly. His toes moved. Lu Chong. The crowd. Zhang Yu. Quickly, take me home and summon a hospital expert for an examination. Yes. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Yu finally came to believe in the existence of miracles. The ability to move his toes was nothing short of miraculous. If all of Dongsheng's relatives who had pinned their hopes on him were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly rejoice. Even hosting a banquet for the upper echelons of Jiang City society to announce Dongsheng's ascendance as the heir. Once they departed, Lu Chong and the onlookers felt as if they had lost something precious, their hearts aching. It's real. Goodness, I've missed out on a miraculous remedy. Had I known, I would have sold my house for 50,000. Indeed, Lu Chang felt the heat return to his cheeks. What a slap in the face. How painful. Just as the nation had recently opened the doors for street vending, a figure of such caliber emerged in the world. Could it be true that one should not judge a book by its cover in such a tumultuous realm? Lu Chang seemed to have grasped the essence of Yu Feng's words. Those destined to acquire will do so, while those not meant to will miss out, and that is their loss. Those who judge by appearances and possess shallow insight are doomed to remain without connection. Yu Feng was unaware of the profound impact his sale of a bottle of medicine had left on that group of people. His mind was solely preoccupied with the 100,000 in his card. With such an amount, he could surely embark on a small business venture. He planned to find an opportunity to return and hand the money over to his elder brother. The Yu family values integrity, even as a son-in-law. One must strive for self-sufficiency. It is unsatisfactory to constantly rely on others for sustenance. Lost in thought, he soon beheld the magnificent seaside villa by the river. Chapter 27. Uncle, you must be here, Mr. Yu. The chairwoman is in a meeting at the villa conference room. Please rest in this presidential suite for a while. Once the kitchen has prepared the dishes, I will escort you to the banquet. At that time, the chairwoman will bring the young master to meet you. The young master? Upon entering the seaside villa, Yu Feng was led to an exquisitely decorated and exceptionally comfortable suite. Hearing the elder refer to the young master, his heart raced as he inquired, "Is he the son of Linya and Wang San?" The elder nodded silently. "The young master is 10 years old today. You will soon learn more upon meeting him." "Very well, I shall wait patiently." Yu Feng refrained from making further requests. From the files Lu Masheng had brought, he knew Wang San had a son. Thus, he felt a tinge of disappointment when he did not see the boy during his visit on Saturday. Deep down, Yu Feng yearned to acknowledge this child as his godson. He wished to protect Wang San's family in his stead. After speaking, the elder exited the presidential suite, leaving Yu Feng alone. The seaside villa was vast, covering an area of over 200 square meters, adorned with opulent decorations. The first floor featured a grand hall adorned with precious calligraphy and paintings, alongside an array of antiques. The second floor housed a small bar, attracting top-notch singers and dancers from both domestic and international scenes, buzzing with an energy rivaling that of Jiangqing's elite nightclubs. The third floor provided resting quarters, while the fourth was divided between office spaces and an expansive rooftop, ideal for moon-gazing and sea viewing. The entire villa belonged to Linya. However, due to her demanding work schedule, she often opened the seaside villa for distinguished guests from Jiangqing, both to foster relationships and to showcase the formidable resources of Huamei Group. Unlike family-run enterprises, Huamei Group's rise was solely attributed to Linya's efforts, lacking any background or resources. In just a decade, her name garnered immense respect among Jiangqing's upper echelons, even from members of first-rate families. That night, Linya hosted a party for the youth at the seaside villa, a day of significant importance for her. It marked her wedding anniversary with Wang San, and she had promised him that if he ever departed, she would face the future with optimism and joy rather than sorrow. For Wang San cherished her laughter. She had fulfilled that promise. Yu Feng stepped out onto a small balcony on the floor, realizing that it might take some time before he heard from Linya. He decided to head to the bar on the second floor for a drink. As he pondered, he made his way upstairs and found a quiet, spacious booth. Ordering a cocktail. A few minutes later, a red Ferrari arrived at the seaside villa. Four young heirs dressed in suits entered the villa's parking area through the barricades. "Wow, Huaxiao, this is Huamei Group's seaside villa. I heard only a select few have the privilege to come here. My dad has tried for ages, but has never been able to visit. How did you get a pass?" In the passenger seat, a young man with dyed red hair and an air of sycophancy, Meng Ru, exclaimed excitedly. The driver, a young heir of the second-tier Hua family, reveled in his status and boasted, "The pass is no big deal. I, Hua Ran, am dashing and charming. A few days ago, I met Chairwoman Lin, and she granted me this pass. How about it? I'm bringing you all to broaden your horizons." "That's generous of you. Huaxiao, you're truly my idol. Indeed, our leader is impressive. The chairwoman personally gave you this pass? Wow, if this gets out, Huaxiao, you'll be a role model in Jiangqing's elite circle." Hua Ran laughed heartily, and, once the Ferrari was parked, added, "Today, besides showing you the illustrious seaside villa of Huamei Group, I'll also introduce you to Lung Chun and a lovely lady." "Lung Chun? No way. The heir of the Lung family? Huaxiao knows him too. Incredible. I heard Lung Xiao is recently involved with the married daughter of the Gao family. With such interest in the seaside villa, could it be serious? Perhaps. Huaxiao, who is this lovely lady?" Among the group accompanying Hua Ran, aside from Meng Ru, were ordinary young heirs from middle-class families, each with monthly allowances barely exceeding a few thousand. With little spare cash for leisure, they eagerly anticipated news of a girl. Observing their excitement, Hua Ran narrowed his eyes. This lady is Lu Xinghan from Gao Group's HR department. She's a gem. But you all should forget about her. She's my catch. Lu Xinghan. I've heard that name. She's quite the catch in Gao Group. Since Hua Xiao says so. We'll congratulate you in advance for winning her heart. With that, the group offered their applause. After a round of flattery, they took the elevator to the bar on the second floor. Just as they departed, a Lamborghini slowly entered the parking lot. Behind the wheel, Yang Liru was still dressed in the same outfit from earlier that day. She scanned the area, found a parking spot, and parked the Lamborghini. Although she hailed from the Yang family of Ningqing, she technically had no right to be there. However, her father, Yang Jian, was well known for his ability to make friends. So obtaining a pass was not a challenge. Today, she had learned that Linya, the owner of Huamei Group, was hosting a party here. Remembering how Yufeng had received a personal invitation from Linya, she surmised that Linya might also invite her to the gathering. Uncle, you must be here. Exiting the car, Yang Liru looked heavenward, praying earnestly. At this moment, she believed the only place she could find Yufeng was here. If she failed to locate him, she would have to return to Ningqing. Although they had only met a few times, based on his peculiar habits and routines, she was convinced he had resigned to seek her out. Should she return to Ningqing, it wouldn't be long before the Yang family found her. At that point, her freedom and youth would vanish. She might even be forced into an engagement with the debauched heir of the Han family. Uncle, you must be here. Chapter 28. The drunken man with a heart full of apprehension, Yang Liru departed the parking lot and boarded the elevator to the bar on the second floor. Under the night sky by the sea, the moonlit street lamps illuminated the surface of the water, while silver waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, accompanied by the gentle sea breeze. A gathering of young surf enthusiasts sat around a bonfire, barbecuing and chatting merrily. The bar was bustling with a crowd several times larger than that by the seaside. After all, those who frequented this place were none other than the prominent figures of Jiangqing's elite. A few minutes later, Yang Liru arrived at the bar. In such an expansive venue, locating a single person was no easy feat. Thus, Yang Liru had no choice but to search from seat to seat. If she failed to find Yufeng, she would have to return to Ningqing. At that moment, Hua Ran entered the bar with Meng Ru. Upon reaching their reserved booth, they spotted Lung Chun lounging on a sofa, casually twirling a glass of red wine, with a stunningly pure and voluptuous beauty by his side. Lung Xiao, Hua Xiao have arrived, Lu Xinghan whispered in Lung Chen's ear. The three young gentlemen accompanying Hua Ran were immediately captivated by Lu Xinghan's beauty, their eyes widening in awe. Such allure, such a figure. She surpassed even some top-tier celebrities and models. They would spend any amount to share a night with her. Alas, she was the prey of Hua Ran. Simultaneously, Lu Xinghan's gaze towards Hua Ran was filled with ambition. As a young master from the second-tier Hua family of Jiangqing, he was on par with Lung Chun. If she could marry into the Hua family, a life of luxury and splendor awaited her. Fortunately, she had endeared herself to Lung Chun. Otherwise, today would not have presented such an opportunity. Lung Chun slowly opened his eyes. Hua Xiao is here. Please, take a seat. Waiter, bring 5 bottles of whiskey. With a snap of his fingers, the bar staff hurriedly presented the 5 bottles of top-shelf whiskey. Lung Chun poured 5 glasses full. Hua Ran took a seat opposite him. Lung Xiao, you seem to be in high spirits today. What prompted you to invite me for drinks? Have you managed to win over the beautiful president of the Gao Group, Gao Yushuang? Lung Chun chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. Don't mention it. I've been utterly vexed by that son-in-law's brother these past few days. I have no time to pursue Gao Yushuang, the brother of that useless Yushan. Hua Ran paused, inquiring further. Indeed. Lung Chen's eyes turned cold. Is that so? I would love to hear how a useless brother could provoke someone of your stature. Isn't Gao Yushuang afraid of offending the Long family? Hua Ran retorted, filled with disdain. He had long harbored contempt for the Gao family's son-in-law. Upon hearing that his brother had offended Lung Chun, he immediately adopted a confrontational stance. Forget it, he's just an insignificant bug. Besides, that kid ran off early this morning. And who knows where he is now? Ran off? Lu Xinghan seized the opportunity to interject. Yes, Hua Xiao, that Yufeng stirred up trouble with Lung Xiao. And this morning, he submitted his resignation and vanished. He probably fears Lung Xiao seeking revenge. What? Hua Ran burst into laughter. So cowardly, just like his brother. Utterly useless. Lang Xiao, let us drink and not let a minor character ruin our mood. Agreed. Lang Chen raised his glass, glancing at the young men behind Hua Ran. He gestured for them to join. You all needn't stand on ceremony. Since you are friends of Hua Xiao, you are my brothers. Today, let us share both joy and hardship. Thank you, Lung Xiao. Your generosity is appreciated. As Lung Chun reveled in the flattery, the alcohol began to take effect. He declared, "You may call me Lung Xiao, and I shall not treat you poorly. I proclaim here and now that any woman in this bar, should you desire her, I, Lung Chun, will ensure she awaits you in your room. Choose any beauty you like." When intoxicated, one tends to boast, especially those already of privileged background. Naturally, once inebriated, people believe anything. After a few rounds, Meng Ru and the others, arriving with Hua Ran, loosened up and drank heartily. Seizing the moment, Lu Xinghan moved closer to Hua Ran, raising his glass to feed him, their gazes almost igniting sparks. Before long, Meng Ru's face flushed crimson. Having been raised in a strict household, he rarely visited bars, and his meager allowances did not permit such extravagance. The moment he drank, he felt lightheaded. Suddenly needing to relieve himself, he stood up with a smile. "Lung Xiao, Hua Xiao, pardon me. I need to use the restroom. Please, continue drinking." "All right, make it quick." "Sure." Meng Ru hurriedly adjusted his pants and dashed to the restroom. With the guidance of a server, he staggered to finish his business. At that moment, his senses were consumed by intoxication. Everything appeared blurred, and walking became a challenge. Just a few steps out, a mesmerizing figure struck him like a celestial being, forever etched in his mind. "So beautiful," he gasped, his throat dry. That pristine white dress, the grace of a lotus flower, and that face, captivating beyond measure. Unable to resist, he called out, "Hey, come here, let me hold you." Meng Ru, emboldened by the presence of Hua Ran and Lung Chun, cast aside his inhibitions. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward like a ravenous tiger. "Hey, who are you? Let go of me." Yang Liru, searching for Yufeng, turned just in time to be unexpectedly embraced by the drunken man. "Let go of me. Help. Someone. This person." Yang Liru panicked, never having encountered such a situation. The worst part was that he not only held her tightly, but also kept leaning in closer. His strength was overwhelming. Yang Liru struggled desperately. "Let go of me. Help." Yang Liru's cries caught the attention of those nearby, but not a single soul dared intervene. They recognized that this drunken man, Meng Ru, had emerged from the top-tier booth of Lung Chun. "Don't meddle. You might provoke someone significant." At that moment, Yufeng, who had been complaining about the low alcohol content of the cocktails, suddenly changed his expression and quickly rose, heading toward the source of the commotion. That voice, so familiar. Yang Liru. With great effort, Yang Liru finally managed to free one hand and pushed Meng Ru away with all her strength. He fell to the ground, swaying, unable to maintain his balance. This push undoubtedly caused him to embarrass himself publicly. Those around him erupted in laughter. Feeling humiliated, Meng Ru seethed, "You filthy bitch. You should consider yourself lucky that I even looked your way. Pretending to be innocent? Look at yourself. You came here to be toyed with by us young masters." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and reached out his hand towards Yang Liru, laughing maniacally. "You won't dare resist, will you? Do you understand your place now? After I slap you, you'll learn the rules. If I don't teach you the power of a man today, I'm not Meng." Fueled by alcohol, he lost all rationality, consumed by wicked desires. Grabbing Yang Liru's shoulders, he laughed maniacally, leaning in closer, ready to overpower her. But just as he was about to take his next step, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Meng Ru was sent flying and landed several meters away, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, with two prominent handprints marring his face. Yufeng had arrived. "Uncle." Yang Liru's expression froze momentarily, but upon recognizing the individual who had intervened, she quickly recovered from her pain and was filled with joy. "Uncle, it's really you. I'm so glad to see you here." Yufeng turned back, speaking with a calm demeanor. "I thought you had been captured. I never expected to find you here." Yang Liru smiled sheepishly. "I'm sorry to have worried you. My brother came to protect me that day, so, as long as you're all right, let us go." "Go?" Just as Yufeng finished speaking, Meng Ru, like an indomitable cockroach, climbed back to his feet a few meters away. Clutching his reddened face, he glared at Yufeng with a fierce expression. "You slapped me and still think you can leave?" Meng Ru said coldly. "Oh, it seems that one slap hasn't taught you how to spell lesson," Yufeng retorted, his military background making him despise such shameless, arrogant scions who bully others. "Lesson? Huh. Try touching me again, and I'll ensure you leave here horizontally." Although Meng Ru himself lacked a significant background, he had an older brother with considerable influence. Moreover, with the Cold family's young master present, it would be too easy for him to let this kid walk away unscathed after just one slap. "Is that so?" Yufeng narrowed his eyes, his body shifting as he appeared before Meng Ru in the blink of an eye. "You." Meng Ru barely managed to utter before Yufeng raised his hand. Slap. Another resounding slap sent Meng Ru crashing to the ground, followed by a foot coming down to stomp on his hand. The excruciating pain shot through Meng Ru's nerves. leaving his face as pale as death. Ah! A scream of agony echoed throughout the bar. What the hell, is he insane? Doesn't he realize who just walked out of the presidential booth? Observers murmured in excitement, noting the shabby appearance of Yufeng, wondering if he had snuck in. Who cares? He dares to provoke someone from the presidential booth. He has finished. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yang Liru felt a surge of concern. She hadn't anticipated Yufeng's decisive action, and inexplicably, witnessing him defend her stirred something within her heart. Perhaps it was love. You're finished, you're finished. You're finished. Meng Ru repeated those words in despair. I know you're finished. Today, I'm in a good mood and didn't kill you outright. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be your hand hurting. And you should consider yourself fortunate that this is the territory of my sister-in-law. Otherwise, given your lewd behavior just now, I would have made you kneel and apologize on the spot. Yufeng remained composed, his words resonating with authority. Hey, you're quite bold. If you have the guts, let me make a call. If I don't kill you today, you can be my dog in the next life. Meng Ru shouted, his voice trembling with anger and indignation. Make a call? Yufeng smiled. Fine, I'll give you 3 minutes to call whoever you can. Otherwise, you won't be leaving tonight. Just wait. Meng Ru broke free, his fingers still shaking as he stepped aside to quickly retrieve his phone. Hello? Meng Ru? Why aren't you back yet? Hua Xiao, hurry. I've been beaten. I'm in the restroom. What? Someone dared to hit my people? Just wait. I'll be right there. After hanging up, the others drinking nearby cast puzzled glances. What is going on? Long Chen's face darkened. My little brother was beaten. Who was the blind fool that dared to touch my people? Let us go see. Lang Chen grabbed a bottle and stormed out of the presidential suite. The moment he emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It's the young masters of the Hua and Lang families. Goodness, it's those 2 young masters. That kid is surely finished. Everyone seemed to anticipate Yufeng's fate, except for Yufeng himself, who remained unfazed, calmly seated on the sofa. Uncle, maybe we should leave. Yang Liru tugged at Yufeng's sleeve. Why? He struck first. I stand firm in my righteousness. Why should we leave? Yufeng insisted on reason. It wasn't his fault, and he wouldn't back down, not even for a king. A minute later, the onlookers spotted Hua Ran striding in with 3 others. Hua Xiao Leng Xiao. Seeing his saviors, Meng Ru approached with a pitiful demeanor, feigning injury. Who hit you? Hua Ran asked coldly. Meng Ru pointed an accusatory finger at Yufeng. It was him, that bastard. Hua Xiao, you must stand up for me. He not only slapped me, but also stomped on my hand. What? Hua Ran's eyes widened in anger as he followed Meng Ru's finger. A moment of silence ensued, then laughter erupted mockingly. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you. It's fate that we meet again. I was just thinking about where to find you, and here you are. Hua Ran paused. Lang Xiao, do you know him? Lu Xinghan sneered. Of course I know him. Hua Xiao. This guy is the brother of that useless son-in-law from the Gao family, a country bumpkin named Yufeng. He is Yufeng. Hua Ran was taken aback, scrutinizing Yufeng's attire, which lacked any article worth more than $100, all cheap goods, truly a country bumpkin. Liru, why are you with him? Then, Lu Xinghan recognized Yang Liru, her abrupt resignation that morning coupled with her presence with Yufeng raising his suspicions. Yang Liru, noting Lu Xinghan's affiliation with the group of debauched youths, felt a surge of dissatisfaction and firmly stood beside Yufeng. Where I am is none of your business. I've already resigned from the group. Nonsense. Lu Xinghan admonished. Come over here, Yang Liru. Don't associate with this loser. Be careful not to attract trouble. Listen to Sister Lu. Uncle is not a loser. He is a good person, a hero. Unlike this guy, who lays hands on me and spews filth. You're the one who bring trouble by hanging out with them, Sister Lu. I'm so disappointed in you. Hearing Lu Xinghan's derogatory remarks about Yufeng, Yang Liru finally saw through her facade. You. Enough. Long Chen interrupted. This young lady is stubbornly insisting on being with Yufeng. Why stop them? Yufeng. I let you off that day by chance. Today, I'll settle old and new scores together. That day? Yufeng inquired. Are you referring to the day I tossed you into the river? It doesn't seem like it was long ago. It appears your memory isn't all that great. Have you forgotten the lessons you learned? Or do you want me to toss you into the river again? Yufeng, shut your mouth. Upon hearing this, Hua Ran and the others furrowed their brows. This Yufeng had actually thrown Leng Chun into the river. Such disgrace. No wonder Leng Xiao was so furious and wanted to tear Yufeng to pieces. Now they understood the reason. Lu Xinghan felt pity for Yufeng, recognizing that he was treading a perilous path. Indeed, like brother, both are fools. Leng Xiao, why waste words with him? Just have someone kill him. Yes, kill him. Hua Ran echoed, and Meng Ru, with a mournful expression, agreed. Leng Chun sneered. Yufeng, don't forget where you are. You think this is still a place where you can act as you please? Let me tell you, here, I am one man beneath the heavens. With the flick of a finger, I can have you shredded to pieces. Is that so? Yu Feng remained skeptical, questioning whether anyone could behave so lawlessly on his sister-in-law's territory. He remained utterly still, sitting on the sofa with a theatrical smile. Then I would love to see how you plan to dismember me. Come on, I'm waiting. All right. Cold Chin took out his phone. Hello? Brother Lu. Ah, it's young Master Cold. How was your evening at the bar? I trust you had a good time. The old steward mentioned that today is a day for the young masters of Jiang City to enjoy themselves, so feel free to have fun. Brother Lu was the chief of security at the seaside villa, essentially the head of the security team. Cold Chin replied with dissatisfaction, Brother Lu, I'm not having fun at all. How is your security so lax that any riffraff can sneak in? Not only did they beat up my brother, but they also mocked me without a clue. Are you going to do something about this? What? I'll be right there, young Master Cold. I will handle this. No one causes trouble on my turf without consequences. With that, he hung up. Yuan, prepare to meet your end. You will regret your actions and pay the price for your behavior. A stray dog barked wildly. Huh. Yu Feng disdainfully refused to engage. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yang Li Ru, concerned, asked, Uncle, are you really all right? I'm fine. Yu Feng nodded, and Yang Li Ru suddenly recalled something. The chairman of the Huamei group, Linya, personally came to pick him up. In Linya's territory, could anyone hold a greater status than Yu Feng? How foolish of her to have forgotten. Before long, Brother Lu stormed into the bar with a group of over a dozen security personnel, immediately spotting Cold Chen. Young Master Cold, I have arrived. In Jiang City's upper-class society, there exists a severe hierarchy among families, first, second, and third tiers. Only a few families belong to the first tier, and their young masters typically disdain such gatherings. Consequently, the young masters of second-tier families become the prominent figures at parties. Cold Chun and Hua Ran were particularly renowned among the young masters of second-tier families, possessing not only wealth exceeding hundreds of millions, but also abundant social resources. To offend them was akin to courting disaster. Brother Lu, that's him. This loser definitely snuck in. I suspect his intentions are nefarious. I suggest we break his legs right here and toss him out. Yang Liru was furious. How could anyone be so unreasonable and cruel? Breaking someone's legs would ruin their life. Brother Lu turned and glared at Yu Feng, asking, Kid, where's your invitation? I have a pass. We didn't sneak in. Yang Liru quickly presented her invitation. Brother Lu didn't even glance at it, sweeping it aside. Each invitation only permits one entry. You have one, but what about him? Upon hearing this, Ming Ru's expression changed. Yu Feng shrugged. I don't have one. Being personally picked up by a driver from Linya, does he really need an invitation? Huh. Did you hear that, Brother Lu? This guy snuck in. Exactly. No invitation and still causing trouble. His behavior is utterly despicable. Hua Ran and Cold Chen chimed in, eager to disparage Yu Feng. Brother Lu pulled out a metal rod. All right, young Master Cold, I understand what to do. For a petty thief like him, killing him would be no injustice. Come on, men. Wait. Yu Feng interrupted. Everyone froze, the onlookers furrowing their brows. Could this fellow be seeking mercy? Was he about to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Perhaps, despite his earlier bravado, he might cower when faced with real danger. What a foolish move, wanting to intrude on our circle, sneaking in just to act tough. Now he is in a bind. What? Planning to plead for mercy? Fine. Kneel down, kowtow, slap yourself 100 times, call us grandfather 100 times. And finally shout 1,000 times that your brother Yushan is a useless piece of trash, and then I might let you go. Cold Chin boasted arrogantly. No. I wasn't speaking to you. You're not worthy. Yu Feng spoke slowly. Cold Chin's smile instantly faltered. Yu Feng then addressed Brother Lu calmly. Your surname is Lu, right? I advise you to consider reason in all matters. Wealth does not dictate authority, neither does it establish rules. Furthermore, before you lay a hand on me, I suggest you consult the steward here. Ask him if I need an invitation to enjoy myself in this bar. Do I need an invitation? The question hung in the air, leaving everyone perplexed and astounded. Entering the seaside villa owned by the Huamei group undoubtedly required a pass. One could not simply waltz in as if they owned the place. Cold Chin burst into laughter, as did Hua Ran and the others, their expressions dripping with disdain. Yu Feng, what are you pretending to be? If one were unaware, they might think you were a hidden tycoon or a significant figure. Do you genuinely believe that by speaking boldly, you can intimidate anyone? You're just a poor country bumpkin. Not only you, but even your brother lacks the qualifications to enter such a place, declared Lu Xinghan, tearing apart Yu Feng's facade. Cold Chen narrowed his eyes, having already sentenced Yu Feng to death in his mind. He urged Brother Lu, stop dawdling. Take action. A petty thief like him should not even be allowed to speak in this bar. Such a person deserved to be killed on the spot. The memory of that day when Yufeng had tossed him into the river flared up again, igniting his rage. He longed to see Yufeng dismembered, but he only needed to watch as his subordinates handled it. However, to his surprise, Brother Lu did not act. The security personnel who had accompanied him remained frozen in place, daring not to make a move without orders. Instead, hearing Yufeng's words, Brother Lu's previously aggressive demeanor dissipated into hesitation. Brother Lu, did you not hear me? Cold Chun was displeased by the lack of action. Silence. Brother Lu retorted. Cold Chun was taken aback. This head of security dared to speak to him that way? Was he seeking to end his own life? Hua Ran and the others were equally stunned. Brother Lu retrieved his walkie-talkie, instructing the security to remain on standby. He then stepped outside the bar to call the old steward at the seaside villa. For anyone outside, entering here for leisure indeed required a pass, and that was true. But for those of high status, an invitation could be optional. He had previously witnessed the old steward personally escort a dignitary from the capital without any pass. Moreover, the young man appeared remarkably composed, causing Brother Lu to ponder whether his identity was extraordinary. In this line of work, a single misstep could lead to ruin. And having secured a job with a monthly salary of 50,000, he was not keen on losing it easily. To ensure absolute certainty, Brother Lu activated the walkie-talkie signal. After a crackling sound, the elderly steward, who had just escorted Yufeng to the conference room, answered the call. Speak. Brother Lu humbly reports, there are several young masters from second-tier families clashing with a person named Yufeng in the bar on the second floor. That Yufeng does not possess an invitation, and what should I do? What? Yufeng? The old man gasped in shock. How audacious were these young masters from second-tier families? The chairman had allowed them to enjoy themselves here out of respect for their family elders. Yet they dared to provoke a distinguished guest of the Huame group. Have you laid hands on him? The old man asked, his voice grim. Brother Lu's heart sank. The cold tone confirmed his worst fears. This Yufeng was no ordinary individual. Still, I haven't had the chance to make a move yet. Fortunately, you refrained from acting. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in a grave predicament. He is a distinguished guest invited by the chairman. If you so much as touch a hair on him, there will be nowhere for you to hide in the entire Jiang city. Immediately secure the scene. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Yufeng will be knocked out on the spot. The chairman is about to finish his meeting. I am on my way there now. Anyone who dares to harm Yufeng will be dealt with severely. Lu Gu realized he had nearly made a colossal mistake. That young man was indeed a valued guest of the chairman. Yes, I will go in right away. Lu Gu hurriedly put away his walkie-talkie and rushed into the bar. Observing Yufeng's calm demeanor, Lung Chun grew increasingly furious. How could this man appear so at ease in a territory belonging to the scions of noble families? His nonchalant attitude was a blatant insult to Lung Chun's pride, especially in front of his brothers. It seemed uncertain who would leave tonight. Yufeng remarked lightly. Lung Chun clenched his fists. Don't be arrogant. The show isn't over yet. Indeed, it is far from over. Based on the words you just uttered, I assure you, you will find yourself tossed into the river again. Oh no, this time it will be the sea. Should anyone dare to insult my elder brother Yushan, Yufeng will not hold back. This is not mere rhetoric. At that moment, Lu Nung stormed in, and Lung Chun angrily shouted, Lu Gu, do you wish to lose your job here? Hurry up and take care of this brat, or I will make a call and have you. Slap. The next moment, Lang Chun was met with a resounding slap across his face, leaving the entire venue in shock. As a second-rate noble family's young master, Lung Chun had just been dealt a heavy blow. The sudden turn of events left everyone speechless. Lu Xinghan took a step back, feeling a wave of shock. Huaren furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something amiss. What audacity possessed a mere security captain to strike a scion of a noble family? In his ear, Lu Ji's furious curses followed. Damn it. I almost landed myself in serious trouble. You noble scions only know how to bully others with your status and lack a shred of common sense. Thankfully, I kept my wits about me. Lu, are you courting death? Lang Chen snarled, clutching his face, his expression contorted with rage. Not only had he been humiliated in front of his brothers, but he had also been slapped by a lowly security captain. He rolled up his sleeves, his gaze venomous. Yufeng, however, appeared unfazed. It seemed he was well aware of his own status. Huaran spoke in a deep tone. Stop this at once. You are the captain of security, correct? I am acquainted with Linya, the chairman of the Huame group. Based on your recent actions, I can have Linya dismiss you. Apologize to my brother immediately, and then break this thug's legs on the spot, or face the consequences. Yes, face the consequences. Our boss's pass was personally given by Chairman Linya. Meng's arrogance was palpable. Yet, before he could finish, a powerful, elderly voice rang out from the entrance. Who dares? The group turned, their expressions shifting. The old steward. Huaran recognized the elder who accompanied Linya and quickly donned a smiling facade. Old steward, the situation is as follows. No need to elaborate. I am already aware. Relay my family's chairman's orders. You are to leave the Sea View Villa immediately. Your qualifications to attend this gathering have been revoked. What? Huaran, Lung Chun, and the others turned pale. What was happening? Before they could comprehend the situation, the old steward approached Yufeng, bowing respectfully. Mr. Yu, I regret this incident was my oversight. I will provide you with an explanation. However, the chairman has completed the meeting and is now waiting for you in the conference room. In an instant, Lu Xinghan and the others were left dumbfounded. The esteemed old steward at the side of the Huamei Group as chairman was bowing to a mere country bumpkin. This cannot be real. Chapter 32. Tossed into the sea, this is indeed real. Under the bright lights, the old man's bow to Yufeng was strikingly conspicuous. His reference suggesting that it wasn't Yufeng seated on the sofa, but rather Linya, the chairman of the Huamei Group. In a daze, Lung Chen rubbed his eyes, confirming that this scene was no mere act, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Who is Yufeng? Is he truly just the brother of his son-in-law? Why does the chairman's most trusted individual show him such respect? Yufeng slowly rose. All right, let us go now. By the way, this is a friend of mine. Please take good care of her. Yufeng gestured towards Yang Liru, who stood beside him. The old man patted his chest. Understood. Since she is Mr. Yu's friend, she is a distinguished guest of the Huamei Group. Indeed. Yufeng nodded slightly. The implications of this seemingly simple exchange were monumental. It signified that Yufeng was a valued guest of Linya. Gasp. Lu Xinghan inhaled sharply. She couldn't comprehend. Linya was a renowned business elite in Jiang City, possessing a level of power and social standing that dwarfed that of the chairman of the Gao family. Why would Yufeng, who is acquainted with Linya, still work as a janitor at the Gao Group? Huaran, similarly, was furious but dared not express it. Outwardly, he had told his subordinates that his pass was delivered personally by Linya, but in reality, he had shamelessly requested it after learning of the gathering tonight. Now, standing in stark contrast to the highly respected Yufeng, he felt utterly humiliated. His qualifications to attend the gathering had even been revoked. Who exactly is this insignificant character provoking Ling Chen? Both young masters were left perplexed, and Ming was so frightened he couldn't even speak, fearing he would attract trouble. He swallowed hard and took a few steps back, terrified that Yufeng might retaliate. However, some matters unfold regardless of one's intentions. Wait, before we leave. This matter must be resolved, Yufeng suddenly asserted with a commanding tone. Meng. Yes, Mr. Yu, I await your orders. Would you like him to lose a leg or something else? The old man asked intently. Yufeng, hands on his hips, fixed his gaze on the inebriated Meng. Pointing at him, this whole situation arose because of him. I just heard that each invitation could only be claimed by one person. Let's see if he possesses an invitation. Indeed. The old man signaled Lu Gu. Lu Gu understood and boldly approached Meng. Show me your invitation. Meng trembled all over, terrified. Having followed Huaran into the venue, he had no invitation. Huaran squinted at him. He is someone I brought. Old steward, do me a favor today. We were in the wrong, and we will leave now. That cannot be. If he does not come, will you let me go easily? Yufeng coldly retorted. If no one wrongs me, I will not wrong others. However, if someone wrongs me, I will ensure they pay a painful price. Yufeng neither sought trouble nor feared it. Huaran was left speechless, his only response being a glare at Yufeng, unable to do anything else. The old man spoke sternly. Search him. Understood. Lu Gu executed the command, and a minute later, he reported, this person has no invitation. Yufeng smiled and said, since there is no invitation, let us adhere to the rules. Very well, Mr. Yu. Lu Gu waved his hand. Bring him. Break his legs and throw him out. Upon hearing this, Meng deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly grasped Huaran's pants. Hua Xiao, save me, save me. I do not wish to be crippled. Please, help me. Huaran's brow furrowed tightly as he glared at Yufeng. Your name is Yufeng, correct? I will remember that name. Grant him mercy. Let him go, and I owe you a favor, which I will repay later. Sorry, I do not like owing favors. Nor do I enjoy others being indebted to me. We are not acquainted. Yufeng remained resolute, leaving Huaran feeling utterly humiliated. The current situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. He left a harsh remark. Fine, I remember this. We will also remember this grudge. In the future, be more vigilant when crossing the road. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. I will return to settle this with you. He then lowered his head and coldly said, Ming Ru, bear with it. I'll call an ambulance for you. Hua Xiao. Ming Ru was taken aback. Was this a betrayal? Let's go. With that, Huaran turned away, leading others out of the bar. Hua Xiao, you cannot treat me this way. I do not want to become a cripple. Crack. He barely finished his plea when Brother Lu raised his foot and stomped down hard on Meng Ru's knee, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. In an instant, his leg bone fractured, the sharp sound echoing through the bar, painfully clear and resonant. No one expected Brother Lu to be so violently brutal, showing no mercy. A scream resonated, and Huaran's face twitched slightly, his anger reaching a peak. Then, Brother Lu waved his hand, and a dozen security guards rushed forward, dragging Meng Ru into the corridor outside the bar, mercilessly striking his legs with iron rods. Each blow was vicious and cruel. Just watching from afar was enough to evoke empathy. Cold Chin swallowed hard, pulling Lu Xinghan's hand. "We must leave." "Wait." Just as Cold Chin was about to lead Lu Xinghan away, Yu Feng intercepted him. "What? Do you wish to take action against me? I have an invitation." "And what of it?" Yu Feng swiftly lunged forward, seizing Cold Chin by the collar. "Yu Feng, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Cold Chin's eyes widened in shock, feeling his feet lift off the ground as he was hoisted up like a chick. Lu Xinghan, frightened, retreated to the side, too scared to say a word. Today, she finally witnessed Yu Feng's fierceness and resoluteness. This brother-in-law was no coward. He was entirely different from Yushan. "Put me down. If you don't end me today, I will never let this go. Let go of me," Cold Chin threatened, forgetting that threats are ineffective if one has already been tossed into the river. He was making the same mistake again. The crowd in the bar watched in disbelief as Yu Feng strode outside, heading to the rooftop on the second floor. The seaside villa was built right by the ocean, and below the rooftop lay the unfathomable sea. Cold Chin's hair stood on end. "You wouldn't..." Before he could finish, Yu Feng suddenly released his grip. 3 seconds later, with a splash, Cold Chin was hurled into the water. "I warned you. Anyone who dares to insult my elder brother in my presence will bear the consequences. I, Yu Feng, stand by my word." Chapter 33. Inheritance. A person was now thrashing in the water below. Yu Feng strode away from the bar, the astonished crowd looking on as the old man led him away. Huaran hurriedly led others into the sea to rescue Cold Chin, sparing no time, while also taking the severely beaten Meng Ru to the hospital. If they delayed, he might truly lose his legs. Witnessing the events unfold, Lu Xinghan's perception of Yu Feng shifted entirely. When she first met him, she had naively regarded him as a useless man living off the Gao family. Nothing without his brother, the son-in-law. But now, she felt foolish and immature. A man personally invited by Linya, the chairman of the Huamei group. A man who disregarded the scions of Jiangqing's wealthy families, easily tossing one into the sea. How could he be so simple? Standing dazed at the bar entrance, Lu Xinghan suddenly recalled that Yu Feng had referred to Linya as sister-in-law. Linya was Yu Feng's sister-in-law? What was going on? With a heavy heart full of questions, Lu Xinghan left the bar, returning home alone. Meanwhile, Yu Feng followed the old man into a private room on the 4th-floor conference level. Upon opening the door, a lavish spread of delicacies awaited him. Seated at the table was a well-dressed woman in her 30s, poised and lightly made up. Linya. Beside her sat a small boy about 10 years old, standing at around 4 feet tall. "Chairman, Mr. Yu has arrived," the old man announced before leaving, taking all the servants with him. Linya smiled gently, lightly patting the boy's back, and said softly, "Come on, say hello to Uncle Yu. He's your father's good brother." The boy stood up calmly, his bright eyes revealing an inexplicable sadness, his gaze more mature and resolute than most children his age. His sharp features and delicate face vaguely reminded Yu Feng of his brother Wang San. Memories of their battles together surged back into his mind. Yu Feng smiled, reaching into his pocket. The boy approached Yu Feng, looking up with reddened eyes and asked, "Uncle Yu, did my father really sacrifice himself?" This question caused Yu Feng's hand to freeze. Had Linya shared this news with him? He lowered his head, unsure how to respond to a 10-year-old. "What is your name?" Yu Feng inquired. "Wang Lo. My mother said my father hoped I would live happily forever, so she named me Wang Lo. But she doesn't know that since I became aware, I have never been happy, because my childhood has been without a father. I haven't even seen his face." "Uncle Yu, did my father love me?" "Love me?" It was hard to fathom such a question coming from a 10-year-old. For the past decade, Wang San had served in the elite Wolf Fang Special Forces, undertaking missions every month, walking the line between life and death, unyielding. Yet, the price paid was the sacrifice of time with family. Due to the nature of Wolf Fang, returning home required navigating complex procedures and traveling through multiple cities, consuming considerable time. Wang San felt that spending so much time and resources merely to return home to accompany his family was not worth it. Thus, he chose to remain in Wolf Fang, and 10 years passed. The next news was one of separation by death. Yu Feng did not know if Wang San regretted the past decade, but he was certain of one thing: your father loved you very much. Yu Feng affirmed. Every time your father and I went on a mission, he would say that after completing it, he would return home to hug his son. Every night before sleeping, he would look at your photo for a long time. If there is one person in this world who loves you the most, it is undoubtedly your father. Remember this, your father is a hero. No one in this world is greater than him. Do you hear me? With that, Yufeng revealed his hand, revealing a sharp dagger he had kept concealed. Uncle Yu, this is. Wang Lu wiped his tears, sobbing. This is the dagger your father carried with him. Every drop of blood it has shed belongs to the wicked. I now pass this dagger to you, hoping you will honor your father's wishes, uphold his spirit, and continue living. Can you do that? Yufeng extended the dagger towards Wang Lu. The 10-year-old boy witnessed the essence of inheritance for the first time. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the profound meaning of the word inheritance. It was the deep trust of a hero from one era to the youth of the future. I can. Wang Lu hesitated for a moment but firmly took the dagger, clutching it tightly. Speak louder. Are you a man or not? Have you not eaten today? Can you do it? Yufeng urged. I can. Wang Lu replied loudly, tears blurring his vision, but he fought to suppress his cries because he was a man, determined to be a hero like his father, whom he had never met. In this poignant scene, Linyu witnessed the unfolding events with tearful sorrow in her heart. She discreetly withdrew a tissue to dab at the corners of her eyes. All right, come over and eat. She called out. Lele, go fetch the chopsticks. Today we are welcoming Uncle Yu. Okay. Wang Lu obediently walked towards the kitchen. Yufeng took a seat opposite Linya and began conversing with her about their shared experiences fighting alongside Wang San. Tonight, he had defied the rules. Yet, he harbored no regrets. He aimed to illuminate for Linya and Wang Lu the essence of the man Wang San was. Even if he were to face the courtroom again and return to prison for a decade, he would not cower. At that very moment, a staggering event was transpiring at the first hospital of Jiangxing. Nearly all the specialists had congregated in a single ward, all esteemed veterans from the orthopedics department, renowned for their treatment of paralysis. Even after a lifetime of encountering countless perplexing cases, they stood in astonishment. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The muscles and nerves surrounding young Master Dong's legs appeared to regenerate miraculously. Having lived for many years, the old doctor had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Logically, following that dreadful car accident years ago, Dong's bones had been shattered beyond repair. How could the photographs taken now depict him as completely recovered? Young Master Dong. What on earth is happening? At the bedside, Dong Sheng listened to the accolades from these academic luminaries and became convinced that he could rise to his feet. He felt as though his life was once again vibrant with colors, running, soaring, traveling the world. These were no longer mere dreams. Xiaoyu. Dongxing turned to his servant. Zhangyu. Yes, young master. Inform grandfather of this news. Also, mobilize all my resources to locate that young brother immediately. I wish to express my gratitude in person. Yes, young master. Chapter 34. Severely disabled. The entire hospital was engulfed in shock and excitement over Dongsheng's miraculous recovery. This was not merely a significant event for the illustrious Dong family of Jiangxing. It was an unfathomable miracle in the medical community. Who could have predicted that legs shattered in a car accident could one day receive such advanced treatment? The individual capable of developing such a miraculous remedy must surely be a paragon among men. The hospital needed to find him, and the Dong family must locate him. While everyone was fervently searching for the enigmatic young street vendor, another youth on the brink of disability arrived at the hospital. Doctor, hurry. Bring my brother into the operating room. Warren rushed in, cradling Meng-Ru. Upon seeing the bloodied state of the man in his arms, several nurses turned pale with fear and wasted no time in wheeling out an operation cart to expedite Meng-Ru's admission to the surgical suite. The orthopedic specialists, having received the news, hastily departed from Dongsheng's ward to attend to the emergency. However, as they began to cut away Meng-Ru's pant leg to assess the knee injury, a grave silence fell upon them. Outside the operating room, Hua Ran sat anxiously in a chair, his brow furrowed since their journey from the seaside villa. The two other young scions accompanying him exchanged glances, nervously stepping forward. Hua Xiao, it's quite late. Perhaps we should take our leave. Huaren lifted his gaze, his expression turning icy. The two young men trembled, immediately falling silent. Their demeanor spoke volumes. They were clearly contemplating an escape. Though Meng-Ru's lineage was not as illustrious as Hua Ran's, it far surpassed that of these two. As the president of the First Bank of Jiangxing was Meng-Ru's father, should he learn of this incident and see that these two had emerged unscathed, it would create an imbalance in his heart. They too would suffer the repercussions. To wish for shared fate in life and death is mere folly. Huaran thought disdainfully, a cold smile curling his lips. Leave. I never wish to see either of you again. The two young men sighed in relief, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you. Hua Xiao, we had no choice. We shall take our leave now. Go. As they hastily exited the hospital, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class slowly rolled in. A sharply dressed middle-aged man with a serious demeanor approached the operating room. Huaran quickly stood up. Uncle Meng. Meng Hai had just finished working overtime at the bank and rushed to the hospital upon hearing the news of his son's grievous injury. Seeing Huaran, he felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. After all, a young master of the Hua family had ensured his son was admitted to the hospital. What right did he have to complain? He attempted to maintain a tone of cordiality, forcing a smile. Good evening, Hua Xiao. My son Uncle Meng. I take full responsibility for not looking after Meng Ru properly tonight. I will ensure my father compensates you upon our return. I am truly sorry. Meng Hai's expression shifted. What exactly happened? Hua Ran recounted the events of the evening, deliberately omitting Meng Ru's provocation of Yang Liru and any inappropriate actions toward her. Though Meng Ru may have erred, it did not warrant the breaking of his legs. He had no intention of letting that scoundrel Yu Feng off lightly. After absorbing Hua Ran's account, Meng Hai's countenance darkened. Are you saying that my son was merely insulted and ended up with broken legs at the hands of a guest of the chairman of Huamei Group? And that he was even thrown into the sea? Yes, that Yu Feng is the brother of the Hai family's son-in-law. As I was leaving, I discreetly had someone keep an eye on him and Linya. I received word they had finished dinner together, and Linya's son was brandishing a dagger. I suspect Linya merely intended to procure something nice for her son, treating Yu Feng as a distinguished guest. Huaran speculated. As a prominent figure among Jiangqing's elite, it was no challenge for him to have the attendees monitor Yu Feng's actions. Upon hearing this news, Meng Hai's face flushed with anger, nearly igniting. Linya Yu Feng. His arm trembled. The upper echelons of Jiangqing society were well aware of Linya's affection for her son. Yet who was this Yu Feng? Was he not merely a man wielding a fine dagger? Why should he be treated as a distinguished guest by Linya? Had she lost her mind? To break my son's legs for the sake of a useless brother of a high family son-in-law? Who does she think she is? If my son is left disabled for life, Linya, I will not let this matter rest. Ding dong. Just as their conversation reached a critical juncture, the doors of the operating room swung open. An expert physician emerged with a heavy sigh. Doctor, how is my son? The specialist gazed at him gravely. Let your son return to his ward first. This news is best conveyed once he awakens. Doctor. Upon hearing this, Meng Hai's face drained of color. Half an hour later, they were all gathered in Meng Ru's hospital room. As the effects of the anesthetic began to wear off, Meng Ru slowly opened his eyes. In that moment of regaining consciousness, he instinctively tried to move his legs, only to realize he was utterly unable to do so. Xiaoru. Meng Ru panicked, his timid nature causing tears to brim in his eyes. Dad, what's wrong with my legs? Why can't I feel anything? Dad. Meng Hai took a deep breath. Doctor, please tell me, what is wrong with Xiaoru's legs? The doctor, adopting a solemn expression, replied. From a medical standpoint, the patient's legs are beyond treatment, classified as severely disabled. He will be confined to a wheelchair for the remainder of his life. I am going to be crippled? Meng Ru was momentarily stunned, then erupted in a desperate scream. I refuse to be disabled. I refuse to sit in a wheelchair. You quacks, you charlatans. Dad, send me abroad. I want to seek treatment overseas. Futile. Even our first hospital of Jiangcheng ranks among the top tier. And any doctor would only shake their head. The doctor spoke again, declaring that this was akin to being sentenced to death by the Grim Reaper. Despite being somewhat prepared, Meng Hai found it impossible to accept the final outcome. Xiaoru, rest assured, I will hire the finest caregivers to look after you. I don't want that. I don't want it. Dad, help me take revenge. Help me kill that bastard named Yu Feng. He is the one who has turned me into this. I want him dead. I want him dead. Meng Ru screamed hysterically. Your father will help you achieve that, Meng Hai resolved, determined to devote his entire life to vengeance. Yet, just as he was about to leave, the doctor uttered a shocking statement. Mr. Meng, what I meant was that from a medical standpoint, there is no cure. But I never said it was entirely hopeless. The young master of the Dong family just returned to the hospital for a checkup. His previously paralyzed legs were completely restored thanks to a bottle of medicine from a young man. Perhaps you should seek him out? What? Chapter 35. Meng Hai's choice. The young master of the Dong family. The prodigious Dong Sheng, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent from the illustrious Dong family. As the branch manager of a publicly listed bank, Meng Hai was well aware of Dong Sheng's legendary status. This young heir had been burdened with expectations since birth, mastering 3 foreign languages by the age of 5, learning the piano at 7, and rapidly advancing through 9 grades within a year under the tutelage of a world-class pianist. By 10, he was awarded first prize in the National Youth Painting Competition after just 3 years of studying traditional Chinese painting. At 14, he skipped 3 grades and entered his final year of high school, completing the entire curriculum in a single year to qualify for the prestigious youth program at Kyoto University. After turning 17, he went abroad for further studies at a top 10 global university, and by his early 20s, he was a celebrated postdoctoral fellow, revered worldwide. This impressive resume made him a beacon of genius wherever he went. A few years ago, he stood among the 4 most talented individuals in high society, alongside Bei Muhan, Nin Yin Kai, and Dong Meng Long, earning him the title of Western Dongxing. However, fate is often cruel, as 3 years ago, Dongxing suffered a car accident that not only shattered his brilliant future, but also rendered him paralyzed. The once great talent became a mere shadow of his former self, gradually fading from public view. Now, however, news of his miraculous recovery had surfaced. If true, the young genius of the Dong family would rise again. Meng Hai was not concerned about his fame. He was solely interested in how Dongsheng's legs had healed. I will go find him immediately, Meng Hai said, leaving no time for further discussion as he hurried to the VIP ward on the top floor of the hospital. Inside the room, Dongsheng was sipping chicken soup, occasionally moving his legs, which were covered by a down comforter, a smile breaking across his face. Intruders will be met with no mercy. Who goes there? Stand still. Suddenly, a bodyguard's sharp voice echoed from outside the door. Dongsheng frowned and set down his soup. What's happening? A bodyguard rushed in, reporting, young master. Someone is trying to enter, claiming they want to see you. See me? Who? The branch manager of Jiangxing Bank, Meng Hai. Is it him? Dongsheng pondered. During his years of retreat, he had kept an eye on various talent reports globally. Meng Hai, a graduate of Kyoto University, had been recognized a year ago as the most promising candidate to succeed the chairman of Jiangxing Bank. What could he possibly want? Dongsheng, puzzled, instructed, let him in. Yes, young master. The bodyguard exited the room. A minute later, Meng Hai entered, his expression filled with reverence. As a bank president, he was expected to exude authority. Yet in the presence of Dongsheng, he could not maintain an air of superiority. You wish to see me? Dongsheng asked. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Meng Hai knelt before him. Dongsheng nearly spat out his soup in shock. What does this mean? Mr. Meng, kneeling before me at our first meeting? If others see this, how will you uphold your dignity? To restore my son's legs, I would sacrifice all my wealth, let alone my dignity, Meng Hai replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Dongsheng understood Meng Hai's intentions. The news of his recovery must have spread. If you are here to seek a remedy for your son's legs, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong person. This, Meng Ru's expression shifted. It's impossible. The doctor said your legs are completely healed. You must have a way. I know you obtained a miraculous medicine. Please sell it to me. I wish I could sell it to you, but unfortunately, I have yet to locate the young man who provided me with this miraculous medicine, Dongsheng replied nonchalantly. Today, while out shopping, I encountered a young man selling medicine. He only had 2 bottles. I purchased one, and I have sent someone to find him. Whether they succeed is still uncertain, so I must ask you to leave. A young man selling medicine, found while shopping? Meng Hai was taken aback. He had assumed Dongsheng sought out a master. It seemed that fate had simply intervened. Disappointment washed over him, knowing that finding another identical bottle of medicine was a distant hope. He lowered his gaze, feeling dejected. Please leave, Mr. Meng, Dongsheng urged. No, young master Dong. I would like to ask you for a favor, Meng Hai insisted. What favor? If you manage to find that young man, I implore you to help me acquire another bottle of that miraculous medicine. In return, I, Meng Hai, will serve you loyally for life, assisting you in your endeavors without hesitation. With that, Meng Hai bowed deeply 3 times. Dongsheng's expression shifted upon hearing this proposal. The future chairman of Jiangxing Bank was offering to serve him. What an enticing proposition. After 3 years of silence following his retreat, Dongsheng had watched as his contemporaries built their own empires, while he remained in the shadows. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Now that his legs were healed, he would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. Having the chairman of a major bank as a subordinate would provide invaluable resources in times of need. After careful consideration, Dongsheng replied, Very well, I accept your offer. Once I locate that young man, I shall do everything in my power to procure another bottle of the miraculous medicine for you, and will inform you to meet him at the Dong family estate. Thank you, young master Dong. After securing the promise, Meng Hai departed the ward, not daring to disturb Dongsheng's rest further. However, once in the corridor, his expression turned cold. Although he had received Dongsheng's assurance, he understood the slim chances of success. With bitterness, he cursed the wretch named Yufeng. You bastard. I will never let you go. With that, he retrieved his phone. Manager, do you have instructions? Immediately check our bank's loans related to the Gao family. Inform them that if they do not repay their debts within a month, we will freeze all their accounts and seize their properties and vehicles. Understood. I will take care of it right away. Let us start with Yufeng and the Gao family. It was your family that brought a son-in-law into the city and has now introduced his brother. I may not be able to contend with the magnificent Hualong group, but the Gao family is nothing I cannot handle. Just wait. He sneered as he exited the hospital, unaware that the very person he sought vengeance against, Yufeng, was the creator of the miraculous medicine he desperately sought. He was destined to become the greatest of fools. Chapter 36. I want you to mind your own business. The night was deep, with the sea shimmering under the moonlight. After dining with Linya, Yufeng prepared to leave. That evening, he had unburdened himself of the stories he had long held within, feeling significantly lighter. As for the events that transpired in the bar, he paid them no mind. Upon descending to the lower level, he was preparing to leave when he discovered Yang Liru crouched alone on the beach, gazing into the distant sea. In the dead of night, most of the beachgoers had departed, leaving only her behind. "Mr. Yu, the car is ready," the old butler announced. "Thank you, but I shall return by myself." Yufeng politely declined. The old butler was momentarily taken aback, about to say something further, but upon noticing Yufeng's attention directed towards Yang Liru, a knowing smile crept onto his weathered face. "I understand, Mr. Yu. The room on the 4th floor is always open for you." With that, the old butler hastily departed. Yufeng, perplexed, pondered the meaning behind this exchange before striding towards the beach. As he approached Yang Liru, he crouched beside her. "Why are you still here at such a late hour? Be careful not to get abducted again." Yang Liru's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she playfully punched his shoulder. "You startled me, uncle. Who would dare kidnap me at this hour? Are you foolish?" One can never be too certain." Yufeng jested. "Uncle, how childish you are to utter such frightening words." Yang Liru pouted. "Childishness is akin to innocence. Sometimes, maintaining a pure heart and leading a simpler life brings about greater ease in existence," Yufeng shared, revealing his innermost thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yang Liru gazed at him with newfound curiosity. This sentiment echoed words he had once heard from his father. In a world rife with deceit and intrigue, simplicity often becomes the most coveted luxury. Those who can render life uncomplicated are truly powerful. "Uncle, what is your relationship with the chairman of Huame Group? Why does she hold you in such high regard?" Yang Liru could no longer contain her curiosity. Yufeng smiled gently. "Before you inquire about me, perhaps you should reflect on your own secrets. Why would someone seek to capture you? And why did you suddenly vanish?" Their mutual questioning unveiled the depths of secrets they both harbored. Yang Liru, of course, was reluctant to divulge her identity and past. After all, she had finally encountered someone who stirred her heart. What if revealing her truth frightened him away? Yufeng smiled knowingly, silently gazing into the distance. "Very well. If you choose not to speak, nor will I. After all, I have no desire for answers, for in my heart, you are the best person in the world, uncle." Yang Liru proclaimed with admiration. "Are you not afraid I might be the villain?" Yufeng countered. "A villain like you? If you were to abduct me, I would accept it, for you would never harm me, right? What kind of villain lets me escape first?" Yang Liru nodded emphatically. "Uncle, will you always protect me? Am I to be idle and solely your protector? Who do you think you are?" Yufeng replied with a teasing grin, though deep down, he felt an undeniable urge to do so. It was a sensation he could not quite comprehend, like a mountain stream cascading over rocky cliffs. Refreshing and accompanied by a hint of joy. Yang Liru rose, hands on her hips. "Humph. If you choose not to protect me, that's fine. There are plenty of others who would." "Children." Yufeng sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Humph. Uncle, you're such a straightforward man, lacking in fun. Do you not realize that I thought you were coming to Ning City to rescue me?" "I almost." She abruptly covered her mouth, nearly revealing too much. "What were you about to say?" Yufeng looked up. Yang Liru shook her head. Nothing. I will not disclose my secrets to you." Yufeng turned away, feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Then do not expect me to share mine." "Cheapskate," Yang Liru teased, crouching down and smiling. "Let us agree to this. Neither of us will reveal our secrets, and we shall continue like this." "I resigned," Yufeng stated. "How coincidental." "I also resigned," Yang Liru exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Yufeng looked at her, astonished. "Hey, uncle, do not look at me like that. We can look for jobs together tomorrow," Yang Liru suggested eagerly. "I have my own matters to attend to. Rescuing you was merely a chance encounter. There is no need to take it to heart or resign over it." Yufeng sighed. "Who said I resigned because of you? I was simply displeased with that Lu Xinghan and dismissed her." Yang Liru retorted angrily, then suddenly recalled something. "Uncle, I remembered. When I resigned, your brother was frantically searching for you. His mental state was quite poor. What transpired between you two?" "Brother? Yushan. He is looking for me." Yufeng's expression shifted. He had been so busy since dawn that he nearly forgot to call Yushan. "I have matters to attend to. Must I escort you home? Or Or can you manage on your own? Yu Feng quickly rose, eager to return home and recharge. I can go back by myself. Yang Liru was taken aback, wondering why Yu Feng became uneasy upon hearing about Yushan. What had transpired yesterday? Could it not be related to her? Fine then. You may return first. We shall keep in touch. Hey, Uncle Yu. Yang Liru attempted to ask for his number, but Yu Feng had already turned away and walked off, not pausing for her to speak. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in place, muttering, "This uncle truly does not understand a young girl's heart. How can I contact him without a number? Is he foolish? A simpleton destined to remain single." Yet, despite her words, a radiant smile graced her face. She had finally encountered her true love, a rarity indeed. Upon returning home, Yu Feng promptly charged his phone. As soon as it powered on, he dialed Yushan's number, but no matter how many times he tried, it remained unreachable. "Brother, I left in such a hurry that day. He must be worried about me. I hope he is not quarreling with my sister-in-law." As he fretted, Yu Feng set down his phone, resigned to wait for his brother to call back. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, Yushan staggered home, reeking of alcohol. He fumbled with his keys and opened the door. "How dare you, Yushan? Have you consumed the heart of a bear? You have ignored my calls all day? Now you return, intoxicated? Who gave you the right to drink?" Kneel. Gao Yushuang had caught the scent of Yushan's liquor from afar, her brows knitting together in anger. "Damn!" Yushan raised the bottle defiantly and hurled it to the ground. "Gao Yushuang, do not push me too far. I am still your husband. What is wrong with me drinking?" The years of repressed frustration had led Yushan to feel as if he were a 1,000-year-old tortoise, forced to endure everything. Guests who came to their home disdained him, humiliating him in front of the Gao family, even suggesting that Gao Yushuang divorce him. He had to endure. There was a wealthy heir pursuing Gao Yushuang, and he could not intervene. He had to pretend not to see. This too, he had to endure. For the sake of his daughter and their future, he thought it best to bear it all. To Yushan, wealth and status were important, but he longed for a peaceful and beautiful life. However, this did not mean he would forsake familial bonds. His only brother, Yu Feng, had just emerged from prison, returning to Jiang City only to suffer indignities within the Gao household, living without a stable home. As the elder brother, he felt utterly helpless. He loathed his own impotence and despised Gao Yushuang for not treating him as a human being. Now, he just wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Was he to be deprived of even that right? This was too much to bear. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered on the floor, the sound like thunder, startling Gao Yushuang into silence. She stood frozen, eyes wide. Realizing this was the first time Yushan had ever lost his temper, a docile man had finally erupted, unsure of how to respond. She listened as Yushan unleashed his pent-up frustrations. "Gao Yushuang, for years I have toiled in the Gao household without recognition, enduring both hardship and labor. My brother was wronged by you. Since his arrival in Jiang City, he has received 3 slaps from you, and you have not even uttered a single apology. The man who dared to lay hands on our daughter, Su Chang, seems to have suffered no consequences at all. You have left me utterly disappointed. Do you not understand that my younger brother is the last remaining family I have in this world? He has no one else to rely on but me." As these words flowed from his lips, Yushan broke down in tears, his heart heavy with sorrow. He felt indignant on behalf of Yu Feng and was plagued by guilt for his inability to defend her. After all, he was merely a son-in-law, a man looked down upon by others. Hearing his words, Gao Yushuang slowly regained her composure, and a glimmer of sympathy shone in her eyes as she looked at Yushan. "Perhaps it was indeed my fault." Remembering the events of the previous night, she pondered how she would have felt if she had been the one to receive that slap. Yet, she could not bring herself to apologize. "Butler." Gao Yushuang stood still, contemplating for a long while, before deciding to overlook Yushan's remarks. The old butler, who had opened the door for Yushan the previous night, approached with his head bowed, feeling guilty upon learning the details of the incident. Sensing the atmosphere, Yushan offered a cold smile. "What's wrong? Have I struck a nerve, and now you wish to expel me?" Gao Yushuang. Yushan, do not require your pity. Without you, I can still live quite well on my own. If you want me to leave, just say the word, and I shall go." In that moment, intoxicated and emboldened, Yushan finally voiced the words he had long held back. "Mississippi." The old butler hesitated as he approached. Gao Yushuang turned away, letting out a soft sigh, and said, "Take him to the guest room to rest. Prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him. After consuming so much alcohol, he will undoubtedly suffer a headache in the morning. Take good care of him." "Yes, Mississippi. You are not sending me away?" Yushan questioned, a look of confusion on his face. Gao Yushuang said nothing, striding away. Once the old butler escorted him back to the guest room, Yushan fell into a dazed slumber, where a warm wave enveloped him as someone offered him a bowl of hangover soup in his dreams. In that dream, he saw his wife, Gao Yushuang, knitting him a sweater, and their family living harmoniously in the countryside, leading a pastoral life of rising with the sun and retiring at dusk. Wasn't this the life he and Gao Yushuang had always aspired to during their days of love? However, once Gao Yushuang revealed her status as the daughter of the Gao family, he was compelled to relinquish his dignity as a man and become a son-in-law. All his subsequent endurance stemmed from his love for Gao Yushuang. Yet at what point did that love transform into an obsession? The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yufeng completed his military training and, after washing up, opened his phone. His elder brother still had not returned his call. Was something amiss? The thought filled him with urgency. He should have reassured his brother that he was safe that night. Surely, he must be worried sick. Should he go directly to the company to find him? Yufeng contemplated, recalling the 100,000 yuan he had earned yesterday, which he intended to hand over. A man may lack ambition and achievements, but he must never be devoid of dignity. To be at the mercy of the Gao family would surely sadden his adoptive parents. Even though the Yu family hailed from the countryside, they were an upright and honorable family. Whispering to himself, Yufeng changed his clothes and departed for Gao Group. Meanwhile, as Gao Xiong spoke, the other family members in the conference room turned their attention to Yushan. This was soon followed by a chorus of mockery, derision, and disdainful laughter. How could this man possibly have the audacity to attend the Gao family's meeting? Did he not realize his standing within the family? Who knew? Just look at him. His timid appearance resembled that of a country bumpkin. Even after spending years as a manager in the logistics department, he had achieved nothing. Indeed, there is a saying, a toad can never become a golden toad, even if it dines on a swan. Every word was unbearable to hear. Yu Shan's face flushed with embarrassment. It was evident that as a son-in-law, he was not welcomed in the Gao family. Wife, should I go to work instead? I can wait for you in the office. With that, Yushan, fearing he might bring shame to Gao Yushuang, turned to leave. Gao Yushuang immediately interjected. Where do you think you're going? I brought you here to attend the family meeting. After all these years in the Gao family, you should rightfully be considered one of us. Am I not Gao Yushuang's husband? Her tone was unwavering, and she refused to back down. Upon hearing her words, Yushan was taken aback, while the expressions of others shifted dramatically. Wife, Gao Yushuang's declaration resonated with authority. Perhaps influenced by the heartfelt confessions Yushan had drunkenly expressed the night before and her prior misunderstanding regarding his brother, she began to change her perspective. Yet outwardly, she maintained her haughty demeanor. Huh? Gao Xiong smirked coldly. How dare a troublemaker like you claim to be part of the Gao family? Yushuang, it seems you are unaware of today's meeting agenda. As he spoke, Gao Xiong rose slowly, opened a stack of documents, and tossed a report onto the table before Gao Yushuang. What is this about? Gao Yushuang furrowed her brow. She was puzzled. Today was not a scheduled meeting day for the Gao family, so why had they suddenly summoned the family members to the group meeting? As she picked up the report and quickly scanned it, a storm of emotion surged within her. The First Bank of Jiangsheng had issued a loan repayment ultimatum to the Gao family. Her complexion drained of color, her face turned pale. What was happening? How could this sudden turn of events occur? How else could it be explained but by the misdeeds of your useless husband's brother? A young man of upper status within the family slammed his hand on the table, cursing vehemently. My brother? Panic surged in Yushan's heart. What had happened to my brother? Don't panic, Gao Yushuang whispered, then turned to Gao Xiong. Third uncle, what exactly transpired yesterday? The son of Meng Hai, the president of the Jiangxing First Bank branch, had his legs broken and is now hospitalized, condemned to a life of disability. What? Gao Yushuang knew Meng Hai well. He was a shrewd and capable financial elite, having once topped talent lists and was favored by the board of directors of Jiangxing First Bank. It was rumored that he would soon become the bank's chairman. It was no exaggeration to say that in the coming years, he would be regarded as a sought-after financial consultant by numerous business tycoons. But how did his son's misfortune concern the Gao family? Xiaohan, it seems our chairman has not yet grasped the situation. Please explain it to him. Understood, third uncle. Gao Xiaohan turned and said, in short, last night, President Meng's son had his legs broken, and the culprit is none other than Yushan's useless brother, Yufeng. In a fit of rage, President Meng has directed his ire towards our Gao family and issued us a loan repayment ultimatum. This morning we calculated that the Gao family owes a total of 100 million to Jiangxing First Bank, and we currently have only 50 million in liquid assets available. In other words, if we cannot gather 50 million within a month, all of our accounts will be frozen, and at that point, the Gao family will be on the brink of bankruptcy. Gao Yushuang immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Impossible, impossible. How could my brother have broken President Meng's son's legs? It must be a rumor. Yushan shook his head in denial. Enough. We are well aware of your brother's past, a labor reform convict for 5 years. If outsiders are unaware, do you take us for fools? What rumors could a labor reform convict possibly spread? Meng Hai, with his stature, would not slander your brother without cause. What a joke. Gao Xiaohan scoffed before returning to his seat. No, it can't be. Yu Shan was utterly distraught. Breaking someone's legs. If Meng Hai decided to take action, wouldn't Yu Feng end up back in prison? This was not the time for such musings. Gao Yushuang decisively interjected. Aside from our liquid assets, there should still be several outstanding payments owed to the Gao family, correct? Approximately how much? The financial secretary stood up to respond. We have just completed the accounting, and there are 5 outstanding payments, which together amount to just enough to cover 50 million. However, the financial secretary hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. However, what? She pressed. 2 of those payments may not be recoverable, he replied. What do you mean? Gao Yushuang narrowed her eyes. This was a matter of survival for the Gao family. She could not afford to overlook any detail. The clients for those 2 payments were Lu Yi of the Longxiang Martial Arts Hall. Recently, we sent several groups to collect the debts. Either they were beaten severely or thrown into the sea, almost losing their lives. So, Longxiang Martial Arts Hall. Gao Yushuang was immediately taken aback. That was a notorious establishment in Jiangxing, known for its ruthlessness and cunning. Yushuang, given the current situation, it seems your useless husband's brother has indeed brought significant trouble to our Gao family. Third uncle is quite disappointed in you. I suggest you resign as chairman and let third uncle take over the management. The notion of usurpation flashed through Gao Yushuang's mind. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the office. There's no need to resign. One person bears the responsibility for their actions, and you needn't trouble yourself. Everyone turned to the door to see a tall young man standing there. Yu Feng, little brother. Chapter 39. Unpredictable human nature upon arriving at the group. Yu Feng headed to Yu Shan's office only to find it empty. After inquiring with the nearby staff, he learned that Yu Shan was in a meeting on the top floor, so he proceeded there. He had initially planned to give his brother a bank card with 100,000 yuan to help him start his own business. However, upon entering the office, he overheard the discussion about Meng Hai's actions against the Gao family. He had not anticipated that the young man he had taught a lesson to the previous night was Meng Hai's son. In other words, he had inadvertently implicated the Gao family and caused his brother to be blamed by so many people. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not stand idly by. When everyone saw Yu Feng, they were momentarily taken aback, and upon hearing Yu Shan's address, disdainful smiles spread across their faces. I was wondering who it was. So you are the one who broke President Meng's son's legs. Yu Shan, how can you let your brother roam free after such an unforgivable act? Aren't you afraid of him getting arrested? Gao Xiaohan crossed his arms, mocking. Yu Shan had no idea Yu Feng would be there. Little brother. Brother. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Yu Feng apologized. Where have you been? Why didn't you even call me? Yu Shan questioned, his tone filled with concern. Now is not the time for that. Yu Feng stepped into the office, fixing his gaze on Gao Xiong in the main seat. Regarding Meng Hai's actions against the Gao family, I will take responsibility. I heard you mention that the payment from Lu Yi at Longxiang Martial Arts Hall cannot be recovered? Yes. Are you seriously considering going to collect the debt? Gao Xiong looked incredulous, as if he thought Yu Feng was joking. Several groups from the company had gone and nearly lost their lives. How could a recently released convict possibly succeed? I can help you collect the debt, and I guarantee I will retrieve their payment within a day. However, this matter has nothing to do with my brother and sister-in-law. If I recover the payment, you must not force my sister-in-law to resign. Yu Feng realized that these members of the Gao family were keen to use this opportunity to oust his sister-in-law from her position as chairman. Although he did not have a particularly favorable view of her, she was still his brother's wife and the mother of his niece. Moreover, it was due to him that she found herself in a precarious situation, and he refused to remain a bystander. With the spirit of a soldier, he was determined to uphold justice. How easy it is to boast. However, you are right. The reason our Gao group is targeted by President Meng is indeed because of you. You are the most suitable candidate to collect the debt. If you end up disabled at Lu Yi's hands, President Meng's anger will be quelled, perfectly resolving our Gao family's crisis. So it's settled then? No. Gao Yushuang interjected, her eyes wide with alarm. Yu Feng, this is not the time for you to act recklessly. Lu Yi is ruthless and a master of martial arts. Going to collect the debt would be tantamount to courting death. Yes, little brother, heed your sister-in-law's advice. You must not go, Yu Shan echoed. It's fine. Yu Feng smiled slightly. I am confident. Sister-in-law, this situation arose because of me. Let me handle it. This. Yu Shan was anxious. If you insist on going, then I will send someone along with you. Gao Yushuang suddenly declared. I will accompany you. Yu Shan quickly nodded. Oh, look at these useless ones, rushing to their doom. It would be best if they all perished, clearing away the weeds from our Gao family and ridding us of some worthless dregs, Gao Xiaohan sneered, reveling in their predicament. You Feng shook his head. No need, I can go alone. Brother, you understand my nature, trust me. Little brother. Yushan lowered his head, once again relying on Yu Feng to restore his dignity. Sister-in-law, without further ado, I must take my leave. Please send me the exact amount owed for the goods along with the invoice. Are you certain? Gao Yushuang's expression was fraught with complexity, lost in her thoughts. Indeed. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to you immediately. To be honest, even if she went, she would be at a loss for how to negotiate the payment with Lord Lu. It seemed there was little hope. Yu Feng's confidence was striking. Perhaps he truly had a plan? With that, Yu Feng turned and departed from the company, heading towards the Longxiang Martial Arts School. Gao Yushuang regained her focus. Yushuang, do not forget, if this debt is not recovered, you must voluntarily resign and relinquish your position as chairwoman. Do you understand? Gao Xiong feigned calmness as he spoke. I understand, farewell. With that, Gao Yushuang had no desire to linger, taking Yushan's hand and returning to her office. Once the door was closed, Yushan couldn't contain himself. Dear, we must think of a way. We cannot allow my younger brother to walk into danger like this. Be quiet. I restrained my anger in the office, and now you still want me to assist you? In an instant, Gao Yushuang's demeanor shifted. The composed attitude she had displayed evaporated, her gaze seemingly conveying her disdain for Yu Feng. My dear, what are you implying? My younger brother is only trying to help you. Help me? Gao Yushuang let out a derisive laugh. That was his own doing. I knew your brother, who just emerged from prison, was no good. In just a few days, he has resorted to violence twice. Does he think that brutality can solve problems in this society? He only knows how to use his fists and lacks any intellect. To assist him would be sheer folly. Anyone with eyes can see that President Meng has calculated that our Gao family dares not confront Lord Lu about the debt. Hence he is coercing your brother into collecting it. Do you understand the concept of using a knife to kill? But Yushan was distraught. He had thought Gao Yushuang's attitude toward him had improved significantly, and even toward his brother, but he realized it was merely an illusion. Deep down, she still looked down upon them. Then why did you advise him against going earlier? Yushan queried. Fool, if I hadn't said that, would he have felt guilt and gone on his own accord? Gao Yushuang turned her back. Dear, speak your mind. Gao Yushuang's patience was wearing thin. Have you ever loved me? Yushan's eyes were filled with fatigue. It dawned on him that he had been utterly naive, a grand jest. Gao Yushuang furrowed her brow. This matter is unrelated. I do not wish to respond. Yushan, it is highly probable that your brother will encounter trouble today. I have arranged for the exits to be blocked. You stay here until the situation is resolved. Afterwards, I will let you out. After all, Yu Feng shares no blood relation with you. If he dies, so be it. Consider it a stepping stone for our lives. Yushan's anger surged, blood rushing to his head, and he collapsed to the ground once more. In his final moments of consciousness, disappointment filled his gaze. Years of marital affection had culminated in deception and calculation. As a human being, as the elder brother, he had lived most of his life like a turtle, with his dignity trampled underfoot. My younger brother. Meanwhile, Yu Feng, unaware of being manipulated, arrived at the Longxiang Martial Arts School. Upon his arrival, a shadowy figure appeared in the nearby open parking lot. Goodness, the uncle is impressive. He actually came to the Longxiang Martial Arts School to collect debts. Yang Liru was astonished, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 40. The challenge arrives at the end of the corridor on the 6th floor of Jiangxing First Hospital. Meng Hai lit a cigarette, its ember glowing at the corner of his mouth, his somber expression seemingly narrating his inner grievances. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang. Hello? President, we've just received news that the Gao Group convened an important meeting, and Yushan's brother Yu Feng has volunteered to collect the debt at the Longxiang Martial Arts School. The voice on the other end reported. I understand. With that, Meng Hai hung up the phone, a cold smile emerging on his weathered face as he gazed through the glass windows of the corridor. As the bank president, he possessed the ability to effortlessly obtain anyone's account information. Lu Sanpao from the Longxiang Martial Arts School was a notorious gambler and drunkard. Aside from training his disciples and collecting tuition fees, he spent his days indulging in high-stakes gambling at bars. Yet, he often fell victim to schemes, losing millions in the process, and upon learning of his losses, his wife seized all his money, leaving him with only a meager allowance. Consequently, Lu Sanpao turned his sights to jewels. Not long ago, under the pretense of celebrating his wife's birthday, he ordered a batch of precious jewels from the Gao family. Given the Longxiang Martial Arts School's esteemed reputation, the Gao family neglected to sign a contract, assuming Lu Sanpao would act honorably. Little did they know, once Lu Sanpao received the jewels, he blacklisted all Gao family contacts, denying their claims for payment. After several attempts by the Gao family to collect the debt, all were met with rejection, and ultimately, they resorted to violence. Without a prior contract, they had no legal recourse to claim the debt. Meng Hai had long remembered the thoughts may seem beautiful, yet here I am, with only 10 million left after spending frivolously. If I were to hand that over as payment, what would I eat? As he muttered to himself, Lu Sanpao continued to smoke his cigar, picking up a fashion magazine from the table, revealing a subtle yet mischievous grin. This lifestyle was precisely the purpose behind his martial training. When in need of money, one simply takes it. With fists as strong as his temperament, no one could do anything about it. If they dare to challenge me, let them come. Bang. Just as he was lost in thought, laughing wildly, a cacophony of fighting sounds erupted from outside. So soon they've begun? He yawned nonchalantly, pulling out his phone to start a timer. I'm curious to see if this time the Gao family sent someone truly formidable. I wonder if they can last even a minute. But then again, not even a second, I bet. He set his phone down, choosing to disregard the commotion. As time ticked away, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. Lu Sanpao checked his phone. Impressive, they actually lasted over a minute. He was somewhat surprised. This person was indeed quite resilient. His 50 or so disciples were no martial arts masters, but each was strong enough to handle 4 or 5 opponents. With so many fists flying, surely the individual outside would be incapacitated. Sigh, yet another fool seeking death. Just then, hurried footsteps approached outside. One of the apprentices, who had rushed out with a wooden stick, dashed into the office, panic etched across his face. Lu, Master Lu, I see. Have they rendered you disabled? No matter, send someone to take him to the hospital, then report to the station that this individual came to challenge us. It's a matter of honor among our kind. As long as we don't break the law, it's nothing serious. Lu Sanpao waved dismissively. And not, the apprentice stuttered, yet before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him into silence. What do you mean not? Don't prattle on. Are you saying he is dead? Lu Sanpao pondered, considering that with so many fists, it was entirely possible they had indeed killed him. This could be troublesome. He quickly raised his head, only to find a young man standing at the door. The voice of the newcomer was low and commanding. A person like you running a martial arts school is a disgrace to our ancestors. Master Lu, when will you repay the 10 million owed to the Gao group? A challenger has arrived. Chapter 41. The might of Yufeng. Lu Sanpao's expression shifted dramatically. He froze in disbelief, his forehead furrowed with 3 deep lines, his demeanor growing serious. This was indeed a debt collector sent by the Gao group. Hiss. He is completely unscathed. How could this be? Lu Sanpao instinctively rose, narrowing his eyes. Yufeng clapped his hands and walked past the young apprentice, entering the office and casually taking a seat across from Lu Sanpao. His demeanor was unfazed, as if a mountain were crumbling before him. So you are Master Lu. I will be direct. You owe the Gao group 10 million. When do you intend to repay it? Yufeng inquired calmly. Lu Sanpao's expression grew tense as he scrutinized Yufeng's every move. His 50-plus disciples must have already fallen outside, wailing. This fellow was indeed formidable. But so what? Trying to pry food from a tiger's jaws is courting death. He forced a congenial smile, gesturing with his hand. Ah, you're too kind. I was just planning to repay it when you arrived. Come, let us not rush. Let us have some tea first. Shao Si, brew a cup of tea. Master Lu. The young apprentice, already petrified with fear, was oblivious to Lu Sanpao's intentions. Unable to comprehend the situation, he thought. How can we not offer tea to someone who traveled so far? Lu Sanpao feigned a casual demeanor, tapping the table. Right away, the apprentice dashed out. Yufeng chuckled, observing with respect, and remarked, If you intend to repay, then let us make haste. The tea is of little consequence. I am merely here to collect the debt. Lu Sanpao nodded in agreement. Yes, the payment is paramount. I understand. However, I haven't seen someone of your caliber in Jiang City for quite some time. May I ask how much Gao Yushuang offered you? I'll double it if you come work for me as a martial instructor. With over 50 strong disciples, none could enter without injury, yet this young man had come through unscathed. Lu Sanpao found himself tempted to recruit him. I have no interest. Repay the debt swiftly. I am quite busy. Yufeng rejected him outright. Lu Sanpao's heart sank. He had hoped to curry favor through kindness, but it appeared he had underestimated this opponent. Just then, the young apprentice returned, carrying a steaming teapot. Master Lu, the tea is ready. Good. Lu Sanpao poured 2 clean cups, then approached with a cup in hand. Here, my young friend, my disciples were uncouth earlier. Please do not take offense. Allow me to make amends with this tea. Once you finish, I will have someone arrange the payment. How does that sound? Very well, but do not go back on your word. Yufeng accepted the cup, both locking eyes. Lu Sanpao then bowed slightly, tilting his head back to drink. Observing this, Yufeng sniffed the tea. Non-toxic. He too drank from the cup. However, just as he tilted his head back, a piercing gaze was cast upon him. Lu Sampao squinted, swiftly discarding the cup. The op, I still have it, Lu Sampao stammered, trembling as he pulled a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Yufeng. Yufeng took it in his hand and, for the sake of caution, turned on his recording device. Am I forcing you? Lu Sampao shook his head repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No, Lu Sampao owe the Gao group a debt and am voluntarily returning 10 million. No one is coercing me. And those people lying outside? Yufeng inquired coldly. They are my apprentices. They simply fell while training. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Lu Sampao was on the verge of tears, feeling genuine pain as if his fingers were being bitten by countless ants. And you? Yufeng's gaze turned icy. I am not human. I deserve this. I deserve this, Lu Sampao cowered. It was a classic case of a bully being bullied. He had always relied on cunning and numbers to oppress others. But now he found himself pinned down, nearly in tears. It was the epitome of bravado masking cowardice. Yufeng lifted his foot and released him. Take care of yourself. As he turned to leave, a plant on the desk caught his attention. Lignin flower. A crucial ingredient for a rare poison. And that poison is. His thoughts raced. Chapter 42. You darling. In that moment, every nerve in Yufeng's body tensed. On the first day at his elder brother's house, he had sensed that his niece Ruo was afflicted by an unusual toxin. Colorless and odorless, it was a slow-acting poison. Once the toxin accumulated to a certain level, it would erupt lethally. Strangely, this toxin typically appeared only in war-torn foreign lands, with its raw materials sourced exclusively abroad. Seeing the lignin flower here made Yufeng realize the gravity of the situation. Lu Sampao, quaking, stood up, refraining from making any sudden moves, uncertain if the man before him was a martial artist. Those capable of such skills, in Lu Sampao's mind, belonged only to martial arts families or sections. Sir, may I know your name? Yufeng. He fixed his gaze on the lignin flower. Lu Sampao silently committed this name to memory. Today, Lu Sampao misjudged you, sir. Your abilities leave me in awe. I shall visit to apologize properly another day. As a man of the martial world, Lu Sampao understood the importance of befriending someone of such prowess. No need, Yufeng replied curtly. But tell me, where did this flower come from? His expression turned serious. Lu Sampao chuckled. A friend had me procure it from abroad. It's just a worthless plant. Worthless plant? Yufeng thought to himself, amused. Anyone capable of acquiring such a plant would surely know its purpose. You cannot deceive me. You know precisely what this flower is for. Speak. Has anyone recently used the fruit of this flower? Yufeng's tone turned frigid, resembling a vengeful specter. This sudden shift left Lu Sampao momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard. Sir, in the martial world, one must not press too hard. Yufeng turned, scrutinizing Lu Sampao. I wouldn't mind revisiting our earlier conversation. Lu Sampao stepped back. It's the young master of the Long family, Long Qin. He paid me several million to find this plant, saying it was for amusement. I thought. Long Qin. Yufeng had heard that name before. When Lu Shuai called him, he mentioned that this Lang Qin had once sent someone to deal with him. Do you have a picture of him? Ah, sir, that seems a bit improper. Yufeng's eyes narrowed. I'll give you one last chance. All right, I'll get it. Lu Sampao quivered, hastily retrieving a photo of Lang Qin from his phone and handing it over. Upon seeing the photo, Yufeng's anger flared. So it was him, the very youth he had thrown into the river before, the one who had sent someone after him. The same scion he had cast into the sea just yesterday. He was the one who poisoned Ruo? Thank you, Yufeng said curtly, pocketing the bank card as he left the boxing gym in haste. He needed to relay this information to his elder brother immediately. However, just as he exited the Longxiang boxing gym, a group of uniformed officials rushed towards him. Leading them was Lin Yunan, who had previously suspected Yufeng at the station. Hurry, hurry, there he is. Yang Liru ran up, momentarily stunned upon seeing Yufeng. You? It's you? Yufeng looked at her, bewildered. Lin Yunan glared at Yufeng, furious. Uncle, are you all right? Yang Liru panted, rushing to check on him. What are you doing here? I followed you after seeing you exit the Gao group. When I saw you enter the Longxiang boxing gym, I went to get help from the station. Uncle, Lu Sampao didn't do anything to you, right? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, Yufeng replied tersely. Yet he felt a touch of warmth at the concern from a girl he had known for only a few days. Truly kind-hearted. But if Lu Sampao heard that, he would surely weep. I'm fine, but I have matters to attend to. Lin Yunan was unfazed. You all go check the Longxiang boxing gym. If any fighting has occurred, bring everyone in. Yes. The group rushed into the gym. You were let go last time. This time, you won't slip through my fingers. Lin Yunan was still fixated on the previous incident. without having fully investigated Yu Feng's true identity. She was unsettled and determined to uncover the truth behind this highly confidential individual. Yu Feng frowned, finding the situation troublesome. Madam, I have pressing matters to attend to. Can we discuss this later? You cannot leave. I haven't permitted you to. Lin Yunan's eyes narrowed. If someone comes to the station, there's a case. And you are a suspect. You are not allowed to leave. Yu Feng. I'm sorry, Uncle I. Yang Liru lowered her head, feeling guilty. It's fine. Some women are self-important and lack common sense. It's normal. Yu Feng muttered impatiently. Say that again if you dare. Nothing. You misheard. You. At that moment, several individuals returned from the boxing gym. What happened? One inquired. Lu Yi said his apprentices fell while training. Nothing occurred. What? Lin Yunan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where's Lu Sanpao? Lu Yi is indisposed, in the restroom. He just spoke to me through the door. This is a classic avoidance tactic. Seeking excuses to evade responsibility. What is this Yu Feng really about? So can I leave now, madam? Yu Feng shrugged, inquiring casually. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Lin Yunan scoffed, waving her hand to her subordinates. Withdraw. She had no choice. She initially thought this was a prime opportunity to apprehend Yu Feng for questioning. But surprisingly, the reputed Lu Yi had become so meek as to avoid direct conversation. Goodbye. Madam, I hope we don't meet again, Yu Feng said, turning to Yang Liru. Let us go? All right, uncle. Though puzzled, Yang Liru followed him. On the way, as they entered a taxi, Yu Feng asked, Yang Liru, do you know Lung Qin? Yang Liru's expression tightened. Uncle, you don't know him? Wow, uncle. I thought you knew him. He asked the one you threw into the sea last night. Yang Liru recalled clearly. I meant, what is the relationship between Lung Qin and the Gao family? Yu Feng adopted a different approach. At this question, Yang Liru's facial expression became inscrutable. She smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid everyone in the group knows this. Lung Qin is your sister-in-law's suitor, the chairman of Gao Group, Gao Yushuang. Chapter 43, The Patient Yang Liru Gao Yushuang's suitor. Yu Feng immediately grew alert. Although he had only met Lung Qin a few times, he was well aware of the man's vile character. Such a person would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. At this moment, the suspicion that he had poisoned Ruro loomed large. To pursue Gao Yushuang, he would go so far as to harm her child, creating a rift between her and his elder brother, Yushan, to seize the opportunity. Such deep scheming. Uncle. What are you thinking? Yang Liru asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Nothing, are you? Coming to the group with me? Yu Feng inquired. Sure. I happen to need to handle my resignation paperwork. Uncle, shall we look for jobs together this afternoon? Yang Liru looked at Yu Feng with a hopeful demeanor. If she could work alongside him, even sweeping the streets would be a pleasure. Yu Feng chose not to dwell on it for now. His priority was to deliver the 10 million to Gao Yushuang. As for Lung Qin, he would find the time to deal with him appropriately. In the Gao Group conference room, hours had passed, and the Gao family was embroiled in a heated meeting. Chairman, it's been so long. I suspect he has met his demise. Why not abdicate yourself? Gao Xiao glanced at his watch. It was already noon, and Yu Feng had yet to return, likely dead. Gao Yushuang, seated opposite, wore a grave expression. She hadn't anticipated that Yushan would cough up blood. After sending him to the hospital, she had only just returned when these individuals began eagerly plotting a coup. What audacity! She had no intention of speaking, for she was waiting, not for news of Yu Feng's triumphant return, which she knew was impossible, but for news of his demise. After that, she could leverage her connections to Ming Hai, convey the information, and resolve the crisis within the group. At that time, the notion of a coup would become moot. Why the urgency? Gao Yushuang said calmly. Haha. Gao Xiaohan smirked, a derisive smile that seemed to mock her naivety. Cousin, you can't possibly believe that Yu Feng will walk out alive from Lu Ye's gym. That's sheer fantasy. Others may not know Lu Ye's prowess. But you should be aware. Don't forget, the individuals we sent previously to deal with him were all your people. Can he survive? You know better than anyone. Don't tell me you have confidence. That would be laughable, cousin. Who says so? Gao Yushuang retorted defiantly, unwilling to yield. Haha. Gao Xiaohan burst into laughter. His features contorted with mirth. Cousin, it seems you've been with that worthless son-in-law for too long. You've lost your senses. If he were to return alive and bring back that 10 million in goods, I, Gao Xiaohan, would stand on my head and eat. Bang. Just as he uttered the last word, Gao Xiaohan's laughter abruptly froze. The conference room door was forcefully pushed open, and a figure gradually emerged into view. As they beheld his face, each person was struck dumb, astonished into silence. He was alive and had returned. Gao Xiong's expression grew serious. Gao Yushuang's face changed dramatically, a mix of surprise and disbelief. Gao Xiaohan looked as though he had swallowed something foul, hastily covering his mouth. Yufeng stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Gao Yushuang. He produced a card from his pocket and slammed it down on the table. This is the 10 million payment. Swish. Instantly, every pair of eyes focused on the card. A silver VIP customer bank card, with a minimum deposit of 10 million. The card status alone confirmed Yufeng's claim was no jest. Is it really 10 million? Gao Xiaohan couldn't believe it, reaching out to grab the card. However, Yufeng swiftly swatted his hand away. What are you doing? Are you afraid I won't let you verify it? Gao Xiaohan sneered. You're not worthy, little brat. It seems you're tired of living. You're courting death. Slap. Gao Yushuang slammed her hand on the table, rising in anger. Enough. She picked up the card, turning to Yufeng. What is the password? There is no password. It can be verified. Yufeng replied nonchalantly. Good. Gao Yushuang quickly entered the card number into her phone and pressed search. A string of zeros immediately registered in her vision. It truly was 10 million. Yufeng had not lied. She revealed a confident smile. All right, this is indeed 10 million. I suggest we conclude today's meeting. The matter of abdication is hereby dismissed. Tomorrow, I will send someone to organize all relevant loans and deliver them to Jiang City First Bank. Settling these loans sooner is beneficial for the Gao family. Upon hearing this, the other members in the conference room exchanged glances, left speechless. They could find no loophole to voice opposition. Gao Xiaohan's face darkened, feeling stifled. Very well. Then let us disperse. Yushuang, be sure to discipline your husband's brother. Do not let him cause us further trouble. If there is a next time, do not blame me for being merciless. That one tea happened. With that, Gao Xiang stood and left first. He had come to seize power, yet left witnessing a humiliating spectacle. Yufeng had actually emerged from Longxiang Gym, which left only two possibilities. Either his combat prowess was extraordinary, and Lu Yi feared him, or he had connections with Lu Yi. Clearly, the latter was improbable. A scoundrel just released from prison would no Lu Yi. After his departure, others gradually followed suit. Returning to their posts, the conference room was left with only Gao Yushuang and Yufeng. Yufeng, you've worked hard. Lu Yi didn't give you a hard time, did he? Gao Yushuang inquired, concerned. Yufeng's survival and return with the payment was the best outcome, and she felt a sense of relief. Sister-in-law, where is my elder brother? Yufeng asked solemnly. He. Gao Yushuang furrowed her brow. Your elder brother is a bit unwell and has gone home to rest. After some thought, Gao Yushuang decided not to inform Yufeng of the situation, fearing he would say something imprudent in front of Yushan. All right then, I want to disturb my brother. Please let him know I'd like him to give me a call. Of course. Gao Yushuang nodded. Afterward, Yufeng exited the conference room and made his way to the first floor of the group. Yang Liru was squatting on the steps at the entrance, waiting for him. Uncle, you're here. Yang Liru exclaimed excitedly, rising to her feet. You haven't left? Yufeng asked in surprise. How could I leave? Didn't I promise to look for jobs with you? Yang Liru chuckled. Looking for a job? Yufeng sighed, realizing that with his current skills, he no longer needed to seek employment. Yes, come on, uncle. I just found a particularly good job. Let me take you there. Chapter 44. The 3-day limit. Unable to resist Yang Liru's enthusiasm, Yufeng followed her to a commercial plaza, similar to the renowned Wanda centers across the country. This plaza was a newly opened AAA grade entertainment hub, featuring an amusement park, chain restaurants, children's play areas, tutoring centers, and various offline shops from different industries. Since this plaza had only recently been established, it was not yet crowded with young people. Moreover, as it was Wednesday, a workday, the plaza appeared rather desolate upon their arrival. Yufeng furrowed his brow, questioning whether this was indeed the place to seek employment. Uncle, don't you dare laugh. I've discovered something, Yang Liru said. Her curiosity fixed on Yufeng's expression. The distance between them felt intimate, barely a fist's width apart. Yufeng felt an involuntary flush rise to his face. This was the first time in his life that he had been so close to a girl since birth. Now nearly 26 years old since entering the Wolfang. He was, to put it bluntly in the words of young people, nothing more than an old virgin. Clearing his throat, he took a step back and said, There is nothing to be happy about. Are you not here to look for a job? All right, Yang Liru exclaimed, bouncing around. Uncle, let us play a game. A game? Yufeng was taken aback, puzzled about the connection between job hunting and playing games. Come on, just play. Yang Liru pouted adorably, pleading with him. Fine, Yufeng replied, feeling awkward. But you have to turn around first. Okay, Yang Liru obliged, and turned her back. Close your eyes. All right, Yufeng nodded. Stand still, I'll be right back. With that, Yang Liru skipped away to a newly opened restaurant, which was in dire need of promotion. Inside, a man with his legs crossed and engrossed in his phone looked up upon her arrival. Sister, you finally made it. I spent $1 million on this restaurant for you. What on earth are you doing? Shut up and play your game. Yang Liru shot back. Glaring at Yang Jian before rushing inside to grab a cute bear costume she had meticulously selected from the wholesale market the previous night. She had worked hard to prepare this outfit, staying up late into the night. Yang Jian, bewildered, watched as she unzipped the bear's suit and climbed inside, then called out, "What are you standing there for? Come help me with the zipper." "Fine." Just like a little brother, Yang Jian muttered, though he felt compelled to indulge his quirky sister. He approached and cautioned, "Sister, it's the middle of summer. Be careful in that heavy outfit. Just wear it for a little while and don't overdo it." "Quit talking, hurry up, there is no time," she urged. All right. After a twirl in front of the mirror, she burst out laughing and skipped back outside. Yang Jian's curiosity piqued. He set his phone down and stealthily followed her, hiding at the door. To his astonishment, he gasped. That man, wasn't he the one who had saved Yang Liru that day? "Sister, you found love," he thought, feeling a mixture of joy and sympathy for her. Coming from a prominent family, she had little say in her marriage, much like when she was betrothed to the debauched son of the Han family years ago. "If this man is not worthy of your background, do you think father and grandfather would approve?" He.S. just a janitor and recently released from prison with a criminal record. Yang Jian sighed and shook his head, uncertain of what to say. After that day, he had investigated Yu Feng and learned about his impoverished background, which would never be accepted by the Yang family. He could only hope that his sister wouldn't fall too deeply. "Uncle," Yang Liru called, striking a quirky pose as she sat on the ground. Leaning back with one leg crossed, shaking her leg while pretending to smoke a rolled-up flyer. Yu Feng opened his eyes and turned to look down at her. In that moment, that impulse, that image, he couldn't help but chuckle. She was a classic rascal, and her posture was utterly amusing. Having spent years in prison, surrounded by the dark rulers of the night, Yu Feng rarely found joy, only feeling like a child while watching cartoons. But this time, he laughed genuinely. So innocent. So happy. Yang Liru, drenched in sweat in the bear's suit, felt her heart melt at his smile. "Uncle, you smiled," she exclaimed, bouncing around like a child. Yu Feng suppressed his laughter, clearing his throat. "Are you handing out flyers?" Yang Liru changed the subject. "Oh, that doesn't matter. What matters is that you smiled. Hee. You look quite handsome when you smile, even if your skin is a bit dark and your hair is short. You're not as good looking as those young boys. But when you smile, it's pretty nice. A man should smile more. It's good for your health. Since the first time I saw you, you haven't smiled at all, which isn't good. Smiling is healthy." Yu Feng's smile gradually faded. "This girl." He lowered his head. "So, you wore this outfit just to make me laugh?" Yang Liru scratched her head. "I saw you've been through a lot these days, so I wanted to cheer you up. Is that not okay? Do you not consider me a friend?" In an instant, Yu Feng removed her headpiece. "Hey, uncle. You." He pulled out a napkin. "It's sweltering. Wearing such heavy clothing will lead to heat stroke. Wipe your sweat." "I'm fine. Thank you for making me happy." Suddenly, Yu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Sigh, having never been in love made this difficult. He had never believed in love at first sight, but this time, he wavered. "Uncle, stop being so chatty like a woman. Come help me distribute the flyers." Yang Liru took the napkin but didn't wipe her sweat. Instead, she carefully tucked it away, handing the flyers to Yu Feng. "All right." Yu Feng nodded, observing them. Yang Jian felt a pang of envy. As someone who had gallivanted through the flower fields, he hadn't witnessed such a beautiful connection in ages. But just then, a phone call interrupted. He hastily took out his phone, only to see the name on the screen was none other than Yang Liru's father, the head of the Yang family. "Hello. Dad, are you with Liru? Just to inform you, I will send someone to Jiang City in 3 days to bring you both back. Keep an eye on her. If she runs away again, I'll hold you responsible." With that, the call ended, leaving just 3 days. Yang Jian's smile vanished instantly, and he looked at Yang Liru with pity, suddenly unsure of what to do. Reality was so cruel, wasn't he it? "Sister, if this Yu Feng were from a prominent family, perhaps I could advocate for you. But alas, he is just an ordinary man from the countryside. I'm sorry this time." Chapter 45. Unattainable. Meanwhile, as Yang Jian lamented Yu Feng's background, the operating room doors at the military hospital in the capital finally swung open. The red light turned green, and several nurses carefully wheeled Ji Nan out of the operating theater, transferring him to a luxurious VIP ward for strict 24-hour care. At the entrance, the elderly Ji was visibly weary, having kept vigil since the previous night, his body beginning to falter. However, seeing his son Ji Nan emerge safely from danger brought him a sense of relief. As long as he was alive, there was hope. "Son, our family's only grandson will soon be found. When you wake up, I will bring him before you." and I will host the grandest banquet in the capital to pass on the title of the Ji family's heir to my grandson. Watching Ji Nan, who lay unconscious, the elderly Ji wept openly. A nearby doctor, fresh from the surgery, turned pale at the mention of the title, nearly stumbling over in shock. Heir. He maintained his composure and, after the nurse escorted Ji Nan away, discreetly pulled the director aside. Director, has the old master lost his senses? Wasn't Prince Sun determined to have died from congenital asphyxia 26 years ago and sent out of the capital? The director took a deep breath, his face reflecting disbelief. Do not inquire of me. I can scarcely believe it myself. Yet, the facts are as such. Here. This is the DNA comparison result between the blood sent yesterday and Mr. Nan's blood. Take a look for yourself. The attending physician, filled with astonishment, accepted the report and scrutinized it meticulously. Within moments, a gasp escaped his lips. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, he hastily closed his mouth and whispered to the director. A 99.9% match rate? How is this possible? Mr. Nan's son is alive? Didn't he die? He has lived for 26 years and even donated blood to the hospital? What an astonishing coincidence. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. But if fate were not coincidental, how would we define it as fate? The director mused. Perhaps, the departure of that young master's son from the capital 26 years ago was destined to save Mr. Nan from yesterday's calamity. The attending physician discerned something in the director's tone and asked gravely, Director, are you suggesting that Mr. Nan's accident is more than it seems? Shoo, this is not our concern. Our duty is solely to heal and save lives. A few minutes later, Ji Lao Yi entered Ji Nan's hospital room under the protection of several individuals and closed the door, leaving only a few trusted confidants inside. How is the investigation progressing? What is the truth behind yesterday's accident? Although Ji Lao Yi appeared fatigued, the authority in his voice resonated like a mountain, stirring those present. Reporting to Lao Yi, the large truck that collided with Mr. Nan was stolen by the driver, who died instantly in the accident. His identity has been altered, and we cannot trace it. A man wearing sunglasses stepped forward to inform Ji Lao Yi. Ji Lao Yi narrowed his eyes. It seems, as I suspected, someone cannot contain their envy, wishing to challenge the strength of the Ji family. Lao Yi, should we dispatch spies to monitor the various factions in the capital? Not necessary. They are merely clowns. They do not deserve my attention. In due time, the true culprit will reveal themselves. These filthy big fish only wish to take advantage of the Ji family's lack of heirs to swallow us whole. I am eager to see who dares to set their sights on my family. A few exchanged glances, silently agreeing that such confidence from Ji Lao Yi would be regarded as foolishness if spoken by anyone else. Then, what shall we do next? You need not concern yourselves with the subsequent matters. There is only one thing of utmost importance. Locate the owner of the 2 bags of blood from Jiang City. I have already sent someone to gather information from Jiang City First Hospital. You all should accompany them. Remember, when you encounter young Master Sun, treat him as you would treat me. Whatever he requests of you, whoever he commands you to handle, comply without violating ethical boundaries. Additionally, ensure that he is informed of his true identity and bring him back to the capital intact. I want the prominent families in this city to witness whether the Ji family truly has heirs. Understood. At noon, Lung Chen awoke in the embrace of a blonde beauty. He squinted, the humiliation of the previous night lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. That you foam. First, he threw me into the river. Then he nearly caused me to be implicated. Last night, he tossed me into the sea, leaving me utterly humiliated among the elite of Jiang City. I will not let this go. Lung Xiao, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? Silence, just sleep. Lung Chun coldly retorted, rising to retrieve his phone and dialing a number once more. This time, he was contacting Lu Yi from Jiang City. Lu Yi was not like the ruffians. He was a ruthless and cunning figure. Beep. The call connected. Lu Sanpao had just finished applying medicinal liquor when he received Lung Chen's call and pressed the answer button. Hello? Lung Xiao? Lu Yi, I need your assistance with something. Lung Chen whispered. Speak freely. We have a good relationship. I will handle it well. Lu Sanpao assured confidently, swiftly turned and dashed towards the 3rd floor, sensing that the situation was amiss. Retreat was his only option, regardless of who these individuals were. They bore firearms, rendering them beyond his capacity to confront. He could tolerate a few thugs being taught a lesson, perhaps even having their legs broken, but a gun? That was an entirely different matter, one that instilled fear within him. Yet, just as he turned, several formidable young men appeared before him at the staircase, blocking his escape. Despair washed over him. It seemed there was no route left for flight. His face paled to ashen gray as he nervously quivered. The Cold family's young master was cornered, and this villa had long been secured and mapped out by his adversaries. However, He reassured himself that he wouldn't come to any harm, for he still held some usefulness to them. Now reduced to a fugitive, Wang Ning could only hide, unable to venture out to conduct his affairs without risking his entire future. Cold Chin's expression was unnatural, yet he forced a smile and inquired, "Pray tell, which esteemed brother is gracing my humble abode so early in the day, and for what purpose?" "Ning Cheng's Wang Ning," he replied coolly. Cold Chin's countenance shifted dramatically. Wang Ning, the Night King who had escaped from Ning City just the previous evening, now a nationally wanted criminal. This was a man he recognized all too well. It was Wang Ning's men who had clashed with those sent to deal with Yufeng. That night, the head of the Cold family had warned him to avoid stirring trouble, yet now, trouble had come knocking at his door. "Huh, boss. Look at how cowardly this kid has become. Does he even deserve to assist us?" One of Wang Ning's companions remarked disdainfully. "That's quite an inaccurate statement. Our boss's reputation alone could terrify anyone." Another chimed in. "Enough of your flattery," retorted one of Wang Ning's henchmen with a dismissive tone. Cold Chin swallowed hard. "Ah, so it is the esteemed Wang. I have indeed heard of your formidable reputation. You are quite the notable figure in Ning City. What brings you to? You wish to know why I have come to seek you, do you not?" Wang Ning interjected, pouring himself a cup of tea. Yes indeed. Huh. I am here because your men thwarted my attempt to capture Yang Liru, causing my stronghold to be compromised. If not for you, who else should I seek?" Wang Ning leaned back, crossing his legs and narrowing his eyes. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as Cold Chun fell to his knees, hands raised in a frantic plea. "Your Highness, this is not my fault. Truly, it is Yufeng's doing. If not for him, we would not have interfered with your operation. You are indeed seeking Yang Liru, correct? You know her?" Wang Ning's brow furrowed. He had ventured to Jiang City specifically for Yang Liru. "Yes, I saw her with Yufeng last night," Cold Chin quickly volunteered, eager to placate Wang Ning. Wang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Continue." Cold Chin, calculating, continued, "Your Highness, I am aware you seek Yang Liru, and that you hold me accountable for the incident. But this truly is Yufeng's fault. I propose we join forces to deal with Yufeng and, if possible, eliminate Yang Liru as well. What do you think?" One of Wang Ning's henchmen remarked. "A man who shifts with the wind. Quite clever, huh? Boss, he shows potential for deception." "Indeed. He guessed my intentions without me revealing them." Wang Ning set down his teacup. Cold Chin sensed an opportunity with Wang Ning's arrival. It was fortuitous he could address Yufeng. "Your Highness, are you implying?" "I agree, but how can I trust you?" Wang Ning probed. At this moment, one of the young men blocking the third floor spoke up. "Boss, we just discovered some incriminating documents in his safe regarding tax evasion and conspiracy to commit murder. If he dares to play tricks, we shall ensure his downfall." Cold Chin's face broke into a cold sweat. This was dire, yet he maintained a strained smile, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I would never entertain deceit. As soon as I find an opportunity, I will inform you. I too wish to see Yufeng perish." Wang Ning smiled, nodding slightly. "I believe you, but my patience is limited. You have 3 days to find the opportunity where Yufeng and Yang Liru are together. I will devise a foolproof plan to eliminate them." Yes, I promise." Cold Chin eagerly agreed. At that moment, another young man piped up. "Boss, I just discovered a beautiful woman in the third-floor bedroom. Why not let us brothers? He. Cold Chin's face darkened. He had invested a considerable fortune in her upkeep. "Young Master Cold, you won't mind, will you? My brothers have just survived a harrowing ordeal and need some respite." "Of course not. Please, brothers, make yourselves at home." Cold Chin forced a smile, internally lamenting. As soon as the words left his lips, several men rushed into the bedroom. Moments later, a piercing scream erupted from within. "Young Master Cold, save me." The terrified blonde beauty looked at the burly men before her with horror. Cold Chin knelt, too frightened to utter a word. He had to endure. He closed his eyes, covered his ears, his heart bleeding from the anguish. Meanwhile, in the first hospital of Jiang City, Meng Hai sat in Meng Ru's hospital room, slowly answering a call. "How is the investigation progressing? What of Master Lu from the Longxiang boxing gym?" he asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Meng Ru, seated beside him sipping chicken soup, perked up. Abandoning his meal as memories of being beaten like a dog flooded back, igniting a furious blaze within him. As the son of a bank president, his family background, though not rivaling the Hua or Cold families, still afforded him a significant position in high society. To be cornered by a mere knife seller was a blow to his pride. "Report to the president, Lu Sampao. What has happened to him?" Meng Hai's body tensed. Meng Ru's pupils dilated, holding his breath in anticipation of the thrilling news. He was beaten and is now hiding in the boxing gym, afraid to show his face. Yufeng, however, left unscathed and even returned the payment to the Gao group. Moments ago, Gao Group settled all our bank's loans, including interest. They further declared they will no longer collaborate with us, and now the headquarters is sending people down to investigate, saying they are taking this matter very seriously. What? The news struck Meng Hai like a bolt, leaving him slumped in his chair, utterly stunned. Lu Sanpao from Longxiang Boxing Gym, beaten? By a knife seller from the countryside? Was this truth? Meng Hai gasped, hanging up the phone. Panic began to set in. Losing a partner like Gao Group was not catastrophic for the bank, but an arbitrary deadline issued would tarnish their reputation, inviting scrutiny. If the higher-ups investigated him, his career would be over. What could have caused this? Why was Yufeng able to walk away from Lu Sanpao unharmed and secure the loan? What on earth had transpired? Hearing this news, Meng Ru found the chicken soup in front of him suddenly unappetizing. He set down the bowl, his eyes darkening. Dad, is that scoundrel Yufeng dead yet? Meng Hai appeared weary. Using personal connections to tarnish the bank's reputation, yet yielding no tangible results, was of little solace. That Yufeng remains lively. He sighed. Meng Ru's expression shifted dramatically, her fury palpable. Father, we cannot let that scoundrel Yufeng go unpunished. I want him dead. I want him dead. My legs cannot have been broken in vain. He shattered my legs. Meng Ru lamented, her visage twisted in rage. At that moment, a woman entered the room, carrying a tray of freshly cooked food. Upon seeing Meng Ru in tears, her demeanor hardened. Meng Hai, what has happened to Yufeng? Our son's legs are broken. Do you intend to let him off so easily? He is our only child. I know. I desire that scoundrel's demise more than anyone, Meng Hai replied, his countenance heavy with despair, strands of his once black hair now streaked with white overnight. Then do something about it. You have many brothers who dwell in the shadows. Have them seize that scoundrel, beat him to death, and dispose of him in the sea. Wouldn't that be satisfactory? Meng Ru's mother, Wang Mei, was notorious for her fierce protectiveness. In Meng Ru's childhood, when she fought with classmates, she had ruthlessly ensured the offending child's parents were crippled, forcing them to withdraw from school. Throughout Meng Ru's life, she shielded him fiercely. Now, with their son's legs broken, there was no way they could let this transgression go unpunished. I am contemplating who to make pay for this. How dare he break my son's legs? He must pay with his life. Just as Meng Hai uttered this vengeful sentiment, the hospital door swung open unexpectedly. A man in a blue and white striped patient gown, pale as death, stumbled into the room. Who are you? Meng Hai's voice was cold as he glared at the intruder. Who let you in? Get out. Are you seeking death? Rising, Meng Hai rolled up his sleeves, approaching the door, his foul mood exacerbated by the sudden appearance of an unknown patient. In the next instant, the man knelt before him. Meng Ru, Meng Hai, Wang Mei, Mr. Meng, greetings. I am Yufeng's elder brother, Yushan. Yushan, the infamous son-in-law of the Gao family. What is he doing here? An hour prior, Yushan had collapsed from rage after hearing Gao Yushuang's words and was taken to the hospital, where doctors confirmed he was not in serious danger. Left in the ward to regain consciousness, he had awoken moments ago. The first thing he sought was Meng Ru's room, not for any other reason than to apologize on behalf of his brother. The scoundrel may not have come, but his brother has. Wang Mei, seething with anger and seeking an outlet, rolled up her sleeves and approached Yushan, delivering a series of stinging slaps across his face. Smack! Smack! The sharp sounds echoed as she left imprints of her hand on Yushan's face. Mother, please hit him more. I cannot get out of bed. Meng Ru urged viciously. Of course. Smack! 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 Each strike was delivered with increasing ferocity. Yet Yushan remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Even as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he bore the punishment with stoic resolve, accepting the blame for not caring for Yufeng, which had led to this unfortunate situation. Had he been able to listen to Yufeng that night, perhaps he could have prevented this calamity. After enduring dozens of slaps, Wang Mei, out of breath, sneered, a useless person indeed, able to take a beating but nothing else. No wonder the likes of you hail from the countryside, with skin tough as leather. Meng Hai stepped forward. Speak quickly. We have no time to waste on you. If you wish to plead for your brother, let him come here himself, kneel, and apologize, even go so far as to cripple himself, and then he can serve as a slave to my son. Not merely a slave, but a eunuch. I want him to live a life worse than death, forever in agony. Call your brother here. Meng Ru lost control of his emotions, seizing a bowl of chicken soup from the bedside and hurling it at Yushan's head. Boom. Crash. Scalding soup splattered all over Yushan, staining his clothes. Chicken bones fell onto his head, and the shattered bowl left a bloody gash on his face. He appeared like refuse, allowing himself to be bullied without retaliation. Truly a wretch. Even after such treatment, he does nothing? A good-for-nothing. Wang Mei cackled with derision. I suppose Gao Yushuang must have taken you in as a son-in-law out of pity. Haraha. Wang Mei laughed uproariously, her tone rife with scorn. Still not gone, you waste. Meng Hai barked angrily. I. Yushan pondered for a long moment. You what? I told you to leave. Meng Hai glared, unwilling to look at Yushan any longer. I am willing to sacrifice my legs to repay my brother's debts. In that instant, Yushan uttered words that left everyone in shock. To offer his legs in atonement for Yu Feng's transgressions? They must have misheard. The expressions of the three individuals instantly shifted. To be unable to stand, for a man, is akin to enduring the most excruciating ordeal of his life. The loss of one's legs would indisputably cast a man's confidence into the abyss. His remaining years would be shrouded in shadows. A son-in-law. Willing to forego his own legs for his brother? Meng Hai's expression changed. Are you serious? Upon receiving the earlier news, Meng Hai confirmed that Yu Feng possessed extraordinary skills. At the very least capable of contending with Master Liu from the Loxiang Martial Arts Academy. In such a scenario, if the individuals he sent were unable to inflict a fatal injury on Feng, it would not only alert the enemy, but also bring calamity upon themselves. Now, the notion of using your brother's legs to atone for your mistakes seems to inflict even greater suffering and guilt upon Feng. Meng Ru also spoke. Very well. Since you were so earnest in wanting to bear responsibility for your brother, I will accommodate you. Father, break his legs, ensuring that he can never stand again in his lifetime. Meng Hai turned to Wang Mei. What do you think? Wang Mei shrugged her shoulders, coldly stating, it matters not. Someone must pay for my son's legs. Let Yushan come. Why not? Let that wretch Yu Feng experience the agony of a family member's disability. Understood. Meng Hai nodded. Yushan, are you certain you wish to use your own legs to repay the debt? I am resolute. Yushan at that time. I was merely 10 years old. The incident spread throughout the campus, and no one dared to bully my elder brother anymore. My brother, who was 7 years my senior, started school later than most, and he was somewhat timid. Each time he faced bullying, it was I who single-handedly stepped up to defend him. I had believed I could protect him for a lifetime, yet I never anticipated that in these past few years. He has been at the Gao family's home. Yu Feng lowered his head, a look of helplessness casting a shadow over his features. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Yushan's subservience and caution while at the Gao family. He had truly endured much injustice. Yang Leroux didn't know what to say. Everyone has their own path. Uncle, don't take it too much to heart. In the future, you will have your own family, children, and even a beautiful wife. Cough, cough. Let us talk about something cheerful. Uncle, what kind of girl do you like? Yang Leroux asked, her curiosity piqued. Me? Yu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had never really considered that. However, there was indeed a girl before him who had once brought a smile to his face. Yu Feng continued to gaze at Yang Leroux. Her cheeks flushed. Uncle. Why are you staring at me? Sorry, Oh dear, Uncle, you're so annoying. Don't you know it's impolite to stare at a girl? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going home. See you tomorrow. Yang Leroux neatly wrapped up the fried noodles and stood to leave, but suddenly picked up Yu Feng's phone, saved her number, and stored his contact before turning to walk away. Yu Feng mused. The thoughts of a young girl are quite peculiar. But what about the payment for handing out flyers today? Wasn't it supposed to be 100 for the day? Just like that, it's gone? He sighed, deciding not to dwell on it too much. After all, she had helped buy dinner. After finishing the fried noodles and milk tea, he took a taxi back to his apartment. After washing up, he lay on the bed, took out his phone, and checked his call logs. His brother hadn't called. Even at this late hour, his brother would usually return a call, wouldn't he? He pondered. Perhaps his brother was truly busy. Instead of calling, he sent a text message. Brother, I want to return to the countryside tomorrow to pay respects to Mom and Dad. If you're free, could you come pick me up? If not, I'll just take a taxi. After a while, there was still no reply. Yu Feng composed another message. Brother, I hope sister-in-law isn't upset because of our argument. Please don't be angry. If Meng Hai continues to make things difficult, I will handle it. Don't argue with sister-in-law. It's not good for the child at home. Brother, why haven't you replied? Is your phone out of battery? It's so late. You must be asleep. Never mind. I'll just take a bus to the countryside to pay respects to Mom and Dad. But there is no signal out there, so if you call, I won't be able to answer. Good night, brother. After putting down the phone, Yu Feng felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him. What truly lies ahead is uncertain. He sighed. Meanwhile, Yushan received these messages but chose not to reply, his eyes rimmed with bloodshot veins. I'm sorry, little brother. I cannot see you anymore. I believe in you. You are not a scoundrel. However, I can no longer accompany you on this path. Chapter 50. The bet. The following morning, a significant announcement reverberated through the elite circles of Jiangqing. The venerable elder of the prestigious Dong family was to celebrate his birthday in 2 days, hosting a grand banquet for the offspring of families ranked 3rd tier and above, as well as society's elite. Simultaneously, a momentous announcement would be made on the elder's birthday. The once renowned talent, known as the Western Dongsheng, the young master of the Dong family, would inherit the princely title that day and commence his stewardship over the family's affairs. Upon the release of this news, a wave of astonishment swept through the community. The title Western Dongsheng had echoed through the realms of distinction 5 years prior. Beyond Dongsheng's own talents, the influence of the other 3 talents in the provincial capital was paramount, especially that of Bei Muhan, the princely heir of the esteemed Mu family in the capital. Young and already a standout among the younger generation, he was the dream of countless young ladies, a veritable Prince Charming. His mastery of poetry had led him to be taken under the wing of contemporary literary giants, placing him in a position of great esteem. The other 2 talents, each in their own fields, also wielded undeniable influence. Jiangcheng, having possessed such a talent as Dongsheng, had garnered national acclaim during that time. Yet, hadn't Dongsheng suffered a catastrophic accident years ago and become disabled? Alas, was the elder of the Dong family not in his right mind? To appoint a handicapped person as the heir to the family's fortune? Who knows? What does it matter to you? You think the Dong family would allow just anyone to attend? Only those possessing an invitation may enter. Speculating without a chance of attendance is futile. Indeed, I heard that Dongsheng seems to have experienced some fortuitous turn of events. His legs have healed. Is that true? Various opinions and rumors swirled, each vying for attention. Meanwhile, many families received their invitations, including the Gao, Lung, and Hua families. Meng Hai also received an invitation, personally delivered by Dongsheng himself. Dongsheng personally delivered the invitation to me. I am truly honored. Outside the hospital room, Meng Hai wore a look of astonishment, never imagining that as a mere district branch manager of a bank, he would be deemed worthy to attend the Dong family's birthday banquet. Don't worry about that. After this birthday celebration, I will likely gain access to all the intel and resources of the Dong family. Finding that mysterious person should be much easier then. In the future, you will work under me, and such gatherings will naturally be accessible to you. With that, Dongsheng, dressed in a tailored suit, turned away. The gloom that had once clouded his expression had vanished. Early that morning, after thorough examinations by specialists, the conclusion was reached. He was fully recovered. This miraculous news spread through the Dong family in mere minutes, the announcement of his ascension as heir becoming an unquestionable reality at every table. Overwhelmed with emotion, Meng Hai knelt on one knee. To serve Dongsheng, I would gladly face 1,000 deaths. Enough, rise. I must take my leave. Farewell, Dongsheng. In a dining establishment at Jiangqing's new plaza, the foot traffic remained sparse, much like the previous day. Yang Liru entered with bags filled with new clothes, setting them down and excitedly showcasing each dress in front of the mirror. Upon seeing this, Yang Jian, engrossed in his mobile game, sighed. Ah, here we go again. It seems love is a potent poison that transforms one entirely. My dear sister, you're about to drain my card dry. Can you not take a breather? Silence. Yang Liru shot him a glare. Can't you see I'm trying on clothes? All right then. May I inquire, dressed so beautifully today, are you planning to meet that handsome young man from yesterday? I've done some digging. It turns out Yufeng just got out of prison not long ago. And he has an elder brother, Yushan, who is a live-in son-in-law. Being with him is bound to lead to no good outcome. Recalling that their father would soon send someone, Yang Jian felt it wise to dissuade his sister's thoughts ahead of time. Hearing this, Yang Liru's expression tightened, her mood suddenly deflating, and the dresses in her hands lost their allure. You jinx. How do you know it won't turn out well? I like him. Isn't that enough? Come on. You're an adult now. Don't be so naive like you were as a child. When the day comes, you'll inevitably have to bring him home, right? Do you think father would allow someone who has been in prison to be the son-in-law of the Yang family? Moreover, this guy's elder brother is a well-known live-in son-in-law in Jiacheng. Neither his family background nor his reputation would benefit the Yang family and might even hinder our development. So, I assure you, I'm not joking. Yang Jian's tone was serious. Despite his carefree demeanor, if one understood his burdens, they would realize he was relishing his freedom. His marriage serves merely as a tool to bind the interests of the family. Rather than squandering time in search of love, it is far wiser to seize the moment and indulge in immediate pleasures. Yang Liru furrowed her brow even tighter. She understood. She knew. Yet, she yearned to resist. Regardless of the circumstances, she aspired to pursue her own Prince Charming. With her stubborn nature, her eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. I shall marry only the one I love in this lifetime, regardless of his identity or past. As long as we are in love, there is a future. Even if the Yang family disapproves, I could forego the marriage certificate and still be with him. What is this nonsense? Without a marriage certificate, what constitutes a marriage? Yang Jian realized that his sister might truly be entangled in this. After pondering, he doused her enthusiasm with cold water, saying, "Very well. Then I must ask you, does Yufeng like you?" Yang Liru hesitated. "Perhaps he does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved me twice. He is genuinely a wonderful person. But you're not certain whether he likes you, are you?" Yang Jian pressed on, pausing before continuing. "As a man, I understand men better than you do. The way Yufeng looks at you is quite pure. Do you wish to know what that signifies?" "What?" Yang Liru inquired. "Firstly, he harbors no intentions towards you, hence his gaze towards you is akin to that of any other person. Secondly, he possesses the remarkable ability to conceal his emotions, indicating a formidable psychological resilience. He undoubtedly ranks among the elite, a feat I cannot rival. However, from my investigation, it appears that Yufeng's imprisonment was far from honorable, thus the second possibility can be dismissed." "You're lying." Yang Liru pouted in indignation. "Then you could try inviting him to the movies. Let us see if he agrees," Yang Jian suggested with a smile. Yang Jian was indeed misleading her. He had only discovered that Yufeng had been incarcerated but lacked knowledge of the reasons behind it. His assertion regarding Yufeng's pure eyes, however, held truth. "Fine, I shall extend the invitation," Yang Liru declared, retrieving her phone to message Yufeng. "Uncle, would you like to go see a movie together?" Chapter 51. Yang Liru's persistence. Yang Liru felt a mix of shyness and trepidation. Traditionally, the role of initiating a movie invitation in a couple should fall to the male, particularly when they have yet to become a couple. Yet, Yang Liru took the initiative. Would Uncle refuse? Surely not. He is such a kind person. But would he realize that he harbors feelings for her? Would he intentionally avoid responding? Before receiving a reply, her heart raced uncontrollably. She maintained a calm facade while anxiously awaiting a response, scrolling through her phone and inquiring with friends about suitable movies for couples. With each film she encountered, she sought out reviews and descriptions online, desperate to prepare everything flawlessly. Little did she know, at that very moment, Yufeng was aboard a minibus heading to the countryside. Due to the remote location, the mobile signal was exceedingly weak, compounded by the fact that he had forgotten to charge his phone the previous night. Receiving messages was nearly impossible, and before he realized it, he drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, outside the first hospital of Jiang City, 2 jeeps bearing license plates from the capital were parked at the entrance. 10 men clad in black suits and sunglasses, exuding an imposing aura, descended from the vehicles. At the center stood an agent codenamed Eagle, a top spy from the G family's intelligence system, highly regarded by the elder G. He strode into the hospital accompanied by 9 guards. A few dozen meters away, the hospital director hurriedly approached, flanked by a group of department heads. My goodness! The G family from the capital, one of the 4 most powerful families in the nation, a mere hospital director could not afford to be negligent. Furthermore, he had received word that the G family had sent representatives to Jiang City concerning the grandson who had been sent away 26 years ago and was now on the verge of suffocation. Anyone familiar with the G family would know what the title grandson entailed. If a male heir emerged from the 3rd generation of the G family, he would undoubtedly become the most illustrious noble in the capital. All other so-called talented youths or affluent scions would pale in comparison. After all, each of his uncles and aunts wielded immense influence in their respective industries. Eagle, greetings. I am the director of Jiang City's first hospital, Lu. You may call me Old Lu, the director said, bowing and smiling, his demeanor astonishing those around him. What kind of formidable figure could elicit such deference from a hospital director? Eagle produced a token, by the order of the family head. I am here to access all blood bank records of the first hospital of Jiang City. The 2 bags of blood sent to the capital a few days ago belonged to the grandson. Yes. I have already arranged for the nurses responsible for those 2 bags in the conference room. We are merely awaiting your arrival, Mr. Eagle. Good, let us not delay. Let me there at once. Yes. Minutes later, they arrived at a quiet conference room, where 2 nurses responsible for the blood bank stood up as the director entered. Their faces slightly pale. Being summoned to the office without explanation made anyone feel uneasy, especially with the 10 imposing figures accompanying the director. Director. Director Lu spoke in a low tone. This matter is classified and of utmost importance. You 2 have interacted with the individual who provided those 2 bags of blood. So when Mr. Eagle questions you, answer truthfully, understood? Understood. One nurse nervously ventured. Couldn't he possibly be a fugitive, could he? Silence. That is not for you to inquire. You are to respond. Yes. Subsequently, Eagle stepped forward, removing his sunglasses to reveal a strikingly handsome face before the 2 nurses. My questions are simple. Did he provide a phone number? Eagle inquired, as having a phone number would allow them to trace the grandson's information over the years. The 2 nurses shook their heads, one stating, The hospital has specific regulations concerning rare blood types. Generally, we do not keep phone numbers to prevent personal information from falling into the wrong hands. Understood, Eagle replied. Given the rarity of the G family's bloodline, where 1 in 10,000 might possess Rh-negative blood, such regulations were indeed necessary for protection. Well then, do you recall his height and weight? I remember. I drew his blood, one nurse replied. He was approximately 6 feet tall and weighed around 150 pounds, with short hair and slightly dark skin. Hearing this, Eagle nodded and signaled to a young man behind him. The young man produced paper and a pen, stepping forward. Could you provide a detailed description of his appearance? This young man was specifically trained in portraiture, having won first place in an international sketching competition. Let me think. His face is oval-shaped, with a slightly pronounced chin and his eyes. After approximately 10 minutes of description, a likeness began to take shape on the paper. Once the hair was drawn, the young man held the paper upright. Is this what he looks like? Yes. That's it. He looks just like that. Why don't you check the surveillance footage? The nurse suddenly interjected. Eagle, the director scolded. The surveillance system is still under repair. If we could access it, what we need to ask you? Oh. The nurse hurriedly fell silent. The young man folded the paper and inquired, Boss, what shall we do now? Go. Divide this paper into 14 copies. Send someone to deliver it to the 4 prominent families in Jiang City, requesting their assistance in locating the individuals mentioned. Inform them that this is a distinguished guest of the G family, and whoever finds him shall earn the utmost friendship of the G family and its patriarch. The others, armed with portraits, were instructed to divide Jiang City into 10 sectors and conduct an exhaustive search, leaving no corner unchecked. Yes, disperse. With this command, 10 figures swiftly exited the conference room. The 2 nurses, seemingly petrified, slumped into their seats. Just like that, he vanished. The most astonished of all was Director Liu, the highest form of friendship from the prestigious G family. It seems that this young master holds far more significance to the G family than he had ever imagined. Achoo! Yu Feng sneezed, awakening from his slumber. It was evening. The bus had arrived in a remote countryside. Finally home. Mom and Dad. Xiao Feng is here to bow to you. Sister, stop looking. It's dark now. It seems that Uncle truly does not care for you. Be quiet. He wouldn't. He must have had something to attend to. I've picked out the movies already. If he hasn't replied by 7, there's still the 9 o'clock showing. And if he doesn't come then, there's the 11 o'clock, and even 1 o'clock in the morning. I want stop waiting. Stop waiting. Chapter 52. 2 missed messages in a quaint dining establishment. The streetlights dimmed, yet no figure appeared from the desolate street outside. 10 o'clock arrived, and before long, 11 o'clock passed as well. During the interminable wait, time felt as precious and fleeting as currency, never enough to spend. Unbeknownst to her, the clock struck 2 in the morning. All cinemas in Jiang City had closed. Even if she wished to watch a film, there was no longer time. Yu Feng still had not arrived. Yang Jian seemed to sense something. Rising with a soft sigh, he departed, leaving Yang Liru alone in her seat. The beautiful garments she once cherished now held no allure. Clothes are meant to be worn for those one loves, yet that person was absent. Uncle, do you truly not care for me at all? Tears welled in Yang Liru's eyes as she took out her phone. The message remained unanswered. She wept softly, her quiet sobs echoing in the stillness of the night. Yet deep within her, an unseen force urged her on. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Uncle. She wiped her nose, brushed away her tears, and composed a new message. Uncle, do you not enjoy watching movies? It's all right. Perhaps we could visit the food street tomorrow. You're so thin. You must not have tasted anything delightful. How about I take you to try Jiang City's special delicacies? Uncle, are you asleep? The summer nights can be a bit chilly. Remember not to set the air conditioning too low, and don't forget to cover yourself with a blanket. I'll wait for you at our usual spot tomorrow. Please call me when you arrive. Good night. Uncle, I will be waiting for you. Yu Feng did not come. She began to think that perhaps he simply did not like watching movies. She resolved to wait a little longer, to try once more. She yearned for a love story. As long as he was willing, she would spare no effort, for Yang Liru would do anything. In a villa within the Dong family estate, the old patriarch had yet to find rest in the late hours of the night. Sitting in a grand chair in the main hall, his expression was tense, breaths heavy, as he gripped a portrait of a face tightly in his hand. Before him knelt a group of core members of the Dong family group. Patriarch, is this truly an order from the G family? A middle-aged man asked solemnly. Indeed. This time the G family is serious. That young master is in Jiang City. We must mobilize all personnel to search the entire city. We must locate this young master. The friendship of the G family is of utmost importance to us. Yes, but tomorrow is your birthday. And it is also the young master's significant day. If we dispatch everyone now, what if something goes awry tomorrow? The middle-aged man queried further. Do not concern yourself with me. The future of the Dong family depends on this. There can be no margin for error. Find him. Understood. As the words fell, countless elite members from the Dong family drove away, utilizing their resources to conduct a widespread search. Simultaneously, the other 3 prominent families in Jiang City received identical orders. Without delay, mere minutes after receiving the directives, a throng surged from various locations, commencing a thorough search of the city. No one could refuse the friendship of the Ji family, a symbol of power, wealth, and prestige. In the words of a venerable elder from the capital, anyone who receives the support of the Ji family, no matter how foolish, backgroundless, or ordinary, would, within 3 years, become a leader of a provincial capital. The weight of this statement was tremendous. At this moment, Yu Feng, who had overnight become the esteemed young master honored by the 4 great families, boarded a long-distance bus home. The journey from city to town took nearly 24 hours. After bowing to his adoptive parents and visiting the graves, Yu Feng sat on a patch of grass, speaking to himself for quite some time. He departed only as dawn broke, returning home by 9 in the morning. After a refreshing shower, changing into pajamas, he lay down, fatigue enveloping him, thoughts of slumber mingling with his consciousness as he plugged in his phone and drowsily opened WeChat. Big brother, are you still asleep? I've finished paying respects at the graves. Mom and Dad are doing well in the village. Many have left for work elsewhere. Guzi, Xiao Wangba, and Monkey are all gone. Some of the elders are still planting in the fields. Do you remember that chubby girl next door? When I returned last time, she had lost a lot of weight and said that if I wasn't happy in the city, I could come back and live with her. I turned her down. Haha. Big brother, I've been back for several days now, and it seems we haven't had a proper chat or shared a drink. How about we find a time for you to sneak out with me for a drink, away from sister-in-law? Having sent these messages, Yu Feng set down his phone. The messages he sent the night before remained unanswered. He wondered what could have happened. He called but received no response. Perhaps it was a quarrel between his brother and sister-in-law. An uneasy feeling crept into his heart. Could it truly be because Meng Ru's leg was broken that they were fighting? Yet he knew he was in the right. That man acted recklessly when intoxicated, making advances on Yang Liru, and afterwards, instead of apologizing, escalated the situation by sending people to confront him. Such a reckless rogue deserved no mercy, even if he were to die 100 times. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the image of Yang Liru surfaced. A smile crept onto his face at the mere thought of her. He could not fathom why his heart raced at the thought of that girl. They had only met a few times, and he had merely acted out of a soldier's instinct, saving her on several occasions. He did not expect her to feel indebted to him, nor did he anticipate that she would worry for his safety, seeking help for him in a moment of desperation, drenched in sweat, or that she would wear a heavy, adorable bear costume in the sweltering summer just to amuse him. Was everything just a result of his saving her? Yu Feng had never experienced love, yet he was not oblivious. He could sense Yang Liru's affection. However, as he continued to ponder, fatigue overwhelmed him once more, and he fell back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed with a few new messages. Beep. It vibrated a few times, yet made no loud noise. Uncle, are you awake? I've gotten up. I'm waiting for you at the dining establishment. Are you coming today? I have found a delightful place to dine, replete with an abundance of delectable offerings. Uncle, today the treat is on me. I understand you had matters to attend to yesterday, but please, do not forsake me today. I genuinely wish to see you. Oh dear, Uncle, you cannot abandon me again. I can endure your silence, but you must be present. Uncle, I am waiting for you. With eager anticipation, Yang Liru sent the message. Little did she know, Yu Feng had no habit of checking his messages proactively. His phone only rang when a notification from WeChat arrived. Chapter 53. Trouble looms. Another day passed in a haze of confusion. The 10 bodyguards from the Ji family searched in vain. The vastness of Jiang City made it a formidable task to scour every corner, even when divided into 10 zones. The numerous neighborhoods and the surveillance cameras along the streets added to the complexity of the search. Furthermore, the 4 prominent families yielded no results either. Time swiftly marched on, marking the birthday of the venerable patriarch of the Dong family. In the courtyard, Dong Sheng, poised to inherit the title of crown prince of the Dong family, admired the blooming lotus flowers. A servant named Zhang Yu approached with a bowl of tea. Young master, please have some tea. Evening approaches, and the skies suggest rain. The birthday celebration will be held at the hotel. A hotel? Dong Sheng mused, gazing at the overcast sky. Have we located the mysterious figure we encountered? He inquired with urgency. Zhang Yu shook his head. We have searched the street where we met that night, but found no trace. We even reviewed the nearby surveillance footage. Yet there is still no sign. It seems we may never find him. Young master, perhaps we should let it go. Let it go? Dong Sheng narrowed his eyes. If we abandon this pursuit, I shall have squandered a significant opportunity. Isn't your leg healed? What do you know? The one capable of producing such a miraculous remedy is far more valuable than the remedy itself. If we find him, I would willingly offer half my fortune for his assistance. Muttering to himself, Dong Sheng commanded, Go. Relay the message to my subordinates. Whoever finds that extraordinary individual shall receive a reward of 10 million. I shall not go back on my word. 10 million. Zhang Yu gasped in astonishment. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. In a bustling restaurant, Yang Liru rested her head on the table, dark circles encircling her eyes. For someone accustomed to a healthy sleep schedule, merely 2 sleepless nights had rendered her appearance haggard. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder jolted her awake. Uncle, it's raining. It's raining. Please don't come over. I forgot my umbrella. The first words that escaped her lips after awakening were thoughts for Yufeng. She could not help but contemplate him, wondering when he would arrive and if he would ever harbor feelings for her. The torrential rain began to pour. Yet he was still absent. A mocking laugh echoed from behind her. Huh, he has stood you up twice, and yet you still dream of him. Oh dear, my silly sister. Yang Jian shook his head, sighing. This time, Yang Liru did not retort, for even she began to harbor doubts. She took out her phone. Several messages remained unanswered. The conversation window was filled solely with her eager words, akin to a fool speaking to herself. You mentioned that Yufeng's gaze is pure. He holds no interest in you. Oh no, it should be said that even if he did, he lacks the opportunity or the standing. With his background and lineage, he is unworthy even to step through the gates of the Yang family. As he spoke, Yang Jian approached Yang Liru from behind, gently patting her shoulder. Sister, allow me to speak candidly. If Yufeng is blind to your worth, it is his loss. Why should you care? There are countless admirable men in this world, possessing wealth, charm, and education. Moreover, even the most renowned for talents would find it difficult to match your caliber. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Liru swatted his hand away, deep down still clinging to a glimmer of hope. You don't still harbor feelings for him, do you? He has stood you up twice. Yang Jin questioned. Perhaps. He has been preoccupied with something important. Yang Liru defended Yufeng. Nonsense. 2 days have passed. Can he truly not see his messages? He couldn't spare a moment to respond. You invited him to a movie and waited until midnight. Yesterday, you asked him to dine and waited from dawn until now. What could be so pressing for a man just released from prison? Yang Jian's every word struck with conviction, resonating with truth. You mustn't concern yourself with me. Leave me be, Yang Liru retorted, angrily pushing him away and storming toward the door. The drenching rain soaked her carefully chosen attire. She lifted her head, tears clouding her vision. Uncle, do you truly not care for me? With a quivering voice, Yang Liru realized some matters needed to be addressed openly and honestly. Clenching her fist, she composed one final message. Uncle, let us meet to talk. There are many things I wish to share. I will not press you to come, but consider it a final conversation. If you choose to come, I will be overjoyed. If you do not, I shall no longer intrude upon your life. I will come to understand that, in truth, Uncle, you do not harbor feelings for me. Uncle, I await you at the Meteor Garden bar. Uncle, will you come this time? The torrential downpour enveloped the apartment, thunder rolling like the ocean, abruptly awakening Yufeng from his dreams. Brother, a flash of lightning illuminated his face through the window. The booming thunder reminded him of a lengthy dream he had experienced. He dreamt of his elder brother suffering a brutal fate, his legs shattered, trapped in a hospital bed, breathless, pale as death, utterly alone without a soul to comfort him. The desolation, the sorrow, his wife departed, his family obliterated. Cold sweat drenched Yufeng's back. He was terrified. He feared his brother might truly meet such a fate, and that Meng Ru's father seemed capable of such cruelty. No. In a panic, Yufeng seized his phone, too anxious to notice the numerous unread messages, and directly dialed Yushan. Beep, beep. The phone rang endlessly. No matter how many times Yufeng called, the line remained unreachable. After several attempts, the outcome was the same. Something terrible had transpired. His instincts warned him that something significant had occurred in the past few days. Without a moment to spare, he donned a coat, grabbed an umbrella, and left the apartment, heading toward the Gao family's villa. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of Jiang City's first hospital, Yushan, hearing his phone vibrate incessantly, opened his eyes. Little brother. He had not eaten for 2 days, feeling utterly weak and with pale lips. He had deliberately abstained from food. Being such a burden, perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to rise to grab his phone, intending to send his brother a farewell message. Yet he was too weary. Even lifting his hand felt like a monumental effort. With every ounce of energy, he rolled over, only to tumble from the bed with a thud. The cup on the table toppled, and the phone clattered to the floor. His eyes burned with desperation as he reached for it. But just as he lifted his head, the door to the room swung open. Dressed in a dark suit and holding a vial of green liquid, a figure strode in. "I have arrived, you worthless fool." Chapter 54. The chill of the heavens. A cold, oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, giving rise to a profound sense of dread within Yushan. Furrowing his brow, he sought to retreat, only to find his body betraying him, immobile and unyielding. He yearned to cry out, yet his throat lacked the strength to produce a sound. "Oh, you seem to be in fine spirits, Yushan. How does it feel to have your legs broken?" "Haraha." Lung Chen's mocking laughter echoed cruelly. He had long since bribed the nurses outside and ensured that the surveillance cameras in the vicinity were disabled. Striding towards Yushan, he pulled over a chair and seated himself before him, raising his foot to come crashing down. Crack! A feeble scream escaped Yushan's lips, resonating with the agony he felt. You, he stammered, trembling as he raised a hand to point at Lung Chen's head. "Are you wondering why I am doing this?" Lung Chen sneered, his smile devoid of warmth. "Alas, I had no choice. Initially, I intended to slowly pursue Yu Shuang, hoping to make her abandon you and be with me. I planned to use slow-acting poison to gradually take your daughter's life. Once your daughter is gone, Yu Shuang will see you as worthless, and then I would have my chance. That was my plan, but I did not anticipate your brother intervening. How unfortunate that he discovered the poison was my doing. I had to act first, or I would be the one to perish. As for you, you could have lived to leave, but now I'm afterward." They married and had children smoothly. Yushan treated her with unwavering kindness, toiling selflessly in the Gao household, enduring humiliation in silence, caring for her like a devoted caretaker. Gradually, she began to regard Yushan with disdain, casually insulting and blaming him, trampling his dignity beneath her feet. In the days spent at home, Gao Yushuang realized the extent of her transgressions over the years. Yet, with her proud spirit, she still believed she was blameless. "You are the son-in-law of the Gao family. Since you married into it, you should be prepared for this. You must continue to treat me well and love me. What's wrong with that? Why, divorce? Why?" Tears streamed down Gao Yushuang's cheeks as she gazed out at the torrential rain. "It's all your brother's fault. Before he arrived, you dared not say a word against me and treated me well. But since his arrival, not only have you taken to drinking, but you also lash out at me. You even forsook your own legs for that scoundrel just released from prison, and you didn't even consult me. Yushan, you still want to divorce me. It's all your brother's fault. He ruined our marriage." She raged into the air, venting her frustrations. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her heart. It felt as if a piece of her flesh had been severed. "Yushan." She stood up in a daze, changed her clothes, and intended to go to the hospital. However, upon reaching the door, the old housekeeper hurried over. "Miss, today is the birthday banquet for the elder of the Dong family. The time is drawing near. Are you ready to depart?" The mention of the Dong family tightened Gao Yushuang's expression. This birthday banquet held immense significance, with not only the Hua and Lung families attending, but nearly all prominent families sending their key figures to offer their congratulations and to establish connections with the future heir of the Dong family. If she were to arrive late, weighing her options, Gao Yushuang ultimately prioritized the Gao family's interests. "You go ahead and drive. I will join you shortly," she instructed. "Yes, Mississippi." The old housekeeper nodded, taking an umbrella and heading out to the garage. After all, Yushan was incapacitated in the hospital and wouldn't be going anywhere. She thought to herself that she would visit him after the banquet. Returning to her bedroom, she changed into a formal gown. Just as she descended the stairs, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, an exceedingly unwelcome figure appeared before her. "Sister-in-law, it's you." Yufeng had arrived. Gao Yushuang's expression soured instantly. "What do you want?" Yufeng looked worried. "Sister-in-law, where is my brother? I've been messaging him for days, but he hasn't," he replied. "Is something wrong? Can you tell me where he is?" "Your brother?" Gao Yushuang narrowed her eyes. "How can you still have the audacity to ask about him? He was beaten and had his legs broken for your sake. You scoundrel, do you not feel any remorse?" "I don't know," Gao Yushuang replied coldly. "Don't know?" Yufeng was bewildered. "How could you not know? Did you two have a fight? Please tell me. I'm genuinely worried about my brother. I had a nightmare last night where he was." Before Yufeng could finish, he was mercilessly interrupted. "What did you dream? What could someone like you possibly dream about? Step aside. I must attend an important banquet. Don't waste my time." Gao Yushuang attempted to push past him, but Yufeng refused to budge, now certain that something had happened to his brother. He blocked the doorway. "Step aside, are you deaf?" Gao Yushuang shouted in anger. "Sister-in-law, please tell me where my brother is." He insisted firmly. The response to Yufeng was a sharp slap across the face. On the second floor, Ruo quietly descended, hiding behind the sofa to observe. Step aside. Gao Yushuang shouted again. Yufeng stood his ground, looking up at her. Sister-in-law, where is my brother? Another slap echoed through the air. Gao Yushuang's chest heaved with rage, her neck flushed. Yufeng, do not overstep. Who do you think you are to question me? Do you think that because you managed to reclaim 1,000,000, I would treat you with kindness? That is your responsibility. As for your brother, I don't know. Now step aside immediately. In the hospital, Gao Yushuang, still fuming from Yushan's outburst, offered no kindness to Yufeng. Deep down, she believed that Yufeng was the root cause of her marital strife with Yushan. She wished fervently for his presence to vanish from her sight, never to return. Sister-in-law, get lost. The final, thunderous command sent Yufeng's heart reeling. He lowered his head, his arms trembling. He stepped aside. I don't want to see you again. If I find you here when I return, don't blame me for being unkind. With that, Gao Yushuang grabbed her umbrella, donned her high heels, and swiftly departed, leaving Yufeng standing alone at the door. The torrential rain, accompanied by the cold wind, drenched his coat, rendering him a pitiful sight. Moments later, Gao Yushuang was seated in the old housekeeper's car, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Uncle, a tender voice called from behind. Yufeng turned to see the small figure of Ruo, a gentle smile blooming on his face. Uncle, does Ruo know where Daddy is? Gao Yurua pouted, tugging at her skirt. Where is he? Where is he? Yufeng's expression shifted, and he quickly inquired. What happened? Gao Yurua's face fell as she wiped her tear-stained cheeks. Mommy said Daddy is in the hospital, that he had his legs broken and wants to divorce Mommy. Uncle, Ruo is still small. I want Daddy. I don't want Mommy and Daddy to divorce. The words hospital, broken legs, and divorce ignited a surge of urgency within Yufeng. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped Ruo into his arms and rushed into the villa, closing the door behind him before dashing towards the hospital. Chapter 56. The prince has been found divorce. This was the outcome Yufeng most dreaded. Especially for the sake of the child, it was akin to a death sentence. Moreover, upon hearing that his brother had been severely injured, a torrent of rage surged within him. The image of Meng Ru materialized in his mind. Was it him? He quickly hailed a taxi, pulling out several hundred yuan bills to urge the driver to speed towards the hospital. Miraculously, the traffic lights seemed to part for him, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. 25 minutes later, the car halted outside the hospital. Yufeng hurried inside, breathless as he reached the inquiry desk. Nurse, where is Yushan's ward? Yushan? The nurse frowned, recalling that she had just received payment from the cold young master not long ago. Had another person come to see him? Swallowing nervously, she replied. Room 502 on the 7th floor. Are you? Before the nurse could finish her question, Yufeng dashed into the elevator. The nurse was momentarily stunned, only to be approached by another nurse. Who was that just now? I don't know. They came looking for the Gao family's son-in-law, Yushan. What? The son-in-law has visitors? The nurse pointed at Yufeng, who had rushed into the elevator. That person just ran into the elevator. The other nurse glanced in the direction the first nurse pointed, her expression shifting dramatically. What's wrong? Why are you frozen? Did you draw blood too long? Taking a deep breath, she realized it was the same individual who had been questioned in the meeting room the other day. She murmured, oh my. It can't be him. Who? Never mind. I'm going to find the director. You stay here and keep a close watch. If he comes down, make sure to stop him. Who is he? The nurse at the inquiry desk wore a bewildered expression. After asking a question, the female nurse from the blood collection department hurriedly headed towards the director's office. A few minutes later, the elevator reached the 7th floor. Perhaps due to the familiarity most hospital staff had with Yushan, this floor was not overcrowded with patients. Just as Yufeng stepped out of the elevator, an unsettling feeling arose within him. Brother. Memories of moments shared with his elder brother echoed faintly in his ears. Brother, if anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. Even if it's the king of heaven himself, I won't hesitate to confront him with a brick. Though the Yu family is poor, we have our dignity. Our parents said a man can lack wealth, power, or good looks, but he must possess respect. Those seniors in your class who dare to steal your breakfast might even rob you of your wife someday. I must put a stop to them. There is no room for discussion. Don't try to stop me. Let's go. As Yufeng approached the door of room 502, he noticed it ajar. He stepped forward, trembling with each step. Anxiety. Fear. Brother. He quickened his pace, reaching the threshold of the room, lifting his gaze only to be met by the sight of a cold corpse. By the bedside, Yushan's hospital gown was stained with a greenish liquid. His eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any breath. A deep crimson handprint marred his neck. In that moment, Yufeng felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Frozen in shock. Brother. Yufeng entered the room, placing a finger near Yushan's nose, withdrawing it swiftly after a brief second. No. Breath. Dead. Gone. He had no time to contemplate. He retrieved a pack of silver needles from his pocket, deftly extracting 7 needles. Then placed Yushan's head upon the pillow, employing the 7 stars reviving technique, inserting the needles into 7 acupoints on Yushan's head. He furrowed his brows. His nerves taut, closing his eyes to channel his internal energy through the needles into Yushan's body. It was an alien poison, a multiplied alien poison. In the next moment, Yu Feng's eyes turned cold. The dosage of this alien poison far exceeded the amounts he had encountered within Ruro's body. The toxicity magnified manifold. Thus, the perpetrator was undoubtedly identified. Cold and composed. Cold, you are playing with fire. If it were anyone else, they would likely be beyond salvation at this moment. But Yu Feng was not just anyone. He had once been a national asset. A formidable figure revered in the global mercenary realm, known as the Wolf King of the Eastern Forbidden. His existence had kept countless assassins at bay, too fearful to cross borders. His 2 masters were celebrated figures of great strength within the country. He recalled the words of his master who had taught him ancient medical techniques. The 7 needles revive a life at the cost of one's own cultivation. Below the realm of transformation, employing the 7 needles once will deplete all your cultivation. Use it with caution. To exchange his own cultivation for his brother's life was a worthy trade. Yu Feng closed his eyes, commencing the procedure. His life was granted by the Yu family, who had raised him with great care. His brother, Yushan, had always shared his food. The debt of gratitude for nurturing could never be repaid. The bond of brotherhood surpassed the heavens. A mere dark energy cultivation was but a fleeting wisp. Becoming an ordinary man was of no consequence. Brother, your life shall not be so easily claimed by the King of Hell. I promised, no one can bully you, not even the King of Heaven, let alone the King of Hell. I will seek justice for you. Meanwhile, in the director's office, soft melodies floated through the air. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed as Wang Fongfong from the blood collection department burst in, interrupting Director Lu's leisurely moment. Director. Startled, Director Lu jumped, turning to her with a thump on the desk. Wang Fongfong, what is the meaning of this? Why aren't you at your post during work hours? He. Who is he? What do you mean by he? Wang Fongfong, flustered, stammered without clarity. Lu shot her an exasperated glance. Just tell me who he is. He has come. Wang Fongfong pointed towards the inpatient department. Who? Director Lu, furious, demanded. Just spit it out. Who? With a sudden realization, Wang Fongfong slapped herself across the face. That is better. Director, it's the man you brought that day, the one who interviewed me. Yes, the one who donated Rh-negative blood. He is here, in the inpatient department, looking for Yushan, in room 502. What? Upon hearing this, Director Lu's nerves tensed. Nearly leaping from his seat, he gasped internally. The grandson of the Ji family has arrived? The grandson sought by the Ji family's patriarch. A prince born with the most valuable key to the nation. A prince whose finding would secure the Ji family's goodwill, elevating one to great heights. He has arrived. Director Lu shouted. Quick, take me there at once. No, wait, I need to make a call first. He pulled out his phone, and a minute later, the call connected. Speak. Mr. Ng, the prince has been found. Chapter 57. Investigations of various forces in room 502. Wisps of green smoke rose from the 7 silver needles, dissipating into the air. Yushan's complexion gradually regained its color. Conversely, Yu Feng's face turned increasingly pale. Time ticked away, and the torrential rain outside continued to lash down, each drop striking the street like pearls. Just as Yu Feng opened his eyes, his chi dissipating from his dantian, and Yushan resumed breathing. 2 men clad in green robes, sitting at the edge of a cliff thousands of miles away, opened their eyes. Xiao Feng has lost all his cultivation. This was his calamity, it seemed this time. The odds were grim. Shall we emerge? Not yet. This is his own trial. Destiny will unfold as it should. But without cultivation, how would he face this trial? Fate. Their conversation abruptly halted. At their level of enlightenment, grasping the essence of destiny was not difficult, but resolving it was another matter entirely. Unbeknownst to Yu Feng, his sacrifice of cultivation had already been perceived by the 2 sages. He sweated profusely, feeling as though he had shed a layer of skin, his strength entirely depleted. Now, he was merely an ordinary man. He lowered his head, placing his fingers on Yushan's pulse. Excellent. The heartbeat has revived. Yu Feng sighed in relief, yet the ordeal was far from over. Ensuring his brother was out of danger, he examined Yushan's injuries. Fortunately, he had not sold the other bottle of lotus powder. He hastily retrieved the vial. carefully pouring its contents into Yushan's mouth, knowing it would take several hours for him to regain consciousness. "Brother, wait for my return." With that, Yufeng covered his brother with the blanket, turned, and exited the room, closing the door behind him, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. He took out his phone. A minute later, Lu Moshing's deep voice resonated from the other end. "Hello? Lu. Shuai, it's me. Yufeng." Lu Moshing's expression turned serious. "What happened? You sound so weak. Are you in trouble?" "Lu Shuai, I need your help." Yufeng clenched his fists. This was his first time seeking assistance from another. "Tell me what I can do." Lu Moshing responded without hesitation. "I need you to investigate the whereabouts of Meng Hai, the branch manager of the First Bank of Jiang City, and the young master of the Lung family, Lung Chun. All right, I'll get you the information in 3 minutes. Yufeng, can you tell me what is really going on?" Lu Moshing's concern was evident. "I'm sorry, this is a personal matter. Just help me find their whereabouts." Yufeng was reluctant to speak, not because he regarded Lu Moshing as an outsider, but rather due to his fear that Lu Moshing would not agree if he expressed his concerns. This was his personal affair. The young master of the Lung family held a prestigious status, and Meng Hai was the branch manager of a bank. He desired to leverage his own means to seek justice for his elder brother. "Very well. If anything goes awry, call me, and remember that. Thank you, Lu." Handsome. After hanging up, Yufeng stood in the corridor, and a scene suddenly blurred into his vision. It was a 10-year-old child, wielding a brick, charging into the senior classroom alone, delivering a blow to each of the bullies tormenting his elder brother. Despite his youth and frailty, he possessed that courage, for he was driven by emotion. The weak should be beaten, that is the truth. If the weak do not dare to fight back, that is cowardice. To live, honestly, is merely for the sake of pride. Whoever strikes you, strike back, regardless of their stature or how unreasonable they may be. If they trample on your dignity and treat you like refuse, failing to seek justice for yourself means you hold yourself in contempt. Yufeng felt no fear despite his current dissipated abilities. The Wolf King was, after all, the bravest warrior of the grasslands. Even if he was battered and alone, even if the road ahead was perilous, he would seek justice for his elder brother. "Brother, wait for my return." After Yufeng left, Lu Moshing's right eyelid began to twitch violently. The left eye twitches fortune, while the right eye predicts calamity. Secretary Wang stood by, startled. It was the first time he had heard the elder utter such words. "Lu, could it be that Yufeng?" Lu Moshing narrowed his eyes. "Go. Mobilize all resources to investigate Lung Chun and Meng Hai. First, provide Yufeng with their whereabouts, and additionally, uncover everything these two have been involved in recently. I shall not permit anyone to meddle in this matter. I demand the truth." "Yes, Lu. I will attend to it immediately." After 5 years, the elder's temper flared once again. He understood what kind of person the Wolfang's king was. "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them." He wanted to find out which fool in Jiang City dared to act so audaciously. Meanwhile, shortly after Yufeng's departure, Director Lu arrived at the inpatient department with 10 young men clad in black suits. Upon reaching the first floor, Director Lu, with a tense expression, turned to the nurse on duty, Chui Fong, and asked in a low voice, "Has the person inquiring about Yushan's ward left?" Chui Fong, startled, lifted her head from the desk. "Director." Upon seeing the director, she was momentarily stunned. During work hours, you actually fell asleep at your desk? Didn't Wang Fong instruct you to keep an eye on that individual?" Director Lu erupted in anger. "Director, I didn't mean to. My eyes were too strained, so I just rested for a moment. I was watching, but, you." Director Lu fumed. "You've forfeited your bonus for this month. Mr. Ng, let us head upstairs directly." "Understood." Ng nodded, though anxiety flickered in his eyes behind his sunglasses. After finally receiving news of the young master, if it slipped away, the old master would surely flay him alive. The group hastened to the elevator and made their way to room 502 on the 7th floor. Upon entering, the disarray of scattered tables and cups, unmistakable signs of "I shall ensure your brother accompanies you. From this day forth, he is destined to perish. Do not concern yourself with the agony of your own demise. I have significantly amplified the dosage of this poison, far exceeding that which your daughter received. Rest assured, once consumed, death shall follow swiftly." Each word, cold, frenzied, and malevolent, was indelibly etched into the heart of the eagle. Everyone heard it, including Dean Liu. It turned out that the individual lying in the hospital room, Yushan, the notorious son-in-law of Jiang Chong, was in fact the crown prince, exiled from Kyoto by the Ji family 26 years ago. What could possibly be the truth behind this? Without a doubt, Yufeng, rushing about in the surveillance footage, was seeking justice for his brother. "Mr. Eagle, what shall we do now? Should we investigate this Yushan?" A subordinate asked gravely. "Is there still a need for investigation?" This Yufeng is evidently the crown prince of the Ji family. Relay my orders to mobilize the Kyoto Secret Service within a minute. I want all information and whereabouts on this individual named Lung Chun. Simultaneously, in the name of the Ji family, command Jiang City to execute an arrest order for Lung Chun. Moreover, investigate thoroughly all occurrences involving the crown prince in Jiang City. I shall not tolerate even the slightest error. The rest, follow me. We are going to retrieve the crown prince. Yes. As the command resonated, 10 bodyguards simultaneously removed their sunglasses. Each of them had undergone the most rigorous training in the world's toughest warrior training camps, and today, they had but one mission: to ensure the safety of Crown Prince Yufeng. Anyone daring to harm the Crown Prince must meet their end. At this moment, the birthday banquet for the elder of the Dong family had entered the stage of socializing. All members of high society gathered in the hotel lobby. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, yet it could not dampen the fervor of conversation among the esteemed guests. It was noon, yet the sky outside was as dark as night. Gao Yushuang, adorned in a pristine white gown, appeared in the lobby, drawing numerous gazes her way. Ah, the young lady from the Gao family has arrived. What a striking appearance. Let it go. She married his son-in-law years ago and already has children. What do you know? The more mature a woman, the more captivating she becomes. Just look at Miss Gao. At merely 26 or 7, she is in the prime of her youth. If I could spend a wonderful night with her, I would gladly sacrifice years of my life. Gao Yushuang's beauty was renowned in Jiang City. Even the most famous stars could not eclipse her allure. Countless talented individuals had once pursued her with great fervor, yet they could not even elicit a simple greeting. After her marriage to the son-in-law Yushan, many hearts were shattered, resigned to despair. Yet one individual persisted, and that was Lung Chun. Before long, Lung Chun arrived, donned in a tailored suit. Upon seeing Gao Yushuang, he appeared entirely unfazed. His heart, however, began to flutter. After today, Yushan and his brother Yufeng would be forever removed from this world. At that point, he could feign concern and draw closer to Gao Yushuang, showering her with attentions daily, gradually winning her heart. Such a captivating woman would surely be within his grasp. After all, a woman's heart is most vulnerable during moments of sorrow. With this in mind, he smiled and approached her, casually lifting a glass of red wine from the table. Dear Yushuang, it's been so long, have you missed me? Chapter 59, Vile Slander Lung Chun. Gao Yushuang's brows knitted into a straight line. He was her suitor. She had no fondness for Lung Chun, yet due to the overwhelming influence of the Lung family surpassing that of her own, and the Gao family's need for the Lung family's resources to thrive, she had to play the part of cordiality while secretly rejecting him. At that moment, her heart still ached from Yushan's words regarding their impending divorce, leaving her disinclined to engage with Lung Chun. Ah, so it is young Master Lung, greetings. She replied coolly. Lung Chun was taken aback. Her tone was rather distant. He chuckled. Yushuang, given our long acquaintance, must we maintain such formality? With all that has transpired recently, I haven't had the chance to see you. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. By the way, I heard your husband has been hospitalized. Is he all right? Lung Chun feigned ignorance. Gao Yushuang's complexion paled noticeably. She hadn't expected news of Yushan's hospitalization to spread so swiftly. Maintaining her calm demeanor, she replied, He.s. fine. He'll recover shortly. Is that so? How wonderful. It would be such a pity if anything were to happen to him due to that scoundrel of a brother, Lung Chun continued. Yushuang, I must confess, I was present when Yufeng broke Meng Ru's legs that day. You. Gao Yushuang's eyes lit up. She yearned to know the truth of that night. All she had learned was that Yufeng had broken Meng Ru's legs, but the entire sequence of events remained a mystery to her. Though she harbored disdain for Yufeng, she felt there was more to him than met the eye. From the very first day, he had shown unwavering dedication to Ruoruo's treatment, indicating an inherently kind nature. He would not seek to provoke others without cause. Indeed, Yushuang, you're unaware? Gao Yushuang hesitated. I only caught wind of the general details. Oh, I see. Lung Chun feigned surprise. What a pity. You should have witnessed Yufeng's ruthless and violent demeanor. Meng Ru merely bumped into him, and he retaliated fiercely. Later, he leveraged his connections to sell a knife to Linya of Huamei Group, ingratiating himself with her. Consequently, Linya's people broke Meng Ru's legs. Can you believe it? What? The truth is such? Gao Yushuang gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. As a chairperson of a prominent group, she was acutely aware of her inferior position before Linya, an entity independent of aristocratic families. Yufeng had formed an alliance with Linya? He even sold a knife? Indeed, my associate witnessed Yufeng dining with Linya, gifting her son that very knife. As you know, Linya is famously protective of her son, Yufeng must have charmed her son for her favor, he continued. It's just tragic for my brother Meng Ru, who has been rendered a cripple. Isn't it infuriating? I have never encountered such a brazenly unreasonable individual. If you don't believe me, just ask Hua Xiao. With that, Lung Chun pointed to Hua Ran, who was strolling towards them. As the heir of the Hua family, a second-tier clan, Hua Ran had also come to attend the birthday celebration of the Dong family patriarch. Gao Yushuang turned to him. Hua Xiao, is this the truth? Hua Ran, in alignment with Lung Chun, recalled Yufeng's disdainful attitude and cold laughter, nodding in affirmation. What else could it be? From my investigation, Miss Gao, your husband's brother seems to have just been released from prison. Gao Yushuang's expression tightened. So it had been discovered. Frankly speaking, a scoundrel who had served time in prison could hardly be expected to reform. There's an old adage that a dog cannot change its nature. If Yufeng remained close to your family, I fear for your very existence. Lung Chun muttered audibly in Gao Yushuang's ear. The words struck her like a thunderbolt. Family ruin. Her hair stood on end as she demanded, Young Master Lung, your words seem to carry an implication. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. I, Gao Yushuang, am not one to shy away from the truth. Really? Lung Chun inwardly chuckled, sensing her vulnerability. Well, as a friend, I shall not withhold anything from you. Do you not find it curious? Why was Yufeng able to emerge unscathed from the grasp of Lu Yi at the Longxiang boxing gym, while the others you dispatched suffered grievous injuries? Lung Chin's abrupt inquiry struck a chord, piercing through to the core of the matter. Indeed, why did Yufeng return unblemished? The Longxiang boxing gym holds a formidable reputation in Jiang City, and Lu Yi is renowned as a formidable fighter, easily capable of taking on 10 opponents simultaneously. Furthermore, there were over 50 individuals within the gym. Even if one were to escape, injury would be inevitable. Lung Chun continued, Yushuang, you are no fool. You understand the caliber of Lu Yi better than I do. Those who have fallen prey to his schemes have never returned unscathed. You have sent numerous individuals over the past few months, and none have returned whole. What of the money? Not a single coin has been reclaimed. Yet Yufeng, how is it that he returned unharmed? Consider, he is merely a scoundrel recently released from prison. Could he truly single-handedly defeat 50 men? Do you believe that? Lung Chin spread his hands and glanced at Hua Ran, who shook his head. I do not believe it. Miss Gao, my family, the Hua clan, prides itself as a top-tier family among the second-rate. Over the years, I have recruited numerous skilled fighters. But even the strongest among them have only trained at elite military academies where they could take on at most 8 opponents. To defeat 50? I cannot accept that such a person exists. Their exchange ensnared Gao Yushuang deeper into a web of doubt. The more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. That day, when she saw the sum of 10 million returned, she had asked no further questions, especially with Yushan hospitalized after spitting blood. She had no time to evade Yufeng. Now, reflecting on it, she found it quite peculiar. She squinted her eyes and said, Lung Xiao, if you have something to say, speak plainly. Very well, he replied. A few days ago, I heard that your daughter has fallen ill, seemingly poisoned. I inquired and discovered that this poison is exceedingly rare, only found abroad. Within Jiang City, the only individual afflicted with it is Lu Yi from the Longxiang boxing gym. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Lu Yi from the Longxiang boxing gym harbored a strange poison. The fact that Yufeng had emerged from Lu Yi's clutches unscathed and had even retrieved 10 million implied that Ruoro's poison. Lung Chun snapped his fingers. If my information is correct, the first person to approach Ruoro that day was Yufeng. Yushuang, you have underestimated him. He is indeed a scoundrel attempting to gain your trust through this poisoned savior tactic. Chapter 60. He has arrived on the rain-soaked streets. The streetlights flickered to life, one after another, as the sun vanished from the sky. Only a young man, hands tucked into his pockets, clad in a thin vest, could be seen plodding through the puddles, his demeanor cold and menacing, as if he were accompanied by an army of thousands. He carried nothing but a heart seeking justice. Zhang Yu, clutching an umbrella, hurriedly emerged from a street corner. She was baffled by the butler's choice of hotel. It was inconvenient for parking and forced her to run a considerable distance just to relay commands, which infuriated her. After receiving instructions from Dongsheng, Zhang Yu understood the significance of that young man to her master. She exerted every effort to convey his orders. Having fulfilled her task, she made her way to the hotel, anticipating the banquet would commence shortly. After today, her master would inherit the position of heir to the Dong family, and the news would undoubtedly astonish the once great Four Talents. However, as she rounded the corner, her expression froze in shock. In the downpour, the young man's silhouette was achingly familiar. She halted, squinting to get a closer look, but inexplicably felt a wave of unease wash over her, as if approaching him would spell her doom. Fear gripped her as she pondered. In this torrential rain, without an umbrella, could he be mentally unstable? What adult would act so foolishly? No, wait. His destination is the hotel. Before Jean you could fully process her thoughts, she noticed the streetlights flickering beside the young man, illuminating his face in a blinding glow. In that instant, she recognized him. It was he. Her mind raced with disbelief. The young man her master had tirelessly sought over the past few days had appeared voluntarily. He has arrived. Master, master, I must inform you immediately, she exclaimed, shedding her high heels and racing barefoot through the rain, past Yufeng, into the hotel's back entrance, searching for her master Dongsheng. Meanwhile, Yufeng approached the hotel with measured resolve. Upon entering the opulent lobby, he observed the finely dressed individuals, adorned with masks of deception, engaging in their machinations. This palace-like setting concealed those who viewed the ordinary as mere insects. Yufeng had once believed that the world he fought to protect was a sanctuary where the people thrived in peace. He had anticipated that life after prison would be vibrant and fulfilling. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Society resembled a jungle. With unyielding laws, the strong survive while the weak perish. If one is weak, they must endure hardship, for no one would regard them with respect. Much like his brother Yushan, who lived in the shadow of the Gao family, sacrificing his legs for his own survival, unaware that those people never intended to spare him. Though Yufeng did not comprehend why Lung Chen sought to harm his brother, he knew that grievances must be addressed, and a life must be repaid with a life. He stood at the hotel entrance, just as disdainful glances were cast his way. The security guard at the door displayed a look of contempt. What beggar dares to intrude here? Leave at once. This is no place for you. The self-proclaimed elite within the lobby pointed and ridiculed Yufeng, as if they were spectators at a circus. Look at that fellow, drenched to the bone. He wouldn't dare think of attending the banquet, would he? Little did they know, the world is rife with foolish individuals who overestimate themselves. The old master of the Dong family had declared that anyone could attend, but anyone referred to those of status and standing. Only a fool who did not recognize their own worth would attend such an event. I see him as nothing more than a beggar, deliberately here to disgust us. Let us place bets on how he'll be thrown out. Yufeng did not hear their words, but he saw Lung Chun laughing and conversing closely with Gao Yushuang, their proximity suggesting whispered secrets. Suddenly, he observed a complex smile on Gao Yushuang's face, alongside the young master of the Hua family, whom he had encountered at the seaside villa. With a flash, Lung Chun's expression darkened. He should have understood that his brother, Yushan, and Gao Yushuang were cut from the same cloth. While Yushan lay in a hospital bed, crippled, she did not even spare him a glance, abandoning him to mingle with other men at this elite gathering. She was fully aware of Lung Chen's affections, yet chose to disregard the principles of a devoted wife. Standing so close to him, had she ever regarded Yushan as her husband? Perhaps. Could it be that Lung Chen's poisoning of Yushan was at her behest? Just as Li Ru had suggested, Lung Chun was pursuing Gao Yushuang, who was eager to be with him. Perhaps. Brother, your choice was flawed. Sacrificing your dignity to become a son-in-law in exchange for a marriage is a monumental error. This debt, I shall ensure it is repaid. The security guard, seeing Yufeng standing motionless and seemingly indifferent to his words, immediately furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "You filthy beggar, didn't you hear me speaking to you?" Yufeng remained unaffected, merely observing the farce behind the glass door. The guard, now somewhat enraged, rolled up his sleeves. Today was the birthday of the elder of the Dong family, and the hotel owner had been occupied since morning, neglecting even his little mistress. If this beggar were to disrupt the festivities, would he still keep his job? How utterly presumptuous. "You scoundrel, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Get lost, right now," he shouted, pointing towards the street. Yufeng stood unmoved. In the next moment, the guard drew a metal rod from his waist. "You're looking for trouble. I told you to leave, and yet you refused to budge. Without even an invitation, don't blame me for being unkind." With that, he swung the rod towards Yufeng's head. In the torrential rain, he envisioned a scene of bloodshed. This was the first time he had wielded such authority since becoming a security guard, and he felt exhilarated. With the Dong family backing him, surely it wouldn't matter even if he killed someone today. But just as the rod was about to strike Yufeng, the guard's expression froze. In a flash, Yufeng seized the rod with lightning speed. No matter how forcefully the guard pulled, he could not gain an inch of ground. Before the guard could utter a word, Yufeng turned his head, his blood-red eyes resembling those of a lone wolf in the night, and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Chapter 61, Blood Rain Tonight, The Wrath of the Wolf King. This is the praise given to the Wolf King, a national asset, by the elite mercenary community abroad. Rarely has anyone witnessed the Wolf King's fury, for those who have met such a fate have quietly perished. Today marks the first time Yu Feng has displayed his anger since that battle 5 years ago. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and with just one glance, the guard was struck with terror. The arm he had tightly gripped suddenly went limp, and he swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly in the rainy night. That command to get lost instantly attracted the attention of countless eyes in the lobby. Gao Yushuang, still in shock from Lung Chen's earlier words, stared wide-eyed at the entrance. How could he be here? She distinctly remembered telling him to leave. How could he still follow her? And how dare he say such words to a security guard? A scoundrel like him had no right. Considering Lung Chen's earlier insinuations, Gao Yushuang became increasingly convinced that there was some truth to it. How could a freshly released convict possess such remarkable medical skills? Just a glance at Ruo, and he was able to intervene and heal her. Then astonishingly emerged unscathed from the Longxiang boxing gym. Everything seemed to narrate a singular truth. Yu Feng was resorting to unscrupulous means to approach the Gao family. Her brow furrowed. As the chairwoman of the Gao group, she felt her status and intellect were being insulted. Even though she secretly harbored a twinge of guilt towards Yu Feng, it appeared this was indeed his strategy. This scoundrel. She clenched her fists, losing her rationality. Seeing his objective achieved, Lung Chun smirked slightly and glanced towards the entrance. Oh, isn't that Yu Feng? How oblivious can you be? This is no place for you. Upon hearing the name Yu Feng, the expressions of all the guests in the lobby shifted. The name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the brother of the Gao family's useless son-in-law? The same one who had assaulted Chairman Su Chong at the Gao family's banquet? Indeed, it was he. I've seen him before. The one who broke the legs of President Meng's son under the auspices of the Huamei group. A truly vile and brutal scoundrel. Is that so? What is he doing here? Surely he isn't here to cause trouble again. Has he lost his mind? Who knows? But daring to cause a ruckus at the Elder Dong's banquet might very well lead to his demise. In recent days, while every circle appeared calm, the name Yu Feng had already spread far and wide. He had been expelled from the Gao group after attacking Chairman Su Chong at the Gao family banquet. The son of Meng Hai, the future chairman of the First Bank of Jiang City, had his legs broken, all thanks to this Yu Feng. Now that they saw him in person, all they could offer were disdainful glances. Why should they concern themselves with a brute who only knew how to solve problems with violence? Outside, Yu Feng shifted his gaze from the guard. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, as if his tightened throat had been released. He still gripped the metal rod tightly, glaring at Yu Feng. How could a filthy beggar, dressed in ragged clothes, intimidate him? Damn it, who did he think he was? If he were to enter, his life would be ruined. With that thought, the guard quickly discarded the fear of that moment and raised the rod, swinging it towards the back of Yu Feng's head. Bang! In the next second, gasps filled the air. Everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yu Feng remained still, even moving forward, while the guard collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. He had merely lifted his hand and delivered a punch. It was as simple as that. Fast. So fast that one could hardly keep up with the rhythm of their breath. This was the speed of the Wolf King. Even stripped of his formidable prowess, he remained a god among soldiers, a taboo in the mercenary world, the illustrious king of the Wolf Fang. Gao Yushuang was stunned. Yu Feng, was he really that formidable? Even without being a martial artist, she could tell that his punch bore at least a decade of skill. It was astonishingly swift. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. It was only when Yu Feng pushed open the lobby doors that they snapped back to reality. Almost simultaneously, everyone took a step back. Quick, call for help. Someone has barged into the lobby. The manager on the second floor turned pale at the sight, grabbing his walkie-talkie and shouting frantically. Lung Chun wore a smug smile, having anticipated that Yu Feng would be dealt with by Wang Ning before arriving here. But now, witnessing him reach this point, he thought it would be satisfying to see him knocked down. However, moments later, his smile began to falter. He noticed Yu Feng's unwavering gaze, blood pooling around his eyes, crimson as a rose. He was staring directly at him and advancing slowly. Panic surged as he recalled the day he had been thrown into the sea, causing him to involuntarily step back. Yu Feng quickened his pace, preparing to pounce on Lung Chun like a fierce tiger and pin him to the ground. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. It was Gao Yushuang. She stood tall, glaring at Yu Feng with fury. Her expression mirrored the dramatic tropes of novels. Your brother is already incapacitated. You cannot interfere with my happiness, nor can you destroy it with your own hands, even if I am at fault. Step aside. Yu Feng's tone was frigid. Step aside. Why should I? Gao Yushuang retorted with a laugh. Yu Feng, this is not where you belong. I advise you not to act recklessly. Act recklessly? Yu Feng narrowed his eyes, recalling his brother's near-fatal encounter. His fingers clenched tightly. So, you are aware of this matter, are you? Yes, I am. Gao Yushuang thought Yu Feng was referring to the incident with Ruo, responding without hesitation. You want to stop me from confronting him? Yu Feng pointed at Lung Chun. Today, you won't stop anyone. Had it not been for Lung Chen's revelation, she might still be ensnared in deception, never seeing Yu Feng's true nature. Had she known that Yu Shan's brother was such a person, she might have chosen not to marry Yu Shan, to achieve his goals by any means necessary. And upon being discovered, he still sought to strike? What purpose does such a person serve in this world? Yu Feng shared that same sentiment. His expression darkened, cold as winter's chill, murmuring, "So, you are that kind of person. I should have guessed it. Depart at once. A scoundrel like you should have been sent away the moment you stepped out of prison, rather than being allowed to infiltrate this place. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to leave quickly." Gao Yushuang bellowed furiously. Yu Feng, his expression devoid of emotion, let his gaze sweep past Gao Yushuang. "You have uttered the word leave to me countless times. However, today, before I depart, I demand justice." Chapter 62, A Night of Blood and Rain, Part 2. As his words settled, thunder rumbled outside the door. In that very moment, Yu Feng's footsteps faltered, and he vanished before everyone's eyes like a ghost. Gao Yushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Before she could locate Yu Feng's whereabouts, a chilling scream echoed from behind her. "Ah!" The anguished cry sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. Following the sound, they beheld Yu Feng grasping Lung Chun by the collar, lifting him like a chick. This was alarming. Gao Yushuang never anticipated that this man would dare to commit violence in public. Lung Chun, too, was taken aback. He had barely attempted to flee when Yu Feng seized him. Only then did he comprehend why Yu Feng could walk out of the Dragon Rising Martial Arts Hall. He truly possessed formidable skills. Just as he began to grasp this, it was already too late. "Yu Feng, has your mind been clouded? What are you trying to accomplish? Put him down at once," Gao Yushuang shouted. The manager on the second floor was utterly panicked. This was a birthday banquet for the elderly master of the Dong family, and every guest present held a significant status. More critically, that man had dared to seize the eldest son of the Lung family. Was he courting death? The current head of the Lung family was notorious for having connections so vast that he could escape imprisonment even for murder. "I have stated it clearly. I demand justice," Yu Feng reiterated. He dragged Lung Chun toward the entrance, ensuring that everyone witnessed the face of Lung Chun, who wished to resist, yet was utterly powerless to do so. It was a visage that spoke of suffocation, flushed from the base of his neck to his forehead, veins bulging ominously. Fear glistened in his eyes, and his dilated pupils defined the essence of terror. You have lost your mind. This is the banquet of the Dong family. To lay hands on me is to slap the face of the Dong family patriarch. Have you gone mad?" Lung Chun had initially planned to frame Yu Feng, leaving him no escape. However, he never anticipated that Yu Feng would act impulsively, launching an attack without a second thought. This was a path to mutual destruction. The Dong family was a prominent household in Jiang City, wielding immense power, with disciples spread across various sectors. The patriarch of the Dong family was a formidable figure. With a mere stomp of his foot, half of Jiang City's listed companies would come knocking, eager to curry favor. To act here was tantamount to disrespecting the Dong family and inviting ruin upon oneself. Yu Feng's expression remained calm. The Dong family? He reached the entrance, turned around, and surveyed the self-proclaimed elite gathering. This Yu Feng was indeed as the rumors suggested. He was utterly reckless. Who would dare to create trouble at the Dong family banquet? Within a day, he would surely meet his demise, murmured the crowd. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Feng declared with conviction, "I care not for the Dong family. The Wang family, the Su family, or the Hua family. Those who err must pay the price. I did not come here to provoke anyone, nor to please anyone. I came here solely for justice, and that is all. Anyone who obstructs me is opposing me, and should not expect kindness in return." Especially after the words I spoke during the Gao family gathering that night. The Gao family gathering? A young man in a suit furrowed his brow and inquired of those nearby. "What did he say?" "I have no idea. What did he say?" "I remember. He stated that from now on, if anyone dares to insult his elder brother, Yu Shan, they should not expect mercy." "What? Just that? Who does he think he is? Speaking so brazenly?" Bang! As if to answer the crowd's mockery, a tremendous sound erupted from the entrance. Lung Chun knelt on the ground, his veins nearly bursting from the strain. Yu Feng delivered a forceful kick, forcing him onto his knees. At that moment, the murmurs ceased abruptly. No one dared to utter another word, for they realized that the situation grew increasingly perplexing. Why were the words spoken by Yu Feng and Lung Chun somewhat dissimilar? She stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Lung Chun, with a grimace of desperation, shouted with all his might, "Do not heed his nonsense. I have been here all along. How could I have gone to the hospital to poison Yu Shan? He He has realized that Yushan holds no value and seeks to exploit his life to assert his own twisted sense of justice. Do not listen to him. Quickly, call the police and have this despicable criminal imprisoned. Slap. Another resounding blow, as Yufeng struck Lung Chun fiercely across the face. On principle, I am capturing the suspect on behalf of my brother. I will bring you to justice. Emotionally, I, Yufeng, have nothing to be ashamed of. I have stated, whatever grievances there are, let them be directed at me, but do not lay a hand on my family. This is my principle. Yet, you have repeatedly crossed my boundaries. To cripple you is a mere favor. With both reason and emotion, Yufeng declared, I refuse to believe that this world will allow you to escape unscathed. His words resonated powerfully, akin to thunder striking the hearts of those present. You are speaking nonsense. You are slandering me. Ming Hai, now anxious, realized this was the first time he heard the truth of that night from Yufeng. It turned out his son had provoked others, even resorting to violence against a girl. If this were to get out, his reputation would be destroyed. No, Meng Hai shouted. Indeed, this Yufeng is lying. He is merely seeking excuses for his own misdeeds. I suspect his elder brother is already dead in the hospital, and he is attempting to frame Lung Xiao. Is that truly the case? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Yufeng has come here to confront Lung Chun. But what deep-seated grudge could warrant such accusations? Yes, I too am bewildered. What on earth is happening here? The crowd began to murmur in doubt. Gao Yushuang's expression darkened. She wondered about the unfolding events. Little did she know, at that moment, Lung Chun was cursing Wang Ning in his heart countless times. Wasn't it agreed that once Yufeng arrived at the hospital, they would act? Why let him come here and create such a scene? Meng Hai, Yufeng roared. You need not rush to cast dirt upon me. It was I who crippled your son. If you seek revenge, I have nothing to say. But this matter began with your son's wrongdoing. As a father, you are neither benevolent nor wise. You fail to discipline your son and instead escalate matters. First pressuring the Gao group, then hiring someone to break my elder brother's legs. Your character is treacherous and unprincipled, misusing your power for personal vendettas while disregarding the law and acting selfishly. I will settle this account with you, one by one. With that, Yufeng seized Lung Chun by his golden hair. What? What are you doing? Lung Chun stammered, genuinely alarmed. In his plans, Yufeng should not have appeared here. However, Lung Chun had underestimated the impact of this newly released son-in-law's brother. This was the territory of the Dong family. Creating chaos here was tantamount to challenging them. Yet again, he was mistaken. Yufeng, with overwhelming strength, captured him and dragged him to the entrance, exposing him to the gaze of everyone present. In the face of absolute power, all cunning schemes became utterly futile. Lung Chun felt powerless. It seemed that whatever he did or said could not sway Yufeng in the slightest. Gao Yushuang, too, remained silent, engulfed in doubt. She suddenly recalled Yufeng's desperate inquiry about his elder brother's whereabouts during the storm. Could someone so concerned about his brother commit such acts? Bang! A loud noise interrupted her thoughts as the grand doors swung open. The torrential rain poured down, creating a curtain of water. Lung Chun, bloodied on his knees, should have fainted but was too terrified to lose consciousness under Yufeng's looming dread. I will never let you off the hook. As long as I live today, I will demand blood for blood. Is that so? Yufeng, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the overcast sky. I, Yufeng, have never been one to adhere to conventions. In the past, I willingly accepted limitations for my country, but from the moment my brother lost his life, I grasped a vital truth. There are certain things in this world that require breaking free from self-imposed constraints to attain. This is not merely for fleeting satisfaction. It is the essence of being human. Life for a life is only just. I know it may be too difficult for you to confess now, but so what? My elder brother Yushan nearly perished at your hands. The poison was yours, and I know you are the murderer. That is enough. Under the vast heavens, there are deities. Those who commit evil shall suffer retribution. Kneel before me. I will not kneel. Lung Chun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body. But no sooner had he spoken than a powerful slap struck the back of his head, the force like a giant hand forcing his skull against the floor. You refuse to kneel? I shall assist you. Blood flowed from the wound on his forehead, yet he could not maintain his balance and staggered upright. The crowd gasped, an indescribable pain in their throats. It was all too gruesome. You killed him. Though I cannot produce evidence in such a short time, I know you are the murderer, which is why I seek you. That is sufficient. What kind of confidence must one possess to utter such words? Meng Hai's expression shifted drastically. This statement equated to a disdain for the law. This Yufeng had truly lost his mind, showing no regard for the consequences of his actions. No, he was mistaken. It was not that Yufeng disregarded the outcomes. Rather, he understood that the result would be Lung Chun facing justice and the truth unveiled, which emboldened him to act in such a manner. Because he was right. If he was right, why not act? To avenge his brother. To seek justice for himself. To stand up for the countless others who have suffered similar injustices. To live is to fight for one's breath. How could one swallow their pride in death? He did all this to maintain a clear conscience. Yufeng gazed up at the sky, and after a moment, he lowered his gaze to find Lung Chun, now bloodied and barely alive. Brother, I have avenged the first measure of justice, Fo Yufeng coldly stated. I have mentioned before that there is an unsettled score between us. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. It is not that it will not be. But the time has not yet come. Your son has broken both his legs. This is his consequence, the price he pays for his disgraceful behavior. However, my elder brother has no enmity with you. You took it upon yourself to break his legs. This is your fault. When one errs, they must be punished, regardless of who they are. As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng appeared 5 meters away, the distance now merely a few steps. Suddenly, without Yufeng making a move, Meng Hai felt his body weaken and slump to the ground. The 3 sentences had imprinted upon him like a death sentence. In that moment, he realized that he would indeed face a cold fate. Even the esteemed heir of the Lung family could not escape. How could he, a mere bank president, resist? A foul stench wafted from Meng Hai, and out of fear, he lost control of himself. Please, don't come any closer. Meng Hai's face drained of color. Had he known it would come to this, why did he rush out to assist Lung Chun? Would it not have been better to hide in peace? He was terrified, truly terrified. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to flee rather than stand up for Lung Chun. Don't come closer? Yufeng clenched his fists. Have you ever considered how my brother will live the rest of his life after you broke his legs? Have you thought about how you would live if your legs were broken? He had not provoked you. The one responsible for your son's broken legs is me. Is it reasonable to place the blame on my brother? Meng Hai, I ask you, is it reasonable? With that, Yufeng approached him, towering over him. His shadowy visage was as cold as ice. Ah, no. Please, you say no, and that means no? Yufeng raised his foot and forcefully stomped down. In an instant, bang. Amidst the torrential rain, a faint wisp of smoke rose from the gun barrel. A black van rolled up outside the hall, its window sliding down. Ah, murder, murder. Chaos erupted in the hall as everyone, like startled rabbits, frantically scurried into corners. Meng Hai was paralyzed with fear once more. Yufeng's foot was merely a centimeter from his knee. His legs remained intact, yet he felt on the verge of collapse. Gasping heavily, he suddenly realized that just moments ago, a gunshot had echoed from outside the hall. Had someone fired a shot? Was it from the Dong family? Yufeng narrowed his eyes, tilting his head to examine the bullet mark on the wall. If it had been just a millimeter closer, his neck would have borne a long scar of blood. Were it not for his honed reflexes from years on the battlefield, he would have already been a corpse. He lowered his foot and turned to look outside the door. Inside the van, a bald man wore a disdainful smile and raised his middle finger at him, while in his arms was a woman bound in bandages, her mouth sealed with tape. Yang Liru. His expression shifted. How could it be her? Yang Liru had been captured. He saw tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head at him. His heart raced, like a vital person on the brink of death. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang in his pocket, and the bald man pointed at the phone with a cold glare. Yufeng took out his phone. That shot. I won't forget it. Wang Ning's voice dripped with mockery. I'm here to kill you, kid. Let us play a game. If you can catch me in half an hour at the abandoned car yard on the outskirts, we'll settle this. Otherwise, I will have my way with this young lady from the Yang family and sell her abroad. What do you think? You are playing with fire. All events seemed to conspire coincidentally to converge on this single day. At this moment, Yufeng was filled with murderous intent. He wanted Yang Liru to be safe, for reasons unknown. When he saw her risking heat stroke just to make him laugh that day, he felt that every effort to protect her was worthwhile. He had not genuinely smiled in a long time, like a child. And now, at this crucial moment, Yang Liru had been captured again. He would not hesitate to make a choice. To save her. Playing with fire? I, Wang Ning, have played with fire countless times in my life. I'm not worried about one more instance. I'm not mistaken. This young lady from the Yang family is significant to you. ISNT she, Mr. Yu? Come after me. With that, Wang Ning rolled up the window, quickly revved the engine, and instructed the driver to leave. Yufeng pocketed his phone and headed for the door. Just as he reached the entrance, Dong Sheng arrived with a group of bodyguards from the Dong family. Rushing in with fervor. Found him. Found him. Zhang Yu pointed at Yufeng. Young master, it's him. Upon hearing this, Meng Hai's fear dissipated like smoke. With newfound courage, he scrambled to his feet. Dong Xiao, quickly capture him. Don't let him escape. He is a madman, a lunatic. Don't let him go. Dong Sheng hesitated, glancing at Meng Hai but saying nothing as he directly moved to block Yufeng. Ha ha, Mr. Yu, you're finished. You're done for. You're so impressive, come on, fight. The Dong family is here. Tonight, you will surely die? Ha ha. Seemingly to vent the shame he had felt from being frightened by Yufeng earlier, he laughed maniacally. The crowd hushed, murmuring amongst themselves. Finally, the Dong family had arrived. This kid was surely doomed. What's more, he might not live to see another day. Who could blame anyone? After beating the Lung family's young master so badly, and then speaking so boldly to the Dong family's men, if he doesn't he die, who will? But the next moment, the scene at the door left Meng Hai and everyone else utterly astonished. Dong Sheng, the eldest son of the Dong family, raised his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply to Yufeng at a 90-degree angle. Master, I finally found you, benefactor. Benefactor? Gao Yushuang. Meng Hai. What is happening? Yufeng merely glanced at him, his gaze falling upon the car keys at his waist. I'll borrow your Audi. I will return it. With that, Yufeng snatched Dong Sheng's keys and swiftly departed, seeking the parked vehicle by the roadside to give chase. The hunt had officially commenced. But who exactly was the prey? Yufeng was uncertain. All he knew was that he must rescue Yang Liru, even if their relationship had only reached the level of friends. He had to save her, because this girl, who made him smile, he cherished her deeply. Chapter 65. A missed opportunity at times. Fate feels like a cruel jest. The more one desires to act, the more pronounced the jest becomes. Yufeng drove away, a departure that was unexpectedly peaceful. Shouldn't he have left in a bloodied state, barely clinging to life? After all, this was the Dong family elder's banquet at a renowned hotel in Jiang City. He had fought here, disrupted order, and nearly terrified the Dong family's young master. How could he leave unscathed? To everyone's astonishment, he had even taken the keys to the Dong family's heir and left. People began to doubt their own ears. However, after rubbing their eyes, they realized the scene before them was indeed true. The conclusion they had expected had not materialized. Instead, it ended in a most absurd manner. In this spectacle, Meng Hai resembled a mere joke. Having allied himself with the Dong family's heir, he believed he had found a reliable supporter. He thought he could stride through Jiang City with confidence. Yet Dong Sheng had allowed the very man who had nearly crippled him and was responsible for his son's broken legs to escape. He was filled with rage. Clenching his fists, his fingers cracking ominously, he completely forgot Dong Sheng's respectful address to Yufeng. All that filled his mind was a singular thought: to kill Yufeng. With that, he pulled out his phone. Hello, I am Meng Hai, the branch manager of the First Bank of Jiang City. I need to report an incident. The suspect, Yufeng, has just brutally assaulted the young master of the Lung family at the hotel and is now fleeing the scene. Please, apprehend him quickly. He must not escape. Before he could finish his plea, a hand struck him, sending his phone crashing to the ground. Dong Sheng's expression was grim. After much effort, he had located this young man, and Meng Hai had the audacity to call the police. Dong Xiao. Meng Hai's emotions were conflicted. The onlookers were taken aback, sensing that the situation was escalating in an unusual manner. So, Yufeng was acquainted with the young master of the Dong family? It appeared that Yufeng held significant importance in the eyes of the Dong family heir. What was truly happening here? Gao Yushuang pondered the same question. Ever since Yufeng had spoken, she felt ensnared in a fog, losing her sense of direction. Witnessing Dong Sheng's attitude towards Yufeng left her utterly bewildered. Was this Yufeng truly just released from prison? Dong Sheng, undeterred by the chaos, fixed his gaze on Meng Hai. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions just now? Meng Hai nodded. I understand, but it is too late. Yufeng must pay for his actions. He broke my son's leg, and I will not let him go. Never, ever. Moreover, Dong Xiao, your recent actions can be construed as colluding to allow a suspect to escape. Are you aware of what Yufeng has done? He shattered the legs and arms of the young master of the Lung family. Now, let me ask you, do you know what that signifies? Dong Sheng was momentarily taken aback. So, this young man was indeed Yufeng? The very person rumored to be the brother of the Gao family's son-in-law, who had broken Meng Hai's son's legs and had violently confronted Chairman Su at the Gao family banquet. The individual he had been desperately searching for. The prodigy. A smile crept onto his face. Meng Hai's anger flared. What are you laughing at? Dong Xiao, by what right do you find amusement? You have let this scoundrel escape, and you still dare to smile? Meng Hai's face twisted with rage, his tone fierce, as if he yearned to seize Dong Sheng by the collar and demand answers. Yet he refrained, knowing that his status forbade such actions. Dong Sheng let out a derisive snort. I laugh because you are a fool, Meng Hai. It seems that having you as my subordinate is quite a waste. A simpleton like you will only bring me trouble. What do you mean? Meng Hai demanded angrily. I laugh. I laugh at your foolishness, at how your hatred blinds you, and at how fate toys with you in such a pitiful manner. Let me clarify. You are seeking the physician who healed my legs, are you not? That person is none other than Yufeng. He is the one who restored my legs, and the only hope for your son to stand again. Yet you have unwittingly condemned your son to a life of misery. Isn't that amusing? Dong Sheng spread his hands casually, yet his demeanor struck Meng Hai like a weapon to the heart. Meng Hai staggered back. You mean to say this Yufeng is the one I have been searching for? No. It cannot be. It cannot be. Meng Hai shook his head fervently. How could it be? The person who broke his son's legs was Yufeng. Yet he was also the one who could restore them. No. It was impossible. According to his investigations, this Yufeng was merely the brother of Yushan, a rural dweller. How could he possibly possess such medical prowess? You needn't deceive me. Meng Hai, you are truly dim-witted. With that, Dong Sheng turned away and approached the entrance. Someone, call an ambulance to take the young master of the Lung family to the hospital. Inform the head of the Lung family, should he dare to harm Mr. Yufeng, he will be crossing paths with me, Dong Sheng. And notify Mr. Zhang that tonight's events do not require him to send officers for the arrest. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yu hurried out to relay the message. At that moment, however, outside the hotel, a convoy of over a dozen black SUVs, bearing the capital's license plates, surrounded the entrance. Dozens of bodyguards in black suits poured out, wearing sunglasses and braving the rain, forming four disciplined ranks, exuding an air of authority. The lead figure, Mr. Ng, furrowed his brow and gestured. In an instant, the group surged into the hotel, encircling everyone. Dong Sheng's expression tightened. Who are you? He began to inquire. But the intruders seemed focused on something else, disregarding him entirely. They seized individuals from the crowd and tossed them aside. Moments later, the bodyguards emerged looking disheartened. Returning to Mr. Ng's side. Report. No trace of young Master Sun. Report. Young Master Sun is not here. Report. We found no one. Mr. Ying's arm quivered. Had he lost him again? He fixed his cold gaze on Dong Sheng, his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses, devoid of warmth. You are from the Dong family, correct? Go, summon your elder to meet me. What? Dong Sheng inhaled sharply. This man was audacious. He actually demanded that the elder of the Dong family come down to meet him? Observing the capital plates, could he possibly be a significant figure from the capital? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Dong Sheng found it laughable. Who do you think you are to demand my grandfather's presence? Before he could finish, an elderly figure hurried down the stairs from the second floor. Mr. Ng, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. Dong Sheng. Chapter 66. Calls from various influential figures. 10 minutes later, Lung Chun was rushed into the first hospital of Jiang City for emergency treatment. The head of the Lung family had been waiting outside the operating room for 20 minutes. Clad in protective gear, he stood watching as his bloodied son was wheeled into the surgical suite, momentarily stunned. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the chaotic thoughts swirling like a swarm of flies and mosquitoes. All the hospital's specialists had been summoned to save Lung Chun. Unlike Meng Ru, he was backed by the Lung family, a second-tier clan with far greater influence, status, and resources than Meng Ru could ever boast. Hence, the treatment he received was something Meng Ru could never imagine. My son. The doctors swiftly administered anesthesia to Lung Chun. Before long, as he slipped into unconsciousness, the surgery commenced, perhaps culminating in amputation. Lung Chun's gaze darkened as he caught sight of his father, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Dad, I am here, don't worry. Father will seek justice for you. Dad, I want Yufeng dead. I want him dismembered. Please, do not let that scoundrel escape. I understand. Focus on your surgery. I will ensure that bastard does not slip away. Minutes later, Lung Chun fell into unconsciousness, and the operation began. The head of the Lung family withdrew his phone, retreating to a quiet corner to contact the highest authority in the police department, Mr. Zhang. Beep. Before a second could pass, the call was answered. Mr. Zhang, this is Lung Feng. My son. Came after Yufeng, didn't he? On the other end, Mr. Zhang sounded weary, having been unable to rest after being called in to handle matters that should have allowed him to return home to his wife. Too many people had reached out to him that night. Yes, that scoundrel broke my son's legs. The worst-case scenario is amputation. I demand his immediate capture and that he pays in blood for his deeds. Lung Feng's voice was resolute, seething with rage. Mr. Zhang sighed, I understand. I will ensure you receive an explanation regarding this matter. Upon concluding the conversation, Cold Wind abruptly terminated the call. At that moment, Mr. Zhang, seated in his office, also put down the phone. Lin Yunnan, fully equipped and poised for action, immediately exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang, let me lead a team. This Yufeng has gone too far. Daring to brawl in a hotel and jeopardizing the safety of others." The president of the Jiang City branch of the First Bank, Meng Hai, just called. "What are you waiting for? Issue the order. If we delay any longer, this scoundrel will escape." Escape? Do you truly believe he would run? Zhang Shitao inhaled deeply and exhaled heavily, then withdrew his cigarette, igniting it as he stood by the window. "Disperse the personnel. This matter is beyond our purview." "What?" Lin Yunan's brows furrowed in disbelief. "Why not intervene? On what grounds?" "Uncle Zhang, I am aware that Yufeng's background is extraordinary, likely stemming from a notable lineage. Yet that does not exempt him from accountability. He has assaulted someone and must face justice. Moreover, the nature of this incident is particularly grave." Ingrained with integrity from her upbringing in a prominent family, Lin Yunan recognized Yufeng's exceptional character and longed to apprehend him for thorough interrogation. However, integrity does not always equate to righteousness. Sometimes, ignorance of the truth renders such integrity burdensome. Yet, she remained unaware, as did Zhang Shitao, that he had issued this command because, prior to receiving Coldwind's phone call, he had been contacted by several influential figures, the esteemed patriarch of the Dong family, the arrogant grandson Dong Sheng, and even Lin Ya, the renowned chairman of Huamei Group. Furthermore, a call had come in from Liu Shuai, who had retreated into obscurity 5 years ago to enjoy a secluded retirement. Alarmingly, even a distinguished family from the capital had reached out, all united in purpose. Should anything befall Yufeng, they would demand answers. It is difficult to fathom what sort of identity could provoke such concern among so many powerful individuals, and no one could comprehend the immense pressure weighing upon Zhang Shitao. He felt on the verge of tears. Who exactly is Yufeng? Yet, maintaining a facade of calm, he whispered to Lin Yunan, "Yunan, I understand your principled nature, but some matters are beyond our control. Do you believe this is merely a simple case of assault? Do you have any idea how many people are entangled in this? We cannot intervene with Yufeng. The night is too late. Return home and do not involve yourself further." With a resounding clap, Lin Yunan slammed her hand on the table. "Lin Yunan, you are being outrageous." Zhang Shitao bellowed, his temper flaring. As a formidable figure, he had his own pride. "Even with your remarkable background, you are still under my command. Do not presume to act so boldly." Lin Yunan, radiating righteousness, replied, "Yes, I am being audacious. And I mock you for being a coward afraid of trouble. Who is Yufeng? He assaults others and expects to evade consequences? I, Lin Yunan, have no tolerance for power. Anyone who breaks the law must be brought to justice, regardless of their identity. You." Zhang Shitao seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere and commanded, "I order you not to involve yourself in this matter. Otherwise, you are dismissed. Do not bother. I resign at this very moment." Lin Yunan resolutely removed her jacket and tossed it at Zhang Shitao's feet. "I will apprehend Yufeng. I am no longer under your authority. Farewell." With that, she strode out into the pouring rain, mounting her motorcycle and pursuing Yufeng's trail based on surveillance footage from various corners of the city. Watching her leave, Zhang Shitao's expression was a tapestry of emotions. What on earth is happening? Who is Yufeng? What? He is the crown prince of the Ji family, exiled from the capital 26 years ago? Is he not the brother of that useless son-in-law from the Gao family? It cannot be him. The patriarch of the Dong family gasped in shock. He had deliberately refrained from descending from the second floor earlier, knowing that the one causing a ruckus was Yufeng. Though he had heard the name, he had dismissed it, considering him merely an inconsequential figure not worthy of direct intervention, merely a spectator enjoying a farcical show from above. Yet, upon the arrival of Mr. Eagle, he could no longer remain idle. He rushed down, and upon hearing the news in this secret office, he was left astounded. He had missed the Ji family's crown prince, whom he had long sought. He had overlooked the friendship of the Ji family. "Mr. Eagle, I will ensure you receive an explanation for this matter. I will dispatch someone to locate the crown prince immediately," the patriarch of the Dong family said anxiously. Mr. Eagle's expression was frigid. "No need. You allowed the crown prince to leave your territory and encountered danger. I will remember this. My people are already mobilizing to scour the city for him. You should pray that those pursuing him are not dangerous individuals. Should anything happen to the crown prince, I assure you, the Dong family and everyone who attended your banquet tonight will feel the wrath of the Ji family. The rest is up to you." The patriarch, having instructed that no one should know the crown prince's identity, nodded repeatedly. I understand. You may leave. I must depart as well. By the way, I have a recording here. Please hand it directly to Zhang Shitao. The Cold family's scion is ruthless and has committed numerous wrongs, but harming the crown prince's kin deserves eternal damnation. Chapter 67. The wrath of the Wolf King, the city of Jiang, shrouded by dark clouds, was about to be purged by a fierce storm. After Yu Feng drove away, various factions commenced frantic operations under countless directives to trace his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had already left the city center and was en route to the outskirts. His face bore no trace of fatigue. His fury transformed into an inexhaustible force coursing through every nerve in his body. Yang Liru sat in the driver's seat, accelerating to a speed of 100 miles per hour. Navigating the city roads at such velocity was akin to gambling with his life. He had no choice. He must rescue Yang Liru. Regardless of the reasons, he was determined to bring the girl back safely. Just as Yu Feng prepared to accelerate further, his phone buzzed with incoming text messages. These were not new messages, but notifications of unread texts about to expire. In that instant, the contents of the messages flooded his vision, and a solitary tear fell from the corner of his eye. Liru, uncle, shall we go out to watch a movie? Uncle, do you not enjoy movies? That's all right. How about we visit the food street tomorrow? Uncle, you look so thin. You must not have eaten anything good. Shall I take you to savor Jiang City's specialties? Uncle, are you asleep? It's a bit chilly on summer nights. Remember not to set the air conditioning too low, and cover yourself with a blanket. I'll wait for you at the usual place tomorrow. Please call me when you arrive. Uncle, good night. I will be waiting for you. Uncle, are you awake? I'm up and waiting for you at the restaurant. Will you come today? I've chosen a place with plenty of delicious food. Uncle, I'll treat you today. Uncle, you must have been busy yesterday. Please don't let me down today. I really want to see you. Oh dear, uncle. You can't keep leaving me hanging. If you don't reply, I can bear with it, but you must show up. Uncle, I am waiting for you. Yu Feng read each message with great seriousness, tears blurring his vision. Finally, he came across the words. Uncle, let's meet and talk. I have so much to say, really a lot. This time, I won't pressure you. Let us consider it a final conversation. If you come, I will be very happy. If not, then I won't disturb you anymore. I will understand that you, uncle, do not actually like me. Uncle, I am waiting for you at the Meteor Garden bar. Uncle, you will come this time, right? Every word from Yang Liru was filled with hope. Even a novice in romance could perceive her affection for him. She longed to meet him, yet time and again, she found herself disappointed, receiving no reply. The initial joy gradually morphed into despondency. Yu Feng roared in anguish, striking the steering wheel with his fist. She had been waiting for me all along. Guilt washed over Yu Feng. If only he had glanced at the messages, perhaps today's events could have been avoided. She wouldn't have been driven to make such a heart-wrenching decision, nor would she have ventured alone to the bar, only to be seized by others. If only. But there is no if in this world. Regret is not a remedy we possess. All we can do is cherish the present and forge ahead. Yu Feng stowed away his phone and wiped his tears. Silly girl, how could uncle not like you? These past few days, I have been overwhelmed with matters. I'm sorry. I promise, uncle will bring you back safely. Whispering this promise, Yu Feng pressed the accelerator and sped towards the address provided by Wang Ning. Meanwhile, in a van approximately 2 kilometers ahead, 2 sharp-eyed youths were fixated on Yang Liru, leering with sinister smiles. Boss, I must say, the daughter of the Yang family has quite the figure. The women we've encountered in our lives pale in comparison to her. How about we take her right here in the van? One chuckled lewdly. In the torrential downpour, the mere thought was exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Yang Liru's expression shifted dramatically. She shook her head vigorously, trying to retreat. Yet in such a confined space, where could she go? Wang Ning smirked coldly. Don't worry. There will be plenty of chances for you to experience this. The daughter of the second-tier Yang family is indeed a rare gem. We must extract every ounce of value from her before selling her off. But we must first deal with that bastard Yu Feng. If it weren't for him, we would have captured her long ago without raising any alarms. It was all this bastard's fault. He must not live. Rest assured, boss. One of the henchmen thumped his chest, declaring, before we joined you, we were all mercenaries abroad. Dealing with a minor character like this is child's play. As long as the Wolf King doesn't come personally, your life is safe. All those in the same vehicle as Wang Ning were former mercenaries. Hearing this, Yang Liru's face paled. Mercenaries? She knew this profession was often filled with battle-hardened veterans, highly skilled in combat. If uncle came alone, wouldn't that be tantamount to suicide? No. She struggled to break free when suddenly, Wang Ning's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Boss, that bastard is catching up. He is only 2 kilometers away. Should we head to the designated spot and toy with him? The voice belonged to 2 individuals in a car several hundred meters behind the van. One was the driver, while the other was a sniper. Wang Ning pondered. I didn't expect this guy to be so fast. He seems eager for death. Fine, let him play with you for a while. If we can capture him alive, that's ideal. If not, we'll lure him to the factory and deal with him slowly. Understood. The transmission ended. At that moment, Yufeng had also closed the gap, now only a kilometer away. Liru, wait for me. Uncle is coming to save you. Bang. Just as the words left his mouth, a gunshot shattered the silence of the countryside road. Yufeng's pupils constricted as he instinctively dodged. A 7-centimeter bullet shattered the glass and embedded itself in the seat behind him. Suddenly, Yufeng's expression turned icy as he spotted a white car several hundred meters ahead, its sunroof open, a middle finger raised in mockery of his impotence. They were provoking him. They thought little of him. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had sealed their fates in Yufeng's mind. Chapter 68. Sending you on your way in the white car, Lu San, the scar-faced driver, gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other rested against the window, letting the storm lash against his arm. On such stormy days, it felt as if he had returned to the days of being a mercenary. Boss, it seems we haven't played like this in a long time, Lu San remarked, taking a deep breath and exhaling smoke. In the passenger seat, Li Si was cleaning his sniper rifle, his expression grim after having missed his shot. Renowned as one of the top 10 snipers in the mercenary world, it was his first time missing. He squinted. It has been a while since we've had a worthy opponent since leaving the mercenary world, but tonight, this bastard seems quite decent. My first shot, and he actually dodged. Dodged? Lu San was taken aback, sneering, just luck. According to our boss's investigation, he's just a useless son-in-law's brother, completely untrained. I bet it was just too dark for him to hit. Is that so? Li Si disagreed. Through the sniper scope, he had clearly seen Yufeng instinctively turn his neck at the moment of firing. That was not mere luck. It was muscle memory honed through years of surviving bloodshed. He began to doubt the thoroughness of Wang Ning's intel. Better to be cautious. Let's speed up. We'll regroup with the boss and then deal with him. With the Yang family's daughter in hand, he dare not follow. All right. Lu San nodded in agreement. After all, they were on a rural road in heavy rain. One misstep could lead to a crash. They could play, but not at the cost of their lives. He pressed down on the accelerator, maneuvering the wheel to shake Yufeng off. However, in the next moment, in the rearview mirror, the silhouette of a white Audi appeared like a ghost, closing in on Lu San's vision. Not good. He is catching up? Li Si exclaimed, standing up to look out the sunroof. In the deluge, the Audi blazed forward, its headlights cutting through the darkness, rapidly closing the distance. Damn, is he insane? He is driving at least 120 in this rain. Doesn't he value his life? Li Si's face paled, a wave of unease washing over him. Quick, shake him off. Lu San's expression tightened. We can't shake him. This guy is mad. If we hit 120, the tires will skid for sure. Is this guy a reincarnated bull? Just because we shot at him, does he want to play with fire? Even Lu San, with his mercenary background, felt the pressure mounting. The fierce fear the fierce, the reckless fear the desperate, and right now, Yufeng was the desperate one. He is catching up. Li Si shouted. There was no time left. Yufeng's car was nearly glued to the back of the van, the gap barely a few centimeters. One more push on the gas, and a collision was inevitable. In the storm, a crash would mean disaster. Quick shoot. Lu San yelled in urgency. Li Si tightened the trigger, lifting the sniper rifle high and resting it on the sunroof, aiming at Yufeng seated within a car just a few meters away. At this moment, their only choice was to eliminate Yufeng. It was either his demise or theirs. But did they truly understand who they were up against? A mere country bumpkin? An inconsequential waste? Or a reckless madman? No, they were gravely mistaken. In the next instant, Yufeng squinted, his gaze locking onto Li Si's head. With a swift motion, he produced a silver needle from his attire and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The speed of the needle far surpassed that of the sniper's aim. Through the torrential rain, one could see the needle cleave a raindrop in two, piercing through Li Si's scope and driving into his eyes, penetrating his brain. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. One man down. With the sight of blood streaming from his comrade's head, staining the seat below, Lu San cursed vehemently. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Yufeng as a threat. Now, regret washed over him. This was no mere country bumpkin. No wonder the first batch sent to capture Yang Liru in Jiang City had been utterly defeated by him alone. This man was a demon. Without a firearm, he had dispatched his own ally. Damn it. He slammed the accelerator. There was no time to waste. He had to flee. You bastard. I'll make you pay for this. Where would he run? The road was singular. The swiftest would prevail. Virum. With a roar reminiscent of a fierce tiger, Yufeng accelerated. The speedometer soared to 130, his grip tightening on the steering wheel, his countenance icy, as though he had melded with the car. Feeling its wrath. Yes, he was furious. In a mere second, Yufeng jerked the wheel to the left, gracefully navigating a turn, aligning himself parallel to Lu San. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked. Lightning crackled. The thunderous illumination revealed Yu Feng's cold visage within the car. Between his fingers, another silver needle had appeared. Unbeknownst to him, Lu San felt as if his strength had been sapped, momentarily forgetting to resist. Soon, the same tragic fate befell him. The silver needle flew forth. A simple action, honed through years of practice. This was the culmination of his rigorous training. Even without spiritual cultivation, Yu Feng's physical prowess and explosive power, honed in the wolf fang, were of the highest caliber. Blood trickled from the minute wound on Lu San's forehead. The vehicle lost control, gradually slowing before crashing into the roadside railing. Bang! Sparks flew, but under the deluge, they were swiftly extinguished. On the deserted road, Yu Feng parked the car and stepped out. Approaching the front, he opened the door and dragged the two corpses to the roadside, beginning to search. Two fully loaded handguns and a sharp dagger. Gripping the handgun anew, he felt a surge of nostalgia. It was as if he had returned to his former self. Virum. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life with Wang Ning's voice. We have arrived at the abandoned factory. All positions are set. Are you on your way? Why the delay? Has that bastard Yu Feng been dealt with? Yu Feng retrieved the intercom, pressing it to his ear. Hello, I'm asking you a question. Is Yu Feng dead or not? Don't act recklessly and put your lives at risk. A response followed. They're dead. Soon it will be your turn. Prepare your last words, for I, Yu Feng, am coming to see you off. Wang Ning. Chapter 69. The net tightens, yet there are no gaps. Crack. The intercom fell to the ground, its antenna snapping, losing signal. From the other end, Yu Feng's voice signaled that, from a certain perspective, the demise of his two subordinates was confirmed. Wang Ning. The abandoned auto factory lay in disarray, the building filthy and chaotic. Yang Leroux was imprisoned in a dilapidated room, while 7 or 8 others guarded various locations, awaiting Yu Feng's arrival. According to their plan, once Yu Feng fell into their encirclement, they would strike together to eliminate him, swiftly reclaiming their territory. However, they hadn't anticipated that before the battle even commenced, 2 of their own would perish. These were men he had painstakingly extracted from the heavy encirclement in Ning City, each a seasoned warrior, his very heart. Yu Feng, he growled, the name slipping through his clenched teeth. Bastard, you've shattered my foundation and killed 2 of my men. I will not let this go unpunished. Go. Relay to the others to hold their positions firmly. This Yu Feng is a tough nut. Upon sighting him, open fire without hesitation. Understood. The battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, in a dining establishment at the new square of Jiang City, Yang Jian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a game on his phone. Just as he was in the midst of a team battle, several luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantoms pulled up outside. A middle-aged man, flanked by 4 or 5 bodyguards, descended from the vehicles and entered the establishment. Noticing Yang Jian lost in his game, the middle-aged man's lips twitched slightly. At his age, he should be contemplating how to inherit the family business rather than wasting time on games. If the other families in Ning City discovered this, it would be a disgrace. Unfilial son, he bellowed. Instantly, Yang Jian's brow furrowed, tearing his gaze from the screen. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, he leaped to his feet. Dad, you still remember I'm your father? The head of the Yang family replied coldly, scanning the vicinity for Yang Leroux. His disappointment was palpable. Where is your sister? Why isn't she here? Leroux. Only then did Yang Jian recall that today marked the 3rd day. The day the Yang family had dispatched people to retrieve them. However, not long ago, Yang Leroux had departed to define her relationship with Yu Feng. Oh no. Yang Jian scratched the back of his head. She has something to attend to. What sort of matter? As the eldest brother. Have you forgotten what I told you 3 days ago? Hurry, call her back. Don't you realize how dangerous it is out there? Dangerous? Yang Jian's heart quaked. Dad, isn't there no danger now that Wang Ning has been caught? The head of the Yang family retorted angrily. Who told you that? After the operation in Ning City, Wang Ning escaped with his men. We haven't received any updates since. If it weren't for his uncertain whereabouts, would I be so anxious to bring you back? What? At this revelation, Yang Jian was utterly shocked. Wang Ning had not been captured? That vengeful local tyrant, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Yang family, was still at large. Given his temperament, he would not rest until he had exacted revenge, if he arrived in Jiang City. This is bad. The head of the Yang family's expression shifted. What is going on? What happened? Dad, Leroux, she might be in danger. I need to make a call. With that, Yang Jian hastily pulled out his phone, searching for Yang Leroux's contact to dial. Beep, beep, beep. After several attempts, there was no answer. He hung up, redialing persistently, determined to connect, but after several futile attempts, he finally gave up. The The call wouldn't go through. This meant, "Dad, head, urgent news." Just as Yang Jian was about to speak, a bodyguard rushed in. "Speak." Half an hour ago, several vans appeared outside the Dong family banquet. Through nearby surveillance, we located the young mistress's whereabouts. She has been kidnapped by Wang Ning and his men and is currently at an abandoned auto factory in the outskirts. A man named Yu Feng is driving there in pursuit. What should we do? What? At that moment, the atmosphere in the establishment turned frigid. Yang Liru had been captured by Wang Ning. The very outcome the Yang family dreaded most had finally come to pass. Avoiding the first day of the month may be possible, but not the 15th. The head of the Yang family's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on Yang Jian. "Is this how you care for your sister, after I entrusted her to you? If anything happens to Li Ru, I shall hold you accountable before the entire clan." "Father, no need to say more, Xiao Wu," the head of the Yang family exclaimed, and a bodyguard hastily approached. "Master, take him to the car and ensure he is securely confined at home. Should he dare to step out even a single inch, break his legs and send him to the hospital." "Father, I refuse to return. I must rescue Li Ru. It was my negligence, and I wish to make amends." Yang Jian was filled with dread. Initially, he had permitted his sister to leave in order to clarify her relationship with Yu Feng. Yet, he never anticipated such calamity would ensue. If Li Ru were to be harmed, he would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. "Enough. You think you can make amends? Just don't add to the trouble of the past. After all these years of allowing you to frolic about, you have proven to be utterly disappointing, failing even the most basic responsibilities. Now be gone." With that, the head of the Yang family turned away and inquired, "How many of our men have we brought with us?" Reporting to the master, "Over 10. Prepare to depart immediately for the abandoned car factory. Inform Zhang Shitao of Jiang City, relay the news regarding Wang Ning, and instruct him to initiate a joint operation under the name of Jiang City. We must capture Wang Ning this time. He cannot escape." "Understood." At Jiang City's first hospital, 20 minutes after Lung Feng concluded his phone call with Zhang Shitao, a group of uniformed officers followed Zhang. Hastily arriving outside the operating room, he held a recording in his hand, and without sparing a moment for water, he led his team straight from the precinct to the hospital. Under the immense pressure from several high-ranking officials, he remained steadfast in his duties. "Mr. Lung," Zhang Shitao's voice echoed from the corridor's end. Standing before the operating room, deep in thought and awaiting news of the scoundrel Yu Feng's capture. Lung Feng's expression brightened at the sound, and he quickly turned his head. "Mr. Zhang, has that scoundrel been apprehended? He broke my son's legs. I want him torn to pieces, never to recover." "Mr. Lung, I am here to convey a message to you." Zhang Shitao's tone. Yang Liru felt a sudden shock, a complex array of emotions spreading throughout her being, some joy, some worry. The uncle had responded to her. He had truly come to rescue her. Did he still harbor feelings for her? Yet, this place was fraught with danger. Would his arrival jeopardize his life? "No, please, uncle. Do not come." Her mind was a tumult of entangled thoughts. "Look at your little face, all flushed," a voice taunted. "You say it's nothing to worry about. But rest assured, once that scoundrel falls into my trap, I will make him witness your harsh education. I shall make him taste the depths of suffering, so he understands the consequences of crossing me." Wang Ning. Before he could finish, the brightly lit abandoned car lot was plunged into darkness. The glaring lights at the entrance vanished, and the once illuminated corridor was enveloped in pitch black. Everyone was instantly deprived of the blinding light. What happened? Wang Ning felt a chill run down his spine as he shouted into his walkie-talkie, "What is going on? Why has the power gone out?" I don't know," replied his subordinate, Li Dao. "Damn it. Hurry, send 2 men to the power room on the first floor to check it out." "Any news on that scoundrel?" "None." "Then fix the power quickly." After issuing the command, the 2 mercenaries stationed at the door swiftly changed direction towards the power room. Wang Ning held his breath, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he looked down at Yang Liru. "It seems I don't have time for a proper chat. Your beloved is on his way. Rest assured, it won't be long before I bring him right before you." With that, he drew a pistol from his waist and exited the room. Meanwhile, a motorcycle came to a halt at the entrance of the abandoned car factory. A few hundred meters away, turning off the headlights, Lin Yunan removed her helmet, her camouflage combat attire a testament to her previous missions before arriving in Jiang City. As she donned handcuffs, she stealthily made her way into the factory. Just as she took a step forward, 2 gunshots reverberated from the first floor of the factory. Bang! Bang! The Wolf King had arrived. Chapter 71. Someone has already perished. Upon reaching the door, Wang Ning froze at the sound of gunfire from the first floor. How long had it been since he had sent 2 men out? Could it be that? He hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie, tuning into the frequency of the 2 men he had dispatched, shouting, Respond if you hear me. Were those shots fired by you? All he received was static in reply. His face drained of color as the realization hit him. 2 more of his mercenaries had perished. What on earth was happening? He had spent over $1 million to recruit this seasoned group of mercenaries, relying on their strength to build his own power over the years. How could they have fallen so easily? Had it been mere seconds? Not even 10 seconds had passed. This exceeded the limits of what Wang Ning could tolerate. Under the cold night sky, rain seeped through shattered windows, striking his resolute face. His legs began to tremble involuntarily. At the hotel entrance, he had missed his shot. And before he even engaged, 4 of his men had already fallen. That guy. Could he truly just be a rural upstart, the brother of a son-in-law? Was it really so? Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Dao's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Boss, it seems those 2 are likely dead. We still have 6 men left, 3 of whom are guarding the swift reaction from another mercenary sent him darting behind the wall, finger poised on the trigger. The fleeting aura of impending death sent shivers down his spine. In the profound silence, without a whisper of warning, danger loomed near. This sensation, it felt reminiscent of the forbidden realm within the mercenary world, Dragon Arrow. Could it be that this individual hailed from Dragon Arrow? The very faction that birthed the infamous Wolf Fong Squad. He gulped hard, cold sweat trickling down his face, splattering onto his submachine gun. Damn it, I was careless. Through the intercom, Li Dao's voice boomed. What is going on? Were you not instructed to refrain from independent actions? Respond immediately, what is happening? The mercenary's fingers trembled as he stammered. Report, that guy didn't come up the stairs. What? Are you pulling my leg? Did he fly in? Li Dao cursed. He might have climbed in through the window. The mercenary exclaimed in a panic, adding quickly, Mr. Li, we may be in trouble. The opponent likely comes from Dragon Arrow. If I die, please evacuate swiftly. Those from Dragon Arrow are a taboo for us mercenaries. We must escape. With that, he leaped up to buy Wang Ning some time, aiming his gun at the window, just as a bullet sped towards him, piercing through his eye. Faster. Sharper. Apologies. You will never comprehend who you are truly facing. Chapter 72. The Ruthless and Brainless Lin Yunnan Dragon. Arrow. The very mention of those 2 words crackled through the intercom like a piercing needle. Li Dao suddenly felt as though his throat was engulfed in flames. An intense burning sensation washing over him. The subsequent gunfire ignited doubts within him. Could this operation conclude safely? 2 more lives had been extinguished. The battle had commenced. And already 2 of their own lay dead. To make matters worse, they were utterly clueless about the enemy's whereabouts. Climbing up the water pipe from outside the window? It was absurd. The gap between the 2 floors was considerable, and with the torrential rain, who could possibly execute such a feat? Could it truly be someone from Dragon Arrow? Li Dao, a trusted subordinate of Wang Ning and a seasoned mercenary, understood the weight of the words Dragon Arrow all too well. Clenching the intercom, he connected the remaining 3 team members with Wang Ning, stating, Boss, we need to retreat. This guy might be formidable. What? Retreat? Where to? Jump down? Damn it. Li Dao, have you lost your mind? He's just a worthless piece of trash. Can't we 5 take him down? Li Dao replied wearily, Boss, you don't understand. You have no idea what kind of monster emerges from Dragon Arrow. I don't care. He has killed 6 of us, obliterating my empire in Ning City. If I don't end him, I want to find peace. If you're afraid, then get lost. The rest of you follow me. I refuse to believe one person can stir such chaos. Bang. At that moment, another gunshot echoed through the intercom. On the 3rd floor, the 3 mercenaries who had arrived early were about to descend when they were met with Yu Feng's ambush. 3 bullets whizzed past them, narrowly missing their skin. Report, that kid is at the 2nd floor stairway, likely already ascended. Over. What? So soon? Li Dao's expression tightened. Having just killed 2, he swiftly changes positions to attack. This speed. Does he not rest? Wang Ning commanded. We're coming to support you. Hold him off. Understood. With that, Wang Ning set down the intercom and hurried down the 6th floor. Hearing this, Li Dao had no choice but to comply. Where else could he retreat? This was the 6th floor. Was he to jump? At this moment, they were caught in a dilemma. Their only option was to eliminate Yu Feng. As he considered this, he hastened his pace towards the 3rd floor. There, the 3 mercenaries took cover in 3 distinct positions, each providing a different angle of attack. Firmly locking onto the gunfire's origin, they had confirmed that the scoundrel had emerged from the stairway, hiding behind the adjacent wall. There was barely a few square meters of space, devoid of windows, leaving him in a complete dead angle. If they could just find the right moment, they could take him down. With breaths quickening, he turned to Wang Wu and Jack, signaling the next phase of their plan. He would fire to lure the scoundrel into revealing his position, while the other 2 would shoot. Okay. The 2 nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they sprang up. exposing themselves to the open space, raising their weapons to unleash a hail of bullets into the darkness. In the next moment, a bullet soared from the shadows. Hearing the distinct gunfire, Zhang Ba quickly crouched down. "He's coming. Shoot now," he shouted, recognizing it as an opportune moment. The scoundrel would surely be caught off guard in such a brief span. But when he glanced at his companion Wang Wu, he was stunned. A bullet had penetrated Wang Wu's forehead, blood trickling down his nose, dripping into his mouth, repeating the cycle. He was dead. How? How could this be? Was this guy a demon? Jack cursed. "My God, that bastard already pinpointed our positions. That shot wasn't he aimed at you. It was directed at Wang Wu's position. He anticipated our battle plan. Damn it, how could he?" Neither of them had foreseen that their seemingly flawless coordination would falter at this moment, appearing utterly futile and even somewhat foolish. It was akin to a 5-year-old playing survival games with an adult, pathetically outmatched. Yufeng had already foreseen their next move. Indeed, Yufeng had calculated their every possible action. The trio's coordinated effort was merely a rudimentary combat tactic. In the past battles of Wolf Fong, their teamwork was far more intricate. For Yufeng, the most potent strategy boiled down to one word: speed. Leaning against the wall, he had 4 bullets remaining in his fully loaded pistol. Fortunately, he had just resupplied. Resources were not a concern. However, reinforcements should be arriving soon. He needed to resolve the conflict swiftly. Estimating, he deduced that there were no more than 4 individuals in this factory. If they all charged at once, it would spell trouble. With that thought, he stood up, using the faint reflection to confirm that the other 2 positions remained unchanged. He abruptly rolled sideways, preparing to charge towards the stairway leading to the 4th floor and shift positions. At that moment, a camouflaged figure dashed into view from the 2nd floor stairway. Lin Yunan strode forward, her brows furrowed tightly. Upon spotting Yufeng, she raised her handgun, aiming directly at his head. "Yufeng, I finally have you. I am officially arresting you for intentional injury. Put down your weapon and crouch with your hands on your head," Lin Yunan declared, exuding righteous authority. "Yufeng, how did you get here? This is bad." On the other side, the 2 mercenaries, seizing the opportunity as Yufeng turned to face Lin Yunan, quickly raised their guns, aiming at her. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted amid the pouring rain. Yufeng sidestepped, countless bullets grazed past him, leaving fiery wounds along his waist. He leaped and landed on the 2nd floor, and before Lin Yunan could react, he swiftly seized her hands, twisting slightly to disarm her. With a swift motion, Lin Yunan's expression shifted in shock. His speed was astonishing. Just as she was about to curse, 2 mercenaries appeared a few meters away, raising their guns to aim at her head. Bang! Yufeng fired first, shooting through Jack's skull, then tightly grasped Lin Yunan, flipping over the railing and leaping down the stairway from the 2nd floor. The entire sequence was seamless, defined by one word: speed. Boom! Outside the window, thunder roared. Wang Wu, so astonished that he forgot to fire his weapon, watched in shock as Jack collapsed beside him. In that fleeting moment, while evading pursuit and leaping down the stairs with a woman in his arms, he could even turn around and eliminate his own teammate. This man, could he possibly be a demon? Through the intercom, Wang Ning's furious voice echoed. "Get a grip. I'm coming. Let's go down together and take him out." Chapter 73. The Battle of the Wolf King. Amidst the torrential rain, 4 Rolls-Royces sped through the city streets, taking a shortcut to arrive at the abandoned car factory in the shortest time possible. Dozens of bodyguards from the Yang family armed themselves, even bringing along military-grade thermal imaging devices. Upon disembarking, they crouched low and swiftly approached the factory entrance, seeking a suitable hiding spot. "Quick! Use the thermal imaging device to check the situation inside the factory." "Understood." After the lead bodyguard issued the command, one of the guards hastily mounted the thermal imaging device onto a drone, maneuvering it to the top of the factory to survey the premises from a godlike perspective. Before long, information came back. The thermal imaging revealed 6 individuals inside the factory, 1 in the restroom on the 6th floor, 2 on the 1st floor, and 3 on the 2nd floor, who were making their way down to the 1st floor. It appeared that the one named Yufeng had already arrived and was currently confronting Wang Ning. "We have arrived just in time. Let us rush in." As the bodyguard spoke, he prepared to rise and advance, but was immediately pulled back by the leader. "Fool, bullets don't discriminate. Do you wish to seek death by charging in? Our objective here is to retrieve the young lady and return her safely to Ning City, not to engage in futile combat." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Though I do not understand the relationship between this Yufeng and the young lady, who would risk their life to rescue her, we cannot allow such a golden opportunity to slip away. It appears the young lady is on the 6th floor. Wang Ning's men were on the 2nd and 3rd floors and would not return until the fighting concluded. Old 3, Old 5. You two climb up to the 6th floor with the grappling hooks. We will provide cover from below. We must ensure the young lady's safe return. Yes. Upon receiving the orders, the two bodyguards quickly retrieved their sharp grappling hooks from their backpacks, locating a suitable wall for climbing. Trained by the esteemed figures of the Yang family, each guard possessed combat abilities that could rival those of special forces. The 6th floor was not a challenge for them. They positioned themselves below, gazing up at the 6th floor window, swung their grappling hooks a few times, and hurled them upwards. With a resounding crash, the hooks shattered the window and latched onto the recessed corner. After ensuring the hooks would not break under strain, they secured the ropes around their waists and began their ascent. As for the battle on the 1st floor, they showed no interest. The head of the Yang family had one purpose for their arrival: to rescue Yang Liru and leave immediately. To them, fulfilling their orders was a matter of destiny, an obligation to uphold. Minutes later, they swiftly climbed to the 6th floor, jumping through the window and locating the restroom according to the thermal imaging device's reading. A swift kick sent the door flying open, revealing Yang Liru, bound tightly with hemp rope to a pillar. "Ah, don't come near. Don't come near." Upon seeing them, Yang Liru initially mistook them for Wang Ning's crazed henchmen and screamed in terror. One bodyguard shouted, "Miss, be quiet. It's us. We are here to rescue you. Sent by your father. Dad." Yang Liru regained her composure, noting their attire did not resemble Wang Ning's men, and their accents suggested they were from Ning City. She confirmed it. "Did my father really send you?" "Indeed, Mississippi. Your father is waiting for you at young Master Jian's shop. We were supposed to take you and young Master Jian home today, but with this situation unfolding, we have come to rescue you. We must leave quickly. Time is of the essence." "Wait." A bodyguard attempted to untie the ropes binding Yang Liru, but she hastily interjected, "Don't worry about me. You need to go downstairs and eliminate Wang Ning. My uncle is still on the 1st floor. He is in danger. Hurry and save him." The sounds of gunfire from downstairs heightened Yang Liru's anxiety. She feared for her uncle's safety, praying fervently while trembling in fear. Now that her people had arrived, her uncle was finally safe. But the next words from the bodyguards shattered her heart. "I'm sorry, miss, but we cannot follow your orders. That uncle you mentioned is outside our jurisdiction. Our objective is to ensure your safe extraction. Please do not put us in a difficult position." "What?" Yang Liru's eyes widened in shock. "No. If you don't go to save him, I will be ungrateful and heartless. My uncle risked everything to come to the factory for me. How can I leave him behind?" She could not bring herself to abandon him. Yang Liru was not the kind of person to shy away from danger. If it came down to a choice between her life and Yu Feng's, she would willingly sacrifice herself rather than allow him to face peril alone. "Miss, this is your father's command. Please do not make it difficult for us." The two bodyguards knelt, showing utmost respect. "Difficult? Have you no conscience? My uncle is in grave danger, and you want me to flee like a coward? Do you realize he came here for me? Wang Ning intends to kill him. Kill him, do you understand?" Yang Liru's cries echoed in the stillness of the night. Powerless and desperate, tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not leave Yu Feng behind. There were so many things she had yet to express to him. Her feelings of affection since the first moment they met. How could she depart without saying a word? "Miss, please, do not make it difficult for us. Come with us." "I will not go. I will not go. If you do not save him, I will not leave." The two bodyguards exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice. One of them rose and approached Yang Liru, bending down. "Miss, I am sorry. Old 3 has offended you. What are you doing?" Yang Liru's eyes widened in alarm. In the next moment, the man struck her neck with FO as she relentlessly pursued her target and arrived at the abandoned automobile factory. Having traced Yu Feng's whereabouts as planned, she believed she could finally fulfill her heart's desire. However, a sudden twist occurred the moment she drew her pistol and aimed it at Yu Feng's head. She was utterly unaware of the true peril she faced. When she saw two mercenaries raise their weapons towards her, she was taken aback, never anticipating the presence of others in this desolate place. To her astonishment, Yu Feng, in a selfless act to save her, relinquished his chance to escape and, with overwhelming strength, rescued her, even turning the tables to eliminate one of the mercenaries. Such prowess. Could he possibly be from the Dragon Arrow? An idea suddenly sparked in Lin Yunan's mind as she watched Yu Feng, calm and composed, tend to his wounds with a bandage around his waist. She hesitated momentarily. "I'm sorry, earlier." Before she could finish, Yu Feng's cold voice interrupted her. "Do you think you're remarkable?" He lifted his gaze, his tone sharp, piercing Lin Yunan's innermost thoughts. She had never considered herself remarkable. "What do you mean?" Yu Feng replied nonchalantly. "I mean nothing. Do you believe that encountering a suspect of significant stature ignites an insatiable desire within you to capture me, to unjustly label me with a baseless crime, and that brings you joy?" Lin Yunan, momentarily stunned, felt her anger flare. Yu Feng, I warn you. Do not speak so recklessly. I, Lin Yunan, am not that kind of person. She retorted. Are you not? Yu Feng scoffed coldly, rising to face her. During our first encounter, instead of investigating the whereabouts of the missing Yang Li, you came to probe into my affairs. In our second meeting, without understanding the situation, you exhibited hostility, as if you were determined to imprison me, while the vile Lu Sanpao remained uninvestigated by you. And for our third encounter, oh wait, there isn't one. I suspect many have advised you against pursuing me tonight, but did you heed their warnings? Your camouflage attire indicates you recently resigned, yet even in resignation, you refused to release me, convinced of my guilt. To call you foolish would be an affront to the very term. Your professional integrity is lacking, your conduct is wanting. And just now you nearly placed me in peril. Had I not reacted swiftly, you would have become a mere corpse. Pray tell, what manner of person are you? These words, laden with restrained fury, did not erupt from Yu Feng. Tears began to well in the corners of Lin Yunan's eyes. She sought to counter, yet found herself at a loss for words. It seemed, she was indeed the person Yu Feng described. Foolish, arrogant, self-deprecating. Every term denoting negative traits seemed to fit her perfectly. I'm sorry, Lin Yunan uttered for the first time, lowering her proud head. She had to concede. If it weren't for Yu Feng, she would have perished. Enough of this. The priority now is to rescue you. Stay here while I summon reinforcements. Lin Yunan instructed. And you? She inquired. I shall eliminate these scoundrels. Yu Feng declared. Alone? One is sufficient. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Wang Ning, Li Dao, and Wang Wu walked together. The number of their original crew dwindling to just the three of them. Damn it. This kid is remarkably resilient. How did he survive a burst of gunfire? Wang Ning spat angrily, his voice cold. Rest assured, he will die tonight. Li Dao's eyes were icy. He had brought his men here, and with most of them now dead, he was determined to avenge them. Wang Wu, trailing behind, remained consumed by the earlier battle, his heart weighed down by fear. Akin to the ominous clouds outside, a single burst of bullets had failed to eliminate him. Could the three of them succeed? He questioned his own strength, perhaps. This was a fool's errand. Yet, was there a path of retreat? As they descended to the first floor, preparing to head towards the power supply room, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the corridor. There, they shouted, raising their guns simultaneously. Fire. Dozens of bullets were unleashed in an instant. No one. Wang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. The corridor was empty, not even a hair in sight. They had been deceived. Damn it. Just then, a flurry of urgent footsteps approached from behind. Li Dao reacted swiftly, turning around, yet the ominous dark entrance was already aimed at his forehead. Not good. He pulled Wang Ning down behind a stone table, while Wang Wu instinctively dropped to the ground, seeking cover. A bullet whizzed through the air. Li Dao had been a moment too late. The bullet pierced his ankle, blood gushing forth onto the floor as he cried out in agony, his veins bulging visibly. Hurry. Let's go? Wang Ning was bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Yu Feng had appeared behind them. The demonic strides of their foe extinguished any will to continue fighting. Wang Wu, hearing this, quickly raised his weapon and fired at the source of the gunfire. Quickly, Li Dao struggled to regain his footing. He did not wish to die here, nor in a homeland that wasn't his own. But the moment he peeked above cover, another bullet was on its way. Yu Feng stood behind the iron bars, calmly aiming his gun at Li Dao. One shot, one kill. Like a demon in the night, he mercilessly harvested the lives of the wicked. Tonight, you shall perish. Bear witness to your suffering before you. Wang Wu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gripping his submachine gun tightly. Enough, let us take a gamble. He drew a dagger from his waist and hurled it forward, then rose to unleash a barrage of gunfire at everything before him. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Ning sprang to his feet and dashed towards the second floor. There was no way out. He could only leverage the hostage to threaten Wang Wu. Damn it, selling me out? Wang Wu cursed angrily, just as a dark shadow flitted past him in the torrential rain. He quickly ducked behind the wall, panting heavily, narrowly escaping death. How vile of Wang Ning to contemplate betraying him for his own survival. He cursed Wang Ning's ancestors 1,000 times in his heart, knowing it was futile. The pressing matter at hand was to confront Yu Feng head-on. He produced a smoke bomb and threw it to the right. A thick fog enveloping the factory in an instant. Tightening his grip on the submachine gun, he broke through to the left, hoping to confuse his opponent with the advantage of limited visibility. However, as he stepped out, a bullet struck his finger. Bang. Sorry, I see through your little schemes. Yu Feng stood mere meters away, the dark barrel of his gun aimed squarely at Wang Wu's head. Crack. The weapon, along with the finger, fell to the ground. Wang Wu clutched his bleeding wound, his face turning pale as he swallowed hard. Where is he? Wang Wu pointed towards the second floor. Spare my life, and I'll sell you my soul. Bang. Without further ado, Yu Feng shot him dead. Allowing an uncertain factor to live only increased the danger. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Yu Feng could be kind, but when he turned cold, the world would witness his terrifying nature. After eliminating the last opponent, Yu Feng began his ascent to the second floor, intent on pursuing Wang Ning. In a flash, Wang Ning had reached the sixth floor. Gasping for breath as Yu Feng closed in on him, stopping would mean death. Soon, he arrived at the restroom, entered, and intended to use Yang Liru as a hostage. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Yang Liru was gone. Where is she? Wang Ning distinctly remembered checking that Yang Liru's bindings were secure before he left. Could she have escaped on her own? What was happening? It was over. Without Yang Liru, he had no hostage, no means of survival. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, but the Green Mountains were fading fast, just as he was engulfed in despair. The footsteps outside abruptly ceased. Wang Ning took a deep breath, holding his breath, his eyes wide as he raised his hands towards the door. The torrential rain continued to pour outside. Police sirens echoed along the roadside, surrounding the abandoned car factory. They had arrived. Wang Ning realized he was cornered. And at that moment, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Before he died, he wanted to take someone down with him. You bastard, you ruined me. You caused all my brothers to perish. I want you dead. He fired desperately, the bullets flying until he was out of ammunition. He pressed the trigger several times. But it clicked empty, panic washing over his face. At that moment, Yu Feng's eerily calm visage appeared at the doorway. You where's Liru? He whispered. Are you asking about that young girl? Ha ha, why should I tell you? You're just a bastard, a waste, why would I inform you? Wang Ning's face contorted with rage. In this final moment, he lost all restraint. A throng of dozens charged into the factory, finding Lin Yunan guarding the power supply room, who rushed out, and the leader was none other than Zhang Shitao himself. Yu Feng smirked coldly, discarding his gun and drawing a dagger from his waist as he approached Wang Ning. What do you intend to do? Bang. A kick sent Wang Ning sprawling to the ground. You bastard, how dare you? His words were barely out when Yu Feng plunged the dagger mercilessly into his kneecap. The blade twisted inside, tearing flesh and sinew apart. Blood gushed forth. Wang Ning moaned in agony. But this was not the end. Yu Feng withdrew the dagger and, using the same method, stabbed it into his other leg. Bastard, you if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me, kill you? That would be too merciful. Yu Feng replied coldly. The knee is a hard joint in traditional Chinese medicine, yet in a certain sense, it is also the position that can inflict the most torment while preserving life. I have 1,000 methods of torture, far more tragic than the 10 ancient tortures. Tonight is long. We can try them one by one. What do you think? His voice was chilling. Wang Ning was terrified, truly terrified. Rather than fall into Yu Feng's hands, it would be better to be taken by the people of Jiangqing. At least there would be prison meals to eat. His perception of Yu Feng transformed fundamentally. This was not the unsophisticated country bumpkin described in the investigation reports. His cruelty, his coldness, his skill. He was no ordinary person. Tell me, where is Liru? I don't know. I really don't. He was nearly in tears. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes, withdrawing the dagger to stab once more. This time from another angle, ripping apart the remaining flesh. Please spare me. I truly don't know. I remember very clearly that when I returned, she wasn't here. I'm not lying. You can find out for yourself. Wang Ning cried out in desperation. Just then, footsteps rushed outside, and Zhang Shitao pushed the door open, witnessing the horrific scene, his stomach churning. Ugh, too gruesome. Zhang Shitao wiped his mouth and quickly turned to Yu Feng. You must be Yu Feng. Old Lu asked me to convey a message. He knows everything. He will seek justice for your brother's grievance. Have you found Yang Liru? Yu Feng inquired urgently. Who? Yang Liru? A girl. Yu Feng's tone was frantic. No, we've searched the whole building. It's only you and Wang Ning, along with those corpses. By the way, thank you for capturing Wang Ning. You truly are someone old Lu values. Before he could finish, Yu Feng shoved Zhang Shitao aside and dashed downstairs. Wang Ning's words were not false. Yang Liru was missing, just like the bizarre disappearance at Huamei Group. Where are you going? Zhang Shitao's face changed as he asked. Yu Feng did not respond. He came not to capture Wang Ning, but to find Yang Liru, the girl he had let down, the one who waited for him through the night until dawn, the one who, since he understood the world, was the only girl willing to make him smile. Last time, he hadn't gone to search for her, but this time, he would find her, no matter the distance, no matter the dangers, be it heaven or hell. Liru, wait for me. Uncle will definitely find you. Chapter 76. Journey to Ningxing. Where had Yang Liru gone? Yu Feng was uncertain, But it was precisely this uncertainty that compelled him to search. Indeterminate answers require contemplation to resolve. Doing nothing and remaining stagnant will not always bring fortune. Life is too short. Suitable people are even rarer. When you encounter them, cherish them. In his infancy, Yu Feng was abandoned by his parents in the wilderness, helpless. During the mission with Wolf Fong, he was unable to rescue Wang San amidst the enemy's encirclement, leading to Wang San sacrificing his life to give him purpose. He could not save him. With parents lost and brothers dead, he could not allow those dear to him to vanish as well. Upon leaving the factory, he sprinted back to his Audi at an astonishing pace, nearly matching his earlier speed, and within 20 minutes, he returned to Jiang City. He arrived at the Gao Group's employee dormitory, disregarding the security guard's attempts to block him as he rushed in search of someone, but to no avail. He then drove to the bar mentioned in the text message, hoping to find her waiting, yet, still no luck. Ultimately, he arrived at the square where he last met Yang Liru, standing there in the rain, forlornly before the closed restaurant's door. Yang Liru was not here. Liru. The thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The downpour continued. The sound of rain crashing down like firecrackers seemed to mock his tardiness. He gripped his phone tightly. The glowing screen displayed each text message from Yang Liru. Read countless times. If only I could have seen her sooner. How wonderful it would have been. Is it truly the case that we have missed each other? Liru. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He crouched down, cradling his head, his bloodshot eyes wide open as the rain pelted him, memories flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. Uncle, eat the buns while they're hot. Uncle, are you saving me because you like me? Uncle, young man, young man. Just then, a street cleaner approached, holding an umbrella. Worry etched on her face as she walked over, concerned about an adult crying at the entrance of a restaurant on such a stormy day. Yu Feng offered no response. The woman furrowed her brow, sighed, and held the umbrella over his head, braving the rain as she said, "Young man, this world is filled with unfairness. Life cannot always be smooth sailing. Enduring hardships and suffering is a part of society's training for you. For ordinary people like us, the only path in society is to strive. I understand your current predicament. It must be exhausting, but remember, we are not rich second-generation heirs. We have no one else to rely on but ourselves. Besides, being a rich heir is not without its challenges. Take the owner of this restaurant, Yang Jian, who recently spent over $1 million to acquire this establishment. Just moments ago, he was taken back by his father and a group of people to inherit the family fortune. It's incomparable. Yu Feng. He was momentarily taken aback, the images in his mind dissipating, replaced with the name Yang Jian. Yang Jian. Yang Liru. The Yang surname. Just a few days ago, he had bought this restaurant for $1 million? Wasn't he it precisely when Yang Liru brought him to distribute flyers? She mentioned finding an excellent job. Not long ago, the owner, Yang Jian, was taken back by his father. Could it be? A conjecture surfaced in Yu Feng's mind, as if he had found his direction. He quickly stood up and looked at the woman. What's wrong? Have you come to a realization? She asked, a bright smile breaking across her face. Yu Feng hurriedly inquired. Annie, how long ago did the owner leave? Let me think. It was just a little over half an hour ago. The owner's father received a phone call. His expression shifted from serious to much more relaxed before they left together. Thank you, Auntie. I understand now. With that, Yu Feng took out his phone and positioned himself beneath a surveillance camera, which allowed a clear view of the restaurant's surroundings. He then dialed a number. Beep. The call connected. Lu Moshing's voice came through first. Yu Feng, I already know about the factory incident. Zhang Shidao reported to me that you did exceptionally well this time. Wang Ning is a ruthless individual. Capturing him is akin to eliminating a malignant tumor. Your contributions are significant, and I will ensure that they are noted. Of course, I will have someone thoroughly investigate your brother's situation. Meng Hai and that young man from the Lung family will undoubtedly face severe consequences. I will uncover the truth for your brother. Lu Moshing assured. His stature and influence at his age meant that a mere stamp of his foot would send ripples through all circles. His words could equate to a life-altering change for any ordinary person. Thank you, but I called to ask for your help in tracing a vehicle. A vehicle? Lu Moshing's expression tightened. What vehicle? I do not know, but I have the address. I would like your assistance in investigating it. This was the only lead Yu Feng had at present. Although it was merely a hunch, it was worth pursuing. All right, send me the address. Yes. Subsequently, Yu Feng sent the location of the restaurant via his phone, specifying the most luxurious car parked out front. After sending the message, he continued with the phone pressed to his ear. All right, Lu. Sir, I've sent you the address, and I have one more request. Speak. You are a key player in this incident. Capturing Wang Ning, I will fulfill any request you have. Lu Moshing replied generously. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Yufeng pondered for a moment before speaking. I might need to leave Jiang City for a while. I've managed to secure my brother's life, and I hope you can send someone to look after him. Additionally, regarding my whereabouts and the investigation, please keep it confidential and do not inform my brother. Yufeng wished to spare anyone from worrying about him. He sought to independently search for Yang Liru. During this time, he was uncertain whether his brother would face further danger. Thus, he aimed to prepare thoroughly before departing. All right, I promise you, until you return, no one in Jiang City will be able to lay a finger on your brother. Thank you then. Farewell, Lu. Sir, take care. Goodbye, Wolf King. I await your return. Click. The call ended, and Yufeng returned to his apartment. After packing his belongings, he received information from Lu Moxing's contacts. The vehicle had entered Ning City. He then arranged for a designated driver to take his Audi back to the original hotel, returning it to Dongsheng before embarking on his journey to the train station. Ning City. Here I come. Liru, will you be there? Chapter 77. Not qualified to inquire in the abandoned automobile factory, numerous workers donned white coats, methodically cleaning up the aftermath. The ground was stained with blood, filling the air with a metallic scent that made anyone entering feel uneasy. Each corpse bore the mark of a gunshot wound to the head. Executed during a power outage when visibility was utterly compromised, the fighting prowess exhibited was nothing short of terrifying. No one could fathom how one could achieve such lethal efficiency in such conditions, facing numerous adversaries alone. These deceased individuals were no mere thugs. Each had once been a formidable member of the oldest mercenary groups abroad. If even they could not defeat their assailant, who could possibly intervene against someone determined to commit heinous acts? No one knew the answer, nor was there a need for it. When Yufeng joined the Wolf Fang, becoming a disciple of the legendary healer and martial sage, he vowed that throughout his life, he would never become a traitor. To live is to embody the spirit of Wolf Fang. To die is to carry its soul. There would be no betrayal. Standing at the 6th-floor window, he gazed down at Wang Ning, whose legs were crippled, his knees a gruesome sight, and Zhang Shitao shook his head in resignation. If you knew this would be your fate, why did you flee Ning City back then? What a pity, he remarked. Wang Ning remained conscious, and as Yufeng had said, the agony of watching his own blood leak from his body was excruciatingly cruel, enough to keep him from fainting. Yufeng's icy demeanor had left an indelible mark on Wang Ning's mind. Given another chance, he would never set foot in Jiang City. He clenched his fists, staring intently at Zhang Shitao. From what you just said, this fellow seems to have an extraordinary identity. Zhang Shitao's expression instantly shifted to one of reverence. As a figure of considerable authority in Jiangqing, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of many prominent families. Furthermore, following old Lu's instructions, he could almost deduce Yufeng's true identity. After the conclusion of today's confrontation, he had firmly established that the protagonist of the incident that had once enraged old Lu to the point of retirement was none other than the Wolf King. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. Initially, I had thought you would flee far from Ningxing after your escape, but to my surprise, you sought him out, which is tantamount to courting death. Zhang Shitao remarked nonchalantly. Wang Ning clenched his fists. Before my subordinate perished, he mentioned that he might hail from Dragon. Arrow, tell me, is this true? Why should I divulge that information to you? Zhang Shitao replied, lifting his chin in defiance. Huh. Wang Ning scoffed softly. At the very least, grant me clarity in death. After all, I was once a formidable figure, yet I cannot accept being obliterated by some country bumpkin. So that is the case. Zhang Shitao nodded, finding some merit in his words. He turned away, contemplating for a long while, and subtly remarked, to reveal his true identity to you would be a futile dream. However, if I may draw a comparison, I believe that even the entirety of Dragon Arrow's members combined would not measure up to a mere finger of this individual. What? In an instant, Wang Ning's complexion turned ashen. The entirety of Dragon Arrow's members is inferior to his finger? Could it be? Suddenly, Wang Ning recalled an event from 5 years prior when he had brought back a group of retired mercenaries from abroad and had fortuitously heard of a legend along the way. In the distant eastern border, a team, claiming to be a rising star in the mercenary world, wreaked havoc, slaughtering hundreds of innocent lives and mocking the local strongmen, only to be completely annihilated. The site of their demise lay 10 kilometers beyond the border in a primeval forest, and the sole individual responsible for exterminating this historically audacious and combat-capable mercenary group was none other than one person. That individual, armed only with a sniper rifle, stood amidst the vast snowfall, firing hundreds of rounds into the sky. He would dismember the bodies, sever their heads, and kneel for 5 days at the graves of his fallen comrades. After this incident, that person vanished without a trace. Could it truly be him? Single-handedly obliterating over 30 elite mercenaries. At that moment, he was utterly convinced. His face pale as ash, he finally realized the caliber of the individual he had provoked. So, I have been courting death all along, he murmured, his vision blurring until he fainted. Observing him, Zhang Shitao shook his head and gestured to a staff member. Take him back, detain him for 24 hours, and contact someone from Ningxing to take him away. Understood. After speaking, Zhang Shitao turned and descended to the first floor, leaving the remaining matters to others, as he had a particularly thorny issue to address: the Lung family. Although Lung Chun had already been detained, the Lung family's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Just as he reached the entrance, he was approached by a young man clad in a black suit and sunglasses, exuding an imposing presence. The convoy of jeeps behind him bore plates from the capital. Eagle halted directly in front of Zhang Shitao. Your Excellency is? Zhang Shitao inquired solemnly. Eagle reached into his coat, producing an identification document that appeared before Zhang Shitao's eyes. What? Zhang Shitao's face paled, nearly losing his composure. He took a step back, cold sweat beading on his brow. The Intelligence Agency, commanding various intelligence organizations. The Intelligence Agency oversees global confidential information, reputed as the Academy for Spies. Wait, is the Intelligence Agency not solely under the control of the G family? Could it be that the call he received in his office earlier was from someone sent by the G family? Is there an issue? Zhang Shitao suppressed his astonishment and inquired. Where's Yufeng? According to intelligence, Eagle and his men had pursued here, but, due to inclement weather, they had been exhausted after several days and nights of searching, arriving later than Zhang Shitao. Zhang Shitao paused. Do you have business with him? Speak. Where is he? Eagle's patience was wearing thin. He was anxious. The elder of the G family was also anxious. If the still unconscious Mr. Nen were to awaken and learn that his only son was still alive, he would be more anxious than anyone. Zhang Shitao, however, did not disclose Yufeng's whereabouts due to the identity of the intelligence agency, especially after receiving a call from old Lu just moments before. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I was instructed not to reveal that. Who? Eagle narrowed his eyes. That person is not someone of your standing who is qualified to inquire. None of us are qualified. Eagle began to grow wary. Only a handful of individuals globally would be beyond the inquiry of even the intelligence agency of the G family. Could it be? Mr. Eagle, what should we do now? A bodyguard asked nearby. Eagle pondered for a moment and turned. Let us return and report this to the elder, and additionally, send someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding Prince Sun over the past decade. We need results in the shortest time possible. Yes. Chapter 78. You are dismissed. The news of Yufeng, the younger brother of Yushan, a son-in-law from a third-rate family in Jiangqing, causing a ruckus at the banquet of the esteemed Dong family, not only breaking the legs and arms of the Lung family's eldest son, but also nearly killing Meng Hai, the president of the first bank branch, spread throughout the elite circle within a mere hour. In an instant, nearly everyone was denouncing Yufeng's foolishness for creating such turmoil at the Dong family banquet. It was common knowledge that once the young master of the Dong family recovered, he would inevitably inherit the position of heir to the Dong family, stepping into a core role and gradually taking over the family's businesses and resources. The banquet was the very occasion where the young master of the Dong family announced his succession. To cause a scene at such a pivotal moment, disregarding the identities of the Lung family's young master and Meng Hai, was akin to slapping the Dong family in the face. No one believed Yufeng would survive until the morrow. Even the Gao family would likely face repercussions. Moreover, certain pieces of information seemed deliberately suppressed and did not circulate. For instance, the fact that Yufeng had single-handedly eliminated 8 mercenaries and captured Wang Ning, or that Yufeng was the miraculous individual who had healed the Dong family's heir's legs, and Yufeng's true identity. That night, all attendees at the banquet were warned by the elder of the Dong family not to disclose that Yufeng was the benefactor of Dongsheng. Even Dongsheng himself was not permitted to reveal any information about Yufeng. Everyone was baffled as to why the elder would issue such an order. Dongsheng did not understand. Meng Hai was equally perplexed. Gao Yushuang was even more bewildered. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after everyone had signed non-disclosure agreements, they dispersed. Meng Hai sat in his car, the image of Yufeng, the ruthless killer, lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. In the vast expanse of the sky, there are deities. Those who commit evil shall suffer divine retribution. He repeated this phrase, his tone trembling. Deities? Divine retribution? He clenched his fists, his fingers cracking ominously. Do you think you are something special? Do you believe that your martial prowess allows you to break my son's legs? He understood that after tonight, The so-called master-servant relationship between himself and the young master of the Dong family, Dong Sheng, would shatter. The elder of the Dong family had ordered everyone to keep silence, which, in his view, was for the sake of Dong Sheng, but also to prevent Yu Feng's talents from being known and preemptively appropriated. As for his identity, in his eyes, this person was merely a wretched brother-in-law, an illegitimate child not worthy of comparison. Do not think that with the Dong family's backing, you can act with impunity. I refuse to believe that the combined force of myself and the head of the Lung family cannot annihilate you. After saying this, he started the engine and headed to the hospital, returning to his son Meng Ru's room. Upon entering, he saw his son, tears staining his cheeks, as if deliberately. Sobbing, "Son, you've lost weight over these past few days. I used to remember you as tall and robust, but now, you've nearly turned into a mere stick. It is all the work of that scoundrel Yu Feng. Rest assured, Mother will certainly seek justice for you. Mother will make this fellow pay a painful price." Meng Hai paused at the door. "Dad." Upon hearing this, Wang Mei turned her head and, upon seeing Meng Hai, hurriedly asked, "How is it? Have you found the doctor who can heal Dong Xiao's legs?" Meng Hai nodded. "You found him?" Wang Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief, her expression easing. That's good. If we found him, our son's legs can be treated too." "Wonderful. Where is he? Why didn't you bring him?" "I couldn't bring him," Meng Hai replied coldly. "What?" Wang Mei was taken aback. "Why not? Didn't you say you found him? How could you not bring him? Are you joking with me? Do you know who he is?" Meng Hai retorted. "Who?" "Yu Feng." In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became heavy, chilled to the core. "Yu Feng. It is actually him?" Wang Mei's eyes glazed over. While Meng Ru lay on the hospital bed, disheartened, her face falling in disappointment. Is this a cruel joke from the heavens? Or perhaps it is true that the one who tied the bell must untie it. The very person who caused Meng Ru's legs to be broken is Yu Feng. And now the only one who can help her stand again is also Yu Feng. Even if it is a game, it is played with such mockery. Why? Is this destiny conspiring against us? Wang Mei roared in anger, her fury boiling over. "Dad, what should we do?" Meng Ru cast a sorrowful glance. "Must my legs remain broken for a lifetime? I do not know." Meng Hai looked down. Suddenly, Meng Ru's eyes turned fierce. "Dad, since Yu Feng is against us, if I cannot recover, then he should not live well either. Let him die? I beg you, Dad, find someone to run him over. And also that Yu Shan, along with that bunch of scoundrels from the Gao family, let them pay for my legs in death. Yes, if I cannot be well, he should not think he can live in peace either. Since it has come to this, if nothing can be done, then Yu Feng should be brought down to the same level as me." Wang Mei nodded in agreement, her expression twisted with rage. "Let him die? No matter the cost. Even if he is the savior of the Dong family's young master, so what? Kill him. Have someone eliminate him without a trace. Who would know?" "Indeed, Dad." They echoed, both wanting Yu Feng dead. Yes, Meng Hai too wished for this. He certainly did, and he understood that the young master of the Lung family, as long as he remains in Jiang City, I possess the means to ensure his silent demise. However, for now, we must reclaim a portion of our interest. Speak. Boss, how shall we proceed? Everyone, prepare yourselves. Disseminate the order to immediately terminate all collaborations between the Lung family and the Gao group. That Yu Feng was brought here by the Gao family, and my son has fallen into this predicament because of her, Gao Yushuang. Do they think they can sever ties so easily? Not a chance. Indeed. With that, Lung Feng continued issuing commands. Furthermore, Lao Han, inform our closely allied overseas jewelry firms to remove all Gao family jewelry from their shelves and terminate their contracts. Yes, boss. Lao Yu. Here, boss. Reach out to the overseas raw stone mine owners collaborating with the Gao family. Deliver this message within a day. If they do not dissolve their partnership with the Gao family, the Lung family, along with all its resources, will impose severe pressure on them until they are wholly consumed. Let them weigh the consequences. Yes, boss. Within mere minutes, a series of commands had been dispatched. Should anyone inquire about the disparity between a third-rate family and a second-rate one, the answer would undeniably be resources. Resources dictate status. Resources determine wealth. Resources shape the future of a family. If a second-rate family decides to suppress a third-rate one, they confront not merely a family, but a vast commercial network. Half an hour after the orders were issued, a tumultuous wave surged through the jade industry at 8 o'clock that night. Almost simultaneously, every renowned overseas raw stone mine owner announced the termination of their collaboration with the Gao family. Additionally, prestigious jewelry boutiques across various regions released statements severing ties with the Gao family and removing all their jewelry from sale, henceforth ceasing all cooperation. The emergence of these two announcements sent shockwaves through the community. At this juncture, Astute observers connected the dots to the events that transpired at the Dong family banquet earlier that day. They deduced a conclusion. The Gao family would pay a bitter price for Yu Feng's actions toward Lung Chun. Meanwhile, Gao Yushuang was traversing the rain-soaked path home. She had not driven, as the day's events had left her profoundly shaken. The audacious demeanor of Dong family heir Yu Feng, his judge-like posture, a stark contrast to the man just released from prison. Furthermore, there was the news regarding Yushan. Poisoned. Was it true? If not, why would Yu Feng have erupted in such a frenzy at the banquet? Gao Yushuang lifted her gaze and, almost inadvertently, found herself at Jiang City's first hospital. In the next moment, she dashed into the hospital, heading straight for Yushan's room. Yet upon reaching the 6th floor, she was met by a group of uniformed personnel stationed firmly at the door. "Halt! Who are you?" a young man exclaimed, blocking her path. I am Yushan's wife. How is he? Is he all right? Did that scoundrel from the Lung family really poison him? Tell me. I need to know the truth. Gao Yushuang bellowed, her face flushed with urgency. The two staff members exchanged knowing glances. You must be Gao Yushuang. You may enter. Your husband is fine. Fortunately, his brother acted swiftly, or it could have been dire. With those words, Gao Yushuang rushed into the hospital room. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she approached the bedside, meticulously examining Yushan's gaunt features. The two staff members outside glanced at each other and discreetly closed the door, allowing the couple some privacy. Yushan lay in a coma, and Gao Yushuang sat by his side, gently caressing his face. Memories of their past flooded her mind, and she cried, then laughed. Reflecting on Yushan's sacrifices for her, she felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. Yet, amidst her laughter, a wave of guilt washed over her. Lowering her head, she murmured, I'm sorry. Yushan, these years. I truly put you through so much. It was never my intention. I only wanted you to feel more confident. I have nothing with Lung Chun. I was merely using him. Please don't think otherwise. I do not wish to divorce you, truly. What I said about your brother that day at the group, I admit, was excessive. I believed it was his fault, but today I realized it was my error. I shouldn't have treated him as a scoundrel when he first came, striking him without an apology, nor should I have misjudged him at Ro's birthday party or said those things. I'm sorry. Your brother is a good man. He is not a scoundrel. Yushan, can you hear me? At that moment, Gao Yushuang sobbed loudly, shattering her long-held pride. When Yu Feng defended Yushan at the Dong family banquet, she finally comprehended how foolishly she had acted. The very person she deemed a scoundrel had saved their daughter Ro twice, yet she had never uttered a word of gratitude. Yu Feng had confronted injustice for the sake of justice, while she had foolishly relied on mere rumors to condemn him, even scheming against him. Moreover, at the Dong banquet, she had naively believed Lung Chen's slander, striking Yu Feng twice. Yet, what had Yu Feng done? He repaid malice with virtue. He refrained from retaliating against her. In his own way, he sought justice for Yushan. In comparison, she was merely a self-righteous, prideful, and foolish woman. She truly recognized her errors. She apologized. Just seconds after her words fell silent, Yushan's hand suddenly twitched. Then, the sound of a torrential storm reached his ears. He awoke. He had heard his wife Gao Yushuang's words, and at that moment, a faint smile graced his lips, a genuine smile. Wife, Gao Yushuang gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, joy, and longing. I told you, my brother is a good man, isn't that right? Yushan summoned every last ounce of strength to give Gao Yushuang a thumbs up. Gao Yushuang nodded vigorously, wiping her tears as she did so. She did not dispute him, merely continuing to nod. Soon, the hospital doctors received the news and rushed into the room to conduct a thorough examination of Yushan. This was yet another miracle following Dong Sheng's recovery. At 10 o'clock that night, at Jiang City Airport, all flights bound for other locations were grounded due to a call from the capital, resulting in flight delays. Dozens of planes stood orderly at the boarding gates, unwilling to move. Outside the airport, all roads within a 3-kilometer radius were cordoned off, entirely sealed, with only 5 luxurious Lincoln limousines permitted entry. Half an hour later, powerful figures from all corners of Jiang City, upon hearing the news, rushed to the airport without donning proper attire, instructing drivers to take them there. Upon arriving at the barricades 3 kilometers away, they proceeded on foot. Even if it meant crawling, they would reach their destination. For the esteemed elder had arrived. Every ordinary citizen present at the airport gasped in astonishment. Oh, did a significant figure arrive today? These prominent individuals, usually seen only on television, had come in person, and on foot nonetheless. Who knows? Keep your voice down. Did you see the armed soldiers downstairs? This visitor must be someone extraordinary. Indeed, such a grand spectacle certainly indicates something remarkable. An hour later, A private jet from the capital descended gracefully upon the airport. Soon, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, striding with an imposing presence and flanked by a cadre of suited bodyguards, emerged from a special passage at the airport. Upon his arrival, influential figures from various sectors, tightly corralled by fences, greeted him with clasped hands, exclaiming, "May the esteemed Elder Ji be blessed." It was none other than the patriarch of the Ji family making a personal appearance. 10 minutes later, within the plush confines of a Lincoln stretch limousine, Elder Ji fixed his stern gaze upon the patriarch of the Dong family. Despite being the head of one of Jiangqing's premier families, he felt as insignificant as an ant before Elder Ji, too intimidated to draw a breath. After receiving a report from Ing, Elder Ji narrowed his eyes and remarked, "So, the orders I entrusted to you are merely viewed as worthless refuse? You permitted my only grandson to be lured away by a band of dangerous elements under your watch." The terse statement resonated with the palpable weight of authority. The Dong patriarch's complexion drained of color, his skin prickling uncomfortably. "Elder Ji, I am profoundly sorry. I never anticipated that the young man who disrupted the banquet was your grandson. Had I known, I would have intervened without hesitation, even against my own kin. Please, I implore you, enough." Elder Ji dismissed the excuses, uninterested in further discourse. Upon receiving Ying's message in the capital, he had swiftly arranged for a plane to expedite his journey. "Ing, what is the current situation?" Ing continued his report, "Master. It has been confirmed that after being taken out of the capital, the young master was rescued by a skilled individual and subsequently adopted by the Yu family in the rural outskirts of Jiangqing. This means that the brother of Yushan, the son-in-law of the third-rate Gao family, is indeed the grandson." "Confirmed?" "Indeed. The photograph of the grandson matched precisely with the one in the hospital records. However, there are peculiarities surrounding his file." Ing paused deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at the Dong patriarch. Sensing the tension, the Dong patriarch wisely interjected, "Elder Ji, I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will deploy every resource at my disposal to uncover the whereabouts of the grandson." With that, he made a hasty exit. "Speak," commanded Elder Ji, his brow furrowed. Ing pointed to a document in his hand, stating, "The records of the grandson from the ages of 17 to 25 are completely blank. No information can be found. Even the highest echelons of the intelligence agency have yielded nothing. I suspect he may have been involved with Long Jian." "What? Long Jian?" Chapter 81. "He is my grandson." The name Long Jian echoed with formidable renown. Elder Ji's expression turned grave before he suddenly burst into laughter. "Truly, he is a descendant of the Ji bloodline. Having been through Long Jian, the scions of all the affluent families in the capital are but mere ants." He was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals associated with Long Jian. To put it plainly, identifying even one among a million youths worthy of entering Long Jian was a Herculean task. It was a haven for prodigies from all corners, encompassing computer geniuses, espionage experts, and talents across various domains, each entry into their ranks shrouded in absolute confidentiality. Even the most clandestine agencies lack the authority to probe such records. Thus, unraveling the details of Yu Feng's years would be an arduous endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Ji inquired, "Since we cannot access the records, let us forego that pursuit. What we need to ascertain is that he is indeed my grandson. The rest is secondary." Ing replied, "Upon our arrival at the abandoned car factory, the grandson had already dispatched the majority of foreign mercenaries, leaving only Wang Ning, who was left crippled. When I consulted Zhang Shitao from Jiangcheng, he indicated that we lacked the clearance to inquire further. It seems an elder has ordered silence regarding the grandson's whereabouts." "Elder? I am familiar with the elderly residing in Jiangqing, yet they appear unrelated to Long Jian. Investigate the factions that might be probing into Yushan and my grandson concurrently." "Understood. Master, give me 3 minutes." While Yu Feng's records remained elusive, this investigation could still yield results. In Jiangqing, only a handful of individuals possessed the special resources necessary for such inquiries. Shortly, the findings emerged. Ing, staring at the intelligence agency's message on his phone, wore a grave expression. "Master, we have a lead, but it might be somewhat complex." "Speak." Several individuals have investigated the Yu family's connection to the poisoning incident involving Yushan, including the head of the Lung family, the young master of the Dong family, Elder Dong himself, and a secretary named Wang from a certain special villa. Wang, the secretary? Upon hearing the identities of the first few individuals, Elder Ji dismissed them, but the mention of Secretary Wang triggered a memory. "I recall that 5 years ago, a confidential elder took residence at that special villa. Was it not so?" "Indeed, master. That elder's name is Liu, and his file is exceedingly vague, which is why it was not recorded by the intelligence agency, Ing responded. Lu, Elder Ji's expression darkened. An elder by that surname? A retiree? Accompanied by a secretary named Wang? Closely linked to Long Jian? Could it be Lu Masheng? That old rascal is hiding here. Go, bring him to me. 5 years of silence is one matter. But why has he obstructed my search for Yufeng? Elder Ji fumed, pointing at Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang promptly shut the door. I will go at once. Returning to Lu Masheng, he announced, Master Lu, Elder Ji has arrived. He is here. Lu Masheng's gaze was fixated on the fishing hook. No matter how deeply it is concealed, it will ultimately resurface. A fish has taken the bait. He swiftly yanked the fishing rod, and a golden carp leaped into the air, writhing energetically. Disappeared, he replied coldly. In a time long past, he shared an inseparable bond with the elder of the Ji family, their friendship as profound as the ocean, akin to that of sworn brothers. However, 5 years ago, after Lu Masheng made a certain decision, he retired in a fit of anger, severing all ties, leading to a 5-year estrangement. The reason for this estrangement was Lu Masheng's unwillingness to meet. Fearing scorn from the elder of the Ji family for disregarding their brotherly bond and not inviting him to retire alongside him. Ultimately, it was about pride. Secretary Wang found himself in a difficult position. He had no choice but to relay the response to the elder. What? Not meeting? The elder of the Ji family was infuriated. This old scoundrel, not only has he hidden himself away, but he also dares to avoid me. Does he still consider me a brother? I shall confront him this very moment. Elder Ji, please. Secretary Wang attempted to intervene, but the elder's resolve was unyielding. He pushed past Wang and strode toward the pond, disregarding the umbrellas held by those behind him, running through the rain. Upon reaching the pond's edge, he saw Lu Masheng leisurely fishing and kicked him angrily. Why won't you meet me? Is playing hide and seek amusing for someone your age? The elder exclaimed, exasperated. Lu Masheng innocently shifted. You come with such a formidable presence, accompanied by a throng, and even sent people to investigate my acquaintances. How could I possibly meet you? Your people? The elder glared. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Lu Masheng retorted. I am merely ensuring his safety. He is under my protection. Though I am unaware of your intentions regarding him. You old scoundrel, that Yufeng is not one of your people. He is my grandson. Lu Masheng's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 82. Exiled from the Gao family, when he exited the villa, it was already midnight. The elder of the Ji family received only one piece of information. Yufeng had gone to Ningxing. As for the rest, he remained silent. For it pertained to the highest level of confidentiality. The elder understood the dilemma of the situation, having anticipated that over the past 2 decades, Yufeng might have entered the Longjian, or even the organization known as the Forbidden Mercenaries. Matters of such magnitude were beyond the elder's influence. Standing in the torrential rain, he gazed into the night with a heavy heart. After so much effort to discover his grandson's whereabouts, mobilizing all resources of the Ji family, he had once again missed the opportunity to catch up with him. Was it fate? He took a deep breath. Eagle from the Secret Service approached. Master, I will send personnel to Ningxing immediately. The elder sighed. And how will you find him without leads? Shall we turn Ningxing upside down? First, we must ascertain the identity of the person my grandson risked his life to save last night. Also, is Old Yang about to be discharged? Yes, Old Yang, whose real name was Yang Jinhua, had served as the Ji family steward for many years. Recently hospitalized due to an injury. He was nearing 80 and deserved to return home to enjoy his children's blessings. If memory serves, he is also from Ningxing. Take a photograph of Fenger to him. Let him retire and return to Ningxing to search for him discreetly, without alarming him and scaring my grandson away. After this search operation, the elder realized he had been too conspicuous. Anyone with a little connection could uncover his inquiries. This would not only hinder the swift recovery of Yufeng, but could also attract unnecessary trouble. For there were many who wished to see the Ji family fall. Many could not bear the emergence of a male descendant from the 3rd generation. Before locating Yufeng, his safety must be ensured. Understood, Master. I will handle it at once. By the way, do you wish to meet the elder brother of the Yu family? I have just received word that he has regained consciousness, likely after being poisoned by that scoundrel from the Lung family, but was rescued by the young master. Elder Yu? Yu Shan, the farmer who fortuitously adopted the Ji family's heir and raised the sole grandson of the Ji family. The elder pondered for a long while. If I go to see him, countless eyes will be fixated on Yu Shan and the Gao family. Perhaps it is best to allow my grandson to seek peace and safety. I trust he arranged everything before his departure. Let us proceed. Yes, master. The night passed quietly amidst the tranquil atmosphere. To outsiders, the fate of Yufeng seemed dire, yet under the deliberate concealment of certain forces, he vanished without a trace. It was as though, since his departure in pursuit of that van, he had never returned. Had he perished? No. Zhang Shitao refrained from revealing the mercenary's body, nor were there others. Furthermore, early the next morning, news of Lung Chen's sentencing spread throughout Jiang City through certain channels, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The individual who had brazenly boasted at the Dong family banquet and violently assaulted Yu Feng, breaking Lung Chen's arms, had vanished without a trace, yet the victim was sentenced. A common question arose in everyone's minds. This was also the first time a verdict was rendered before the perpetrator had fully regained consciousness. This was not solely due to the heinous nature of the crime. There was also immense pressure from several formidable forces. The Dong family had to provide an explanation to the Ji family, unbeknownst to Dong Sheng, who did not know Yu Feng's true identity. He sought to win over this prodigy through this incident. Lu Moshing intended to inform Yu Feng, "You need only focus on your endeavors in Jiang City. No one shall lay a finger on your family. If they dare, they shall face dire consequences." This was Lu Moshing's assurance to Yu Feng. Meanwhile, as various individuals in Jiang City offered differing opinions on the mysteriously absent Yu Feng, in Ward 502 of Jiang City First Hospital, Yu Shan had fully regained consciousness. He lay on the hospital bed, listening intently as Gao Yushuang recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing that Yu Feng had left with that vehicle and had since gone missing, he became alarmed. "Yushuang, are you saying my younger brother has no news? Do not panic." Seeing Yu Shan's escalating emotions, Gao Yushuang quickly poured him a glass of water. "It merely means he is unaccounted for. It does not imply he has met with misfortune. I have just sent someone to inquire." And the individual who lured Yu Feng away last night was a fugitive from Ningxing named Wang Ning, who has been apprehended. No trace of Yu Feng was found at the scene, so I believe he has escaped danger and will soon return to us. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yu Shan's tension eased slightly. He gazed solemnly at the water cup in his hands, saying, "He must be safe. My younger brother cannot come to harm. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will have been in vain. Yushuang, do you understand? My younger brother is truly a good person. Let me share something amusing with you. When I was bullied by seniors at school while having breakfast, he took a brick and stormed into their classroom, giving each of them a taste of his wrath. So, Yushuang, please understand me. I truly do not want anything to happen to my younger brother. He has just been released from prison, and I wish for him to enjoy a peaceful life." All right. Gao Yushuang nodded with a smile. "I understand. I know. I once misunderstood your younger brother. When he returns, I will arrange a suitable position for him in the company. He has helped us immensely. I must repay him." After the events of the previous night, Gao Yushuang had changed. When she realized her foolishness could have cost Yushan his life, leaving Ruro without a father, she transformed. Yu Feng was not the scoundrel she had imagined. Instead, he was a person of remarkable character, surpassing most men in virtue. However, at that moment, a phone call suddenly interrupted. Beep, beep, beep. Gao Yushuang took out her phone. "Hello? This is Gao Yushuang. It's Gao Xiong. Second uncle?" Gao Yushuang furrowed her brows. "Is there something wrong, second uncle? How can you even ask if there is something wrong? Gao Yushuang, do you realize that because of your husband's brother, the Lung family has begun a comprehensive blockade against us, the Gao family? All our overseas collaborations have fallen through, and we are facing a compensation of 500 million. Moreover, most of our domestic partners have also terminated their collaborations with us. The Gao family is doomed. Do you understand?" "What?" Gao Yushuang immediately stood up. "I will return to the company to handle this." "No need." Gao Xiong, seated in the chairman's position with one leg crossed over the other, replied, "This morning, our elder gave me a call. From now on, your position as chairwoman no longer belongs to you. The board has decided to expel you from the company to appease the Lung family's fury. Furthermore, the elder has already issued a statement declaring that you, Gao Yushuang, are no longer a member of the Gao family. An hour ago, your name was erased from the family tree. If you don't believe it, feel free to call the elder. But you must understand why the elder is doing this. It is for the Gao family. Had you not allowed that useless Yushan to be a live-in son-in-law, the Gao family would not have ended up in this situation. The rest, you know what to do next. I will send someone to retrieve that villa. You have 1 day to take your belongings and leave. The Gao family cannot allow you to remain." What? In the next moment, the phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She had been expelled from the Gao family. Chapter 83, Ex-boyfriend expelled. From the Gao family. The call ended. There was no return call. The elder's decision to expel her from the Gao family would not be revoked. In an instant, Yushan felt guilt and self-reproach wash over him. "I'm sorry, Yushuang. I've implicated you." Yushan bit his lip, never expecting that the Lung family would inflict such devastating damage on the Gao family for revenge. And at such speed, this was beyond anyone's imagination. Gao Yushuang felt tears welling in her eyes. She lowered her head and picked up the phone, tucking it into her pocket. It's fine. I don't blame you, nor do I blame you, Feng. My younger brother did nothing wrong. If there is anyone to blame, it is me, Gao Yushuang, for being unworthy. She clutched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth, unwilling to let go. Yushuang, I'm sorry. What else with all the apologies? If you remember this, then you must treat me twice as well in the future. However, perhaps after today, our lives will no longer be as comfortable as before. Will you look down on me? Gao Yushuang wiped her eyes and asked. Never. Yushan replied firmly. We don't have a villa anymore. Yushan held up 5 fingers in promise. I'll earn money to buy you one. We don't have luxury cars anymore. I'll earn money to buy one. Gao Yushuang cried and laughed, her eyes reddening, suddenly embracing Yushan tightly. Thank goodness I still have you. Ouch. Ouch. Be gentle. I can't breathe. Yushan pretended to struggle, making a face as if he were dying, but inside, he felt immensely happy. As if they had returned to their carefree college days, filled with playful banter and no worries. Just then, Yushan reached out to embrace Gao Yushuang. And as he did, his legs moved slightly. That slight movement. Just a slight movement. Yet it echoed like thunder in the hospital room. Gao Yushuang's crying abruptly ceased, and Yushan's eyes widened as he threw off the covers. He wiggled his big toe, glancing at Gao Yushuang, his expression filled with astonishment. Then he wiggled his little toe, and his pupils instantly dilated. Gao Yushuang stood up. Yushan, your legs, can move. At that moment, she suddenly recalled how last night, the Dong family's heir referred to Yu Feng as a benefactor. The Dong family's heir's legs had indeed been healed by Yu Feng, and now, before leaving, Yu Feng had also healed elder brother Yushan's legs. The phrase a lonely child nurtured with kindness shall one day achieve greatness and return the favor echoed in Yushan's mind. His eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed out the window. Younger brother, you must return safely. To elder brother. Boom. A green train, after a 24-hour-long journey, arrived in Ning City. Due to Yu Feng's late departure last night, he could only buy a ticket that passed through several cities. As the train came to a halt, Yu Feng, with his luggage on his back, stepped into this unfamiliar city in the dead of night. He was unaware that at this moment, Jiang City was undergoing tremendous upheaval because of him. He had no time to care. With Lu moshing around, he believed his elder brother would not suffer any harm. That was enough. And now, he needed to find Yang Liru. But in this vast sea of people, finding one individual was no easy task. Yu Feng grew anxious. Never mind. It was crucial to find a place to stay first in the middle of the night. He took a step towards the station's exit. But just as he lifted his foot, someone in front of him stumbled and collided with him. Bang! The two crashed into each other. Sorry, my apologies. I didn't mean to. The person scrambled to their feet, quickly putting on an apologetic smile. Since the other party apologized first, Yu Feng didn't hold it against them. He waved his hand and said, no problem, just be careful. All right, thank you so much. After saying this, the person hurriedly ran away, disappearing as they turned. Yu Feng didn't think much of it and walked towards the exit. It was still raining outside, so he decided to hail a taxi. As he reached into his pocket, ready to pull out his phone, he suddenly realized the pocket was empty. His phone had been stolen. Along with it, his wallet containing 100,000 in bank cards had vanished as well. This was bad. It was that person from earlier. The image of the one who had bumped into him flashed through Yu Feng's mind. Damn it, he had encountered a pickpocket. He quickened his pace, retracing his steps and searching every exit, but the outcome was disappointing. The pickpocket had escaped. Yu Feng cursed under his breath. His wallet was gone. His phone was gone. This night had rendered him utterly helpless. He clenched his fists, and just as he felt like a headless fly, unsure of how to proceed, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Yu Feng. Yu Feng's expression tightened at the familiar voice. He turned around. Zhao Lily. Before him stood a woman, dressed flamboyantly in ultra-short denim shorts, her slender figure strikingly attractive, her features exceptionally beautiful, fulfilling all the criteria of an online celebrity. However, at the moment she spotted Yu Feng, her eyes held an indescribable emotion. I thought whose familiar silhouette it was. Turns out it's you, you pathetic loser. It's been 8 years, old classmate. It seems you haven't done well. She was Yu Feng's high school classmate, Zhao Lily. Additionally, they shared another layer of identity, former lovers. To be precise, Zhao Lily had threatened Yu Feng into being her boyfriend. After accidentally witnessing her in the shower once, Zhao Lily coerced him, threatening to report him to the teacher if he refused to comply. Yu Feng, left with no choice, had to agree. However, there was no real affection between them. It was more of a master-servant relationship. Yu Feng forced a smile, never expecting fate would play such a trick on him. bringing this person into his life at his most helpless moment. Long time no see. Yufeng replied simply. Indeed, it has been a long time. Zhao Lily arrogantly lifted her chin, circling around Yufeng, sizing him up, then looked down and exclaimed, "Oh, how come your shoes are still torn, looking like a beggar? And so much dirt on them. I mean, Yufeng, your family is poor, but surely you can afford more than just a pair of street vendor shoes?" Faced with her ridicule, Yufeng maintained a calm demeanor. "Do you need something? If not, I'll be on my way. Come on, where can you go? Without me, you're a worthless nobody. I just saw a pickpocket steal your phone and wallet. I was wondering which unfortunate soul was so foolish. It turns out to be you. Someone stole your wallet, and you simply said it was fine. That made me laugh so hard. Haraha." It appears that Zhao Lily has long been aware of the situation surrounding Yufeng. With no further words, she bid farewell. After saying this, Yufeng turned to leave. At that moment, Zhao Lily remarked, "Oh, what a temper you have. Whatever happened to that arrogant demeanor you had when you kneeled and cursed yourself 50 times? Insisting on breaking up with me? I wonder who decided to forsake their studies and instead opted for a life on the streets, only to find themselves in this sorry state after 8 years. Forget it. Today I'll pity you, and since you were once my ex-boyfriend, come with me." Yufeng remained motionless. "Are you coming, or are you shy? Humph, come or don't." Zhao Lily spat coldly, striding ahead. Yufeng turned, watching her retreating figure, contemplating the distance from the train station to the city center, nearly 70 to 80 kilometers. In the end, he swallowed his pride and followed her. Chapter 84. He has arrived at 7 o'clock in the deep of night, within the opulent estate of the Yang family in Ningqing. Several plates of cold dishes lay forlornly under the dim light of a European-style villa. The head of the Yang family, Yang Shan, entered with a grim expression, glancing at the unappetizing food before casting a scornful look at Yang Jian, who stood behind him. "Look at this, your pampered little sister, wasting food." Yang Jian rubbed his nose, casting a furtive glance at the maid beside him. "Has Miss not eaten all day?" The maid, bowing respectfully, replied, "Since returning last night, she has not touched a morsel and has locked herself in her room." "Oomph, what a temper. Does she not realize she nearly perished at the hands of a monster? Go, summon her down," Yang Shan shouted, pointing at Yang Liru's door upstairs. The maid's expression was complicated. However, the command was hard to disobey, and she reluctantly ascended the stairs. Moments later, a furious voice echoed from above. "Get out. Leave me alone. I refuse to see anyone. Go away. Close the door behind you. Don't call me for dinner. I don't want to eat." The maid hurriedly returned downstairs, standing before Yang Shan with a distressed expression. Unsure of what to say, outside the villa, around 50 bodyguards stood watch at various exits to prevent Yang Liru from escaping. Yang Shan had expended considerable effort for her safety, yet his good intentions were met with ingratitude. His face reddened with barely contained rage. Yang Jian hurriedly suggested, "Dad, why don't I go up and talk to her?" Yang Shan nodded, then abruptly paused at the door, adding, "Tell her that I brought her back for her own good. As for the others, I do not care. If she cannot come to terms with it, then she can stay here for life, refusing to eat, and she shall not be allowed to leave." Following his words, he departed, flanked by a throng of bodyguards. Hearing this, Yang Jian felt a deep sense of frustration. Sighing, he ascended to Yang Liru's room and knocked on the door. "Sister, dear sister, I've brought some delicious food, come eat." He pressed his face against the door, speaking gently. Suddenly, a glass crashed against the threshold, startling Yang Jian, who stepped back with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he retrieved a spare key and opened the door, revealing a room strewn with shattered antiques and torn paintings. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Yang Liru lay under a blanket, facing the air conditioning, her pale face gazing out at the torrential rain. "Get out," she screamed, glaring at Yang Jian. Wait, let's talk." Yang Jian sidestepped, managing to avoid another projectile. He placed the food aside, switched off the air conditioning, and settled beside the window. "Speak your mind. Do not hold back." Yang Liru's tone was far from amiable. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Jian began, "All right, I understand your feelings. That day, the guard who failed to save you and even knocked you out, if I were in his position, I might have made the same choice. Your life is invaluable to us. Do you comprehend?" She retorted, tears welling in her eyes. "So, the uncle's life holds no worth? He risked everything to save me. Yang Jian, do you still consider yourself human? Do you recall the day I was kidnapped? Who single-handedly held off 50 men? Have you forgotten? That is not my point. I'm saying, in that moment, saving you was paramount." Yang Jian countered. Yang Liru raised her chin defiantly. "What if yesterday, that uncle had perished because of me? Have you even considered how I would feel? You are fully aware of my feelings for him, and you know I've barely slept waiting for his response. I finally received a hint of hope, only to realize I had become a burden, endangering him. Moreover, I begged the guard to save him, yet he refused. And if that uncle had died, I would live in eternal torment. Do you understand? Her anguished words brimmed with concern for Yufeng. She was terrified that he might have lost his life because of her, recalling the cruel words spoken by Wang Ning. Yang Jian, taken aback by her statements, suddenly burst into laughter. So, you were worried about his safety? Rest assured, sister, I called my friends in Jiangqing this morning. The only casualties at the abandoned car factory last night were mercenaries. Wang Ning is now incapacitated and imprisoned. That Yufeng is alive. Really? Upon hearing that Yufeng was unharmed, Yang Liru's mood lifted. Is that true? Yang Jian nodded. Indeed, I would not deceive you. However, you must understand that Yufeng, he is destined to be out of your reach. Even if he were to seek you, it would be impossible. After all, you are in Ningqing. How could he find you? I can call him. With that, Yang Liru pulled out her phone, eager to reach him. Yet, when she dialed, the response was, "The phone is turned off." See, Yang Jian shrugged. Lowering her head, Yang Liru responded, "All right, don't be so disheartened. It's not the end of the world. Come, let us go to a bar." Yang Liru remained silent. "Come on, a little fun at the bar will help you unwind. Life must go on. You cannot remain cooped up at home forever, or you'll become unappealing." Unable to resist her brother's enthusiastic invitation, Yang Liru relented. Knowing Yufeng was safe alleviated much of her resentment. After a meal, she accompanied Yang Jian out, though a few bodyguards trailed them due to their father's orders. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a bar. Stepping out of the car, Yang Liru checked her phone for any messages from Yufeng. At that moment, a young man wearing a hat stumbled out of the bar, colliding directly with her. In a flash, the bodyguards, perceiving danger, rushed forward. Just as the young man's hand brushed against Yang Liru's pocket, he was apprehended and subdued to the ground. "How audacious, a pickpocket on my turf. You're the first." Yang Jian's brows furrowed in anger as he delivered a punch to the young man's face, searching him thoroughly. As he retrieved a wallet from the young man's pocket to present as evidence to the authorities, a glimpse of an identification card caught Yang Liru's eye. "Wait, what happened?" Yang Liru exclaimed, pointing at an identification card hidden in her wallet, gasping in shock. Upon seeing it, Yang Jian pulled it out for a closer inspection. And in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Uncle, brother." Yang Liru was beside herself with joy, declaring, he has come. I knew he wouldn't abandon me. Uncle has arrived." Chapter 85. The Sihai boxing gym. Yufeng had arrived in Ning City, and upon hearing this news, Yang Liru was transformed, overwhelmed with joy. It was as if every piece of information she had received in recent days had finally found its response. Uncle had come. That was enough. No need for 1,000 words. Yang Jian was equally astonished that Yufeng had traveled all the way from Jiang City to Ning City. It hadn't been long since he had left the abandoned car factory, and it seemed he hadn't rested at all, rushing straight to Ning City. He narrowed his eyes, pondering if Yufeng truly had feelings for his sister. It seemed unfathomable, after only a few encounters and a life-saving act. He had traversed such a distance. As a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, Yang Jian had never believed in the fairy tale of love at first sight. He squinted at the young man pinned to the ground by the bodyguards and asked coldly, "Tell me, where did you acquire these items?" The pickpocket, a lad in his 20s, appeared nervous, his skill suggesting he was part of an organized group. I forgot," he stammered. "Forgot?" Yang Jian replied with a chilling smile. "It seems a beating is necessary to jog your memory." Just as the pickpocket began to speak, a bodyguard swiftly struck him multiple times, reddening his face until it resembled a bun. I'll tell you." The pickpocket, frightened, realized he had crossed a formidable character and quickly confessed, "I stole it at the train station 2 hours ago." "What did the person look like?" Yang Jian continued his interrogation. The pickpocket answered, "He was about 1.76 to 1.8 meters tall, not overweight, muscular build, carrying a shabby bag, dressed in a thin shirt and pants, with dark skin, sharp eyebrows, and short hair. It's Uncle, it truly is Uncle." Hearing the description of Yufeng, Yang Liru was more convinced than ever that the man who had emerged from the station was indeed Yufeng. Yang Jian awkwardly chuckled. "This guy stole Uncle's wallet and phone. What will he do now? Without money or a phone, and with the train station so far from the city center, brother, you must send someone to find Uncle, quickly." I understand. "Don't worry, brother will definitely help you find him. Why don't you head home first?" "I'll inform you as soon as I locate him," Yang Jian reassured her. "Okay, please find Uncle," Yang Liru said, her face filled with worry as she reminded him, "You must find him." "I know." With that, he instructed 2 bodyguards to escort Yang Liru home. while he had the pickpocket taken away for further questioning at the train station. Standing in front of the car, he approached the driver's seat and gestured for the window to be rolled down. "Young master, do you have instructions?" Yang Jian nodded, stating, "Locate the individual on the identification card. If he is present, have him return to Jiang City and never come back. If he refuses, incapacitate him and send him back to Jiang City. He must not see Miss, understood?" Huh. The driver was momentarily stunned, taken aback. "But didn't Team Miss say to ensure that guy's safety and bring him back? Will you listen to her, or to me?" Yang Jian glared, and the driver fell silent. Within the Yang family, Yang Jian was destined to be the future heir, while Yang Liru was merely a wealthy girl who would eventually marry and become inconsequential. The hierarchy was clear to all. "Understood, young master. But what if he isn't at the station?" "ISNT?" Yang Jian shrugged. "Put yourself in his shoes. Without a phone or wallet, where could he possibly go? The train station has hardly any staff at this hour, and I doubt Yufeng could magically appear in the city center." "Right, young master is clever. Enough idle chatter, follow my orders and find him." "Yes." Minutes later, the group headed to the train station. Yang Jian gazed at the broad road, sighing deeply. "Yufeng, oh Yufeng, you tread the path of heaven while ignoring the way of hell. You saved Liru, and I am grateful, but if you desire to be with her, I'm afraid that is impossible. Your identity precludes any future with her. Let it go? It is for your own good. If my father discovers you are in Ning City, you will surely face hardship. You must wait at the station, return," he murmured to himself, deep down convinced that Yufeng would not appear in Ning City. Yet fate had other plans, and what he firmly believed was, in fact, erroneous. At that moment, Yufeng was seated in a Maserati with Zhao Lili, having arrived at a boxing gym. The gym was expansive, akin to a top-tier sports facility. Zhao Lili removed the car key and glanced in the rearview mirror, asking, "What are you dawdling for? Get out." Yufeng opened the car door and stepped out, saying, "Thank you for bringing me from the station, but I must take my leave." "Wait." Zhao Lili's expression shifted, her complex emotions transforming into longing. For reasons unknown, hearing Yufeng say he was leaving caused her heart to ache. After 8 years, meeting the boy she once adored, only to find him in such dire straits, was indescribable. "Is there anything else?" Yufeng asked. Zhao Lili bit her lip. "If you leave me and meet the present version of me, do you regret it?" Yufeng hesitated, unsure of what to reply. "I'm sorry," he finally uttered. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lili burst into laughter. "Haha, you pathetic loser. Do you still think I have feelings for you? Apologizing so earnestly?" Yufeng's expression shifted, his fists clenching. "That apology is for the embarrassment I caused you back then. Not because I regret anything. Enough. You're just saving face. I know exactly what you're thinking, but it's too late for regrets. I am already married, and my husband is a prominent figure in Ning City." Zhao Lili spoke with arrogance, continuing, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. This boxing gym is currently hiring. The owner is a friend of my husband's. I've already messaged him to arrange a training position for you. No ID required. With a monthly salary of 8,000, including meals and accommodation. Once you earn enough to buy a new phone, you can apply for a new ID. Then, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you." With that, she turned and returned to the car, starting the engine and driving away. The cold wind mixed with raindrops brushed against Yufeng's face. The night was eerily quiet. Standing at the entrance of the boxing gym, Yufeng looked up at the Sihai boxing gym sign. His wallet was stolen. His phone was stolen. It seemed this was the only way forward for now. Determined, Yufeng resolved to endure whatever it took to find Liru. Chapter 86. Yang Jinhua returns. He stepped into the gym, which remained brightly lit even at this late hour. Many individuals were engaged in intense training. The Sihai Boxing Gym was recognized in Ning City as a premier martial arts institution, incorporating various traditional Chinese martial arts, as well as some of the finest boxing techniques from abroad. Among the attendees were boxing enthusiasts, professional fighters, and those reluctantly drawn into underground fighting. Within the gym, alongside the head instructor, there were students learning martial arts, but the majority were sparring partners. The so-called sparring partner can be succinctly defined in 2 words: accompanying strikes. This role, often referred to as enduring blows, sees a constant turnover of sparring partners at the Sihai Boxing Gym. It is not due to the gym's wealth, but rather because these newcomers often leave the ring battered and bruised within a month, some even sustaining lifelong disabilities. As Yufeng stepped into the gym, the manager, Wang, approached him with a measured gait. "You must be Yufeng," he stated, appraising Yufeng with a nod. "Your physical condition appears satisfactory, and you possess a robust musculature, ideal for taking hits. It seems Lily has introduced a commendable candidate this time. When can you begin?" Yufeng inquired. "When can I start?" Wang, taken aback by the urgency, asked, "Are you in dire need of money?" Yufeng curtly replied, "That's none of your concern." "Very well. Since you are so eager, let us first settle you into your accommodation. You may commence work tomorrow. I will provide a brief training session in the morning to teach you the fundamentals of boxing." "Understood," Yufeng responded. Without further ado, Wang led him to the dormitory. Meanwhile, the boxers training within the gym exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave upon witnessing Wang personally escorting Yufeng. "Who is this fellow? Why does he appear as though he has just come from the streets? When did our gym become a shelter for vagrants?" I overheard manager Wang speaking on the phone to a woman about bringing in this beggar. One of them chimed in, piquing the curiosity of the others. "Who is she?" they pressed. "The mistress of Han Lu, the second son of the Han family." Came the shocking revelation. "What? Zhao Lily? This beggar must have some connections. She personally called Wang on his behalf. Could it be that this beggar is her?" As the discussions intensified, they remained oblivious to the fact that Li De, lurking nearby, had overheard their chatter. A beggar, supported by Zhao Lily? He seethed, crushing the watch in his hand. How dare he think himself worthy of her? Han Lu may have the Han family's backing, but this filthy beggar? No way. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you are rendered crippled. As midnight approached, Yang Li remained in anticipation, while Yang Jian sat in the living room, awaiting news from the bodyguards. 10 minutes later, one of the guards burst in, leaning close to Yang Jian's ear. "Young master, we scoured the entire station, but there is no trace of him." "What?" Yang Jian's eyes widened. "It's impossible for Yufeng to vanish. It's the dead of night. Where could he possibly go without identification or money? The train station is over 100 kilometers from the city center. He cannot have disappeared that swiftly." "Sir, we have overlooked nothing. Our team searched every nook and cranny, even the restrooms. We confirmed the pickpocket was at the station, but there's just no sign of him. What should we do now?" the bodyguard assured. Unease settled over Yang Jian. If Yufeng was no longer at the station, it suggested he had left. This worried him greatly. If Yufeng was indeed frantically searching for Li Ru and caught by their father, it would spell disaster. Others might not understand why their father had brought Li Ru back, but Yang Jian was acutely aware. Publicly, it was for her safety, but in truth, it was about the alliance with the Han family. The second son of the Han family, Han Lu, had been rising in prominence, nearly rivaling the 4 great talents of Europe, which played right into their father's ambitions. "Yufeng, why aren't you staying put at the station? The Han family is ruthless. If they discover you're searching for Li Ru, do you think you'll survive?" "Brother." At that moment, Yang Li's voice rang out from upstairs as she rushed down the stairs in a flowing gown. "Are the bodyguards back? What of the uncle? Where is he?" Yang Jian's expression faltered. "This is complicated." The bodyguard bowed his head and stepped out of the villa. "Brother? No news." Yang Li's face fell in disbelief. "How can that be?" "Indeed, it's true. He may have already reached Ning City, but we don't know where. I'll send more people to search for him in the coming days." "Don't worry," he reassured her. "You must find him, brother. He cannot be in danger." Yang Li insisted, stamping her foot. "Understood, sister. Do not fret. Get some rest. I must take my leave," Yang Jian said before departing to command all bodyguards to intensify their search for Yufeng. Just as he was about to return to his villa, a message arrived on his phone. "Head of the Yang family, your grandfather will return from Beijing tomorrow at noon. Dress properly and accompany me to meet him." "What? Grandfather is returning?" Chapter 87. Yang Jian's bold speculation. Yang Jian's memories of his grandfather were faint, lingering from childhood. He had heard from his father that without their grandfather, the Yang family could never have attained its current stature. With his grandfather's influence, even as a second-tier family, the Yangs enjoyed privileges akin to those of first-tier families, with their patriarch often evading direct conflict with the heads of those families. It was astonishing to think that merely serving as a steward for a wealthy family could grant one the power to establish a top-tier family in a first-tier city. Thus, whenever his grandfather returned, Yang Jian could not refrain from inquiring about the origins of the family he served, yet his grandfather would remain tight-lipped, his eyes betraying a hint of reverence. That night, Yang Jian was consumed by restless speculation. Early the next morning, he rose, completed his morning routine, and dressed in clean clothes before accompanying Yang Shan to Ning City Airport. At noon, a private jet descended from the sky. A half-hour later, an elderly man, silver-haired yet vigorous, emerged from a special passage, flanked by several young aides. "Dad." "Grandfather." Upon seeing the elder, Yang Shan and Yang Jian hurried forward to greet him. "Greetings." Yang Jinhua paused momentarily, then turned to the young men beside him, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Thank you for your escort. As I retire, it is a blessing to have your care. I can never repay the kindness shown by the elder. Please convey my regards to Mr. Ng, and assure him that I shall commit the remainder of my life to fulfilling the tasks entrusted to me." The weight of this promise stirred a tempest within Yang Jian's heart. This was the true patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Jinhua. What kind of command warranted the sacrifice of one's entire life? Moreover, who were these youths, that his grandfather should exhibit such humility before them? One of the young men nodded. Uncle Yang, we entrust this matter to you. Please pay close attention and inform us immediately upon receiving any news. Understood. I shall leave no stone unturned in my pursuit of information. I will not relent. Good. We shall take our leave now, Uncle Yang. Please take care. After exchanging farewells, the youths departed through a special passage. Yang Shan stepped forward to support Yang Jinhua. Father, it's been 7 or 8 years since we last met. How is your health? Yang Jinhua's expression turned serious. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have returned, and this time, I do not intend to leave again. Really? Yang Shan inhaled deeply. Indeed. The elder has granted me a significant portion of my remaining life, and you must remember, should anything arise in the capital concerning our clan, regardless of others' indifference, the Yang family cannot remain passive. We must be prepared to sacrifice everything, even our lives, to protect what is ours. Understand that our family's current standing is a result of the elder's generosity, and your prosperity is a reflection of that. Do you comprehend? Yang Jinhua struck the ground with his cane several times, his tone grave. I understand, I understand. Yang Shan nodded repeatedly, feeling small in the presence of his father. Outside the mountains, there are higher mountains. Outside of men, there are greater men. He recognized that his family's influence in Ning City stemmed from the capital. Yang Jinhua then turned his gaze to Yang Jian, his stern demeanor softening slightly. Little Jian, how you've grown over the years. Yang Shan blinked in surprise. What are you staring at? Oh, Yang Jian quickly understood and greeted. Hello, Grandpa. I apologize for not raising this boy properly. I hope you can forgive me for any embarrassment. Yang Shan said awkwardly. Enough. At your age, I was far less mature than he is. Yang Jinhua continued. By the way, Li Ru, where is my delightful granddaughter? I arranged a marriage for her a few years ago. It should be time for her to wed, no? Yang Jinhua inquired. The marriage arrangement with the Han family was initiated by him, given his position within the Ji family, where he oversaw the secretive operations of the Mai division. He was privy to significant events, and upon hearing praise for the Han family from the Mai division, he promptly contacted Yang Shan to arrange the union for his granddaughter, Yang Li Ru. Upon hearing this, Yang Shan's expression changed. Father, just as we were about to announce the engagement, Li Ru fled. She has been living in Jiang City for the past few years and was only brought back the night before last. Jiang City. In an instant, Yang Jinhua's pupils constricted. The sole heir of the Ji family was in Jiang City. The timing seemed fortuitous. Yang Li Ru had just been returned the night before, coinciding with the disappearance of the heir. Could it be the person the elder mentioned, whom the heir was searching for, was? Yang Jinhua slapped the back of his head. Such reckless thoughts. How could this be? Deep down, he regarded himself as nothing more than a servant of the Ji family, and the Yang family as an inconspicuous subordinate clan. The heir held a position of immense power, truly above all others, the most significant among the younger generation. Why would he risk himself to seek a mere daughter of a servant family? Fate could not be so intricately woven. Father, what is it? Yang Shan asked anxiously, fearing Yang Jinhua was angered by the matter. It's nothing. Since I have returned, let us proceed with the marriage arrangements. The second young master of the Han family, Han Lu, is a fine young man. I believe he is well suited for Li Ru. Yes, I have already made arrangements. We just need to finalize a meeting time. Yang Shan replied with a smile. Very well. Let us return home for dinner. With that, Yang Jinhua quickened his pace toward the exit. Upon returning to the Yang family estate and enjoying a midday meal, Yang Jinhua retreated to his room, discreetly summoning his personally trained bodyguard, Li Yun, along with the 10 most capable bodyguards in the Yang family. Patriarch Li Yun, clad in black, knelt expressionlessly before Yang Jinhua, accompanied by the bodyguards. Meanwhile, Yang Jian approached the door, intending to inquire about certain matters with his grandfather. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he quickly concealed himself to eavesdrop. Yang Jinhua produced a photograph from his pocket. I shall not waste words. This mission is of utmost secrecy and concerns the Yang family's absolute interests. Locate the individual in this photograph and report back immediately upon any discovery. No independent actions are permitted, nor must this information be shared with anyone. And do not raise any alarms. Yes, Patriarch. The group dispersed, rising to exit. Yang Jian seized the moment to slip away, feigning a casual stroll as he quietly followed one of the bodyguards to an isolated garden, where he promptly blocked the bodyguard's path. Young master. The bodyguard was taken aback. Who is the person your grandfather wants you to find? Yang Jian whispered. This young master, please don't press us. The The patriarch has given strict orders not to disclose. The bodyguard looked pained. Yang Jian grinned. Very well. If you refuse to speak, I shall inform your wife about your affair with the young lady next door. Hey, don't. Please, young master here. Without a moment's hesitation, the bodyguard produced the photograph and handed it over. Curiosity piqued. Yang Jian took the photograph into his hands. Recognizing the gravity of the situation for the Yang family's interests, he was eager to discover who held such significance. However, when he laid eyes on the individual in the photograph, his pupils dilated in shock. A ripple of astonishment coursed through him as he murmured, "It's Yufeng. How could it be Yufeng? Is he the one Grandpa is secretly investigating? Could it be Grandpa is already aware of Yufeng and my sister's situation? The absolute interests of the Yang family must pertain to the union with the Han family. Is Grandpa planning to eliminate Yufeng? This is dire." Chapter 88. Sparring partner. In that moment, Yang Jian finally grasped why his father had insisted that the Yang family's enduring stability was solely due to his grandfather's efforts. The ability to gather intelligence was terrifying. They had only discovered Yufeng's whereabouts in Ning City yesterday. Now, upon his grandfather's return, he was already aware of Yufeng and had ordered a covert search for him. If they truly found Yufeng, would he have any chance of survival? Yufeng, this time, you are truly doomed. If only you had stayed at the train station last night, allowing my people to escort you back. Yang Jian felt a wave of distress wash over him, realizing that if his sister learned of their grandfather's intentions toward Yufeng, she would be heartbroken when the news came. He had to find Yufeng and ensure his safety. Clenching his fists, Yang Jian resolved to leave the estate and employ his various resources to secretly search for Yufeng. Meanwhile, Yufeng had just awakened from his dormitory at the Sihai Boxing Academy. After washing up and changing into the training attire designated for sparring partners, he made his way into the gym. At that moment, the gym was officially open for business, with all the academy's trained fighters engaging in intense training, while the sparring partners donned protective gear to play their roles. Upon seeing Yufeng approach, Wang Shi, who had been waiting, rushed over. "You're awake." "MHM." Yufeng nodded slightly. "Well then, since you're awake, let us get to work. We're short on sparring partners today." Upon finishing his words, Wang Shi beckoned to a nearby boxer. "Shaoli, come here." A muscular man clad in a white training uniform strode over, greeting, "Manager." "Yes. This is the new sparring partner. Teach him how to be a proper sparring partner, and then you may train together. I trust you understand what to do," Wang Shi instructed, recalling that Yufeng had been introduced by Zhao Lili. He felt it necessary to brief him on the rules to avoid the fate of being beaten like the other sparring partners, which would reflect poorly on Zhao Lili. "Understood, Manager." Li Dagon concealed the malice in his gaze and replied. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his eyes fell upon Yufeng, the latter sensed an unmistakable hint of ill intent lurking within. "All right, you two practice. I shall head for breakfast," Wang Shi announced before departing the gym. Yufeng, maintaining a calm demeanor, approached the equipment rack to select protective gear. He was no novice. In his days at Wolf Fong, he had trained rigorously. He had spent an entire year honing his boxing skills, engaging in fierce sparring with anyone at Wolf Fong, even battling top-tier boxers in unsanctioned matches. That was true boxing, unrestrained by rules, unlike the performative bouts on the ring. Just as he prepared to don his protective gear, a cold voice interrupted from behind. "Wait." Yufeng halted and turned around, asking, "What is it?" Li Dagon's shout drew the attention of other boxers in the vicinity. "Look, the little overlord is about to clash with that beggar. Looks like a show is about to unfold. Let us take a break from training and watch. Who do you think will fall first?" "It's obvious. It has to be the beggar, right? He is just a pretty boy relying on Zhao Lili to find work. How could he possibly be a boxing expert?" The spectators wore expressions of anticipation, seemingly convinced that Yufeng would meet a humiliating defeat. Li Dagon crossed his arms, scrutinizing Yufeng condescendingly. "You think you deserve Zhao Lili's attention looking like that? You're nothing, just a pretty boy." With a heavy tone, he declared, "Sparring partners don't wear protective gear." At this proclamation, Yufeng narrowed his eyes. No protective gear? He was certain that the ill intent he had sensed was directed at him. Did he not recall that he was unfamiliar with everyone here? "Why?" he inquired. "Why? You, a sparring partner, dare to ask why? You didn't think you were coming here to act like a big shot, did you? We are the pride of this gym. And you, a mere sparring partner, are nothing but a punching bag. You're expected to obey. If you're unwilling, you can leave." With that, he pointed towards the open door, indicating that Yufeng should exit. Yufeng's brows tightened. Leave? When had he fallen to such depths? Never mind, for Li Ru's sake. He would endure. "Fine, I want to wear it," he acquiesced, assuming his boxing stance. Li Dagon scoffed, thinking to himself that Yufeng was indeed a worthless freeloader. too humiliated to walk away even after such disrespect. However, when he observed Yu Feng's boxing posture, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. This is practiced. The others echoed his astonishment. This stance. How is it so familiar? Wait, isn't this a signature move of a foreign boxing champion? My heavens, what does this mean? Is a sparring partner challenging a professional boxer? Li Dagon rubbed his neck, producing a cracking sound, and then displayed a sneering smile. What is this? You want to challenge me? Yu Feng replied coolly, sparring partner. Sparring partner? You call that a sparring partner? Are you trying to make me laugh? Li Dagon erupted in laughter, dismissing Yu Feng entirely. What do you think a sparring partner is? Before Yu Feng could respond, Li Dagon's massive fist, akin to a watermelon, struck towards Yu Feng's chest with overwhelming force. There was no preparation, no warning, and no mercy. He simply threw a punch without even a word of commencement. The sheer power of the blow sent a wave of pain coursing through Yu Feng's body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Despite having saved his elder brother's life in Jiang City, he was now merely flesh and blood, unable to withstand such a hit. His eyes reddened, veins bursting. As he glared at Li Dagon shook out his fist, taunting. Oh, what's wrong? Can't take it? You thought you could be a sparring partner? Do you understand now? A sparring partner is there to be beaten. I can hit you, and you can't retaliate. If you dare to strike back, I'll make you leave. Remember who you are. A pretty boy like you deserves to take a beating. Not every woman is something a worthless scum like you can touch. Got it. With that, he raised his fist again, prepared to deliver a final blow. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Yu Feng's head, a powerful hand, as steadfast as a mountain, grasped his fist. Yu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Chapter 89. Whose fist is harder? Gasp. Instantly, everyone inhaled sharply. In their gaze, Yu Feng, sitting on the ground, had effortlessly caught Li Dagon's fist with one hand. He appeared entirely unstrained, as if that previous punch had merely caused a fleeting pain rather than any serious injury. How could this Yu Feng be so formidable? At that moment, Yu Feng's performance surpassed all expectations. Even Li Dagon's expression shifted. He felt the immense strength behind Yu Feng's grip. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance his fist even a fraction. Panic began to set in. As he floundered in confusion, Yu Feng, still gripping his fist, straightened his back and rose from the ground, causing Li Dagon to stumble backward. An unbearable pain radiating from his fist. Let go, you worthless scum. Let go. Li Dagon shouted, wide-eyed. Yu Feng remained unfazed, coldly fixing his gaze upon Li Dagon, refusing to loosen his grip. Li Dagon warned sharply, you bastard, I warn you. In this gym, a sparring partner hitting a boxer can lead to expulsion. Do you want to be expelled? Hit. Yu Feng's eyes turned icy. Everyone is born equal. Who said a sparring partner deserves only to be beaten? He was here only to find Li Ru and had made this choice, not to pursue a boxing dream. He could be a sparring partner, but he would never be a punching bag. Yu Feng possessed his own pride. Even if he had to bow down, he would never be a cowardly dog. He was a wolf, a proud wolf. He asked, did you say I hit you? Which of your eyes saw me strike you? You. Li Dagon was momentarily speechless. Yu Feng pressed, did my fist strike your head? Did I leave any marks on you? What do you say? As he posed these questions, he advanced, causing Li Dagon to retreat uncontrollably. He attempted to withdraw his fist, but could not manage to do so. What kind of monster was this? Why did Zhao Lili know him? Li Dagon was bewildered. Yu Feng had not struck him. He merely held onto his fist. Li Dagon wanted a punch, but found he could not. It was as if he was a trapped beast, and to the spectators, he appeared a mere joke. My goodness. Is my vision impaired? Li Dagon is being bested by this kid. What is happening? Why does this guy only hold his fist and not retaliate? What does that mean? Can't you see? He is toying with Li Dagon. Suddenly, every mouth in the room gaped in astonishment. Li Daning, known as the little overlord of the Sihai boxing gym, had been utterly outplayed by a mere sparring partner. In the next moment, Li Daning could no longer contain himself. He raised his other fist and swung it at Yu Feng's head. Boom. That punch was effortlessly deflected. Yu Feng, maintaining his composure, caught Li Daning's other fist with the same ease. In terms of speed, Yu Feng was the renowned king of speed from the Wolf Fang, a top-notch sniper famed for his rapidity. Regarding strength, just the weight of his equipment at Wolf Fang was over 50 pounds, and he trained for at least 10 hours a day. How could someone who merely hit a punching bag compete? When it came to reflexes, there was no need for further elaboration. Li Daning was completely taken aback, exclaiming, bastard, let me go, quickly. Yu Feng remained unfazed. Just as Li Daning exerted all his strength to break free, Yu Feng loosened his grip. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Li Daning, unable to brace himself, was sent sprawling backward, landing squarely on his back, truly a turtle greeting the new year. He fell disgracefully. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. It was their first time witnessing Li Danning make such a fool of himself. Yufeng stood calmly in place. Li Danning scrambled to his feet, his face alternating between shades of blue and purple, looking utterly pitiful. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Yufeng. You bastard, how dare you toy with me? Yufeng retorted, this is sparring. If your punches can't reach me, am I to blame for your embarrassment? Blaming the earth for not having gravity when you can't even relieve yourself? Uft. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter once more, clearly amused. Their laughter seemed to mock Li Danning's incompetence, causing his face to flush with humiliation. After all, he was the little overlord of this gym, and here he was, ridiculed by a newcomer. Unable to endure it any longer, he seethed, bastard, if you have the guts, don't run today. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't bear the Li surname. With that, he stormed out of the gym, unable to face the humiliation of being toyed with by a mere sparring partner. He understood that Yufeng was no ordinary opponent. Continuing to fight would only lead to further disgrace. However, this did not imply he would let Yufeng off the hook. As he left, Yufeng said nothing. Just then, Wang Shi returned hurriedly after finishing his meal. Upon noticing Li Danning's absence, his expression tightened, turning serious. A fellow boxer approached him, whispering the events that had just transpired. Wang Shi's face paled. What? He left? Panic set in as he rushed to Yufeng. You caused such a stir on your first day. Do you realize the trouble you've stirred? Yufeng shook his head. I was merely defending my dignity. Everyone witnessed it. He refused to let me wear protective gear and even punched me first. Is that my fault? If Manager Wang insisted on placing the blame on him, Yufeng felt it was better not to stay in such a place. If one cannot maintain their dignity while alive, what is the point of living? Wang Shi's expression grew grim. This isn't about right or wrong. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble. Even if I expel you, there will be no escape. What do you mean? Yufeng's expression turned wary. Wang Shi explained. Li Danning is not an ordinary boxer. His brother is a well-known master in the boxing community, notorious for protecting his own. To provoke him is akin to courting death. His brother just happened to be in Ning City for a visit. It won't be long before he comes looking for you. Even our gym leader won't be able to intervene. This is, oh dear, what a hassle. Wang Shi was at a loss for what to do. He had only offered Yufeng a sparring job to please Zhao Lili, never anticipating that he would provoke Li Danning. Was his nickname of Little Overlord merely a coincidence? Just then, Yufeng spoke, leaving Wang Shi utterly astonished. If it truly is a problem, then let each person face their own consequences, without implicating the gym. But I, Yufeng, am not a soft target to be trifled with. If he dares to come, let him come. Let us see whose fists are harder. Chapter 90. Have you eaten? Hiss. The air was filled with the sound of Wang Shi inhaling sharply. Whose fists are harder? He looked Yufeng up and down. Though he had a few muscles, there were plenty of boxers taller than him. Even the professional boxers in the Sihai gym would not boast such words. Where did he find his confidence? Yufeng, are you certain? Wang Shi asked gravely. If that were the case, he would be less worried. His fear lay in Yufeng running away while Li Danning brought his brother to the gym to confront him, forcing him to reveal Yufeng's whereabouts. That would put Zhao Lili in a difficult position. But now that Yufeng was prepared to face the consequences himself, it alleviated a significant amount of pressure from Wang Shi. As for the final outcome, he didn't care. After all, it was Yufeng who would bear the brunt. Not him. Yufeng nodded. All right, then I will close the gym today. Once this matter is resolved, I will advance this month's salary to you. Whether you stay or leave is your choice. After Li Danning departed, he immediately called his elder brother, learning that he was enjoying breakfast at a tea house, prompting him to rush over. Upon arrival, he found the tea house bustling with local elders. He headed straight to the second floor and soon spotted Lu Sanpao sitting in the center. Big brother. Little brother, come here. Lu Sanpao waved at Li Danning with a smile. The two were biological brothers, albeit with different surnames due to family circumstances. After the incident at the Longxiang boxing gym a few days prior, Lu Sanpao had closed the gym out of fear of being linked to the toxic plant news. He had come to Ning City to unwind. What's wrong? Who has troubled you? Don't mention it, brother. Some bastard really infuriated me. Li Danning poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. Bastard? Do tell. Who dares to provoke my brother? He must be seeking death. Lu Sanpao's eyes narrowed. Does he not know that I am the illustrious Lu in Jiangqing? He knows nothing. Brother, you won't believe this. That little white-faced scoundrel was assigned a sparring job by Zhao Lili herself, who personally called Wang Shi. I was training in peace when the manager called me over to teach that little brat. I thought, why not? But you won't guess what happened next. He not only refused to listen but also punched me when I wasn't paying attention. I initially wanted to retaliate, But then I remembered he was introduced by Zhao Lily. Hitting him would be akin to hitting Zhao Lily herself. You know her brother isn't someone to be trifled with, right? The second young master of the Han family, Han Lu's little lover. I dared not do anything but come to you for help. What? Lu Sanpao exploded upon hearing this. Damn it. A little white face who got a job through a woman dares to act so arrogantly? Where did he hit you? Li Daneng extended his fists. Look, he scratched both my fists, making me look like a fool. Damn it. Lu Sanpao's anger flared. He truly does not know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Relying on Zhao Lily as a backing, he thinks he can act recklessly. An insignificant sparring partner dares to lay hands on a boxer? This is outrageous. No way. Let's go settle the score with him. Lu Sanpao stood up, ready to leave. Li Daneng, with a furrowed brow, anxiously inquired. No way, big brother. What if he calls Zhao Lily? What is there to fear? Lu Sanpao retorted coldly. Isn't he just a second-rate scion from the Han family? You know my circle of friends. I am acquainted with several young masters from top families in the capital. I have no reason to be afraid of him. Let's go. With that, Lu Sanpao disregarded everything and rolled up his sleeves as he descended the stairs. Behind him, Li Daneng smirked slightly. He knew Lu Sanpao was lying. He understood that if his elder brother discovered he was stirring trouble for that bastard out of jealousy over Zhao Lily, not only would he refuse to back him up, but he would also berate him soundly. In any case, the so-called bastard named Yu Feng would soon meet his demise. They made their way to the boxing gym, and from a distance, people spotted Li Daneng accompanied by a middle-aged man, exuding a fierce demeanor. Behind this man were a dozen spirited young men, each displaying a steady gait, clearly trained fighters. Trouble was brewing. A boxer hurriedly dashed into the gym to relay the news. They're here. Li Daneng has brought someone to cause trouble. What? So soon? This is going to be entertaining. That pretty boy won't escape this time. Everyone gathered around the ring. Sitting on the floor, casting their gazes out the window at Yu Feng. Their expressions were as if they were looking at a corpse. Each of them understood the reputation of Li Daneng's elder brother, a renowned figure in the boxing world, famously known as Lu Yi in Jiangxing. With Li Daneng and his brother together, Yu Feng was bound to pay for what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Yu Feng remained unfazed. He was accustomed to such scenes, remaining calm even when faced with impending doom. 5 years ago, when he stood alone against a dozen elite mercenaries, he had not flinched. Though he was no longer in those tumultuous times, he was certainly not a mere prey to be bullied. He was a man of principles. Treat me with respect, and I shall return the favor. If you do not expect kindness in return. Bang! The door to the boxing gym slammed open as Li Daneng kicked it in, bellowing. You! Where the hell are you? Get out here. Wang Shi, who was playing a game nearby, was startled, nearly dropping his phone. He awkwardly glanced at Li Daneng and said, Daneng, please do me a favor, otherwise. Manager, I didn't call more people out of respect for you. Today, I'm only here for that you. Li Daneng strode in, scanning the room. Lu Sanpao followed closely behind. In the crowd, several individuals pointed towards Yu Feng, who was seated with his back to them by the window. Well, at least you have some guts. You didn't run away. Today, you will kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, slap yourself 100 times, and this matter will be forgotten. Otherwise, I will break your legs, you decide. Li Daneng approached Yu Feng from behind and shouted furiously. Yu Feng calmly replied, a wild dog barking. Leading a pack of wild dogs to bark along? How noisy. This guy actually dares to call himself a wild dog. You bastard. Li Daneng's face contorted in rage. Lu Sanpao, with a stern expression, warned, Kid, watch your words or you'll meet a quick demise. I heard you provoke my brother? Go ask around in Ningjiang. Do you even know who Lu Yi is? How dare you trouble my brother? Are you tired of living? Is that so? Yu Feng uncrossed his legs, stood Li Daneng and clenched his fists, facing his own brother, unwilling to act recklessly. Brother, that bastard he. Lu Sanpao, noticing his hesitation and recalling Zhao Lily, immediately understood. Ah, so you're jealous of Zhao Lily. How dare you lie to me? Have you grown some audacity? Apologize to Mr. You right now, quickly. The onlookers around displayed a myriad of expressions. To bring his own brother to the scene only to be forced to apologize? What kind of absurd drama was this? Wang Shi also failed to grasp the situation. After a moment of hesitation, he put on a friendly smile to mediate, saying, Lu, the gym is still in training. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. After all, sometimes you have to fight to get acquainted. No need for apologies. A handshake would suffice. What do you think? No way. Lu Sanpao firmly refused. A handshake? He was too afraid to agree. Because he simply did not dare to provoke Yu Feng. Li Daneng, if you regard me as your brother, then apologize to Mr. Yu. Li Daneng would not relent. After glaring fiercely at Yu Feng, he snarled, Why should I apologize to this guy? A gigolo who depends on women for a living. Does he deserve it? Slap. The next moment, another resounding slap echoed. Apologize. Brother, are you hitting me? Li Danning covered his face, shock etched across his features. For the sake of an unrelated outsider. He was striking his own brother? I'm doing this for your own good. Hurry and apologize. Otherwise, we shall cease all contact from this moment on. Lu Sampao trembled with rage, stealing glances at Yufeng only to find him utterly calm, seemingly indifferent. It was this very nonchalance that made Lu even more anxious. Li Danning felt helpless. What could he do in front of his own brother? Apologize? He gritted his teeth. His cold gaze filled with hatred fixed on Yufeng. Hurry up and apologize. Lu Sampao's voice rang out again. Yufeng stood calmly by the window, finally realizing that the boxer before him was infatuated with Zhao Lily, assuming a close relationship between them, which had led to this conflict. After pondering, he spoke. Let it go? Huh, let it go? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew complex. How could it be let go? For the gym's little tyrant to bow his head and apologize would mean that no one would dare to challenge him in the future. And he was simply rejecting such treatment? Mr. You. Lu Sampao realized something, glaring at Li Danning and bellowing. Why are you standing there? Mr. Yu is magnanimous and forgiving, so hurry up and thank him. No need to apologize, Li Danning sighed in relief. As a man, wouldn't he apologizing mean losing all face? However, upon hearing his brother's words, he could only bravely approach Yufeng, hesitating for a long while before saying, Thank you. No need to thank me. I merely gave your brother some face. Moreover, your animosity towards me is entirely unwarranted. There is nothing special between Zhao Lily and me. We are merely old classmates. You are overthinking it. What? Upon hearing this, Li Danning's expression shifted. The hostility in his gaze towards Yufeng instantly dissipated. Then, scratching the back of his head, he smiled. Oh, is that so? My apologies, I thought. He swallowed the rest of his words and continued. Brother, I'm truly sorry. This was all a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Since we are strangers who have yet to fight, allow me to treat you tonight as an apology. I sincerely apologize. Lu Sampao. Wang Shi. Everyone. Just a moment ago, he refused to apologize, and now he was the one taking the initiative. Huh. A true man. Yufeng smiled slightly, but then his smile vanished. A misunderstanding it may be, but that punch you threw at me is far from settled. Bang. With that, he immediately threw a punch, striking Li Danning squarely in the chest. Li Danning staggered back several steps, collapsing to the ground, his expression one of shock as he stared at Yufeng. Everyone was astounded. A single punch could send Li Danning reeling back so far? Yet, to Li Danning, though the punch was powerful, it lacked true force and bore no pain. This Yufeng, he had not exerted his full strength, nor had he struck to harm. With clear distinctions between grievances and benevolence, he was not one to take advantage, yet neither was he a petty person who would relentlessly seek vengeance. He was someone worthy of deep friendship. Then, Li Danning raised his face in admiration, looking at Yufeng, standing up and cupping his hands. Mr. Yu. I, Li Danning, acknowledge you as my elder brother. Chapter 92. Yushan's resolve in Jiang City. The torrential rain finally ceased in the afternoon. The roads resembled a scene of drought and flood, with water flooding the streets. Fortunately, as a coastal city, Jiang City had an exceptionally advanced drainage system, thus preventing any substantial damage. That day marked the day of Yushan's discharge from the hospital. Gao Yushuang had packed her belongings early in the morning and completed the discharge procedures. Following the news of Lung Chen's imprisonment, the events of the Dong family's banquet that night gradually faded into the annals of history. However, the matter was far from concluded. The retribution from the Lung family was still ongoing. Wife, Yushan tightly grasped Gao Yushuang's hand. Gao Yushuang smiled gently. I'm here. Let's go home. As they drove home, they were met with an unexpected sight upon arrival. A scene akin to a garbage dump unfolded before their eyes. At the entrance of the villa, a pile of clothes lay haphazardly beside the trash bin. Inside the bin were furniture pieces ruined by the rain. At that moment, Gao Yushuang stood frozen, unable to comprehend the reality. Their home was truly gone. After receiving a call from Gao Xiong 2 days prior, informing them of their expulsion from the Gao family, they had prepared for this outcome. Yet, in the days that followed, to ensure Yushan's recovery, the hospital conducted extensive investigations, leaving Gao Yushuang no time to return home and tidy up. To her dismay, upon returning, the place that once provided stability and shelter had turned into a chaotic graveyard, suffocating her with despair. After being expelled from the Gao family, they had been stripped of even the slightest dignity. Oh, isn't this the son-in-law? What? Out of the hospital? Just then, a blue Lamborghini sped towards the villa, stopping at the entrance. A young man in a casual suit stepped out of the car. Gao Yunxiao. Gao Yushuang squinted her eyes. What do you want? Gao Yushuang. Do not forget your current status. You are no longer part of the Gao family. Speak to me respectfully, or I might make you regret it. Once favored by the elder, Gao Yushuang had become the chairman of the group at a young age, and he never dared to provoke her. But now, Because of this brother Yushan, Gao Yushuang had completely lost the elder's trust, and even her parents' positions in the elder's estate were precarious. In order to secure the Gao family's future, the elder had directly expelled Gao Yushuang. Now, not only could she not bully Gao Yushuang, but she could only stand by as he assaulted Yushan. Yushuang. Yushan grasped Gao Yushuang's hand, suppressing the frustration in his heart. He understood that provoking Gao Yunxiao would only provide him with an opportunity to retaliate. Why are you holding me? Gao Yushuang shouted, her home now resembling a ghostly shell of its former self. The Gao family's side branch, which once dared not utter a word, now flaunted their arrogance before her. She felt resentment. She felt unwilling. She felt defiant. What's wrong, Gao Yushuang? Do you still want to hit me? Go ahead, try. Gao Yunxiao provocatively leaned closer, tapping his cheek, exuding a despicable arrogance, relishing in the freedom he felt, simply because Gao Yushuang was no longer a member of the Gao family. I say, Gao Yushuang, you are quite intelligent. Having been expelled from the Gao family, you still retain such a temper. Do you really think you are still the former chairman of the group? You should learn a thing or two from your useless husband. In moments of weakness, one should exhibit the demeanor befitting their frailty, and in moments of worthlessness, one ought to possess the self-awareness that accompanies such a state. By the way, let me convey a piece of news to you all. This villa has been under my ownership since yesterday. Your clothing and furniture have already been discarded outside. If you wish to reclaim them, feel free. I consider myself quite benevolent. Moreover, your bank cards and various assets have been reclaimed by my grandfather. As for Ruo, she has been taken away by my grandfather's men for her upbringing. I need not elaborate further. Ruo. The mere mention of his only beloved daughter caused Yushan to lose his composure. Where's Ruo? Who took her? He demanded. Fool. Have you got worms in your ears? Didn't you hear clearly? Gao Yunxiao remarked, feigning indifference as he fiddled with his ears. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yushan lunged at him, gripping his collar with a strength akin to iron, his eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, Gao Yunxiao felt as though he were suffocating, lifted off the ground like a mere chick. He was bewildered. When had Yushan acquired such force? Just moments ago, he had been cowardly and hesitant. Yet upon the mention of Ruo, he transformed into a frenzied bull. What do you intend to do? Fool, if you dare lay a hand on me, I assure you, your daughter will receive no kindness in the Gao family. Gao Yusxiao hastily threatened. You dare? Yushan retorted. Gao Yushuang intervened quickly, urging, don't act impulsively. Please. Yushan fixed his gaze on Gao Yunxiao, demanding, tell me, who took Ruo? Damn it. Gao Yunxiao cursed. Haven't I told you? Let me down at once. Do you wish to die? A slap resounded in response to his foul language. Damn. Smack. The sudden blow left Gao Yushuang in shock. Gao Yunxiao, equally taken aback, couldn't believe that this fool dared to strike him. Perhaps influenced by his brother Yufeng, Yushan had inadvertently changed, and he himself hadn't even realized it. Staring at his own palm, he soon heard Gao Yunxiao berating him. Fine. Yushan, you're finished. I swear, I will make you pay. Before he could finish, Yushan, undeterred, seized him by the neck and dragged him to the edge of a cliff. The sheer abyss caused Gao Yunxiao to pale visibly. Yushan, you lunatic, you madman. Let me down at once. Where's my daughter? Yushan reiterated his question. Yushan. Gao Yushuang gazed at Yushan's back in astonishment, never having imagined he would go to such lengths for his daughter. I will tell you, just let me down. Speak first. Yushan insisted. All right. I'm afraid. Your family's butler took her away under the old man's orders, stating he wanted to keep her close to avoid her suffering with you. Upon hearing this, Yushan finally released Gao Yunxiao, who, gasping for breath, sat on the ground and shot a furious glare at Yushan. You wait. I swear, if I don't make you suffer, I won't carry the Gao name. With that, he stormed back to his Lamborghini and drove away, leaving behind only Yushan and Gao Yushuang. They felt utterly abandoned. Yushan clenched his fists, lowering his head, his lips trembling. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't take care of Ruo. It's all right. As long as you're here, we will strive together. Gao Yushuang embraced Yushan, and amidst the desolation of the cliff, they held each other tightly, suddenly feeling the weight of their uncertain future. Yushan raised his head to gaze at the misty and desolate sky, thoughts of the missing Yufeng solidifying his resolve. As a son, he had become a son-in-law, bringing disgrace upon his parents and departing from this world. As an elder brother, he had failed to protect his only brother, leading to his disappearance. As a father, he could no longer afford to be weak. Let us go reclaim Ruo. Half an hour later, Gao Yunxiao returned in a furious state to the estate where the elder Gao resided. Gao Feng, the patriarch and founder of the Gao group, was one of the most respected figures within the family. Though Gao Yunxiao was a distant relative, he was considered quite accomplished among the younger generation of the Gao family, with Gao Feng holding him in high regard, even if he could not compete with the exceptionally talented Gao Yushuang. Upon entering the estate, Gao Yunxiao rushed to the elder's fishing courtyard. "Grandfather, you must advocate for me." Upon entering, he cried out like a wronged spouse. Sitting by the pond, Gao Feng raised his brows slightly and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the ruckus? Do you possess no decorum?" Gao Yunxiao, with a face full of grievances, replied, "What decorum is there? It's outrageous. Grandfather, you must stand up for me. That waste Yushan actually slapped me and dragged me to the edge of a cliff, nearly throwing me off." "What?" An invisible fury surged across Gao Feng's face, his eyes narrowing as he fixed them on the tranquil pond, letting out a cold snort. A mere son-in-law dares to lay hands on a scion of the Gao family? Yushan truly believes that having a capable brother grants him impunity. He has been cowardly like a woman for years in our family, and now he acts tough. As he spoke, a hint of disdain formed at the corner of Gao Feng's eyes. He was already aware of the disruption at the Dong family banquet, where this madman named Yu Feng had caused chaos, crippling the Cold family's young master and nearly provoking the president of the Jiang City First Branch, Meng Hai. Each incident had Yu Feng at its center, and his elder brother was none other than the infamous son-in-law of the Gao family, Yushan. It was precisely due to this identity that the Cold family directed their anger toward the Gao family. Now, in a bid for self-preservation, he had chosen to expel Yushan and his beloved granddaughter from the Gao family. Initially, he had thought to nurture their daughter with the Gao family's resources as compensation. But unexpectedly, Yushan proved to be ungrateful. "Indeed, grandfather, this Yushan is utterly oblivious. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will truly think himself something special." Gao Yunxiao chimed in, fanning the flames. At that moment, the estate's butler hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully before Gao Feng. "Master, the young lady has arrived with Yushan. They are waiting outside the estate, claiming they wish to take Miss Ruo away." "Take Ruo away." Gao Feng's pupils constricted, the fishing rod in his hand quivering violently. With his useless demeanor, he dares? "Master, what is your command?" "Drive him away. If he refuses, take action. But be cautious not to harm Yushuang." "Yes, we must teach this grandson a lesson." Upon hearing this, Gao Yunxiao grinned, clenching his fists. "Understood, master." With that, the butler turned to leave, and Gao Yunxiao hurriedly followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At the entrance of the estate, before the two stone lions, Yushan stood gaunt and frail, yet his stature remained as steadfast as Mount Tai. Gao Yushuang trailed anxiously behind. She had attempted to call her parents along the way, but their phones were off. She had tried contacting her cousins, but to no avail. Finally, she called her grandfather, only to find. It dawned on her that this expulsion from the Gao family was no mere pretense. To quell the Cold family's rage, she and Yushan had become necessary sacrifices. In such a precarious situation, coming to the estate to retrieve Ruo seemed an insurmountable challenge. She was terrified. Creak. At that moment, the two iron gates swung open. Gao Yunxiao's arrogant demeanor reemerged, accompanied by the old steward of the estate and a dozen guards wielding iron rods. In an instant, Gao Yushuang's expression grew serious as she stepped forward and tugged at Yushan's sleeve. "Yushan, be assured." Yushan's gaze was resolute. The old steward approached and said in a deep voice, "Let us go. The old master will not see you." Yushan clenched his fists tightly. "She is my daughter." "Your daughter?" Gao Yuxiao, standing nearby, sneered coldly, retorting, "Does she bear the Gao surname or the Yu?" "Do not forget, Gao Yurua's household registration is with the Gao family, not yours. Who do you think you are to come to the Gao family and demand her?" "I do not care. She is my daughter, and today I must take her away," Yushan declared with determination, unwilling to lose any more family. Yushan, just as he prepared to step forward, disregarding everything. The old steward bellowed furiously, "Yushan, I will give you this final warning, considering you have been a son-in-law of the Gao family for many years. This is the old master's estate, not a place for you to run amok. Take another step forward and bear the consequences." "Consequences?" Yushan's arms bulged with veins. "All I know is that if I cannot take Ruo away today, my only consequence will be despair." In these years, he had indeed been a son-in-law of the Gao family, but they must not forget that Yushuang had been driven out, and at the moment they announced this, he was no longer the so-called son-in-law. He, Yushan, was a man of dignity, a father. Now, a father comes to take his daughter. Is there anything wrong with that? His words resonated powerfully, as if they struck the ground with authority. In that moment, Gao Yushuang seemed to see the shadow of Yufeng. The memory of that day when Yufeng stood before the dark, rainy backdrop, slamming a cold, indifferent head to the ground, resurfaced. Both brothers shared the same character, deeply loyal and principled. Huh. Gao Yinshao shrugged. Old steward. It seems there's no need to waste more words with this fool. Let us take action. The old steward hesitated, finally asking, Yushan, do not be stubborn. The old master is raising your daughter for Yushuang's sake. For Yushuang's sake? Yushan scoffed. The old man merely feels lonely and wishes for a grandchild to keep him company. There's no need for the Gao family to exert effort. I, Yushan, may not be capable, but I can still afford to raise my daughter. He paused, gazing at the grand estate beyond the gate, then continued, so, please return Ruarua to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the estate like a raging bull. Attack! The old steward waved his hand and stepped aside, as the guards rushed at Yushan, raising their rods to strike him. Bang! Yushan! Gao Yushuang screamed in anguish. Quick, pull the young lady away. The old steward reminded, and immediately someone blocked Gao Yushuang. Strike! Strike until he is done for. Gao Yinshao laughed maniacally, stepping forward to kick Yushan in the back. You dared to provoke me, you worthless fool. Want your daughter? Not a chance. Bang! Thud! Each punch, rod, and kick rained down mercilessly. To them, Yushan was merely a punching bag. In a matter of moments, he collapsed to the ground, bloodied and battered, his body covered in wounds. Yet, even as they continued to strike him, he persisted in moving forward, determined to enter the estate. As a son, he felt inadequate. As a brother, he was unworthy. Now, he only wished to be a father. Though he lacked the means, he was willing to pay any price for his daughter. Even if it meant subsisting on steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and cold water, he would reserve the best for Ruarua. He crawled onward, albeit at a diminishing speed, as the blood pooled beneath him. Stop! Enough! Yushan, do not crawl anymore. It's enough. Not enough. Yushan roared. Far from enough. I want to be a father. A humble yet capable father. An ordinary father who accompanies his child as she grows. Thud. Under the dusk. Yufeng felt a sudden tightness in his heart as he gazed towards Jiang City. His heart ached momentarily. Elder brother. Chapter 94. Missed opportunities for long-awaited reunions. Yi. In the boxing gym, Li Danning hurried over, carrying 2 bowls of elegantly packaged takeaway meals. There were 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 1 vegetable. After the events of the day, Li Danning's attitude toward Yufeng had transformed completely. He genuinely admired this newcomer. Just the fleeting punch he had thrown left him in awe. After escorting Lu Sanpao away, he had learned from his brother that Yufeng was no ordinary person. A strong individual is always respected wherever they go. Yufeng proved himself with his principles. Yi, the meal is ready. Eat it while it's hot. Li Danning sat beside Yufeng. Under the dusk, Yufeng was not particularly hungry. He accepted the meal but hadn't yet opened it when he noticed Li Danning devouring his food as though he hadn't eaten in days. Yufeng chuckled and handed him the box. Here, take it. Eat more. I haven't moved much today, so I'm not that hungry. Li Danning was taken aback before gratefully accepting. Thank you. Yi, I want to be polite. After a day of training, he was indeed famished. After a few bites, he had nearly finished half the box. He took a few sips of water, cleared his throat, and looked at Yufeng, who was gazing at the twilight, asking, Yi, what are you looking at? The dusk. What is so special about the dusk? It can't compare to a beautiful woman. Li Danning was the epitome of brawn over brains. You may not understand, but being able to quietly watch the dusk is a great blessing. Yufeng said with a sense of nostalgia. Li Danning shook his head, indicating he did not comprehend. After eating a few more bites, he suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, Yi, I heard from my brother that you were in Jiang City. Why have you come to Ning City? That's nearly 700 or 800 kilometers apart, almost crossing provinces. Looking for someone. Who? Li Danning became curious. The person who could compel Yufeng to travel such a distance must be significant. A girl I missed. Wow. Li Danning chuckled. Yi, you're quite the rogue. Yufeng, may I borrow your phone for a moment? I need to make a call. Sure. Without hesitation, Li Danning handed his phone to Yufeng. Yufeng took it, entered his previous phone number, as it was crucial to locate the stolen phone. The numbers within were too important, even involving a significant figure waiting for him outside prison. If anything went awry, it could lead to a leak of sensitive information. Therefore, if he managed to connect, he would buy back the phone at any cost. After entering the number, he pressed the call button. Beep. Meanwhile, in the Yang family villa, Yang Liru sat at her desk, lost in thought. The computer displayed the most popular online game, yet she showed no interest. The room was cluttered with meticulously packaged luxury goods, gifts sent by various prominent families in Ning City upon hearing of Yang Liru's return, all hoping to invite her to meet their sons, including the Han family. However, Yang Liru had never cared much for such extravagance. What truly occupied her thoughts was the phone belonging to Yufeng. Her eyes remained fixed on the device, searching tirelessly since morning. She flipped through her phone incessantly, discovering that her beloved uncle was indeed a very simple man. Suddenly, a smile spread across her face. The man, aside from the contact of the chairman of the Huamei group, surprisingly had no other numbers saved on his phone, not even a girl-ass. Oh wait, there was one mine. Heh. Yang Liru felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. With a gentle tap, she set her own number as a special concern. She yearned to be the most important person in his life. Subsequently, she logged into his WeChat and browsed through many profiles, only to discover that his moments were devoid of anything significant, just fighter jets, tanks, sniper rifles, and camouflage outfits, all uniformly sourced from the internet. To her astonishment, he was quite the military enthusiast. No wonder he possessed such remarkable skills and exuded masculinity. As her thoughts drifted, Yang Liru began to reminisce about the times Yufeng stood up for her. The first time, he dashed out from the neighboring dormitory, braving the splashes from a burst water pipe to resolve the issue. The second time, he stayed behind to buy himself enough time to escape. The third time, he descended like a deity, delivering a decisive blow to the assailants and teaching those arrogant young masters a lesson. And the fourth time, he risked his life to save her. Yet, in the midst of battle, she had walked away. The thought that he nearly lost his life because of her caused Yang Liru's smile to falter. Uncle, thank you for everything you've done for me. Don't worry, I will wait for you. As long as you are in Ning City, no matter where you might. Yang Jinhua's tone was not particularly forceful. Yet his words desperately sought to awkwardly push Yang Liru closer to Han Lu, as if the two were destined to be a pair. Thank you for the compliment. Grandpa Yang, my father often says you have a keen eye for talent. Seeing you today, it is indeed extraordinary. Flattering Yang Jinhua also served to praise herself in a roundabout way. Internally, Yang Liru scoffed. Are you finished? If that's all there is to say, I will head upstairs first, Grandpa. You. Yang Shan fumed, his anger evident. Yang Jian hurried over, grasping Yang Liru's hand and leaning in to whisper in her ear, Sister, have you lost your mind? Speaking to the old man like that? Aren't you worried he might become suspicious and curious about your life these past few years, sending someone to investigate? Upon hearing this, Yang Liru's expression finally shifted. She turned to Yang Jian, brother. Yang Jian continued, you know how Grandpa can be. If he finds out about Yufeng, especially that he's in Ning City, it would be disastrous. You're putting your uncle at risk. In that moment, Yang Liru realized her oversight, given her grandfather's suspicious nature. If he were to send someone to inquire about her uncle, he could be in danger. Yang Jian then stepped aside, chuckling, Grandpa, my sister just returned and is feeling a bit out of sorts, so please don't take it to heart. Is it merely a matter of a bad temper? Yang Shan interjected sharply. Look at how you discipline your sister. Yang Jinhua interrupted. All right, Xiao Jian has a point. Liru, about the union. Your grandfather has mentioned it before, and he will not relent. Think it over. Xiao Lu is quite talented. Being with him will only benefit you, not harm you. There's a temple fair in the city tomorrow. Why not go with Xiao Lu? Together? She had no interest in Han Lu whatsoever. Just as she was about to refuse, she caught sight of Yang Jian's warning glance. Uncle, defy Grandpa, and he might investigate, leading to disaster for Uncle. Yang Liru clenched her small fist, biting her lip before nodding. All right. Hearing this, Han Lu promptly smiled. Wonderful. Miss Liru will accompany me to the temple fair. It is indeed my fortune. I shall come to pick you up tomorrow evening, Miss Liru. Until then, Grandpa Yang, Uncle Yang, I shall take my leave. All right, take care. Yang Jian stepped forward to see him off. Then, Yang Liru hurried back to her room. The moment the door shut, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She sobbed deeply, leaning against her desk, pulling out her hidden phone, longing to find Yufeng and leave together, no matter where it would be, even to the ends of the earth. But just as she turned on her phone, a missed call notification appeared. Was it, Uncle? Chapter 96. The despicable Zhao Lily. Ever since she acquired Yufeng's number from the pickpocket, she had not received a single message or call. Therefore, when a missed call came through, she could not help but speculate. Could it be that Uncle was calling from another phone to retrieve his? With that thought, Yang Liru quickly dialed the missed call back. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang as it connected. Li Dan, having finished his meal and stepping out to discard some trash, had just bought a can of drink when his phone suddenly rang. Frowning, He took it out to find it was the call from phone. This pickpocket had the audacity to call back. Just wait until I scold him, he thought angrily. Immediately answering the call and shouting into the phone, "You scoundrel! What do you think you're doing? Your parents must have given you these hands to commit crimes, huh? Why don't you learn from the Aean people and use your hands to wipe feces and then taste it? You've got the audacity of a cross between a wolf and a dog. It's a waste of air and food to let you live in this world. Even in death, the king of hell wouldn't he bother with you. They'd have the ox head and horse face chop off your hands and throw them on the grill. Who gave you the courage? I'm truly baffled. Instead of learning the good, you learn the bad. I'm telling you, return your phone's phone. Or else I'll make you regret it." Before Li Dan could finish, the other party hung up. Damn, he dared to hang up on me. Li Dan was furious, initially hoping that his tirade would scare the pickpocket into returning the phone, only to be met with silence. Furious, he smashed his drink on the ground, thinking that if he ever caught that thief, he would flay him alive and pull out his tendons. However, what he didn't know was that the caller was none other than Phone, the one he had been desperately searching for. The phone slipped from Yang Liru's hand. It turned out, this call was a mistake. Yet, for some reason, every vulgar word echoed painfully in her ears, as if they were directed at her. How ridiculous. Perhaps, this was heaven's punishment for her. It was her fault for not persisting that day, abandoning her uncle to fend for himself. She deserved this scolding. Then she thought of tomorrow's temple fair. How wonderful it would be if the person accompanying her was her uncle, instead of Han Lu. At that moment, Han Lu was driving his crimson Ferrari down the road. Half an hour later, he returned to the three-tier villa he had secretly purchased for Zhao Lili. Upon entering, he was met with a heart-shaped arrangement of roses spread across the floor. He was somewhat surprised, but his heart was filled with disdain. Women, especially those who were money-hungry, with good figures and no background, were merely playthings. Once he grew tired of them, he lost all interest. As he stepped inside, a platter of incense lay on the dining table, and just a whiff made him feel heated. Zhao Lili, in a thin silk nightgown, stood at the staircase, posing enticingly. "Honey, you're back. I missed you so much," Zhao Lili cooed as she rushed over and wrapped her arms around Han Lu's neck. Then bang, she was shoved away, tumbling to the ground. Han Lu coldly brushed off the heavy makeup, his expensive attire intact. "Don't ruin my suit. Honey, what are you doing? You haven't been here for days, and you treat me like this?" Zhao Lili's eyes were filled with sorrow, yet she dared not reveal her unease, instead forcing a smile. "Don't disgust me, you wretch." "What did you say?" Zhao Lili was taken aback. The term wretch had escaped his lips. She couldn't believe it. "What did you call me?" Han Lu, hands in pockets, reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, coldly replied, "I said you're a wretch. Didn't you hear me?" At that moment, Zhao Lili could no longer contain herself. Rising from the floor, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction, she exclaimed, "Han Lu, how dare you call me a wretch? I haven't wronged you at all. I quit my job for you, deleted all the men from my social media, and spent all my days either shopping or waiting for you to return to the villa. I've bared my heart to you, and this is how you repay me? What do you mean by that?" "Haha," Han Lu sneered. "In this world, perhaps the least valuable thing is someone else's goodwill. You think I would care?" He pulled out a cigar, placing it at the corner of his mouth. "Otherwise, how could I call you a wretch? Only a wretch like you would dare to give everything for money. Besides, aren't you only with me for my wealth? What difference is there between you and those selling themselves outside? Oh no, there exists a notable distinction. The prices outside are at least affordable, whereas yours, my dear, are somewhat exorbitant. Is my assertion unreasonable? Zhao Lili, do you not see how you are now, standing here, berated by me, yet dare not utter a word? This villa belongs to me, as does your luxury vehicle. Everything you possess is bestowed by me. Now, kneel and let me hear you bark like a dog." "Han Lu, your actions are excessive." Slap. Before Zhao Lili could retort, a resounding slap met her cheek, momentarily ruining her makeup. "My face." Han Lu tossed a mirror from the table towards her. "You shameless wretch. Gaze into the mirror and behold your true self. With your appearance, are you not deserving of such a title? You resemble a woman in menopause. Frankly, I have grown weary of you. Moreover, I must disclose that my family has introduced me to Miss Yang Liru of the Yang family. Even without makeup, she is infinitely more beautiful than you. With your makeup, you are but a shadow of her radiance. Before long, I shall marry Miss Yang, so you should comprehend my intentions clearly." Han Lu spoke with an air of indifference. Zhao Lili's pupils dilated, her eyes glistening with tears. "Are you abandoning me?" Although she referred to Han Lu as her husband, to outsiders, she was merely a kept mistress, lacking any legitimate status, hidden from the public eye. Now, with Han Lu's words, it became evident that her time had come to be cast aside. "Do not use such harsh terms. Abandon is a word for lovers. You and I, at best, share a master-servant dynamic. I am your master, and you are my slave. However, I no longer wish to keep you as my slave. I am tired of you. From this day forth, I shall not return to seek you out, nor will I reclaim the villa or the luxury vehicle I have provided you. Yet, I do have one stipulation. He paused, his gaze icy. Remember your place. You are a shameless wretch. Do not disturb me again, nor use our past to jeopardize my union with Miss Yang. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. With that, Han Lu rose and departed, his purpose clear, to sever ties with Zhao Lili. He aimed to win over Yang Liru, and he could not allow Zhao Lili to interfere. Chapter 97. A fortuitous encounter. The night was somber, and Zhao Lili sat amidst a heart-shaped wreath of roses, tears streaming down her cheeks. After years of devotion, she was rewarded with the label of a wretch. Deep down, she comprehended the consequences of being a kept mistress. Yet she was unwilling to relinquish her grasp. Fearful of poverty, the joy that money brought her was a source of comfort, liberating her from the daily struggles of renting an apartment or coveting luxury items, and sparing her from envying other women with their cars on rainy days. She even fantasized about marrying into the Han family, envisioning a life steeped in opulence. Yet now, all of that was lost. The source of her anguish was the Yang family's daughter, more beautiful, younger, and hailing from a more prestigious lineage. It is unfair, so unjust. Zhao Lili's eyes reddened. Why must fate treat me so harshly? Why was I born into poverty? Is it merely because she possesses wealth? Is it simply because she is more beautiful than I? Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhao Lili rose and swept everything from the table onto the floor. Tears continued to pour forth, echoing through the villa's courtyard. The night passed in tranquility. The following morning, Yu Feng awoke at his usual hour, practiced a set of military boxing, and arrived at the boxing gym. Due to the commotion caused by Lu Sanpao and Li Danning the previous day, no one at the gym dared to look down upon Yu Feng, nor did they wish to practice alongside him. Wang Shi, enjoying the newfound respect, smiled, grateful for the presence of such an enigmatic figure in the gym. Ningcheng was renowned for its martial prowess, with top-tier fighters emerging every few months, gaining national acclaim and exploding in popularity online. Consequently, many foreign fighters would come to challenge local experts during the Ningcheng Temple Fair, which was taking place that day. Early in the morning, Wang Shi gathered the gym's fighters, selecting several capable individuals to participate in the evening's tournament, notably excluding Li Danning. Not that Li Danning lacked strength, but he had no interest in the event. He found it beneath him to continually best foreign challengers, as it would only lead to their embarrassment. Just as Wang Shi was about to dismiss the gathering, a figure in a striking white dress approached, drawing attention. Isn't that Zhao Lili? Why is she alone? Where is young Master Han? Who knows? The fighters murmured among themselves, while Li Danning, resting nearby, focused intently on the entrance. His heart raced. Zhao Lili was the goddess he had secretly adored for ages. Wang Shi approached her with a smile. Miss Lili, what brings you to the gym today? Where's young Master Han? Zhao Lili's expression faltered, evident tear streaks marking her cheeks. Not wanting to reveal her recent heartbreak, she forced a smile. He is a bit preoccupied and cannot accompany me to the fair. I came to find some bodyguards instead. Oh, seeking bodyguards, are we? Wang Shi nodded and called out to Li Danning. Danning, come here. Li Danning hurried over, eager. Manager? Indeed. Wang Shi replied. Tonight there is a temple fair, and Miss Lili requires a bodyguard to accompany her. Since you have nothing planned, you shall take this task. Young Master Han is a VIP client of ours. You must ensure Miss Lili's safety, understood? Yes, I shall fulfill my duty. Li Danning stood at attention, adopting a formal military posture. Miss Lili, rest assured, with me. Li Danning, nobody shall dare to harm you. Having long harbored feelings for Zhao Lili, he was elated at the opportunity to be close to her and would not allow her to come to any harm. Thank you. Zhao Lili nodded, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Miss Lili, are you looking for someone? Is one bodyguard insufficient? Fear not. Li Danning is worth two. Zhao Lili paused, then smiled slightly. No one in particular, just an old classmate I mentioned the other day. He is all alone in Ningcheng and could use some company. Oh, Yu Yi? He is in the back garden, taking a stroll. Yu Yi? Zhao Lili's expression shifted. She had heard of Li Danning, a notable figure in the gym. But what was Yu Feng to warrant such respect? Ah, Wang Shi hurriedly explained. Yu Feng has demonstrated exceptional skills and has assisted Danning on numerous occasions. Hence the title of Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi broke into a cold sweat, fearing the embarrassment of yesterday's incident spreading further. Oh, I see. Would it be possible for him to join us as well? This left Wang Shi momentarily speechless. How could he command someone of Yu Feng's caliber? However, to his astonishment, Li Danning chimed in. No problem. I shall fetch Yu Yi right away. Thank you. Zhao Lily expressed her gratitude before Wang Shi could voice any objections. With no choice left, he relented, reasoning that Zhao Lily's connection with Yu Feng should not pose any issues. As dusk approached, Han Lu donned a casual suit he deemed exceptionally fashionable and drove his red Ferrari to the Yang family estate, where Yang Liru, dressed in a simple and unadorned dress, stood at the entrance alongside Yang Jian. Liru, brother Jian. Han Lu took the initiative to lower his stance, smiling as he looked at Yang Jian and extended his hand. Ah, good evening. Liru, since Han Lu has arrived, I won't keep you company any longer. Yang Jian patted Yang Liru's shoulder and then leaned in to whisper, I know you don't like him, but for the sake of your uncle, just pretend for a bit. Otherwise, Han Lu might report to Grandpa, and you should be careful. Yang Liru clenched the hem of her clothes, despite her reluctance. The thought of her uncle being in the city made her endure it. Yet, a thought emerged in her mind. If my uncle sees me with this guy Han Lu, will he think too much? No way. Uncle wouldn't he think that. He surely understands my feelings. Han Lu, I'm entrusting Liru to you tonight. If you don't make sure she has a good time, watch out for me, alright? Remember, you must bring her back by 10. Yang Jian said seriously. Han Lu nodded repeatedly, smiling, Brother Jian, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Miss Liru. Then, he eagerly went to the passenger seat and gentlemanly opened the car door. Miss Liru, please get in. Chapter 98. A clever encounter by 5 in the evening. The temple fair in the city center had already commenced, with many young people dressed in new clothes, strolling through the charming alleys of Ning City with their girlfriends. Ning City, a prominent first-tier city in Jiangnan, is quite similar to Jiang City. Every temple fair features numerous captivating performances, but the most distinctive is the boxing ring organized by the local boxing gym to welcome foreign martial arts challengers. This custom has existed since the late last century, but it gained fame when a master named Hua, on the day of the temple fair in the early years of last century, defeated hundreds of foreign challengers single-handedly. Since then, the temple fair boxing ring has gained worldwide recognition. This time, the boxing ring at the temple fair was even grander than before, with many key figures from Ning City donning casual attire, waiting for the event. Upon arriving at the city center and parking the car, Han Lu led Yang Liru towards the boxing ring. The first step in conquering a woman is to showcase one's charm. Han Lu smiled and introduced, Liru. You've been to our Ning City boxing ring before, right? Yang Liru smiled faintly, her expression somewhat indifferent. Not really interested, I hardly come. Oh, I see. Han Lu chuckled. Then you're in for a treat today. The foreign challengers at our Ning City boxing ring are renowned disciples of famous martial arts masters from the land of the rising sun, known as the Yamamoto family. With significant status, you know about our long-standing grievances with the land of the rising sun. This group of short fellows daring to challenge us in Ning City is practically seeking death. This time, Ning City has dispatched quite a few experts, with at least 8 from the Sihai boxing gym. With that, Han Lu coughed lightly and continued in a boastful manner, it may sound silly, but my hobby is also martial arts. Since returning from abroad a few years ago, I've occasionally trained at the Sihai boxing gym, and I know the trainers there. Today, we shall witness their prowess. As they approached the boxing ring, the drumbeats began, signaling the start of the match. In the ring stood a burly man with boxing gloves, muscles rippling, clearly someone who had trained for 4 to 5 years. Opposite him stood Yamamoto Ichido, clad in a samurai outfit, eyes closed, calm, and collected, as if he did not regard his opponent at all. Yang Liru casually glanced, showing no interest. Prowess. In her heart, the only prowess she acknowledged was that of her uncle. If not for the fear of her grandfather finding out, why would she willingly accompany a frivolous young man to watch boxing? An amateur fighter at that. Please, just look at his physique. It's evident he spends his days indulging in pleasures, with such a thick skin. Thinking of Yu Feng, who rises early each day to practice military boxing, she couldn't help but admire his discipline. Unbeknownst to her, the one she has been secretly concerned about, Yu Feng, was approaching the boxing ring from another direction, only a few hundred meters apart. Suddenly, Zhao Lily stopped. What's wrong, Lily? Li Daneng, laden with bags, asked. Zhao Lily's gaze was fixed on a distant figure. Han Lu. She had seen the man who had rejected her the night before. How long has it been? And now he was with another woman? No, that woman. Could it be the heiress of the Yang family? Unconsciously, Zhao Lily's fingers tightened. What are you looking at? Yu Feng, following her gaze, was about to see, when suddenly, a loud slap rang out, striking Yu Feng's face hard. Smack. Do not look. Who allowed you to look? Do you even have the right to look? Yu Feng, you are merely my bodyguard. As a bodyguard, you should have the awareness of one. Stay behind me obediently. Zhao Lily's voice was sharp. Seeing Han Lu standing with the Yang family's heiress ignited a blaze of fury within her. One slap was nowhere near enough to vent her anger. Slapping Yufeng was an instinctive reaction. Remembering how Yufeng had knelt down to break up with her, she felt rage. Rage at Yufeng for not cherishing her. For his selfishness, for being so short-sighted. If he hadn't left her, perhaps, she wouldn't have become this way. Wouldn't have fallen into Han Lu's arms. Wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. All your fault. Yufeng clenched his fists, staring at Zhao Lili. Don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Zhao Lili sneered, arms crossed. Excessive? Is that what you call excessive? Do you remember what happened in high school? Who used connections to get you into the boxing gym? Who pulled you from the station? Without me, you would have been a beggar long ago. So what if I slap you? Come on, hit me, I dare you. Zhao Lili stepped forward, her expression frenzied. Li Danning was at a loss for what to do. Yufeng, however, did not strike back nor speak. Indeed, if it weren't for Zhao Lili, he wouldn't be standing here. Just the distance from the station to the city center, over 100 kilometers, was enough to choke him. Zhao Lili had done him a favor. Yufeng, being a person who values loyalty, chose not to retaliate, but to swallow his anger. What's wrong? Afraid to hit me now? Weren't you just so stubborn? Zhao Lili pressed on, pushing Yufeng's shoulder, one hand on her hip. Do you know why I called you to be my bodyguard? Remember high school? You were always at my beck and call. I can command you for a moment, and I can command you for a lifetime. You think I've forgotten the past? Wrong. I remember it clearly, and I will repay you for every ounce of hurt I suffered. You can endure, but you must endure. Those around them cast disdainful glances. A man slapped by a woman, yet unwilling to retaliate? Is he even a man? Why is this guy so cowardly? How can you just stand there while someone points at your nose and insults you? Coward. Just then, a sharp crack suddenly interrupted Zhao Lili's tirade. Crack. The sound of a bone breaking echoed. Everyone's attention instantly turned to the boxing ring, where a skilled fighter from a Ning City boxing gym lay on the ground like a broken dog, his face contorted in agony. And at his knee, a bone, mingled with blood and flesh, protruded grotesquely from the wound. In the background, Yamamoto Ichido's mocking voice rang out. Is this your Ning City expert? So weak? Is there no one capable of fighting? Chapter 99, A Clever Encounter, 3 Defeated. The fighter from Ningqing Boxing Club has succumbed utterly, lacking the grace one would expect from a practitioner hailing from the birthplace of martial arts. In fact, as the drums resonated, the audience barely had time to react before this fighter found himself sprawled on the ground. They did not even witness the motion of Yamamoto Ichido's strike. The inaugural match of the Temple Fair had concluded in a blink. His defeat signified the end of Ningqing's decade-long winning streak. In that moment, the onlookers gaped in disbelief. Though they themselves may not possess martial prowess, being from Ningqing instilled a deep-seated pride within them, as their hometown was renowned as the cradle of martial arts. The 10-year winning record had been a source of their pride. Thus, they had approached the fair with an air of superiority, viewing the challengers as mere contenders destined for failure. Yet now, that pride lay in tatters. How could one fall so easily without even a proper attempt? Yamamoto Ichido continued to mock. Why so silent? Wasn't it said that having friends from afar brings joy? Where's my applause? Does a victor not deserve acknowledgement? Or is it that your Ningqing fighters cannot withstand defeat? If so, I am sorely disappointed. What a pity. His taunts ignited the ire of everyone present. Li Danning rolled up his sleeves, cursing, damn, this little imp is so arrogant. I'll teach him a lesson. But Yufeng immediately intervened, stopping him. Why are you holding me back? Li Danning protested. Yufeng pointed to the equally furious fighters beside the ring. The professional team hasn't stepped in yet. You would only embarrass them by going up now. Realizing his oversight, Li Danning scratched the back of his head and stepped back. Meanwhile, Zhao Lili was unfazed by the outcome, her gaze fixed intently on Han Lu, who stood 100 meters away, observing the unfolding drama. There, Han Lu squinted, thinking, this bastard is truly arrogant. Before long, the injured fighter from Ningqing was carried away for medical attention. Soon after, another fighter from Ningqing leaped onto the stage, clasping his hands in respect towards Yamamoto Ichido, then assumed an offensive stance. I shall test your skills, sir. Those who speak boastfully must pay the price. Yamamoto Ichido shrugged nonchalantly. The weak have no right to utter such words. You. The fighter could not contain his anger and charged forward. His speed was impressive, but his bulk hindered his agility. As he approached Yamamoto Ichido, the latter deftly sidestepped and, from an unusual angle, lunged in with a powerful punch. Boom. The fighter collapsed to the ground. How swift. Yufeng narrowed his eyes, recognizing that such speed was akin to the minimum standards of a seasoned warrior. The young man from the Yamamoto clan was clearly more than just a mere fighter. But it didn't end there. Just as the fighter fell, the referee was about to call for a pause, but Yamamoto Ichido raised his foot and violently stomped down on the fallen fighter's knee. Crack. Once again, the crowd gasped in shock. He knocked his opponent down without affording him a chance to rise. This was brutal. Was this what fighting was about? The referee stood frozen, unable to comprehend the ruthless nature of this foreign fighter. "You scoundrel! Is this how you fight?" In an instant, witnessing two teammates suffer broken knees. The remaining fighters from NI